Chapter 31. Note: chapters are not repeated, continue reading. Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back in 7 days, you will be my dinner. Grandma Wolf said this viciously, holding a small parasol, wearing a small hat, twisting her butt and slamming the door to leave. Her violent action of closing the door made the whole hut tremble. Tang Mo picked up the pink jar that he had just placed on the dining table and watched her leave coldly. He ran to the window and made sure that Grandma Wolf went down the mountain along the mountain path before walking to the sofa and sitting down. He put the pink jar on the coffee table and turned to look at the pink jar next to the sofa. The first day, it's now 12:30. If a day is also 24 hours, then according to the time I entered the dungeon, it should be December 1st now. Tang Mo looked inside the pink jar and saw nothing. After the wolf grandmother left, Tang Mo didn't have to be on guard against her, and he began to think carefully about this game. Haida introduced the 8 rules of the game very carefully. If you really play according to the rules of the game, assuming that you put food at a hole every day for 7 days, and stand in it at the same time, then after 7 days, the probability that Tang Mo can catch a golden hamster is 0.999808. My luck can't be this bad, right? Tang Mo said this, but his expression was not relaxed at all. He didn't believe that the tower attack game on the first floor of the Black Tower would be so simple. He didn't need to fight monsters, or make too many guesses and inferences. He could pass the level by just catching a mole by luck, and the success rate was as high as 0.99. There was a trap no matter how he looked at it. Tang Mo touched the jar. Is it related to the fact that the probability of the golden mole appearing on the first day was only 40%? Of course, the jar couldn't give him an answer. Tang Mo decided to use the jar to exchange for the food he would feed the mole next. The first thing he thought of was the hair of the underground man that was left in the crack of the sofa by the wolf grandmother. He took out the hair, pulled out a strand of hair, and threw it into the jar. The jar didn't react at all. Tang Mo thought about it, and threw the whole bunch of hair in. A minute later, the pink jar suddenly flashed with colorful light. Tang Mo stared at it carefully, and the light flashed for a full 3 minutes. The light disappeared, and the jar turned completely black. Tang Mo frowned, and was about to see what was going on. At this time, a foul smell surged up from the mouth of the jar. Bang! A black thing hit Tang Mo's leg, and the stench that hit him almost made Tang Mo faint. He took a long time to pick up the thing that was thrown on his leg. It seems to be a burnt sweet potato? A line of small words appeared on the pink jar. A pile of rotten underground people's hair. Ugh. Tang Mo, Since this ball of hair could not be exchanged for real mole food, Tang Mo stood up and searched for a while in Grandma Wolf's house. He walked to the fireplace and looked up at the underground man's head hanging on the wall. Tang Mo cut a ball of hair from the underground man's head with a knife and threw it into the jar. This time the jar also flashed a strange light, and finally turned black again, throwing out a ball of black objects that were slightly less smelly. A pile of underground man's hair that was about to rot. Ah! Tang Mo, In the wolf grandmother's hut, only these 2 things belonged to the underground people. Tang Mo himself was not an underground person, he was a player. His things would not become food if they were put into the jar. He pondered for a while, took out a ruby from his pocket, raised it above his head, and put on Mario's hat. With the influence of the 2 stinky sweet potatoes before, Tang Mo had already gotten used to the stench of Mario's hat. He rushed straight towards the fireplace, and when his head hit the wall, a dirty and smelly boot fell from the air and landed on the floor. Tang Mo rubbed his head, picked up the boot and threw it into the jar. After a moment, a golden sweet potato flew out of the jar and hit Tang Mo's leg. A weaver's boot with athlete's foot finally, I can exchange it for food. Mario's hat can be used 3 times a day. Tang Mo has used it once. He pondered for a while, and before he took off the hat, he banged it against the wall twice. The first time a thin advertising leaflet fell off, and the second time an old pocket watch fell off. Tang Mo first picked up the advertisement and read the words on it. Night of the Strange Circus, 3 rare treasures that shock the underground kingdom, a strange world you have never seen, the great circus leader and members are waiting for your arrival. Circus. Tang Mo read the 3 words again. He remembered the disgusting and cute big earthworm. It seems that this circus is a bit like the circus in the Kill Bill copy, and it is very likely that they are the same. Putting this matter behind, Tang Mo picked up the pocket watch. The moment his hand touched the pocket watch, a line of words appeared on it. Tang Mo paused, quickly picked up the pocket watch, and looked at the words on it. Item: Invisible Man's Pocket Watch. Owner: Tang Mo. Quality, excellent. Level 1. Attack power, none. Function, open the pocket watch and become invisible for 5 minutes. Restrictions, one-time item, cannot be taken out of the game. Note, invisible play Tang Mo, Ignoring the notes, he still has this luck. Tang Mo looked at the pocket watch back and forth several times in surprise. His eyes paused on the 6 words. Do not take it out of the game, and finally put the pocket watch into his pocket. There was only 1 hour left until 6 o'clock, and Tang Mo decided to study the pocket watch again when he came back in the evening. Before leaving, Tang Mo carefully checked the wolf grandmother's house and found nothing special. Finally, he took a plate from the dining table, put the sweet potato on it, and walked towards the back mountain with the plate in his hands. Walking to the 9 huge mole holes, Tang Mo put the sweet potato on the ground, stood outside the hole, and checked each hole from the first hole. There were 9 holes in total. The hole was about 3 meters in diameter, and there were traces of claws digging the ground near each hole, and some scattered golden and black hair. It was probably the hair of golden and black mole. After checking each hole, Tang Mo walked to a big stone. He looked at the 9 holes, thought for a moment, and finally decided to walk to the 6th hole. There was still an hour left before 6 o'clock. Tang Mo held the sweet potato and looked at the dark mole hole. He looked quietly, as if he wanted to see something from it. Time passed by minute, and there was only half an hour left before 6 o'clock. Tang Mo raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He decided to put the sweet potato in front of the 6th hole, and then ran behind the big rock to hide and see what would happen. The probability of the golden mole appearing on the first day was only 40% at most. This probability did not seem too low, but Tang Mo did not dare to test his luck. He has always had bad luck. Now he doesn't know how strong the golden-haired hamsters and black-haired hamsters are. If he rushes into the cave, what if he encounters a black-haired hamster that likes to eat underground people? Tang Mo can't guarantee his safety. Still need more information. He raised his wrist to check his watch again. There are still 20 minutes left. Why? Only the first day is special. While waiting, Tang Mo held the sweet potato and kept thinking. He looked at the ground at the 6th hole. After a while, he took out the old pocket watch from his pocket and stared at it. You can't take it out of the game. If you encounter a black-haired mole tomorrow, you can use this to try to fight it, which will be safer. He put the pocket watch back into his pocket. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo took out the pocket watch of the transparent man again. He stared at the pocket watch for a long time, then took out a big match from his wrist and a white turkey egg and drew an S on it. Tang Mo drew the S very casually, not too carefully, but when he finished drawing the S, he found that there was no movement on the turkey egg. The S character did not light up, and it did not connect to Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo's heart tightened. He sensed something was wrong. He knocked on the turkey egg 3 times, but before he could speak, he heard a surprised and low voice. Tang Mo? Tang Mo had never seen what kind of person the stowaway Fu Wenduo was, but the two had talked several times. Even when Tang Mo told Fu Wenduo 2 days ago that he was about to participate in the tower attack game, he had never heard the other party speak to him in such a surprised voice. Yes, Mr. Fu, it's me. I want to ask, is the turkey egg bad or what? I just wanted to use it to save, but found that it can't be used. Is there a problem with you or me? The turkey egg was silent for a long time. Tang Mo was just wondering and was about to ask again, but he heard Fu Wenduo say, 3 days ago, you contacted me and told me that you need to use the save function. Tang Mo's body froze in the air while holding the sweet potato. The next moment, he retorted, impossible, I never said that. Mr. Fu, are you mistaken? I didn't contact you 3 days ago, and I didn't use the turkey egg. You just said that turkey eggs cannot be used. This is because the 7-day cooling time has not yet expired. Tang Mo fell silent. He stood in the valley, and the cold mountain wind whistled over the long pink river and poured into his collar. Tang Mo suddenly felt a little cold on the soles of his feet. He endured the tingling feeling on his scalp and tried to calm himself down. Then can you please tell me, Mr. Fu, 3 days ago? What did I tell you? However, Fu Wenduo did not answer him immediately, but asked in a very serious voice, Tang Mo, do you know what day it is today? Tang Mo was stunned. December 1st. Today is December 6th. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, but it suddenly disappeared before he could catch it. 3 days ago, on December 3rd, I was searching for supplies in a store, and you contacted me and told me that you needed to use the archiver. In the cold wind, Fu Wenduo's steady voice seemed to have the power to soothe people's hearts. Tang Mo listened to him quietly. Your original words were that you guessed that there might be a time loophole in the tower attack game you were playing. Because you have cleared a copy before, this tower attack game may end early. You don't want to waste every day, so you plan to use the archiver and take a risk. Tang Mo listened to this voice and analyzed. The copy I cleared before should be Kill Bill. In that copy, I released one of the treasures of the circus leader. Now he only has 2 treasures left. Today I got a flyer. The circus that Grandma Wolf is going to see may be the circus I have experienced before. Maybe because I let one of the treasures go, she will come back early. Fu and Duo, strange circus? Tang Mo was surprised. You know? When crossing the river from the underground kingdom to the monster world, there was a billboard of this circus by the river, saying that the leader got 3 treasures. Fu and Duo asked in a low voice, have you calmed down and figured it out? Tang Mo shook his head. No, I just have a vague idea. Mr. Fu, what else do you know? I know. 3 days ago, you told me confidently that this tower attack game would end early. After a pause, Fu and Duo added, from your tone, I think you are at least 90% sure. Tang Mo, then Mr. Fu, do you know anything else? Nothing else. Tang Mo was stunned. Earth, Beijing. Fu and Duo stood on the roof of a skyscraper. He stepped forward and his body swiftly flew more than 20 meters to the roof of another building. He held the turkey egg in his right hand and said in a low voice, on December 3rd, I turned on the archiver and listened to the sound from your place. There was almost no sound from your place, only a very light breathing and wind. But at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, specifically 6 o'clock, your sound stopped. I thought you. After a pause, Fu and Duo jumped to another tall building and continued. I thought I encountered a situation where even the archiver could not be used. After that, I couldn't contact you again. Tang Mo clenched the turkey egg tightly, and added to the words that the other party had not finished just now. I thought you were dead. That's why Fu and Duo was so surprised when he suddenly heard his voice. The person 3 days ago was you. Tang Mo's mind was in a mess, and Fu and Duo suddenly spoke. He subconsciously asked, why? Fu and Duo wanted to fly to another tall building, but after hearing Tang Mo's words, he stopped and stood on the edge of the rooftop of the skyscraper, watching the sunset in the west gradually sinking to the ground. Intuition. The warm sunlight shone on that resolute and cold face, and Fu and Duo whispered, that feeling is you. This sentence is very strange. Tang Mo never believed in such an illusory thing as feeling. But after listening to this sentence, his heart slowly calmed down. He raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. There were 5 minutes left until 6 o'clock. He said, Mr. Fu, you said before that once 6 o'clock comes, you will no longer hear my voice, and you will no longer be able to contact me, at least you will not be able to contact me actively, right? Yes. There were only 5 minutes left. Tang Mo's brain was working fast. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He held the turkey egg and said, you said there was another me. But now I think there are not only 2 of me now. Today is December 6th. According to the rules of this tower attack game, I need to complete the game task on December 7th, otherwise I will be eaten by the monsters in the game. Tang Mo's tone was very relaxed, but Fu and Duo did not speak. Tang Mo, I only have 1 day left. I'm not sure how many of me there are in this game. But I know that I only have 1 day left. Whether I can pass today or not, Mr. Fu, I hope that when I contact you tomorrow, you can ask me a question. Fu and Duo asked, how do you know that you will contact me tomorrow? I have a way. Fu and Duo did not ask about this method. He raised his eyebrows and said, what are you talking about? Tang Mo watched the time on the watch approach 6 o'clock second by second, with only the last 2 minutes left. He said, ask me, Tang Mo, if you only have 1 day left, which is your lucky number. Since talking to Tang Mo, Fu and Duo has been standing on the edge of the rooftop. He glanced at the time on the clock tower in the distance. There was 1 minute left until 6 o'clock, and he said, I'm a little curious. What is your lucky number? 9. Fu and Duo, why? Tang Mo, I have a crush on someone for a long time, and his birthday is September 9th. Fu and Duo was slightly stunned, and subconsciously asked, September 9th? Tang Mo, yes, what's wrong? Knowing that the other party couldn't see him, Fu and Duo still shook his head reflexively. Nothing, this day is very special. After a pause, Fu and Duo said, I am on my way from Beijing to Shanghai. I have something to do in Shanghai. Tang Mo, I hope to see you in Shanghai. Tang Mo looked at the turkey egg, and then looked at the watch with only 1 minute left, and smiled. Okay, if I don't die this time. Fu and Duo, see you in Shanghai. See you in Shanghai. Tang Mo hung up the call with turkey egg in the last 10 seconds. He took out his superpower book from the air and opened it to the last page. Superpower, your father is still your father. Owner, Li Shaolin, smuggler. Type, special type. Function, there is a certain probability of changing the name of the object. The effect time is 7 days, and it can be used once every 10 days. Causal superpower, irreversible. Level 1. Restrictions, you must know the name, appearance, and date of birth of the object. The deeper the understanding of the object, the greater the chance of the superpower working. Note, Tang Mo, look at this superpower, your father is still your father. Tang Mo version instructions. The effect time is 3 days, and it can be used once every 30 days. After using it, the person being used will get Tang Mo's most important secret. Tang Mo's hand gently stroked the 8 words your father is still your father, and a black fountain pen suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, 3 lines of words appeared below the Tang Mo version of the instructions. Original name, Kong. Change name, Kong. Tang Mo's most important secret, Kong. Chapter 32. Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back in 7 days, you will be my dinner. Grandma Wolf held up her small parasol and slammed the door. Momo looked at her calmly. After confirming that she had really left, he walked back to the restaurant, looked at the pink jar, and peered into the jar along the jar's mouth. Nothing. He observed carefully for a while, carried the jar to the sofa, and placed the jar on the coffee table. If time is synchronized with the Earth, it should be December 1st now. Momo thought, there are 7 days in total. Except for the first day, the probability is relatively low. In the other 6 days, as long as the food and the person stand at the same hole, there is an 80% chance of catching a golden hamster. The probability is too high. Momo looked at the pink jar and whispered to himself. Is the problem on the first day? It is now 12:30 noon, and there are still 5.5 hours until 6 o'clock. Momo first checked the wolf grandmother's hut. After not finding anything unusual, he returned to the sofa and took out the hair of the underground man in the crack of the sofa. Momo planned to put such things into the jar first to see if he could get the food that the wolf grandmother mentioned. He gently pulled off a strand of hair and put it into the jar. Just as his hand was hanging above the mouth of the jar and was about to throw the hair in, Momo suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "My name is Momo?" Momo's fingers tightened, and the thin hair was gathered in his hands. He threw the hair away, and a feeling of anxiety surged in his heart. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. "My name is Momo? How can I be called Momo? My name is not Tang." The voice paused, and the handsome young man raised his confused eyes and murmured, "Yes, my name is Momo. My name is indeed Momo, and I have always called it Momo. I am not called Tonmo." Tonmo stopped, and a strange thought emerged in his mind. He read out this sentence. Momo's biggest secret is that Momo has been secretly in love with Victor for a long time. Tang Mo walked step by step to the dressing table of Grandma Wolf, and he looked at himself in the mirror. Dark coat, blue jeans, with a hint of confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. Time passed by minute, and Tang Mo just looked at himself in the mirror quietly. He seemed to be looking at a stranger, but he felt that this person was very familiar. After a long time, he calmed down and said word by word, "Your father is still your father." Tang Mo raised his hand and pulled out a thin book of supernatural powers from the air. He turned to the last page without even looking at anything else, and saw that it was written, "Supernatural power, your father is still your father." Instructions for use of Momo version. The effect lasts for 3 days, and can be used once every 30 days. After use, the person being used will get the most important secret of Momo. This line of instructions is in red, and below the red words are 3 lines of black words. Each line was preceded by original name, change name, and Momo's most important secret, with a colon in the middle. Only the last line of the 3 lines after the colon was in the size 5 boldface font commonly used in supernatural books, and the 2 lines above were 2 names written in a pen. Original name, Tang Mo. Change name, Momo. Momo's most important secret. Momo has had a crush on Victor for a long time. Tang Mo stared at the 2 names written in pen. He rubbed his fingertips on the 4 words, looked at them for a long time, and came to a conclusion, "My handwriting. Your father is still your father." The superpower was obtained by Tang Mo from a stowaway named Li Shaolin during the 10-day preparation period after he received the notice from the Black Tower to attack the tower. The physical fitness of this stowaway was very weak, and Tang Mo easily obtained his superpower without any effort when he attacked him. This superpower is Your father is still your father. When Tang Mo first got this ability, he felt that he had suffered a great loss. He could only identify the identity of one player a day, and he wasted it on this stowaway, and got such a crappy ability. After getting this ability, Tang Mo followed the attack organization and challenged the S-level copy. This was the last ability he got. This ability was very crappy from any angle. After studying it, Tang Mo felt that its biggest function was probably to curse people. The premise of using the ability is to know the name, appearance, and date of birth of the person being used. It can be used once every 30 days, and the effect of the ability lasts for 3 days. After using the power, there is a certain chance that someone's name can be changed, and the change is based on the law of cause and effect. That is to say, as long as the name of the person is successfully changed, within the 3 days when the power is effective, everyone in the world, including himself, will think that he is called another name. Your father is still your father. As a father, can't you change your son's name? This power is so strange. In a sense, it is very powerful. For example, now, Tang Mo's eyes are fixed on. Original name, Tang Mo. But when he said it, it became, my name is Momo. Even if you know you shouldn't call it this, your consciousness level has been changed. You think you are called another name. This ability seems powerful because it is a causal ability. Once it works, it cannot be reversed, and it will have an effect on anyone and any object. Even Tang Mo in the ability book has all become Momo. But its effect is too crazy. After Tang Mo got it, he felt that he would never use this ability in his life. If he had to use it, if someone offended him in the future, he could consider changing the other person's name too. I am Tang Mo's son. This is probably the only function of this ability. Of course, it's just talk. After using the ability, the person whose name is changed will know Tang Mo's biggest secret. Tang Mo is not interested in exchanging his secret for someone else to become his son. But now, someone has used this ability, and the person who used it is Tang Mo himself. Tang Mo stared at the 4 words that were exactly the same as his own handwriting, and he firmly determined, I didn't write these 4 words, I definitely didn't write them, but these 4 words should have been written by me. There is no point in dwelling on what has already happened. Tang Mo will be called Momo for the next 3 days. What he needs to consider now is why he should change his name and still call himself this name. Momo, why is it called Momo? Momo. Tang Mo frowned and searched for things related to Momo in his memory. Suddenly, he had an idea. Momo, turkey egg. Fu and Duo? A minute later, Tang Mo took out the turkey egg from his pocket, knocked it 3 times, and asked, Mr. Fu, are you there? Fu and Duo seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time, and immediately replied, Yes, I'm here, Momo. The voice stopped abruptly. Fu and Duo was silent for a moment, and then said, I'm not calling you Momo, I want to say your name, Momo. The voice stopped again. Tang Mo, Fu and Duo, Fu and Duo did not rush to Shanghai. He was staying in a hotel to rest, and planned to continue his journey after today. Yesterday, after Tang Mo told him that he might contact him today, Fu and Duo decided to solve this matter first, and then deal with other things. He started waiting at midnight, and waited for 13 hours. He actually heard Tang Mo's voice, but when he called out the other person's name, for some reason, it was Momo that came out. No one spoke on the other side of the turkey egg, only the sound of steady breathing. Tang Mo knew that Fu and Duo was influenced by your father is still your father, and thought that his name was Momo, and it was impossible for him to call out his real name within 3 days. But knowing is one thing, but being called Momo several times, he always felt something was wrong, as if he was too close. Tang Mo coughed twice. I know you are probably wondering why you think I am called Momo. Fu and Duo said in a low voice. Yes, I feel that you should not be called this, but my brain tells me that you should be called this. This is one of my props, which can change a person's name for 3 days. As long as the prop is used successfully, everyone, including himself, will think that they are called another name within 3 days. This change is not affected by anything, and is imprinted on everyone's consciousness level, and no one can reverse it. Tang Mo did not reveal his special ability. Fu and Duo pondered for a while. So, this is the method you mentioned yesterday. Tang Mo immediately grasped the key words. Yesterday, Mr. Fu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Fu and Duo looked through the window at the desolate and empty capital outside the room, and said what he had prepared for a long time. Mo. Well, I just say it directly. First of all, today is December 7th. 4 days ago, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon on December 3rd, you contacted me and said that you encountered an emergency and decided to use the archiver. Fu Duo was clear and logical, and spoke at a moderate pace, giving Tang Mo some time to sort out his thoughts. After he finished talking about what happened on the 3rd, he started talking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, December 6th, you contacted me again at around 5 p.m. You said you wanted to use the archiver, but found it unusable. The you on the 6th didn't know that the you on the 3rd had already used the archiver, and the archiver was in the cooling period, so of course it couldn't be saved. Then you told me. Fu Wenduo's voice was calm and steady, without any subjective emotions, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. He objectively stated everything he knew, paused, and asked, "So you number 7, don't you remember what you did yesterday and on number 3? Tang Mo's face sank slightly. "Yes, I don't remember anything. What do you think is going on now?" Tang Mo thought for a while, and decided to tell the other party about his situation. "I am currently playing a tower attack game on the 1st floor of the Black Tower. This game is very simple. I have to catch a golden hamster. There are 7 days in total. I have 1 chance every day, a total of 7 chances. I don't know how powerful the mole monsters are. If I encounter other moles instead of golden moles, will I be killed by them? But assuming I won't be killed instantly by them, then after 7 days." After a pause, Tang Mo said, "Well, today is the 7th, it's already the 7th day. The probability that I can't catch a golden mole within 7 days can be regarded as 0. This game is too simple. I have never understood why it is so difficult. Maybe it is difficult in time." Fu Duo said, "Time?" Tang Mo nodded, "Yes. Based on what you just said to me yesterday, that is, number 6, should have figured out 2 possibilities in a short time. The first one is that my memory will be hidden by the Black Tower every day, and I will think it is the 1st day. Because the probability of catching moles on the 1st day is relatively low and the enemy is unknown. With my personality, I will choose not to catch moles and watch from a distance first." Before finding out that his name was changed, Tang Mo did plan this. Then after 7 days, I will choose to watch every day and not catch moles, so the game will fail. I lost time. Fu Duo understood what he said, but he asked again, "What about the second possibility?" Tang Mo took the turkey egg and walked to the window. He lowered his head and looked at the 9 dark mole holes at the foot of the mountain. After a long time, he said as if whispering, "The second possibility. I can't see it clearly. Maybe there is more than one me in this game now. My memory is not hidden, and those people are me. But in this way, my probability of catching the mole is not 40%, and it will become more unpredictable." Fu Duo looked at the turkey egg in his hand, and heard Tang Mo's calm words. He listened to these words, as if time had returned to yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, when the sun was setting, he stood in the warm sunshine of the sunset, and heard the young man say something to him in a firm voice. There was only 10 minutes in total, and the young man took into account all the situations as much as possible and said to him, "Emo, I want to ask you a question." Fu Wenduo's voice was low and magnetic, causing Tang Mo to look down at the white turkey egg involuntarily. "What? If you only have 1 day left in your world, which number do you think will be your lucky number?" Tang Mo didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first. After a few seconds, his eyes widened and his fingers holding the turkey egg trembled slightly. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I really should believe in myself." "Fu Duo, do you already know the answer?" "I know." Fu Duo smiled. "Don't you need me to tell you the correct answer? If the answer you think is wrong, I feel that it will cause terrible consequences." Tang Mo said calmly, "No need. If the answer I think is wrong, it's meaningless for you to tell me. If I am the only one who knows the correct answer, the ending will still be the same. I don't have much time. I think I should prepare some food, and then go to the foot of the mountain to see what the 9 mole holes look like. I wish you to pass the game." Tang Mo, with a minimum probability of 40% and a maximum probability of 80%, I can pass this game. Fu Duo, I hope to see you in Shanghai. Tang Mo was stunned. He still didn't know what Fu Duo had said to him yesterday, but he thought for a while and said, "Okay, if I can survive, see you in Shanghai." After the call ended, Tang Mo began to prepare food. He still threw the hair from the sofa crack into the pink jar, and got a pile of sweet potatoes that looked like shit. Then he put the hair from the underground man's head, but still didn't get any food. Finally, he took out Mario's hat, and pushed out 3 garbage items from the underground kingdom, in exchange for a big sweet potato. Tang Mo walked to the dining table, took one of the 7 plates, put the sweet potato on it, and walked out to the mole hole. He first checked the 9 mole holes, and confirmed that there was nothing unusual. At 5:55 p.m., Tang Mo held the big sweet potato and walked through the first hole, the second hole, and finally walked to the ninth hole. He raised his wrist and looked at the time. 5:59 p.m. Tang Mo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. When the second hand pointed to 12, Tang Mo walked into the hole and put the sweet potato on the ground. He stood in the middle of the cave entrance, looking calmly into the dark depths of the tunnel. The sunlight in the monster valley suddenly disappeared at 6 o'clock, and the cool moonlight shone down, shining on Tang Mo's hair, looking a bit cold and resolute. Tang Mo flipped his left hand, and a big match appeared in his palm. He stared into the depths of the cave, his whole body tense, waiting for that thing to appear at any time. No one knew how long it had been, and he heard a dull sound of hitting the ground. It seemed that a huge thing was running from the depths of the cave, and it hit the ground with a bang, shaking the cave constantly. The thing was getting closer and closer. Tang Mo saw a black shadow. The moonlight only shone 3 meters from the cave entrance, so he couldn't see the color of the thing. It seemed to be gold, but also seemed to be black. Tang Mo's fingers tightly grasped the big match. When the thing was about to run to the place where the moonlight shone, he directly waved the match and hit the big mole. When the match was about to hit the mole's head, Tang Mo stopped. Under the moonlight, a huge golden mole was shining like gold. It looked at Tang Mo stupidly. When it saw that Tang Mo stopped waving the big matchstick, it moved its little feet and ran to the plate, and buried its face in the fragrant sweet potato. The golden fragrant oil from the roasted sweet potato stuck to the golden hamster's whiskers, but it ate the sweet potato with its face, eating it vigorously, shaking its short rabbit-like tail, as if it was very happy. Tang Mo watched the golden hamster chewing the sweet potato continuously. Within a minute, the huge sweet potato was eaten clean by it. When it stuffed the last bite of sweet potato pulp into its mouth, suddenly, Tang Mo heard a sound of broken glass. The golden-haired hamster and sweet potato residue in front of him were frozen, forming a picture. Starting from the center of the picture, a small crack appeared. The crack became larger and larger, like a spider web, densely covering the entire picture. When the crack reached a certain size, with a click, the entire picture collapsed, revealing the scene hidden behind the picture. Nothing in front of Tang Mo changed, except that in the big sweet potato skin, the giant golden-haired hamster disappeared, and a small hamster with a round belly lay there. As if it found something wrong, the golden hamster turned over with one paw and ran into the hole. Tang Mo couldn't let it run away. He took out the big bag he had prepared long ago, and quickly covered the little guy in it. The little golden hamster jumped up and down in the bag, making the bag bulge one after another, trying to escape. Tang Mo ruthlessly tied the bag with a rope, tied the bag around his waist, and walked out of the ninth hole. When he reached the hole, he turned his head, and looked at the sweet potato residue on the ground. Then he walked to the other 8 holes, and checked each one. There was some white powder in the soil of the first hole. Tang Mo didn't find these powders when he checked the hole just now. He squatted on the ground and kneaded the powder with his fingers and concluded, powder of the plate. He looked back. There was powder of the plate in almost every hole. There was a small pit in the 3rd hole where the soil was dug up, and there were even 2 pits in the 5th hole. Seeing these familiar things, Tang Mo recalled the scene of the golden hamster eating sweet potatoes shattering in front of his eyes. He looked at the little hamster in his pocket and said helplessly, "Why do I feel that in the end, it was you who made trouble?" The golden-haired hamster angrily began to bang his pocket again. The moment the picture shattered in front of Tang Mo's eyes, he had already learned all the information and memories. After the wolf grandmother said remember the time and left the hut, Tang Mo's time was controlled. It may be controlled by the Black Tower, or it may be controlled by the golden-haired hamster. Tang Mo is more inclined to believe that the golden-haired hamster is behind all this. At 12 o'clock noon on December 1st, the wolf grandmother left the hut, and went to the circus, and Tang Mo's time began to diverge. Just like being archived, someone pressed the archive button at this point in time, and from then on, Tang Mo began to passively read the archive unconsciously again and again. On December 1st, there was only one him, who could be called Tang Mo number 1. Tang Mo number 1 did not plan to take the risk of catching moles on the first day. He chose to check the situation outside the cave to learn more information. He casually placed the sweet potato at the entrance of the number 5 cave, and saw the black-haired mole coming to eat the sweet potato. The first day was over. On the second day, Tang Mo number 1 was ready to officially catch the golden-haired mole, but he didn't know that Tang Mo number 2 appeared. Everything about Tang Mo number 2 was the same as Tang Mo number 1 the day before, except that his timeline became December 2nd. He thought that he was catching moles on the first day, just like Tang Mo number 1. So he decided to check the situation outside the cave first, and put the sweet potato at the entrance of the third cave. At 6 p.m. that day, Tangmo number 1 was attacked by a black-haired mole at the 5th cave, and Tangmo number 2 also saw a black-haired mole coming to eat sweet potatoes at the 3rd cave. They couldn't see each other, nor could they see the mole that the other could see, but when they checked the cave entrance afterwards, they found a white plate of powder in another cave entrance. At 6 o'clock, the entrance of the hamster hole was refreshed, and the 9 hamster holes of the 2 Tangmos were synchronized. Tangmo number 1 immediately noticed that there was another player. Tangmo number 2 also made the same judgment. Thinking of this, Tangmo couldn't help but poke the pocket of the golden hamster. I was almost killed by you at that time. What is your ability? Is it related to time? Before 6 o'clock every afternoon, the 9 holes are not synchronized, and the traces of the white plate powder can't be seen. After 6 o'clock, these traces appear. But it's useless for me to know. You don't allow me to use my superpowers. The golden-haired mole chirped, as if expressing his pride. Yes, starting from the first day, at 12 noon every day, when Grandma Wolf left home, a new Tangmo would appear. The new Tangmo thought that this was the first day of catching moles. With his caution, he would not choose to catch moles directly, but would definitely observe outside the cave. After 6 o'clock, he finished his observation, walked to the entrance of the cave, and found that there was white powder in other caves, but it was too late. After the memories of the 7 Tangmos were all integrated, he walked towards Grandma Wolf's cabin with his bag, thinking, all the reasons why I thought that the other person who caught the mole was me were mainly based on 2 points. First, this is a single-player game. Black Tower has only concealed information and deliberately misled players, and has never deceived players. Second, all my abilities with a cooldown limit cannot be used. Originally, I thought it was because the other me had used it, and the ability entered the cooldown period, but now it seems that it should not be that simple. Tangmo walked through the vegetable garden of the wolf grandmother and looked down at the ground. He thought for a long time and came up with 3 words: priority. I, number 1, actually couldn't use my abilities after 6 p.m. on the first day, but I didn't realize it until I realized that there was a second me, and then I realized the fact that I couldn't use my abilities. But except for me number 1, starting from me number 2, every me will find that there is at least one companion after 6 o'clock that day, and can no longer use superpowers. It's not because the superpower has been used and entered the cooldown period, but because of priority. Tangmo frowned, recalling the scene of entering the Monster Valley 7 days ago. I seem to have entered the Monster Valley around 6 o'clock in the afternoon? Yes, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So after 6 o'clock every time, even if the next me enters the game, I will be regarded as the newest Tangmo and enjoy the highest priority. According to Tangmo's analysis, the most likely scenario is that after 6 p.m. every day, Tangmo, who had just finished observing the black-haired mole, lost his priority. For example, Tangmo number 2. He appeared on December 2nd and placed a plate at the 3rd hole at 6 p.m. After 6 p.m., he found traces of Tangmo number 1 placing the plate at the 5th hole, but he could no longer use his superpowers, because his priority was replaced by Tangmo number 3. The so-called priority does not only refer to superpowers, but also means that Tangmo with a low priority can never affect the actions of Tangmo with a high priority. For example, Tangmo number 2 cannot use the ability Give Me Back My Grandpa because this ability can only be used once a day. Once used, Tangmo number 3 cannot use it at will. Therefore, Tangmo number 2 is prohibited from using abilities according to priority. The same is true for Earthworm Tears. This is a consumable ability. If Tangmo number 2 uses it, it will affect Tangmo number 3. However, props and abilities such as Mario's hat and big matches have no effect on Tangmo with a high priority. It will not affect the use of the latter, so it can still be used. Tangmo walked into the wolf grandmother's hut. He put the golden hamster's pocket on the sofa, walked to the coffee table, and picked up a piece of advertising paper and a newspaper on the coffee table. When the 7 time and space were all merged, Tangmo's 7 memories were unified, and everything else Tangmo encountered was restored to the same time and space. For example, Tangmo number 3 used Mario's hat and pushed out a newspaper of the Underground Kingdom for the 2nd time, which contains such a news. The treasure of the strange circus is lost, and the night of surprise seems to end early. Tangmo read the headline of the news. It was because of seeing this newspaper that Tangmo number 3 decided to take a risk and go catch the golden hamster on the first day. Because he didn't know when the wolf grandmother would come back, he had to seize every moment. That's why Fuwaduo said, "You are 90% sure that the task will end early, and then opened the archiver. Unfortunately, at 6 o'clock, the priority of the archiver was taken away by Tangmo number 4, and the archive function failed. Tangmo number 3 returned empty-handed, and then found that there was at least one more self in this game. On the 4th and 5th, Tangmo did not find anything unusual. At 6 o'clock, they observed the black-haired mole outside the cave. At 6 o'clock, all the cave entrances of Tangmo were refreshed synchronously. They found the marks left by other Tangmo at the cave entrances. They knew that there was something wrong with this task, but they could not use their superpowers and could not do anything. Until the 6th, Tangmo got an Invisible Man's pocket watch and an advertisement paper of the strange circus. The advertisement paper made him realize that this circus might be the circus of the big earthworm. After the big earthworm escaped, he didn't know whether it would affect the activities of the circus. At the same time, he drew the Invisible Man's pocket watch, which allows him to enter the cave invisibly. If he really encounters a black-haired mole, he can better save his life. So number 6 Tangmo decided to give it a try and try to catch a golden-haired mole on the first day. To be on the safe side, he chose to save the game. Then, it was the situation that Fu Wenduo said. Fu Wenduo said that number 3 Tangmo suddenly lost contact at 6 o'clock, and he couldn't contact him no matter how hard he tried. Number 6 Tangmo was also worried that he would encounter the same dilemma as number 3 Tangmo after 6 o'clock, so he only had more than 10 minutes to think about countermeasures. All he wanted was to use the ability of your father is still your father. In such an urgent situation, Tangmo number 6 thought of two possibilities. The first possibility is that Tangmo's memory is hidden every day, and there is only one Tangmo from beginning to end. Then after the 7th day, Tangmo, who found that his name was changed, would definitely go to Fu Wenduo and get the information from Fu Wenduo that he must go catch moles. The second possibility is that if there are many Tangmo in this time and space, they cannot see each other and cannot contact each other. Then he used the Your Father is Still Your Father ability as a causal ability to change the names of all Tangmo. All Tangmo would be aware of the existence of this ability, discover that another self used the ability, and then realize the secret buried in the heart. Tangmo has been secretly in love with Victor for a long time. 7 days passed. Tangmo number 1 waited in time and space for 7 days. Tangmo number 2 waited for 6 days. Until the end, Tangmo number 6 passed the last information to Tangmo number 7. 7 Tangmos of intersecting time and space stood together at the entrance of hole number 9, and completed the game without the misfortune of encountering the 20% failure probability. I believe in myself. Tangmo sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea with rare interest. Except for the me of number 7, each of me should have discovered the existence of the other me. They will definitely find ways to put the food at the same entrance, and then stand in it. The problem is that they don't know which entrance to choose. Using this ability to change my name, on the one hand, is to tell the me of number 7 the truth, and on the other hand, it is to tell the other me, who cannot use the ability and contact each other. Tangmo has had a crush on Victor for a long time. Tangmo looked at the water in the cup. It has actually been less than a month since the Earth went online. But he felt as if many years had passed. Tangmo hasn't thought of that name for a long time. In every life and death situation, he has no time to think about that person. It may not be a crush, but it's just a very unique liking. Tangmo has no secrets. His parents died a long time ago, and he has no relatives. He came out before his parents died, and his close friends also knew his sexual orientation. He didn't think his sexual orientation was a secret that had to be kept secret. His only secret was Victor. Victor's birthday is September 9th. Because I believe in myself, no matter which self I am, I will definitely find out the truth. Because I believe in myself, I will decisively use the ability to change my name and think of a way out for myself within a minute. In the end, because I believe in myself, I will definitely be able to get out of that sentence. Tangmo has been secretly in love with Victor for a long time. The secret of the game, find the only correct number. And the fact is, I caught you. Tangmo poked the mole's pocket. The golden mole was so angry that he hit his finger. Tangmo looked at the advertisement paper and newspaper on the coffee table, and then took out the Invisible Man's pocket watch, which had become an ordinary pocket watch, from his pocket. He looked at these 3 things, and slowly raised the corners of his lips. The Black Tower finally didn't give him a dead end. Whether he had Mario's hat or not, the Black Tower would definitely give him these 3 things, even if it was through other means. It could be that other monsters came up the mountain to deliver information to him, or a pocket watch fell out of the wolf grandmother's closet. In short, these 3 things will definitely appear. Otherwise this game will almost become an unsolvable situation. Without Tangmo number 3 using the archiver, Tangmo number 6 would not know the correct time, nor would he remind Tangmo number 7. All this is inevitable. Tangmo drank up the water. He was still thinking about and recalling every detail of the 7 experiences of the 7 himself in these 7 days, when he suddenly heard a tuneless singing outside the house. Underground people's meat, flamingos wine. Eat underground people's meat, bite off underground people's legs. The best heads are roasted with cumin from Monster Valley. My underground granddaughter is about to become my meal. Her meat is fragrant and tender, and her head is sweet. The singing was harsh and unpleasant, like cotton wool, and Tangmo frowned when he heard it. The singing was getting closer and closer. Bang! The door of the house was kicked open, and the wolf grandmother, wearing a pink dress and holding a small parasol, walked into the house shyly, holding a pot of wine and a large bag of seasonings in her hands. Her pair of green wolf eyes passed through the hut and fell on Tangmo. The moment she saw Tangmo, her eyes were full of greed and appetite. My dear granddaughter, you didn't catch it, ah! With a sharp scream, the wolf grandmother looked at the hamster pocket on the coffee table in horror. The small parasol was thrown to the ground by her, and the seasoning and wine bottle fell to the ground and spilled all over the floor. The wolf grandmother covered her sharp wolf mouth and said in disbelief, "How could you catch the golden-haired hamster of time and space?" Chapter 33. Tangmo placed the pocket containing the golden hamster on the coffee table. The pocket was tied tightly, so the golden hamster could not get out at all, but a little bit of golden powder seeped out from the gap in the bag. Grandma Wolf exclaimed when she saw the golden powder. She threw away her small parasol, the wine bottle, and the seasoning, and strode to the coffee table to untie the pocket. The golden hamster rushed out the moment the pocket was opened, and Tangmo certainly could not let it run away. But before he could make a move, Grandma Wolf grabbed the golden hamster by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. The golden hamster chirped, and Grandma Wolf looked at it and couldn't help swallowing. She looked at it for a while, then turned to look at Tangmo. The look in her eyes was so complicated that it seemed like she could write a novel of 1,000,000 words, full of appetite, entanglement, depression, and an almost imperceptible trace of conscience. Grandma Wolf stuffed the golden hamster back into her pocket and held the pocket with her big black hairy hand. After a long time, she took a deep breath, as if she had finally made a decision. She shouted in a bad tone, "Just 5 copper coins, not a cent more. You stinky thing, get back to your underground father. Don't let me see you and your hair again." Ever since the wolf grandmother entered the house, Tangmo's hand has been pressed on the match tattoo, not daring to relax. Hearing this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Wolf walked into the bedroom, took out a dirty yellow sock from under the pillow, rummaged around, and pulled out 5 copper coins. There were only 5 copper coins in total, and she counted them 3 times before reluctantly handing them over to Tangmo. Ding! Get Grandma Wolf's copper coins. Hint, you can use the copper coins to exchange for the item Grandma Wolf's little parasol. After Grandma Wolf handed the copper coins to Tangmo, she picked up the seasoning bag on the ground, walked into the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and took out a piece of pickled underground bacon. She sprinkled cumin on the shriveled bacon, stared at Tangmo, and chewed the meat in big mouthfuls. That naked look seemed as if she was not eating bacon, but Tangmo's meat. When Tangmo saw the wolf grandmother take out the bacon to eat, the last trace of defense in his heart was also put down. It seems that after completing the task, the wolf grandmother really did not eat him. This may be the restriction of the Black Tower. He completed the wolf grandmother's task, and the wolf grandmother could not eat him. Tangmo looked at the 5 copper coins in his hand, thought again, and decided, "I want to use the copper coins to exchange for the small parasol." Huh? The wolf grandmother bit off a piece of the underground man's tendon meat, and opened her bloody mouth. The Black Tower has a hint, so this should be an option. Tangmo said calmly, "I want to exchange copper coins for a small parasol." The wolf grandmother's eyes suddenly became very strange. She looked up and down at Tangmo, her eyes lingering on the 5 copper coins, her eyes greedy, but her expression a little suspicious. She sneered, and there was a lot of meat on her pointed wolf mouth. She smiled strangely. "You are a little girl. Why do you need a small parasol?" Tangmo continued to ask, "Can I change it?" Grandma Wolf bit the meat. "What do you want a parasol for, little girl? Are you vain?" Tangmo, After a moment, he nodded expressionlessly. "I am vain." Grandma Wolf was deliberately being naughty. She said that she didn't want to give the parasol to Tangmo, but her green eyes never moved away from the 5 copper coins. After eating this big piece of tendon meat, she took the parasol, It takes 5 copper coins to change it, you know. Don't think about less than a penny. Tang Mo handed over the copper coin. Grandma Wolf took the copper coin and threw the small parasol into Tang Mo's arms, muttering, "What's so conceited about the little girl? She must have learned it from her underground father." Tang Mo, The meat was finished, the small parasol was changed, and Grandma Wolf started to drive Tang Mo away. Tang Mo kept delaying because he hadn't heard the sound of the Black Tower reminding him that the main task was completed. Could it be that his main task was not over yet? He had to stay in Grandma Wolf's house. Seeing that her granddaughter was still unwilling to leave, Grandma Wolf grinned sinisterly and licked her teeth. "My dear granddaughter, do you really not want to leave?" Tang Mo's heart tightened. He took a step back, his mind working quickly, and said, "What is the golden-haired hamster of time and space?" Grandma Wolf was interrupted by this and answered subconsciously, "You don't even know the golden-haired hamster of time and space? Your mother was really bewitched by that dirty underground man and didn't even tell you this." Grandma Wolf grabbed the golden hamster from her pocket and took out a rat wheel from the cabinet. The golden hamster waved its limbs in the air, trying frantically to escape. But when Grandma Wolf put it into the wheel, it seemed to be possessed. It took a tentative step at first, and when the wheel started moving, it excitedly spread its limbs and ran happily. Tang Mo looked at the golden hamster, and suddenly, he saw that time and space overlapped around the wheel. He saw the second golden hamster. This golden hamster looked exactly like the first one, and also ran in the wheel. Then, the third, the fourth, the fifth. The shadows of the 7 golden hamsters overlapped and separated. The faster the golden hamster ran, the more the shadows of the hamsters split. Grandma Wolf looked at the golden hamster happily, and the sound of swallowing saliva was very obvious in the hut. This is the golden hamster of time and space. Grandma Wolf looked at the golden hamster for a long time, muttering a few words. Braised hamster, sweet and sour hamster, fried hamster, and then she looked at Tang Mo's head and swallowed her saliva. Tang Mo suddenly remembered the sentence. Her head is so sweet. Tang Mo, The main task is not over yet. Tang Mo dare not leave the wolf grandmother's house easily. Wolf grandmother laughed hoarsely and strangely. She walked slowly towards Tang Mo and asked softly, "My dear granddaughter, there is a very interesting toy in Grandma's bedroom. Do you want to go to the bedroom with Grandma to see it?" Tang Mo gritted his teeth, and in an instant, he made a decision. Ignore the main task for the time being, and leave here first. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Grandma Wolf, the underground caravan is about to pass through the Monster Valley. Your Little Red Riding Hood can go back to the underground kingdom with this team of merchants. Do you want me to take her out of the valley? Grandma Wolf, are you home?" Grandma Wolf just bared her sharp teeth and stared at Tang Mo with greedy eyes. Suddenly, she closed her mouth when she heard this voice. Tang Mo finally knew what Grandma Wolf was doing when he was taken to Grandma Wolf's hut by the gorilla monster and knocked on the door 7 days ago. The wolf grandmother quickly arranged her pink dress, put on a beautiful hat, and opened the door. She took small steps and walked to the gate. "Uncle Gorilla, you care so much about my Little Red Riding Hood." Tang Mo followed her out. The gorilla monster said, "Little Red Riding Hood is your granddaughter. We all have to take good care of her. Little Red Riding Hood, the merchants from your underground kingdom are passing by here. Come with me to find them. They are good underground people, often selling us goods at very cheap prices, and never cheat us kind and lovely monsters like the king's caravan did." Tang Mo nodded, took the opportunity to leave the yard, and walked to the side of the gorilla monster. Grandma Wolf's face turned green, and she glared at Tang Mo with a vicious look. Tang Mo stood aside calmly, looking down at the ground, but kept thinking in his heart why the main task had not been completed yet, and what he needed to do. If he really wanted to go back to Grandma Wolf's cabin, how would he sneak into the Monster Valley? A clear child's voice sounded at this time. Ding! Complete the main task. Monster Valley Happy Whack-A-Mole game. Hit a total of 11 black-haired hamsters and 1 golden-haired hamster. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. However, he had only halfway settled down when he heard a child's voice continue. 1 black-haired hamster counts for 1 point, and 1 golden-haired hamster counts for 10 points. The player gets a total of 21 points. When the total points of the player exceed 20 points, the reward love from the orangutan is triggered. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and he froze in place. The reminder sound of the Black Tower continued. Ding! Player Momo triggers the hidden main quest. Catch the golden hamster and successfully clears the first level of the Black Tower, normal mode. Cross out. Successfully cleared the first level of the Black Tower, hard mode. Tang Mo's eyes went dark and his fingers trembled. At this moment, he suddenly understood what the malice from the Black Tower meant. You fucking hard mode. The gorilla and the wolf grandmother were still talking, and a dazzling white light flashed in front of Tang Mo's eyes. At the same time, all over the world, a loud and happy child's voice sounded in the minds of 23 players. Ding! Huaxia District 2 official player Momo successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode. Ding! Huaxia District 2 official player Momo. The Black Tower's global broadcast was broadcast 3 times in total. The 23 players stopped their actions at this moment and looked at the Black Tower closest to them in surprise. Fuwaduo, who was on his way outside the 6th ring road of Beijing, heard this voice. He was stunned at first. Difficult mode? Then he laughed softly and continued to go south. In Los Angeles, USA, a blonde woman covered in blood heard this voice and muttered to herself, "What is the difficult mode?" In Europe, a bald man sat on a soft sofa and was drinking red wine. When he heard this, he frowned. My tower attack game is in normal mode. What is the difficult mode? 3 people in China heard this voice, 3 in the United States, and 4 in Europe. Among the 23 players, except Fu Wenduo, the other 22 people all silently recited this name in their hearts. Momo. Tang Mo, who had just been teleported back to Nanjing Road, had no idea that he had become a little famous in the world. But it didn't matter if he knew, because it was Momo who was famous. 3 days later, there would be no Momo in the world. Tang Mo was now teleported to the counter of a local specialty supermarket next to Nanjing Road. The Black Tower in Shanghai is located on Nanjing Road. Tang Mo was here when he entered the tower attack game 7 days ago. Now he was teleported here again, and a small pink lace parasol and his backpack were teleported with him. After Tang Mo was teleported back, he did not move at first. He stood in front of the counter, looking at the empty glass counter, and glanced at the small parasol beside him. Tang Mo's face was very calm. He picked up the small parasol and stuffed it into his backpack. After doing all this, he walked out of the souvenir shop expressionlessly and walked straight towards the Black Tower. The Black Tower was suspended 100 meters above the ground. Tang Mo walked to the bottom of the Black Tower, raised his head, and looked at the huge tower. A minute later, he picked up an iron rod from the ground, clenched his hands, and smashed it hard on a broken stone tablet under the Black Tower. There was no expression on his face. He just held the iron rod and smashed the crumbling stone tablet again and again. A man and a woman walked by him, looked at him, and quickly walked away without showing any surprise. Because since the game officially started, countless people have come to this place. They couldn't do anything to the Black Tower, but they were so angry that they could only vent their anger on the things near the Black Tower. The shops near the Black Tower were smashed to pieces by the angry people, and the stone tablet had been smashed countless times and had long been reduced to rubble. The iron rod that Tang Mo picked up from the ground was thrown here by the person who smashed the stone tablet before. There are many people like Tang Mo who vent their anger. Others just stay away from him, and don't think it's strange because they may have smashed it before. Tang Mo smashed it 7 times in total. After 7 times, he threw the iron rod and left Nanjing Road with his backpack. After venting his anger, Tang Mo finally felt much better. As the sky darkened, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Tang Mo walked into a shopping mall and found an empty clothing store. Since he was notified that the tower attack game would be held in 10 days, he finally had a chance to take a breath. After calming down, Tang Mo laughed helplessly and took out a small parasol from his backpack. He remembered his behavior of smashing the stone tablet just now and touched his chin and thought for a while. Well, it's a bit childish. It was indeed childish, but Tang Mo was so angry that he couldn't control it for a while. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo had been more accepting of reality and remained calm. He didn't run to the vicinity of the Black Tower like most players and vent his anger by smashing things. But this time the Black Tower really pissed him off. Tang Mo never expected that the main task of his tower attack game this time was literally a fun whack-a-mole game. You fucking whack-a-mole. Your whole family goes to whack-a-mole. Tang Mo cursed silently in his heart. Yes, this tower attack game is just a simple whack-a-mole game. From beginning to end, the Black Tower issued 8 rules, and none of them said that Tang Mo must catch the golden-haired mole to complete the task. Even though Haida said at the end that Grandma Wolf hated golden hamsters and wanted her granddaughter to catch golden hamsters, Haida still didn't say that the mission could not be completed without catching golden hamsters. This is a whack-a-mole game. 1 black hamster counts as 1 point, and 1 golden hamster counts as 10 points. With golden hamsters disrupting time and space, 7 Tang Mo can get up to 28 points just by hitting black hamsters in 7 days. As long as the points exceed 20, it will trigger Care from the gorilla, and the gorilla monster will knock on Grandma Wolf's door and take Tang Mo away. From the beginning, Grandma Wolf said that if Tang Mo couldn't catch the mole, she would eat him. She didn't even think that Tang Mo could catch the golden mole, so she had prepared wine and seasonings, intending to eat Tang Mo when she came back. So the Black Tower's clearance reward for players who completed the main quest was Care from the gorilla, saving the player's life. As long as you kill 20 black moles and survive successfully, Grandma Wolf won't be able to eat you. Tang Mo's act of catching the golden-haired mole was equivalent to overfulfilling the main task. He triggered the hidden main task and forcibly raised the normal mode of the tower attack game to the difficult mode. Do you think Tang Mo was angry? He was determined to die and tried his best to catch the golden-haired mole. In the end, the Black Tower said, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so good and overfulfill our task. I give you a medal and congratulate you for completing the difficult mode." Tang Mo was so angry that he just wanted to curse, so he couldn't help but smash the stone tablet. Counting every day, there are 7 days in total, so a total of 7 times. After this incident, Tang Mo sat at the counter, using the cabinet to block his figure, thinking secretly, currently, there are 3 known modes in the tower attack game: the mentally retarded mode, the normal mode, and the difficult mode. There may be other modes. In the future, you must pay attention to all the rules of the Black Tower. It is very likely to set language traps in unexpected places. This time, Monster Valley Happy Whack-A-Mole game. It seems that the Black Tower tricked Tang Mo and made him try every means to catch the golden-haired mole. But in fact, this is also the difficulty that the Black Tower adds to the game. If Grandma Wolf did not ask Tang Mo to catch golden hamsters, then Tang Mo's first reaction after seeing the Whack-A-Mole game would definitely be to whack as many hamsters as possible. The more he hits, the more rewards he will get. Then it would be easier to reach 20 points. However, once he has planted the idea of "I want to catch golden hamsters" in his heart, he will try his best to make all of himself stand at the same entrance. Tricking players to catch golden hamsters and hitting as few black hamsters as possible is the biggest difficulty of this game. A black-haired hamster counts as 1 point, not counting the golden-haired hamster. Each Tang Mo can only get 28 points at most if he stands at a different hole every day. Just like this time, Tang Mo got 21 points. If the golden-haired hamster he caught is not counted, he only has 11 points in total, far from the requirement of 20 points. Tang Mo has actually been thinking about a question. Can other players really complete the task of catching the golden-haired hamster except him? Without the archiver, Tang Mo could not contact Fu Wuduo, and he did not know that he had fallen into the time and space trap of the golden-haired hamster. Without the ability to change his name, Tang Mo could not contact his other selves, so that all Tang Mo would stand at the same entrance of the cave. Perhaps other players have other special props and abilities, but to pass this game, the requirements for the players themselves are too harsh, and it is not like an ordinary tower attack game at all. Unless this game is specially made for Tang Mo. Now thinking back, there is nothing wrong. This is a tower attack game in difficult mode. After reflecting on his successful and failed tower attack game this time, Tang Mo summarized a few points to pay attention to. After the reflection, he began to check the rewards he had received. The first one was the little parasol of Grandma Wolf. Tang Mo took the little parasol out of his backpack, opened it, and looked at it for a long time, but didn't see any clues. It was already dark, and the mall was dark. Tang Mo thought about it, took out the flashlight, and shone it on the parasol to look for clues. When he shone the flashlight on the top of the parasol, lines of small words emerged. Props: little parasol of Grandma Wolf. Owner: Momo. Quality: excellent. Level: level 2. Attack power: strong. Function: extremely strong defense. The umbrella surface is extremely hard, and the umbrella tip is extremely sharp. The little parasol can be used as a defense when it is opened, and as an attack when it is closed. It looks pretty. Restrictions: when using the parasol, you must shout. Little Red Riding Hood energy, magical girl transformation. Note: Grandma Wolf's parasol is like her granddaughter, full of pink lace girlishness. Tang Mo, With the return your grandpa ability as a prelude, Tang Mo's lower limit has been lowered to a certain extent. Looking at the restrictions on using the parasol, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to be like the one who got the return your grandpa. Just like when he had supernatural powers, he was sure that he would never use this prop in his life. But looking at the excellent quality and extremely powerful functions of the small parasol. Tang Mo did not set a flag for himself again, and quietly put away the small parasol. Then, when Tang Mo was teleported out of the Black Tower, he received a reward. He took out a gold coin from his pocket, turned it left and right, and carefully felt the pattern on the gold coin with his fingers, looking for clues to the prop. While Tang Mo was being teleported, the Black Tower sounded a sentence in his ear. Ding! Player Momo successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode. As the first player in the world to clear the difficult mode, he received an extra reward, the King's Coin. It was this gold coin. This was a heavy gold coin. Judging from the weight, it was made of pure gold without any water. On the front of the gold coin was the image of a man wearing a crown, and on the back of the gold coin were some strange words that Tang Mo could not understand. He looked at the words, and finally looked at the crowned man on the front of the gold coin. The king of the underground kingdom? When Tang Mo saw the king's gold coin, he first thought of the underground kingdom. When the gorilla took him away, he once said that the king's merchants liked to deceive the monsters and sell them cheap goods at high prices. After probably guessing where the gold coin came from, Tang Mo carefully looked for the function description of the gold coin. He searched for a long time, burned it with fire, bit it with his teeth, and finally came to a conclusion while holding his slightly sour teeth. It is absolutely 100% pure gold. This gold coin was bitten by him. Tang Mo bent the bent gold coin back, and the gold coin was restored. A line of small words appeared on the top of the gold coin. Tang Mo's eyes lit up. Item: King's Gold Coin. Owner: Momo. Quality: Rare. Level: Level 1. Attack power: None. Function: you can give up any Black Tower game, choose to exit the game directly, or watch as a spectator. Seeing this line of words, Tang Mo's heart twitched violently. His breathing quickened, and after a few seconds, he calmed down and continued to read. Restrictions: disposable items can only be used once. During the game, no special powers can be used. Props help players who are participating in the game to pass the game. Note: with the King's Death-Free Gold Coin, you are the King's spokesperson. Tang Mo silently said, "Is it true? Such a heaven-defying prop cannot be used casually without restriction. It can only be used once, which can be said to be the biggest limitation." However, even if this is a disposable item, Tang Mo can't help but get emotional. He held the small gold coin tightly, looked at it for a full 5 minutes, and then put it into his pocket. He put the gold coin close to his body in the inner pocket of his clothes, which was the innermost pocket with a zipper, and the most confidential. Until now, Tang Mo has a total of 2 rare props. One is the Archiver Turkey Egg, and the other is the King's Gold Coin. Each rare prop uses its supernatural function to tell Tang Mo, in the simplest and crudest way, why it has rare quality. Even if it is the King's Gold Coin, it is a disposable prop, but it is just that. Abandon any game of Black Tower. The function of the item was enough to make Tang Mo lose his composure. You can't use it casually, and you can't use it until the last moment. Tang Mo thought, for example, in the whack-a-mole game, you can't use it even if you don't catch the golden-haired hamster. You can only use it when you are about to be killed by the wolf grandmother. This item has both advantages and disadvantages. Its advantages are obvious, which is equivalent to giving Tang Mo a gold medal of immunity from death. But its disadvantages are difficult to detect, but they are not absent. With a way out, players may not try their best when playing games, and will not go all out when encountering danger. Because he would always think, I still have a chance to give up. The King's Gold Coins must be used on the tip of the knife, and never used unless it is a deadly situation. With 2 new props, Tang Mo lay contentedly on the cold floor of the clothing store, and gradually felt a little sleepy. From being notified to play the tower attack game half a month ago to now, he has not had a good sleep. In the 7 days of catching golden hamsters, he has never closed his eyes. Now the game is finally over, Tang Mo slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep. But even in his sleep, his whole body was tense, and he would react immediately if there was any abnormal movement. A good night's sleep. Bang. The sound of a huge object falling to the ground. Tang Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and put his hand on the big match. He listened quietly for a while, and found that the sound came from outside the clothing store. He picked up his backpack, walked to the door of the store lightly, used a cardboard box to cover his body, and looked outside quietly. The sky was bright. It was already early morning. On the corridor on the second floor opposite, a young woman in a dress looked ahead with a look of horror. The position she was looking at was exactly the blind spot of Tang Mo's vision, so there was no way to know what she was looking at. The woman stepped back step by step, and her whole body was pressed against the glass fence of the mall corridor. This glass fence was broken in half, and there were several potted plants placed in front of the other glass fences. Only the glass fence behind the woman had some soil on the ground, and the potted plants disappeared. Tang Mo judged. The thing that just fell down was most likely a potted plant. The young woman covered her mouth in fear, her body trembling. The next second, she suddenly turned around and ran, screaming, "They are here too! They are coming! They are coming!" The young woman ran away quickly, but not long after, Tang Mo heard several more voices in the mall. For more people ran away from the mall. Tang Mo frowned. He waited for a while, and after making sure that no one ran out again, he took out the big match with one hand, held the giant match, and walked out of the clothing store. When he left the clothing store and looked at the corridor on the second floor opposite, the blood coagulated on the corridor floor came into view. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he took the match and walked to the second floor opposite. The scene blocked by the floor was finally exposed to Tang Mo's vision. He finally knew what the young woman saw just now. In front of the cash register of a milk tea shop, a middle-aged man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, staring at the front in disbelief. A big hole was dug in his chest, and blood flowed down the wound, staining his clothes red, and blood flowed all over the floor. And in that dark blood hole, his heart was gone. Tang Mo resisted the nausea and walked forward to check the man's wound. The heart was torn off forcefully, the ribs were crushed into powder, and the blood vessels had obvious lacerations. Tang Mo looked around again. He searched for 10 minutes on the second and first floors, and finally found the heart next to the stairs on the first floor. To be precise, only half of the heart was left. It seemed that something had eaten it, and the heart was bitten in half and thrown on the ground. After the earth went online, murders were common, and a body could be seen almost every 3 days. But killing people in this way, even maybe eating half of the heart. Tang Mo had an ominous premonition in his heart. Of course, he didn't know that at this moment, in the west of Shanghai, a short fat man was pulling his skinny companion into a car. They tried to shrink their heads as much as possible to avoid exposing their position. In the narrow space, the two boys' breathing was extremely heavy, and their hearts were beating violently. "Zhao Xiang, is your hand okay?" The bamboo boy's voice trembled. The fat boy's right arm was cut by someone with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone, and thick blood dripped down his arm to the ground. He covered the wound with his hand to prevent the blood from dripping on the ground and making a sound. His voice was very hoarse. "No. It's okay. We go back. We can't go to the west. They came from the west. After they leave, we go back to find Shanshan and Imogu." The bamboo boy nodded heavily. "Okay." The fat boy gritted his teeth and wanted to say something else, but suddenly, a sharp laugh came from above their heads. "Oh, I found it." Chapter 34. Tang Mo noted the shape of the middle-aged man's wound, and the appearance of the half-hearted man, picked up his backpack, and quietly left the mall. He left from the underground parking lot of this mall. He moved carefully and quickly, and left the mall in a few steps, and entered the nearby commercial street. There seemed to be fewer people on the street. When Tang Mo entered the tower attack game 7 days ago, he could see 1 or 2 people on the street from time to time. Now, when walking through a street, he often doesn't see anyone. I don't know if he is hiding or disappearing. Tang Mo continued to walk westward. He planned to go back to Suzhou. This was the plan Tang Mo had made before he was forcibly dragged into the tower game. The friend in Shanghai had disappeared, and another friend was far away in Beijing. Tang Mo was not planning to travel a long distance to Beijing for the time being. He could go to Suzhou first, gain a foothold in a place he was familiar with, and improve his strength. Once he was sure that he could handle any emergencies along the way, he would plan to go to Beijing to find someone. After walking 3 streets and passing 2 residential areas, Tang Mo saw a white car lying across the street from a distance. He hurriedly walked over. In today's world, there are many cars parked in a mess on the street, but most of them are tangled together and can't be driven anymore. A usable car is very rare. Tang Mo walked for several kilometers before he saw this one. The street was quiet. Tang Mo opened the front door of the car and sat in the driver's seat. The key was still in the lock. Tang Mo turned the key and prepared to start the car. But just as he turned the key with a click, he suddenly stopped. Tang Mo slowly turned his head and looked at the back seat of the car. This was an SUV business car with a very wide trunk. Sitting in the back seat, you can stretch your arms to get things in the trunk. At this moment, a pale hand gently rested between the pillows in the back seat. The wrist of this hand was supported by the back seat, and the fingers drooped naturally. The blood in the nail crevices solidified into black, and the whole hand was tinged with a dead purple. Tang Mo got out of the car and opened the trunk. This was a young woman who had been dead for a long time. She was stuffed into the trunk, her legs curled up, her mouth slightly open, her eyes staring at the roof of the car, and there was still a trace of fear and panic in her eyes. But she obviously died very quickly. There was no sign of struggle on her body, and even her body was stuffed into the trunk after death, and it had already stiffened. Tang Mo's eyes moved down and fell on the big hole in the woman's chest. The heart was gone. Tang Mo looked at her in silence for a long time, then he pulled the woman out and put her in a small restaurant on the street. Covering the woman with a tablecloth from the small restaurant, Tang Mo returned to the car and drove away. He drove westward, and sometimes when the road was blocked, he got out to push the car. Compared to when the game first started, Tang Mo was much stronger. He pushed lightly, and the wheels rolled on the ground. The journey back to Suzhou was much smoother than when he came. There are really fewer people in Shanghai. In the past, you could often see groups of people in busy areas, but now it is quiet, and you can't see anything. Sometimes, after finally seeing someone, as soon as they heard Tang Mo's car, they would hide in the building like a frightened rabbit. Tang Mo's brows were getting more and more furrowed. When he drove the car to Chongning district, a body with its heart removed appeared in front of the road. The car drove past the body without a heart little by little. When it was about to turn to the next intersection, suddenly, a sharp brake sound was heard. The car made a 180-degree turn, turned the front of the car around, and drove back. The bright sunshine shone through the car window. The black-haired young man in the driver's seat pursed his lips and looked forward firmly. The car drove steadily towards Pudong district. 2 hours later, Tang Mo drove the car to the front of the big shopping mall. He got out of the car with his backpack and walked directly into the mall. When he just walked into the mall, many players gathered here tensed their bodies and looked at him cautiously. Tang Mo also suffered such a baptism of eyes when he first came here half a month ago, but this time it was obviously different. These players stared at him nakedly, as if they wanted to see through him. The strong vigilance and hostility could not be concealed at all, making Tang Mo feel uneasy. Such a change made Tang Mo quicken his pace and walk to the stairwell at the end of the mall. He pushed open the door of the stairwell, and a strong and powerful hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Tang Mo reacted very quickly, and quickly retracted his right hand. The opponent swept his leg towards Tang Mo's left leg. Tang Mo used the door of the stairwell to kick past it, jumped back 2 steps, and avoided the attack. The man said in surprise, "Huh?" and appeared from behind the stairwell door. This was a young man with a crew cut. He walked out of the stairwell and closed the door behind him. He looked at Tang Mo sharply, and after a moment he said, "Friend or enemy?" This defense mechanism was much stricter than last time. Tang Mo's heart gradually sank, and he said, "I'm here to find Luo Fengcheng." It was impossible for the other party to let him in just because Tang Mo said the name of Luo Fengcheng. Then Tang Mo said the names of Jax, Tang Qiao, Nia Fei, and Yi Yuanzi, and the man finally believed him and took him into the underground parking lot in person. However, along the way, although he turned his back to Tang Mo, he never relaxed his vigilance. As long as Tang Mo made a move, he could react as quickly as possible and respond. Luo Fengcheng's room was no longer the same as the last time. This time, they walked to the 3rd floor underground, walked around several times, and came to a big iron door. The young man asked Tang Mo to wait outside first, and he went in to report. Half a minute later, he came out. "You can go in." Tang Mo pushed open the door, and saw Luo Fengcheng waiting for him. Luo Fengcheng was wearing a white coat, his face was a little pale, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. When Tang Mo entered the room, he was standing leaning against the table. Their eyes met. Tang Mo's face was calm, and Luo Fengcheng slowly raised the corners of his lips, revealing a very faint smile. "It's you. When I heard Ji Feng say it, I felt it was you. Momo, you finally came." The voice suddenly stopped, and Luo Fengcheng was slightly stunned. Tang Mo understood the problem, and he coughed. "Don't worry about my name, I'm called Momo now." "Did you know I would come?" Luo Fengcheng, "Yes. The only thing I wonder is why you came only now. I dealt with something privately, and was pulled into a dungeon by the way." Tang Mo did not reveal the information that he had cleared the 1st floor of the Black Tower. According to his speculation, when the Black Tower pulled him into the Attack Tower game, he was the only one notified, so the news of his clearance should have been told to only him. If Luo Fengcheng didn't find out, he wouldn't tell it. Luo Fengcheng nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. He got straight to the point. "So after you came out of the game dungeon, you found them and decided to find Attack?" Tang Mo frowned. "They? You don't know them yet. Luo Fengcheng said. Since you don't know them, then you saw the bodies of the players they killed? Tang Mo nodded and told the situation of the several bodies he saw today. There was only one fatal wound, and they died very quickly, without any signs of struggle. After death, the hearts were all forcibly pulled away. I found the heart of one of them, only half of it was left, and it looked like someone had eaten it. Luo Fengcheng, you're right, she was eaten by someone. Tang Mo paused. Even though he had been prepared, he was still shocked when he learned the truth. We've seen a lot of murders, and we've also seen monsters eat people. You know, I'm talking about the big mole that ate the little girl's body in front of us when we first met. Luo Fengcheng said calmly, but this time in Shanghai, it wasn't the Black Tower monster that ate people, it was humans. To be precise, they were a group of stowaways. Why do stowaways eat people? Luo Fengcheng corrected him. They didn't eat people, they ate people's hearts. They ate the human heart within 3 minutes of death. Speaking of this, Luo Fengcheng paused for a while, looked up at Tang Mo, and said calmly, Niefei died in their hands. Tang Mo didn't say anything. He remembered Niefei, a young man in a black windbreaker. When Tang Mo just came out of Mario's Monopoly game, the first person he saw was this guy. He was the first member of the attack organization to contact Tang Mo. He took the initiative to lead Tang Mo and the other two to the base of the attack organization. He didn't communicate much with Tang Mo, but he was calm and composed. When he got along with the other two members, he was like a leader. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. Isn't his ability attacking in the direction? Luo Fengcheng understood what he meant. No, Niefei's ability is attacking in the direction. He was just an ordinary college student before. After awakening his ability, he mastered very strong fighting skills and flying ability. He was very good at using a knife, and when he ran into the group of stowaways, he could have escaped if he wanted to, but he asked Tang Qiao to go first. When Tang Qiao brought people back, his heart had been dug out. Where did those stowaways come from? Why did they want to eat people? And what specific abilities do they have? Tang Mo asked 3 questions in a row. Luo Fengcheng explained very patiently. Why do they want to eat people? There is no specific conclusion yet. According to my guess, this may be related to their supernatural powers. But in my observation, no one's ability is repeated. They are very obsessed with eating people, not only official players, but also ordinary players and stowaways. I guess there are 2 possibilities for them to be so obsessed with eating people. The first is that they are all ogres. After the Earth went online, the government system collapsed, and they were no longer constrained and could eat people at will. Tang Mo asked, how many people are there in total? At least 7 people, we have encountered 7 so far. It's unlikely to be a cannibal. Tang Mo calmly analyzed, the abnormal psychology of cannibalism is rare, and there won't be 7 of them at once. The probability is very low. Luo Fengcheng. So there is a second possibility. Tang Mo looked up at Luo Fengcheng, and he also thought of that answer. Eating people can make you stronger. Shanghai, Fengxian District. A piercing scream cut through the street, and a short-haired girl quickly covered her companion's mouth and said, Fei Fei, don't scream, or others will find out. The frightened little girl nodded quickly, and Qin Shanshan finally released her hand. Xiao Feifei couldn't help but stare at the body whose heart had been taken out. She didn't want to look, but she couldn't help but look at it, then look away, and so on. After looking at it 3 times, she finally couldn't control herself and turned around, ran to the tree and vomited. Qin Shanshan glanced at her, walked to the body, squatted down and began to check. When the murderer pulled out the heart of the body, he was obviously too violent, and pulled out the victim's other internal organs and intestines, which flowed all over the floor. So even though Xiao Feifei had seen a similar corpse before, she still screamed when she saw this one and vomited out everything she had eaten in the past 2 days. After vomiting out all the bile, Xiao Feifei covered her eyes, and moved step by step to Qin Shanshan's side, saying timidly, Shan! Shanshan, let's go quickly. This is the second corpse whose heart has been dug out. Let's run to my hometown and take refuge in the countryside. If we run to the countryside, those murderers will definitely not be able to find us. Qin Shanshan was still examining the body. A 15-year-old girl still had a childish look on her face, but now she was expressionlessly peeling open the wounds on the body with her hands, carefully examining every trace inside. While doing such a horrible thing, she said calmly, we still have to find more supplies, and it would be better if we buy some seeds. You can grow your own crops in the countryside, otherwise you will soon run out of food if you eat what's ready. Xiao Feifei hurriedly said, then let's go. Qin Shanshan stood up. Did those 2 people yesterday say that the murderer came from the west? Xiao Feifei didn't understand why her companion suddenly asked this question. She thought for a while. Well, it seems to be said that way. They escaped from the west. Many people in the west ran to the east. It is said that those murderers came from Suzhou. Zhao Xiang and Lu Qin went to the west. Xiao Feifei was stunned and murmured, "It's not that coincidental. Even we know about the murderer, Zhao Xiang and others must have known about it a long time ago. They must have escaped a long time ago like those people." Qin Shanshan turned her head silently and looked at her companions. If there is a certain probability of bad things happening, then no matter how small the probability is, it will definitely happen. Xiao Feifei, what did you say? Qin Shanshan bit her lower lip and lowered her head to think for a long time. Let's go back to find Zhao Xiang. Pudong District, 3rd floor of the underground parking lot. Tang Mo's face was solemn, he said. Last night, a stowaway cannibalism incident occurred in a shopping mall where I was hiding. Before I sneaked into the mall, the middle-aged man was not dead. But from the time I went to sleep to the time I woke up the next morning, a total of 6 hours, he died, less than 100 meters away from me in a straight line. Luo Fengcheng, those smugglers are very strong. When facing ordinary reserve troops, they always kill them with one blow, and there is very little noise. Tang Mo shook his head, but when he killed people, he was less than 100 meters away from me. He didn't hear any sound. Luo Fengcheng didn't know how strong Tang Mo was now, but after hearing Tang Mo's words, his expression became more serious. The two of them thought about it, and didn't say anything. Not long after, the office door was pushed open, and Tang Mo looked up. It was Jax. At some point, this foreign strongman had a scar on his right eye socket. He was also stunned when he saw Tang Mo, but he didn't have time to greet him. He looked at Luo Fengcheng. Dr. Luo, when we went to find those bastards this time, we rescued 2 little boys. One of the boys is a formal player, his ability is very good, and he has a bright future. Do you want to go and see it? Luo Fengcheng was in a good mood. He always welcomed excellent reserve members. Where are they? Jax hesitated. Let's wait a little longer. Doctor, the boy's friend is dying. Tang Qiao and Liz are trying to save him, but the hope is slim. Let the little fat man say goodbye to his friend. I will bring him to see you in the evening. Tang Mo read it again. Little fatty. Luo Fengcheng said, what is the ability of the reserve member? A light flashed in Jax's eyes. Very powerful. When we found them, they seem to have been chased by the electric man for 2 hours. The electric man also found that the little fat man's superpowers were very strong, so he chased him and wanted to eat his heart. We almost didn't have time to save them. Fortunately, the little fat man suddenly used his superpowers to move a sharp big knife, and the knife quickly cut off the electric man's arm, so we had a chance to save them. His superpowers are very strong, he can move a lot of things, and the speed is also very fast. Luo Fengcheng asked in surprise, space movement? Tang Mo took a step forward and looked at Jax. Is that little fat guy about 1.6 meters tall, with short hair, and a small red birthmark under his left eyebrow? Jax asked in surprise. How did you know? Tang Mo's face darkened. Take me to see them. Chapter 35. On the westernmost side of the 2nd floor of the underground parking lot, a blonde foreign woman kept pressing pieces of gauze into the boy's chest. Blood gushed out, and in a few seconds, the gauze was dyed red. She changed new gauze and pressed it, but the blood could not be stopped. A huge gap was across the boy's heart. The ribs had been broken long ago, and the heart skin was scratched by the sharp blade. Although the heart was not completely pierced, such an injury would definitely not make it back to the base before the earth line. It's useless. He's just an ordinary reserve, and his physical fitness is not as strong as that of a regular player. And the knife that Dian Nan stabbed was very deep. Even if it was me, I would definitely have to wait for death. Only a physique like Jax can survive such an injury. The little fat man cried and said, what should we do, Lu Qin? Will Lu Qin die? The foreign woman paused while stopping the bleeding and did not answer. After cleaning most of the blood in the chest cavity with great difficulty, she finally saw all the wounds clearly. The foreign woman immediately said, Tang Qiao needle. Tang Qiao put a medical suture needle on the fire for 2 seconds and handed it over. The foreign woman immediately began to sew up the wound on the boy's heart. She focused her eyes and sewed each needle very quickly, but the bamboo boy's breathing became lighter and lighter, and his face gradually turned pale. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng, led by Jax, came to the 2nd underground floor. Jax said, the boy's injury is really serious, and he is not a formal player, so his physical fitness is not good enough. I finally carried him to the base, and Liz was stopping his bleeding. Liz was a doctor of medicine who studied abroad at Fudan University, and our base also has some basic medical equipment. But Liz said, it's useless. The electric man almost dug out his heart. Tang Mo quickened his pace. How long has he been injured? Jax, I carried him here. It's been almost 40 minutes. I ran here from the west as fast as I could. Jax's leg strength is unquestionable. He definitely ran as fast as possible without affecting the injured person's injuries. The three finally arrived at the temporary operating room at attack base. As soon as they entered, they heard a loud curse. Shit! The tall blonde girl pressed her hands on Lu Chen's chest and squeezed hard. Tang Xiao wiped Liz's sweat. The fat boy had been crying and hiccuping. On the operating table, the tall and thin boy's face turned blue. He lay quietly on the bed, allowing the blonde doctor to press on him and perform CPR, but he never recovered his breathing. Seeing this, Tang Mo hurried forward and pushed Tang Xiao and Liz away. The little fat man looked up and said, Brother Mo. The three of them looked at him in surprise. Tang Mo didn't have time to explain and took out a teardrop-shaped gem from his pocket. He pressed the gem against Lu Chen's chest, and the blood slowly soaked into the gem. A trace of warm white light emanated from the earthworm's tears and penetrated through the sutures on Lu Chen's chest. Liz reacted immediately and turned to look at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng nodded to her and made a gesture that it was okay. He walked up to stand beside Tang Mo, looking at the earthworm's tears in Tang Mo's hand. Crack. A thin crack appeared on the earthworm's tears, and Lu Chen's face gradually turned red. Suddenly, he coughed hard, and Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and put the earthworm's tears into his pocket. The little fat man rushed over excitedly. Lu Chen. Liz and Tang Xiao also walked up to check on the bamboo boy. Tang Mo made way for them, turned his head to look at Luo Fengcheng, and said lightly, a prop. I got it when I participated in that dungeon game a few days ago. It can repair some serious injuries, but it can only be used twice. For Tang Mo, the tears of earthworms are very precious, but they are not the most important props. Instead of letting Luo Fengcheng guess something, it is better for him to take the initiative to say it, and it can be half true and half false, hiding some strength. Luo Fengcheng smiled. It's fine if it can heal him. The two looked at each other, and Tang Mo also smiled slowly. The relationship between Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng is very strange. They are not enemies, but they are definitely not friends. In this world, Luo Fengcheng not only represents him, but also the entire attack organization. He must always consider the attack organization. Tang Mo does not intend to join such an ostentatious organization. He needs companions, but not so many companions, or so many companions who are motivated to attack the tower. After really participating in the tower attack game, you will understand how terrifying this game is. Tang Mo will work hard to improve his strength so that he will not be passive in case of an accident. But he will not deliberately commit suicide. Don't attack the tower if you can avoid it. This is the life principle Tang Mo has said recently. The earthworm's tears temporarily saved Lu Chen's life, but his injuries were too severe, and he fell asleep soon. The fat boy Zhao Xian wiped his tears and walked to Tang Mo. Tang Mo gave him a look, and he nodded and followed Tang Mo out of the operating room. Luo Fengcheng gave them a private time to communicate, and Tang Mo led the fat boy to the corner of the parking lot. After making sure that there was no one around, he said, How are Chen Shanshan and the others? The little fat boy cried for too long just now, and now his voice is a little hoarse. Brother Mo, we left school the day after you left. Lu Chen and I went together, Shanshan and Feifei went together, and we separated a long time ago. Lu Chen wanted to go home to see. He was a boarding student, his home was in Jiating district, and since my parents were gone, I went with him. Tang Mo was slightly relieved to hear that Chen Shanshan was not in danger. The little fat boy continued, We met the murderer last night. His ability is very strong, the strongest I have ever seen. Every part of his body can emit lightning, and all the nails and needles I carry are useless to him. Lu Chen and I escaped all night, but I didn't expect to be found by him at noon today. Fortunately, the foreign uncle happened to pass by and saved us, otherwise we would have died. Tang Mo, his name is Jax. He didn't just happen to pass by, he went to find the man who was chasing you. After a pause, Tang Mo thought, Wait, I heard from Luo Fengcheng that this smuggling organization is very famous in Shanghai recently, and they came from the west. You went west to Jiating district, and I didn't hear any news. Why are you still running west? The little fat boy said bitterly. When we left school, Shanshan said that we were all children, and if there were bad people, they would have bad intentions when they saw us. So no matter what time, Don't get in touch with the crowd, and be careful about your whereabouts. Lu Chen and I listened to her, and didn't communicate with others. By the time we heard that there was a murderer in the West, it was too late. Brother Mo, many people ran away, but we ran behind. Tang Mo suddenly realized. It was really a case of overdoing it. What Qin Shanshan said was not without reason, especially for a fool like the little fat man, who really couldn't get in touch with people, and could be led away by people in just a few words. For example, until now the little fat man hadn't noticed that Tang Mo had become Momo, and he was very skilled in calling him Brother Mo. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Qin Shanshan's idea was very appropriate. But a murderer appeared, and the little fat man couldn't get the news if he didn't get in touch with people, which delayed his escape time. Tang Mo remembered another thing. Can you move the knife? Yeah, Brother Mo, how did you know that? Tang Mo, I heard it from Jax. He said that when he arrived, he saw you quickly move a knife and cut off the arm of the stowaway. The little fat man raised his right hand and pointed to the ground. Tang Mo looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a broken big stone floating up. It swayed left and right in the air, like a drunkard who couldn't find the direction. Tang Mo watched intently, and when the stone flew to a place 1 meter in front of him, Tang Mo's eyes suddenly shrank. The stone flew in front of him in the blink of an eye. Bang! The stone hit the ground, and the little fat man kept panting and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His fingers trembled slightly, and he said, About 3 days ago, I found that I could move some heavier objects a little, but I still can't move them as freely as I move nails and needles. For example, this important big stone, I can make it fly very fast within a 1 meter range, but I can't do it any further. And it consumes a lot of energy, and cannot be reused in a short period of time. Tang Mo nodded in appreciation. It's a very powerful ability, and it may become stronger in the future. The little fat man smiled and scratched his head. Tang Mo was not comforting him. He really thought this ability was extremely powerful. The little fat man's ability was strong in 2 aspects, one of which was the unexpectedness. Just like just now, Tang Mo didn't expect that this stone would teleport to his eyes so quickly. If this was a knife, it might have stabbed his forehead. It won't be fatal, but it will cause serious injuries. On the other hand, it is the little fat man's ability that is getting stronger. Since the Earth went online, Tang Mo has basically been acting alone. He has no companions, and he doesn't know whether other people's abilities will become stronger, but the little fat man's ability has obviously become stronger, and there is still room for development in the future. Tang Mo asked a few more questions, and asked the little fat man to go back to the operating room to find his friends. He walked alone to Luo Fengqing's office, lowered his head, and thought secretly. Walking to the middle of the second-floor parking lot, Tang Mo glanced at the monitors around him. The switch indicators of these monitors were all off, but Tang Mo still bent down and took a handful of small stones from the ground and smashed all of them. After the Earth went online, humans lost electricity and could no longer generate new electricity. Now the electricity used by the attack organization is from a small generator left in the mall itself. They are also very frugal and generally do not use it at night. For example, when Liz performed surgery on the bamboo boy just now, she did not use electricity. First, there was no sterile condition at all, so everything was kept simple. Second, his injuries could not be cured with modern medical equipment. After making sure that there was no one around, Tang Mo walked to a van, opened the door, and walked to the back seat. He took out the superpower book from the air, and turned to the first page. Superpower: eat everything without paying. Owner: Momo. Type: special. Function: collect superpowers. Note: everyone. After carefully reading the text on the first page 3 times, Tang Mo turned to the second page. Superpower: I am only 1 spiritual field away from the protagonist. Owner: Qian Sanquan, smuggler. Level: Level 2, can store 2 inanimate objects. Restrictions: can only store objects of the same type, and cannot store living things. Note: Qian Sanquan doesn't know. Tang Mo's eyes were on level and restrictions for a long time, then he turned the book to the 3rd and 4th pages. After reading the entire 11 pages of the book, Tang Mo turned back to the first page and looked at his own abilities. No levels and restrictions. He frowned and muttered to himself. Xiao Xian's abilities had improved significantly, and the first thing Tang Mo thought of was ability level. Among the 10 abilities he collected, only Qin Shanshan's ability was level 3, while the abilities of the others were all level 1 and 2. Tang Mo didn't know what the little fat man's ability was, but he guessed that the little fat man's ability level must have improved. If the ability can be improved, it can also explain how players should attack the 7-story Black Tower in the future. The first level of the Black Tower is so difficult. If the player's level cannot be improved, he will not be able to cope with the more terrifying tower attack game later. But my ability has no level and no limit. Tang Mo's fingers are. Eat it all without paying. He gently stroked the 7 words. There are still restrictions. For example, you can only get superpowers by killing people, and you can only get superpowers by getting things from others without paying. These are all restrictions. I didn't get the superpowers of the little fat boy at the beginning, which should also be related to this restriction. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly, recalling every detail of when he asked the little fat boy for superpowers in Sherbei Junior High School. Because he didn't want to give me the cookies? As soon as this answer came out, Tang Mo rejected it himself. It's not that simple. Tang Mo didn't know why, but he felt it wasn't that simple. To verify his idea, he went back to the operating room and found the fat boy sleeping on the bed. He gently woke him up. Who? Ah, Brother Mo? The fat boy rubbed his eyes tiredly. Tang Mo called the fat boy out of the operating room and said, "Can you give me the knife you used to cut off the man's arm? I want to see if I can find something new. For example, why did those stowaways eat human hearts?" Without thinking, the little fat man quickly took out a small knife from his belt and handed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at him steadily. "Are you willing to give me this knife?" The little fat man looked at him in confusion. "Why wouldn't I want to give it to you?" "It's just a knife, Brother Mo, take it." Tang Mo took the knife, and the little fat man ran back to the operating room. After finding a hidden place to take out the supernatural book, Tang Mo opened it to page 12. As expected, there was a blank there. The little fat man's ability did not appear. Tang Mo closed the book and threw it into the air expressionlessly. Sure enough, this book of ability always deliberately torments me. Since there is no restriction, the restriction must not be that simple. He needs to explore more to know what his ability is. Tang Mo found Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng did not ask him why he was gone for so long, but directly took out a folder and handed it to him. Currently, we know that there are 7 illegal immigrants coming from Suzhou, at least 7. 8 days ago, 2 official players escaped from Suzhou to Shanghai, and the news about the group of stowaways came from them. According to them, there are 10 killer stowaways in total, and they have killed at least 1,000 players in Suzhou. Tang Mo stopped flipping through the folder and looked up at him. 10 people, killed at least 1,000 people? Official players and stowaways are stronger than the reserve forces. Among players with superpowers, the superpowers are also strong and weak. Luo Fengcheng said, those 10 people are at the top of the food chain. Most of the people they killed were reserve troops. At first, they attacked lone people at night, and later they started killing people during the day. They worked together, and only recently did they often act separately. And Mo. Luo Fengcheng did not call out Tang Mo's name, he coughed, and even now, most people don't have the courage to kill people. Tang Mo understood this truth. The Earth went online, and more than 6 billion people disappeared in the world at once. The terrifying and treacherous Black Tower game loomed over every human being. But now it has only been a month. The peaceful life a month ago is still vivid in my mind. Many people are not afraid to kill people, nor do they not know how to kill people. They will kill their enemies, but when faced with the choice of killing, they will inevitably hesitate. It is precisely this hesitation that even if you are stronger than your opponent can kill you back. Those 10 stowaways killed people without blinking an eye and ate people's hearts. In terms of psychology alone, almost all players cannot compete with them, and they will die if they see them. Tang Mo said, at first, they attacked by surprise, but later, they dared to kill people openly. They are getting stronger. The two looked at each other and agreed, eating people can make you stronger. Tang Mo opened the folder given by Luo Fengcheng and looked at the ability introductions of these 7 people. The attack organization is an elite organization. Everyone is powerful, but they only have more than 20 people after all. Most of the people who have seen the murderous stowaways are dead. Luo Fengcheng collected information for a long time before collecting the information of the 3 stowaways. The first one is called Yin Nan, the man who is chasing those 2 kids this time. Luo Fengcheng said, I won't investigate his real name for now. His special ability is lightning, so I call him Yin Nan. His electricity is very strong, and it once struck through a 5-story residential building. The cooling time of the special ability is unknown. When Jax fought him, the shortest interval between his 2 attacks was 32 seconds. After a pause, he added, I specifically told Jax to remember to count the seconds, and 32 seconds is accurate. Tang Mo looked at the second person, Black Belt. This name is very strange. Tang Mo looked at his ability. Seeing this person's ability, he was even more stunned. Luo Fengcheng said, yes, this black belt's ability is unknown. Every time he appears, there must be a stowaway as his bodyguard. He uses a gun. His eyes are wrapped with a black ribbon. I named him Black Belt. But he is not blind. He can still walk normally even with a thick black ribbon wrapped around him. I guess his ability is not aggressive and is related to his eyes. It is indeed a very strange ability. Tang Mo looked at the third person again. Luo Fengcheng, this is the simplest one. His nickname is Godspeed. His ability is fast, extremely fast. Tang Mo, how fast? Luo Fengcheng picked up a water cup from the table. Before Tang Mo could react, Luo Fengcheng raised his right hand quickly and suddenly smashed the water cup against the wall. With a bang, the ceramic water cup shattered into countless small pieces and fell to the ground. Luo Fengcheng turned his head and said, his speed is probably this fast. Tang Mo fell into deep thought. Of these three people, except for the black belt whose power was unknown, the other two had very terrible powers. If there were 4 more such terrible people, these 7 people would definitely be very dangerous and would be a powerful enemy. The next morning, Tang Qiao led the little fat man to find Tang Mo. The young woman in black had a cold expression and said, he said he has something to do with you. Tang Mo glanced at Tang Qiao, who turned around and left quietly. Xiao Xiang stepped forward and said, Brother Mo, I have made up my mind. I want to join the attack organization. Tang Mo did not object. He asked, have you thought about it? Why? The little fat man said seriously, my ability is not strong enough to protect me and my friends. All my family members are gone. Brother Mo, you don't know that when I left school, I swore that I would protect all my remaining friends, including Lu Chen, Shan, and you, all of you. Tang Mo did not think about these. He looked at the little fat man steadily, and stared at him carefully. If Uncle Jax hadn't come this time, Lu Chen would have died, and I might have died too. I thought I could grow up slowly to protect everyone, but now it seems that this road is too difficult. So I want to join attack, and like them, constantly challenge dungeons, improve my strength, and conquer the Black Tower. After a pause, the little fat man added, and if I join the attack organization, they can teach me fighting skills and some game skills. That's good too. Tang Mo didn't want the little fat man to take such a difficult and dangerous road, but looking at the little fat man's firm expression, he didn't say anything against it. This is someone else's own path after all. The little fat man is 16 years old, and he should have his own judgment. After saying this, the little fat man said, oh yes, I almost forgot to talk about business. Brother Mo, I want to find Shan. This time, such a big thing happened. I think I should inform her, let her be careful of those people, and don't worry about me and Lu Chen. This matter shocked Tang Mo more than the little fat man's joining attack. Can you contact Shan? The little fat man shook his head first, then nodded. When we left school, Shan said that mobile phones and the internet are no longer usable. Once we separate, it will be difficult to contact each other in the future. So she said that if any of us had any problems and wanted to contact each other, we should go back to school and slip a note under the podium of Class 5, Grade 1. As long as the others go back and see the note, they can find each other. Shan is a student in Class 5. The little girl thought very carefully, and even thought of a place to hide things. But Shan and the others should have gone to the countryside. The news of the illegal immigrants spread all over Shanghai. They probably hid themselves, and would not go back to school to see the note. But I still wanted to leave her a message. If she didn't go to the countryside, I hope she can stay with us, it will be safer. In fact, the countryside is not safe either. Yesterday, Tang Mo heard from Luo Fengcheng that the group of illegal immigrants massacred a village in Suzhou and killed more than a dozen people. Tang Mo said, no, she will go back. The little fat man was stunned. Why? You think Shan is a friend, and you want to become stronger to protect her. Similarly, you are also her friend. Without further delay, Tang Mo wrote a letter and put it in his pocket, ready to go to Sherbei Middle School. Sherbei Middle School is in Jing'an District, and attack's base is in Pudong New area. With Tang Mo's current walking speed, he can go there at noon and come back in the evening. Originally, the fat man planned to go with him, but Tang Mo said, the smugglers know you. Not only you, but also everyone in attack's organization. Except Luo Fengcheng, who never goes out. In their eyes, I am just an ordinary person who also lives in this mall. I am probably a reserve. There are many players in this mall. Many have left recently, But there are still more than 80 people. I'm going out alone, so I'm a small target, and it's very likely that they won't notice me at all. Tang Mo said calmly, no one knows whether those illegal immigrants have arranged people to watch outside this mall, waiting for you or the members of the attack organization to go out. After hearing this, the fat man didn't follow. He drew a rough map of the school for Tang Mo, told him where class 5 of the first year was, and how to put the letter. At 12 o'clock noon, Tang Mo took a white sportswear from a big-name sportswear store on the second floor of the mall, and deliberately wrinkled it before putting it on. He wore a black sports band and running shoes, and walked out of the mall. From the outside, he looked like a 19-year-old college freshman, young and handsome, wearing sportswear and preparing to go to the playground for exercise and running. Tang Mo's expression was very relaxed, and he walked neither fast nor slow, with a slightly frivolous pace. After a while, he left the mall and walked towards the nearby factory area. From Jax, Tang Mo learned that there were several entrances to S-level copies in this factory area. Not only members of the organization, but other players nearby often come here to enter the S-level dungeon and challenge the tasks and monsters inside. Tang Mo went around 3 intersections, and finally walked into a factory. There was an entrance to the S-level dungeon in this factory. Normal people would think he was going to challenge the dungeon, but Tang Mo waited for half an hour, left the factory through the back door, and headed towards Pushi. Along the way, he looked for secluded paths and dark alleys, and walked very fast. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived in Jing'an District. Tang Mo found Sherbei's school according to the path in his memory. He leaned his right hand on the low iron fence of the school gate, jumped lightly, and climbed into the school. According to the map drawn by the fat boy, Tang Mo found the first-grade teaching building. Before leaving, Qin Shanshan closed all the security doors on the first floor of the teaching building, so that if someone else entered the school, whether it was an enemy or a friend, they would be able to find it immediately when they returned to school and be prepared. Tang Mo broke the key with one palm and pushed open the door. He stopped when he walked up the first flight of stairs, turned around, and gently closed the door. Finding the classroom of grade 1 to 5 on the second floor, Tang Mo stuffed the letter into the secret compartment under the podium and turned to leave. The black-haired young man looked young and handsome in a snow-white sportswear, full of vigor. Tang Mo walked down the stairs very lightly, step by step to the security door. He looked down at the position of the lock of the security door, and opened the bag he was carrying without changing his expression. The campus was silent, with only the sound of wind blowing across the ground and the rustling of stones rolling. Tang Mo put his hand into his bag, as if he was going to take something out. In the empty teaching building, he was the only one standing on the first step, not pushing open the security door, just standing in front of him, taking something out of his bag. Tang Mo didn't seem to find that thing. He searched in his bag for a long time. A minute later, he lowered his head and looked at his backpack, as if he was looking for something seriously. At the moment when he lowered his head completely, with a swish, a small pink parasol suddenly opened and blocked Tang Mo's head, separating the big knife that was chopped towards his head. The scarred man holding the knife was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped on the handrail of the stairs and jumped away. The next second, his body appeared 5 meters away. Transform. The last 2 words were uttered softly. Tang Mo moved his wrist, put the open small parasol on his shoulder, and looked up at the scarred man standing between the first and second floor staircases. This was a dark and thin man, with a height of 1.7 meters. There was a 9-centimeter scar on his left face, from the corner of his eye to his chin. He was wearing a black vest, holding a long machete in his right hand, and the corners of his mouth were raised sinisterly, and he looked at Tang Mo with a smile. How did you know I was here? Tang Mo looked at him coldly, his fingers tightly grasping the handle of the small parasol. Intuition. The scarred man laughed. I never believe in intuition, such a womanly thing. Tang Mo asked back, why are you following me? In order to prevent being followed, he deliberately waited in the factory for 30 minutes before leaving. Following you. The scarred man's eyes turned straight around Tang Mo's body, and finally fell on his face. In an instant, all his smiles disappeared. I hate the pretty boy like Tao Tai the most. If I can't kill Tao Tai, can't I kill you? The moment the words fell, the scarred man disappeared in the stairwell. Tang Mo waved the wolf grandmother's small parasol to block the left side of his body. The man's figure suddenly appeared on his left side, and chopped the hard umbrella with a knife, splashing sparks of metal collision. The other party obviously didn't expect Tang Mo to know where he was. After the knife was blocked, his eyes suddenly became more violent, and the speed of chopping the knife was faster. The knife shadows were dense and continuous. Tang Mo's resistance became more and more difficult. He had already guessed who this person was. This was the speediest of the 7 stowaways. This person's speed was even faster than Luo Fengcheng said, perhaps because after the attack organization obtained his information, he ate some players' hearts and his abilities were improved. After Tang Mo's physical fitness was strengthened, his dynamic vision had reached a terrifying level, but he still couldn't see the scarred man's figure clearly, and he relied more on the sound of the air breaking to judge the man's next move. Tang Mo said that he found the scarred man by intuition, which was not a lie, but it was not accurate enough. He felt that someone was following him, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not find the other person along the way. If it was just ordinary tracking, Tang Mo could ignore it. In the current world, there are indeed some players who will track and rob other players to obtain more resources. But this person followed him to the teaching building. When Tang Mo closed the security door of the teaching building, he quietly pulled out a strand of his hair and stuck it between the cracks in the door. When he came back after putting the letter away, his hair had already fallen to the ground. He couldn't be sure where the person who was following him was, but there was a 90% chance that the person was still in the teaching building, observing him nearby. So he pretended to look down in his bag to find something, but in fact, he had already tightly grasped the wolf grandmother's small parasol and whispered a spell. The scarred man saw Tang Mo looking down to get something, and thought it was a good opportunity to attack, so he would do it. Tang Mo took the opportunity to open the small parasol to block the attack and found the stalker. Taking advantage of the narrow terrain of the stairwell, the scarred man kept changing his position, stepping on the wall, and rushing towards Tang Mo from all angles. Tang Mo's small parasol had never been closed, and could only be opened as a shield. But the scarred man didn't give him any time to breathe. He slashed again, this time in the opposite direction, and Tang Mo didn't have time to turn the parasol around. His eyes shrank, and a large broken stone appeared out of thin air in front of Tang Mo, blocking the scarred man's knife. The scarred man put away the knife and suddenly understood, this ability is the same as the fat man that Lightning said yesterday. You are actually a member of attack. Tang Mo ignored him, found the right time to put away the parasol, and stabbed the scarred man with the tip of the umbrella. The tip of the small parasol looked like it was made of ordinary plastic. The tip was very round and not sharp at all. The scarred man didn't care at all, he slowly moved sideways to avoid it. But who would have thought that the tip of the umbrella would cut his arm and splash blood? The scarred man didn't dare to be careless anymore. He shouted angrily, kicked his right foot, and disappeared on the steps again. Tang Mo and the scarred man fought on the steps for a long time, and the big knife and the small parasol collided again and again. The little parasol of Grandma Wolf is exactly the same as its functional description. The umbrella is extremely hard and cannot be cut by a knife. The tip of the umbrella has a strong attack power. Tang Mo pierced through the wall with one umbrella. However, it has a clear division of labor. The umbrella cannot be used as an attack weapon, and the tip of the umbrella cannot be used for defense. Unlike the big match, it is both offensive and defensive. If you cut the big match with a knife, the knife will break. The scarred man gradually gained the upper hand. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. Tang Mo couldn't catch up with his speed at all, so of course he could only resist. He slashed Tang Mo's shoulder with a knife, and Tang Mo groaned, closed his umbrella, and stabbed the other party. The scarred man dodged quickly, and teleported from the top of the stairs to the security door in a second. The scarred man stood in front of the security door, at the bottom of the stairs, and Tang Mo stood on the platform of the first and second floors. Tang Mo covered the wound on his shoulder, and soon his hand was wet with blood. The wound was slowly healing, but the blood would flow for at least another minute. The scarred man sneered, said nothing, and raised his big knife. He rushed towards Tang Mo to kill you while you are sick. At this moment, Tang Mo threw out a small parasol and hit the scarred man. The scarred man showed a mocking expression and easily avoided the attack of the small parasol by turning sideways. He looked up at Tang Mo again, and suddenly, he saw Tang Mo put his hands on his waist and open his mouth. Give me back my grandpa. The scarred man was forced into a dead end on the stairs. If he wanted to leave, he could only rush up to Tang Mo or turn around and open the security door to leave. When Tang Mo shouted this, his heart was alarmed, and he immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to turn around and run away. But just as he was about to push open the security door, he found a small pink lace parasol stuck in the door lock, firmly holding the door in place. It turned out that the parasol was not meant to plot against him, but to block the door. The scarred man's anxiety reached its peak, and he roared and rushed back at Tang Mo. I chop you. The next second, A scorching flame spewed out of Tang Mo's mouth. The overwhelming flames filled the entire stairwell, and the scarred man's voice and body were drowned in the blazing flames. In the blazing yellow flames, a black figure walked towards Tang Mo in pain. He howled, but his walking speed became slower and slower. Finally, he lay directly on the 6th step, struggling to climb up, trying to climb out of the area covered by the flames, and slowly stopped moving. Fairy, give me back my grandfather. The supernatural power will spray out 800 degrees Celsius high-temperature flames, which last for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, a charred humanoid object lay face down on the ground, charred all over, without moving. Tang Mo exhaled a mouthful of scorching gas, and walked towards the body of the charred scarred man. Just as he walked in front of the scarred man's body, suddenly, a knife appeared on the scarred man's charred right hand. He made an unpleasant sound like sand and stone rubbing in his throat, screamed sharply, climbed up with all his strength, and stabbed Tang Mo with a knife. Tang Mo was prepared. A giant match appeared in his hand, and the huge match head hit the scarred man's waist. With a click, the already charred body broke into 2 pieces under this blow and fell to the ground. The scarred man was all black, with only his eyes white. He opened his mouth, stared at Tang Mo, and said the last words of his life. Why? Do you have 3 superpowers? The first superpower, come and hit me, used a stone to block the scarred man's knife. The second superpower, fairy, give me back my grandfather, burned the scarred man who had no way to escape alive. The third superpower, I am only 1 spiritual field away from the protagonist, conjured a big match out of thin air, breaking the scarred man's last hope of dying together. Tang Mo looked at the scarred man's desperate and painful eyes, and did not answer him. Instead, he raised a big match and smashed his skull directly. Who would dare to fight openly these days? Tang Mo no longer looked at the body of the scarred man behind him. He walked to the security door, and pulled out the small parasol stuck on the door. His bag was burned by the flames along with the scarred man. Fortunately, there was nothing in it, just a small parasol. Tang Mo took the small parasol, and walked out of the school. At the same time, in Suzhou, 100 kilometers away, a black SUV left the Suzhou toll station exit of the Beijing-Shanghai Expressway, and slowly drove into the urban area of Suzhou. The city was frighteningly quiet. The man in black sitting in the driver's seat drove the car with one hand, seemingly careless, and his sharp eyes scanned around the deserted city. He got out of the car near the commercial street in the city center, found a Xinhua bookstore, and found a map from Suzhou to Shanghai. After doing all this, he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, took a look at the map, and put the map on the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the quiet car was serene. A silver light flashed, and a dagger stabbed from behind the man in black, piercing through the seat cushion of the driver's seat and stabbing at the back of his neck. The sharp tip of the knife was getting closer and closer to the skin, and just when it was about to stab, a crisp metal collision sound was heard. The bald man who attacked was startled. I saw that the soft skin suddenly turned into a piece of silver steel at the place where the dagger stabbed. The bald man shouted, and when he flipped his right hand, countless sharp weapons suddenly appeared in his hand. He threw all these weapons at the man in black, but the latter did not move at all, just raised one hand. The warm sunset shone in from the front window of the car, and the hand turned into a black triangular cone-shaped weapon in the sunlight. The man in black waved his arm, and more than a dozen knives all smashed through the window next to the passenger seat and shot onto the road. The bald man looked horrified, his eyes rolled, and he opened the car door and was about to get out. However, as soon as his hand touched the door handle, a cold hand strangled his neck. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the other person. Fu Wenduo looked at him indifferently, moved his fingers, and a crisp bone fracture sounded, and the bald man's head tilted on his shoulder in a twisted way. After getting off the car and throwing the body of the attacker on the street, Fu Wenduo stood on this once very prosperous commercial street and looked up at the sunset gradually moving westward in the distance. This is Suzhou. Suzhou, something is wrong. Chapter 36. Before leaving Sherbei Middle School, Tang Mo went back to Class 5, Grade 1, to see if the letter he left for Qin Shanshan was still under the podium. Sure enough, the letter was gone. It should be that Shinsu followed him to the classroom and took the letter away. The letter was probably burned along with Shinsu, so Tang Mo wrote a new one and put it in the secret compartment. He returned to the mall in Pudong New area as quickly as possible and found Luo Fengcheng, who was talking to Tang Xiao and Jax. Tang Mo glanced at the two men, then turned to look at Luo Fengcheng and said calmly, "Just now, I killed Shinsu." Jax and Tang Xiao were both stunned. A trace of surprise flashed across Luo Fengqing's face, and he quickly looked at Tang Mo's shoulder and frowned. Are you injured? Tang Mo nodded. I was chopped by Shinsu. Let Tang Qiao take you to the operating room to sew it up. I talk to Jax first and tell you later. Tang Mo did not object. The knife cut very deep, almost splitting Tang Mo's shoulder bone. His white sportswear was already half stained with blood. Because of his strong physical fitness, the bleeding had stopped long ago, but the wound was still splitting to both sides. If it is not sutured, it may take half a month to heal completely. Tang Mo sat on the operating table and took off half of his shirt. The young woman in black took out the suture needle from the cabinet and disinfected it slightly on the alcohol lamp. First, he cleaned the wound with alcohol cotton and then began to suture Tang Mo's wound. A sharp stinging sensation came from the wound, and Tang Mo frowned slightly and pursed his lips. I try to be gentle. Tang Qiao said, you have a good physical fitness. In attack, there are no more than 5 members who are better than you. Tang Mo's ability is not in the direction of physical enhancement, and it is very rare to have such a good physical fitness. He said softly, and did not answer Tang Qiao's words. It took 5 minutes to sew it up, and Tang Qiao said, we are all official players. If nothing goes wrong, your injury will recover within 3 days. Tang Mo put on his clothes and prepared to go find Luo Fengqing, while Tang Qiao was packing up in the operating room. Just as Tang Mo was about to leave the operating room, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Thank you. Tang Mo stopped and looked back. Under the bright light, Tang Qiao lowered her head to sort out the things on the operating tray. There was no expression on her pretty face. She sorted the things meticulously and put them back in the cabinet. A week ago, Nia Fei and I were ambushed by 3 stowaways, one of whom was Shinsu. So, thank you. It's not that he couldn't leave if he wanted to, but he asked Tang Qiao to go first. Tang Mo remembered what Luo Fengqing had said and said, no need. I killed him not just for Nia Fei. Tang Qiao paused slightly when she put the suture needle in, and Tang Mo had already left the operating room. When he walked to the office on the 3rd floor underground, Jax was gone, and only Luo Fengqing was left in the room waiting for Tang Mo. He handed Tang Mo a glass of water and a pill, and Tang Mo looked at him strangely. He smiled and said, ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs. After all, medical conditions are very poor now. What if I get infected? Tang Mo said, with my physical fitness, it should be okay not to suture the wound. Luo Fengqing, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. Tang Mo put the medicine aside, Luo Fengqing didn't force it, and the two talked about killing Shinsu. Tang Mo briefly recounted the incident, skipping the process of killing Shinsu with 3 different superpowers and 2 props. Luo Fengqing pondered for a moment after listening, and said, sure enough, they were stalking near the mall. But why would Shinsu follow you? There are at least 30 players in and out of the mall every day, and he only targeted you. Did he find out that you are related to Attack? Luo Fengqing's expression suddenly became serious. If Shinsu knew the relationship between Tang Mo and Attack, it means that the stowaway has a source of intelligence inside Attack's organization. The first possibility is that they sneaked into the mall without being discovered by Attack, and kept an eye on Attack's every move. The second possibility is that there is a traitor in the organization, secretly contacting them. Either of these 2 possibilities is extremely fatal. Tang Mo recalled, no, he probably didn't find out about my relationship with Attack. He followed me for other reasons. After a pause, Tang Mo asked, do you know that one of the 7 people is called Tao Tai? Luo Fengqing, Tao Tai, we don't know the names of the 7 people. Speed, Electric Man and Black Belt are just nicknames I gave them. According to Speed, Tao Tai is a pretty boy. He doesn't like pretty boys like Tao Tai. He can't do anything to Tao Tai, so he followed me and prepared to do something to me. Luo Fengqing, so that's how it is. The 2 of them had no entanglement at all on the issue of Tang Mo is a gigolo. Tang Mo continued, it can be seen that Shinsu really doesn't like Tao Tai, but he said that he can't do anything to Tao Tai. Based on my brief experience of fighting him, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who won't do anything just because he is a companion. Luo Fengqing agreed. The 7 stowaways are not very united, otherwise they wouldn't often act separately after they are strong enough. Shinsu didn't attack Tao Tai, probably because Tao Tai was stronger than him. There were 5 men and 2 women in total. If you were to say who looked more like a pretty boy. There were 2. Tang Mo asked, which 2? The first one was a young man in his 20s, with unknown abilities. Yi Yuanza had met him on the bun 4 days ago. The 2 had a fight, but the other party left without any intention of attacking Yi Yuanza. The man looked pretty good, wearing a pair of glasses, and looked very gentle. Tang Mo thought, it's very likely that it's him, his age is similar to mine. What about the other one? Luo Fengcheng said, you know the other one, Black Belt. It's him. Tang Mo frowned. Black Belt looks about 17 or 18 years old. Because he covered his eyes with a ribbon, it's hard to tell his age, but after covering his eyes, he can be considered a gigolo. Luo Fengcheng said, if there is one of the 7 who is a gigolo, it must be one of these 2. If there are 2 people, it is difficult to analyze which one is Tao Tai. Tang Mo, Tao Tai is not his real name. He got this nickname because of his ability or personality. Based on his appearance and age, it is unlikely that he is a black belt. Tao Tai should be another person. The 2 reached a consensus, and then Luo Fengcheng introduced some of the arrangements of attack organization to Tang Mo. We can't just defend blindly. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Now they have lost 1 person, and only 6 people are left. The electric man's arm was cut off by the fat man, and his fighting power also decreased. Luo Fengcheng said solemnly. He looked up at Tang Mo. This time, it is a rare opportunity. Tang Mo said, are there any S-level dungeons with relatively high difficulty nearby? You want to break through the dungeon, improve your strength, and prepare for the future? Tang Mo nodded. He is now on the same front with the attack organization. When facing a smart person, you don't need to say everything. From the moment Tang Mo returned to Shanghai and came to Pudong to find the attack organization, he had already made his position clear. He would go against the smuggler organization. At present, the most powerful superpower organization in Shanghai is attack. The biggest target of the 7 stowaways is attack. Joining forces with attack is the best way to deal with the stowaways. Luo Fengcheng. The S1 copy was broken through by Yi Yuanzi and Jax last week. The closest and most difficult copy is S2. Tomorrow I will let Jax take you there. No matter who clears this copy, it will be a good thing for us. Tang Mo left Luo Fengcheng's office, found a business car in the corner of the 2nd floor, and laid down to rest. In the dark carriage, he turned on the flashlight, took out the supernatural book, and turned to the last page. Supernatural power, a very fast man. Owner, Liang Chao smuggler. Type, 4-dimensional. Function, speed beyond time. Level, level 3. Restrictions, the maximum movement speed can reach the speed of sound. When using supernatural power, the body metabolism is accelerated and life is shortened. Note, a very fast man is very fast in every aspect. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version. It can only be used 3 times a day, each time lasting up to 30 seconds, and the life is doubled when the supernatural power is used. Within 24 hours of using the power, negative effects will be obtained. A fast man will also become very fast in some aspects. Tang Mo is fast to begin with, and he will probably be even faster in the future. He was not fast at all. This time, Tang Mo didn't even have the heart to complain. This power is playing with life. Not only playing with life, it is also fast. It is also fast. There is no doubt that this power is extremely powerful. If Tang Mo has the speed of sound, then he will at least have a chance to escape when facing any enemy. However, using the power will consume life. This power can increase the speed of the user, but it is better to say that it separates the user's time flow from the outside world. When using the power, Tang Mo will feel that time has become extremely long. The time of a blink of an eye for others becomes a few seconds for him. So in the eyes of others, he is naturally very fast and cannot be captured by the naked eye. For example, the speed of this power can reach the speed of sound at most, which is 340 meters per second. The normal running speed of an adult is 10 kilometers per hour, which is less than 2.8 meters per second. Once Tang Mo uses his supernatural power, his time flow rate becomes 120 times that of others. Others spend 1 second, he spends 120 seconds. This supernatural power can last for a maximum of 30 seconds at a time, which is 3,600 seconds, 60 minutes. If the double life is reduced, then Tang Mo loses 2 hours of life in a flash. A little bit adds up to a lot. If you use it like crazy like Shinsu, you will definitely age prematurely. The instructions for Tang Mo's version seem to restrict him from using this ability, but in fact, to a certain extent, it also prevented him from over-relying on this ability, so as not to be dragged to death by it. And, looking at the sentence in the ability book, some aspects will also become very fast within 24 hours. Tang Mo suddenly felt that he might not be able to find a partner in the future. Otherwise, use the ability every day, and every day will become very fast. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo shuddered for the first time and closed his eyes, and went to sleep quickly. 10 days later, Luo Fengqing's tired face showed joy for the first time. Tang Mo walked into the office and heard his excitement. We found their hiding place. Tang Mo's heart tightened. Where? Not far from here in Puxi, a movie theater. For more than half a month, the stowaways have been hiding in the dark, assassinating some regular players and ordinary reserve players from time to time, and attacking members of the attack organization. Except for the counterattack after tracking Tang Mo at a high speed, their strength did not lose a bit, but was secretly improved because they ate a lot of players' hearts. Time waits for no one. Attack finally found their trail. Luo Fengqing opened a map of Shanghai and pointed to a building near Nanjing Road. Tang Mo knew this place, and he was surprised. Upstairs of Madame Tussauds? Luo Fengqing nodded and said, yes, there is a movie theater here. 2 days ago, Jax and Tang Qiao found the lone electric man and injured him. After tracking him, they found that he entered here and never came out again. They may have other exits, but the electric man was the first to run here after being injured. 9 out of 10 times, this is their place of residence. Tang Mo pondered, the cinema is a good place to hide people. Luo Fengqing, but the cinema is also a good place to sneak in. The two looked at each other, and Tang Mo asked, when will we start? 3 days later. After a pause, Luo Fengqing explained, 3 days later, there will be a heavy rainstorm in Shanghai. It is rare to have such a heavy rain in December, and there will be no lightning. At that time, it will be a good opportunity for us to launch a sneak attack. The door was knocked on, and Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing looked at the person who came. Tang Qiao stood by the door and said, someone is looking for you. She was looking at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, looking for me? Tang Qiao nodded, and moved her body to the side, revealing the 2 girls standing behind the door. Tang Mo was surprised. Qin Shanshan? The people who came were Qin Shanshan and Qiao Feifei. Chapter 37. Suzhou Industrial Park, a large shopping mall. A short middle-aged woman ran quickly between the shops. Her right hand was cut off at the wrist, and blood gushed out from the flat-cut surface like a waterfall. While running, she kept waving her other intact left hand around. As she waved, the goods, tables and chairs in the shops on both sides were all suspended and smashed behind her. Bang bang bang. The black triangular pyramid-shaped sharp weapon hit these sharp weapons, and the moment the sharp blade touched, all the goods were cut in half. The man in black was chasing after him at a very fast pace, and the middle-aged woman's eyes were full of madness. She yelled like crazy, using her supernatural power to throw more things at Fu Wenduo. Every time she used her supernatural power, her face became redder, like an inflated balloon that could explode at any time. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, quickly chased to the supermarket on the underground floor of the mall, and to the knife supplies area. Seeing the sharp knives around, the woman's eyes lit up, and she moved these knives to stab the man in black behind her. Fu Wenduo avoided these kitchen knives without changing his expression. He reacted very quickly, and the blades brushed past his body, and sometimes he waved his hand to knock them away. However, there were still too many knives. A fruit knife cut his right face, and blood flew out in the air. This was the first time Fu Wenduo was injured. The middle-aged woman excitedly used her supernatural power again and lifted the supermarket counter. But the next moment she just controlled the counter to float. Almost in the blink of an eye, the man walked in front of her. You? The sharp weapon did not give the woman a chance to speak, and directly pierced her throat. She opened her mouth and looked at the man who killed her in astonishment, as if she did not understand why this man was so fast, just like her companions who went to Shanghai, so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye. The middle-aged woman fell down with a bang, and in her slightly open mouth, there was still some residual human flesh between her teeth. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and the sharp weapon turned into a normal right hand again. After he confirmed that the woman was dead, he looked around, turned around and walked out of the supermarket, and drove away in an SUV. It was cloudy these days, and heavy black clouds pressed heavily on the land of Jiangnan. Fu Wenduo held the steering wheel with one hand, and held the map with the other hand to find the way to the highway. The shallow cut on his right cheek began to heal. In just a few minutes, it returned to its original appearance, and the skin was as smooth as before. After Fu Wenduo left, 2 college-looking men and women walked into the underground supermarket trembling. They held each other's hands and cheered themselves up. That man said he would kill those murderers. He must have killed them. Yes, he left. He must have killed those people. The 2 said this, as if they were finding reasons for themselves and mustering up the courage to enter the supermarket. They walked between the shelves of the supermarket, their legs shaking. When they saw the body of the woman lying next to the counter, they slowly opened their eyes. After the excitement, there were tears of joy. The young man and woman hugged each other. She's dead, revenge for Lulu. Shanghai, Pudong New Area. Tang Mo didn't expect to meet this little girl again so soon. 10 days ago, Tang Mo ventured to Sherbei Middle School and left a message for the little girl under the podium. 10 days later, Qin Shanshan came. Tang Mo asked, "Did you see the letter I left and come here?" The short-haired girl was very mature, and she answered seriously, "Yes. Brother Tang Mo, Feifei, and I went to school 3 days ago and saw the letter you left. But this mall is a bit hard to find, and murders by illegal immigrants have occurred frequently in Shanghai recently. You and the illegal immigrants are mortal enemies, so it takes some effort to come here, and you can't come directly. So it took some time." Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo. "Did you tell this kid about attack and the illegal immigrant organization?" Tang Mo, "No. I just said that the little fat guy and I are now in a superpower organization." Hearing this, Luo Fengcheng gently. "Oh." Xiao Feifei went to find Zhao Xiang first, and Tang Mo took Qin Shanshan to talk in the corner of the underground parking lot. "Did they save Zhao Xiang and Lu Qin?" Qin Shanshan asked. Tang Mo, "Yes. I know a member of this organization. Half a month ago, I came to him to learn about the situation of the smuggler organization, and I happened to see them saving the fat boy." Qin Shanshan nodded. After not seeing each other for a month, this little girl has become smarter. Although Tang Mo could no longer obtain Qin Shanshan's superpowers and see what her current superpower level was, the little girl was indeed much smarter than she was a month ago. Tang Mo only said that he and Zhao Xiang were in a superpower organization, and if Qin Shanshan wanted to find them, she could come. Based on this alone, Qin Shanshan speculated that this superpower organization and the group of stowaways might be enemies. First of all, Tang Mo said when he left Sherbei Middle School that he would return to Suzhou after finding his friends. Tang Mo is still in Shanghai, which means he must have something to do. This thing is most likely to deal with the murderous illegal immigrants. In addition, the little fat man and his companions went west. The reason why Qin Shanshan turned back was because she was worried about the safety of the little fat man. According to Qin Shanshan's instructions, Zhao Xiang would not contact people casually, and would not appear in a superpower organization for no reason. 9 out of 10 times, Zhao Xiang was in danger, and this superpower organization just happened to save them. The most dangerous people in Shanghai right now are the illegal immigrants. The supernatural organization that is against the illegal immigrants is of course their enemy. Tang Mo thought, "Don't you have another companion? Why are there only 2 of you?" His home is not far from the school. His parents are gone, but when he went home to visit, he met his uncle. His uncle is still alive, and he was separated from us. Qin Shanshan said, "Brother Tang Mo, do you want to kill those illegal immigrants?" Tang Mo, "If we don't kill them, they will continue to massacre in Shanghai and kill more people, including us." The charred body I met at the entrance of the school stairs. Was it a stowaway? Yes, he followed me to your school. Qin Shanshan, how many stowaways are left now? There are still 6. We know the ability of only one of the stowaways very well, and the abilities of the other 5 are not yet known. Tang Mo told Qin Shanshan about the current situation. Not long after, the fat boy learned that 2 classmates had arrived, and he excitedly ran over to find them. 4 teenagers gathered in a tax operating room, talking about their experiences over the past month. Tang Mo left the operating room and went to the S4 instance with Jax. 4 days ago, they cleared the S2 instance and received a mission reward. Unfortunately, the mission reward was not valuable and could not be used to deal with the illegal immigrants. Today they were going to clear the S4 instance. When Tang Mo returned to the parking lot in the evening, the fat boy covered his injured arm and vividly described to the 2 female classmates the scene of his heroic rescue. Xiao Feifei was amused by him, but Qin Shanshan was relatively calm and asked about Lu Qin's injuries. The sky was getting cloudy. The weather was getting colder these days, and a cold front was coming from the north. The biting wind blew on people's faces, like a knife cutting. Even the reserve forces could resist such cold. After the earth went online, humans were no longer afraid of the temperature drop. However, these winds hinted that a cold front was coming, which might bring heavy rain. Luo Fengcheng said that there would be a heavy rain in 3 days, and that would be the best time to attack the smuggler organization. Tang Mo couldn't figure out why it was raining. The night before, he found Luo Fengcheng and asked how to launch a sneak attack. Luo Fengcheng took out a hand-drawn architectural plan. There are 3 glass elevators in this mall. There is one at the southernmost end, the northernmost end, and the center of the mall. The cinema is on the 12th floor of the mall. There are currently 25 people in the attack organization, but only 10 of them have powerful offensive abilities, including the injured fat man. Tang Mo listened to Luo Fengqing's plan and nodded in agreement. Finally, he said, Tao Tai is either better than Shinsu, or he is a very important person. Luo Fengqing, who do you think Tao Tai is? Luo Fengqing pondered for a moment. There is a 40% chance that the black belt is Tao Tai, and a 60% chance that the other man is Tao Tai. Tang Mo did not object. He walked out of Luo Fengqing's office. All members need to rest well tonight. The next night, the 10 of them, and Tang Mo will go to Puxi to attack the 6 stowaways. Tang Mo did not return to his car immediately. He found the little girl alone, outside the operating room. Tang Mo got straight to the point. I have something, Shen Shen, I want to hear your opinion. What is it? Among the remaining 6 stowaways, there is a man nicknamed Tao Tai, and now we don't know who he is. There are 2 choices. One is a young man in his 20s. Half a month ago, he had fought with a member of the attack organization. There was no big conflict, and he turned around and ran away. Tang Mo briefly summarized. The other one is a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. His special ability is unknown, and he has been binding his eyes with black silk ribbons for a long time, but he is not blind. Every time he appears, there is a stowaway who is his bodyguard. Tang Mo paused and looked at Qin Shanshan. Who do you think is Tao Tai? Qin Shanshan thought for a long time and asked, Is it important who is Tao Tai? I just like to prevent all possibilities. I think it's the second person. Tang Mo asked, Why? There is too little information to figure out who Tao Tai is. But my intuition is, it's him. Qin Shanshan raised her head. Sorry, brother Tang Mo, I can't figure out the truth with this amount of information. I can only say that my intuition is him. Tang Mo nodded. That's enough. After entering the operating room and looking at the students, Tang Mo returned to the business car where he had lived these days. He opened the supernatural book and turned to the page of Qin Shanshan. Limitation. The upper limit of judgment accuracy is 50%, and the space for physical strength improvement is 0. The upper limit of judgment accuracy is 50%, which does not mean that after Qin Shanshan reasoned and analyzed something, the result she obtained has a 50% accuracy rate. Rather, when faced with any unknown problem, she doesn't need to analyze it at all, and there is a 50% chance that she can guess the correct conclusion. Of course, this is the upper limit, and the lower limit is unknown. But this is already extremely scary. Although Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing both think that Tao Tai is more likely to be the young man, Tang Mo still decides to trust Qin Shanshan's intuition. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the ground. The next afternoon, Tang Mo and the 10 members of Attack's organization were divided into 6 groups, disguised, and left the mall one by one. They did not walk all the way until 5 p.m., when they met near Nanjing Road. The sky was dark, and dark clouds covered the entire sky. Tang Mo and his group hid in a fast food restaurant opposite the building, looking at the sky in silence. The heavy dark clouds accumulated more and more, and the terrifying black swallowed the world. Without electricity and lights, the world was dark. Just as Luo Fengqing said, 4 hours later, at 9 o'clock, a bean-sized raindrop hit the glass of KFC. Walala. The heavy rain poured down, and the huge raindrops hit the ground fiercely. The rain curtain was like a thick fog, making this once prosperous commercial street even more hazy. In the heavy rain, 10 figures rushed through the rain curtain at a very fast speed and entered the commercial building where the illegal immigrants were. After entering the mall, the 10 people looked at each other, nodded slightly, and quickly separated. Attack's 9 people went up to the 12th floor in 3 groups of 3 along 3 safety stairs. Tang Mo walked up the last safety staircase alone. The crackling sound of rain echoed in the empty mall, covering up their footsteps. In 5 minutes, all 10 people reached the 12th floor. They hid in the darkness and could not see each other. Tang Mo walked lightly and carefully into the door of the cinema. He counted the seconds silently in his mind, and at the same time tried to speed up his pace to find the enemy hiding in the cinema. When he reached the door of the 4 screening room, Tang Mo suddenly stopped. He put his ear to the door of the number 4 screening room and listened carefully to the movement inside. Tang Mo closed his eyes, held his breath, and pictured the interior of the theater that Luo Fengqing had drawn for all of them in his mind. When he focused all his attention on listening, he heard his own heartbeat thump thump. Then, there was an extremely weak breathing sound. Tang Mo frowned and listened to the other person's voice. He should be sitting in the front row. The first 4 rows. in the middle of the first 4 rows. There was only one breathing sound, and it was very heavy, and it was probably a man. Tang Mo counted the time in his mind. 1,100 seconds, 11:01 seconds. 1,198 seconds. 1,199 seconds. 1,200 seconds. Tang Mo took out a small parasol, quickly chanted a spell, and kicked open the door of the 4th screening room. He kicked his feet, and rushed towards the stowaway, who was resting in the middle of the 3rd row. At the moment he launched the attack, 3 attacks were heard from the other 3 directions. Chaos suddenly began. Tang Mo's sneak attack had a miraculous effect. The opponent seemed to be resting and didn't react at all. Tang Mo's umbrella tip pierced the man's shoulder straight through. There was a sound of bone breaking, and the man screamed in pain, "Who is it? I will kill you." There was a rustling sound in the air. Tang Mo moved his ears, and moved to the right to avoid it. The sound passed through the place where he was standing just now, but suddenly turned and wrapped around his right wrist. "Lightning, turn on the light!" A loud female voice sounded in the next screening room. Snap! A dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the corridor, and a high-wattage headlight suddenly lit up at the entrance of the cinema. The light was pervasive, and when it shone into each screening room, there was only a little dim light. But with this little light, Tang Mo and the stowaway saw each other clearly. "The man with glasses," Tang Mo said in his heart. The gentle-looking young man raised his right hand, holding a long rubber rope in his hand, and the other end was tightly tied around Tang Mo's wrist. His left hand was hanging down in a strange position, and it was obvious that his shoulder bone was broken and he could no longer move. The moment they saw each other clearly, Tang Mo and the man with glasses reacted together. Tang Mo raised his small parasol and opened it with a snap. The man with glasses waved his right hand, and the seemingly soft rubber rope pulled Tang Mo, threw him into the air, and then smashed him to the ground. Tang Mo immediately pointed the umbrella body at the ground. When he was thrown to the ground, the umbrella of the small parasol was pressed into a terrifying arc, and then bounced, and Tang Mo was bounced back into the air. Because of the pain, the man with glasses stared at Tang Mo with a twisted face, and kept swinging the rubber rope to hit him against the ceiling, the ground, and the 4 walls of the theater. Tang Mo changed the direction of the small parasol, and blocked these attacks one by one. The small parasol bent, and deformed again and again, protecting Tang Mo from being hit against the wall. When the man with glasses threw him to the ceiling again, Tang Mo suddenly closed the umbrella, and stabbed the tip of the umbrella into the wall fiercely. The man with glasses was stunned. The small parasol was stuck in the ceiling by Tang Mo, and he was just in the corner of the ceiling. One hand was entangled in a rubber rope, the other hand was holding a small parasol, and his feet were on 2 walls, confronting the man with glasses standing on the ground. "Come here!" The man with glasses shouted angrily, and pulled the rubber rope. Tang Mo's right hand was pulled forward by him, and his left hand was firmly holding the small parasol to stabilize his body. The two of them formed a confrontation for a while, and the man with glasses flashed his eyes, and he flipped his fingers, and another rubber rope flew out from his palm and grabbed Tang Mo's other hand. At the same time, Tang Mo stood in the corner of the ceiling and opened his mouth. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Boom! A powerful airflow blew out of Tang Mo's mouth. The second rubber rope of the man with glasses had already entangled Tang Mo's hand holding the small parasol. The surprise on his face did not last for a second before his eyes widened and he turned and ran away in horror. But in this small screening room, the storm quickly swept everything. The 8-level hurricane made the seats creak. The man with glasses was in the center of the storm. He was blown directly onto the big screen by the strong wind. The strong wind continued. The powerful storm blew out from the center of the theater, touched the wall, and then returned to press Tang Mo. Tang Mo's current position was extremely clever. When the man with glasses swung him with a rubber rope, he had been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to suppress the other party without involving himself. He was now in the diagonal line of the theater. The storm blew out, and the man with glasses was pressed on the big screen by the strong wind. When these winds hit the wall and blew back to Tang Mo, the force just pressed him into the corner of the ceiling, so that he would not be pulled out by the man with glasses and also fall into the storm. However, as a stowaway, when the man with glasses reacted, he pressed his right hand on the big screen and stood up little by little. As long as he stood up, he could walk. He gritted his teeth, glared at Tang Mo fiercely, and walked towards him step by step. The level 8 wind would only have a certain impact on the superpower, and it would have a surprising effect, but it would not be able to defeat him. The man with glasses clenched the rubber rope in his hand. The two thin ropes became extremely thin due to the sudden long-distance pulling, and they helped the man with glasses to tie Tang Mo's wrists with great toughness. The man with glasses held the rope with one hand and walked in the strong wind. A crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was no longer affected by the strong wind. If he was given half a minute, he could catch Tang Mo and strangle this wind using superpower. From beginning to end, all this happened in just 10 seconds. Swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. The superpower lasts for 1 minute and can only be used twice a day. Tang Mo calmly watched the man with glasses walk towards him step by step. He held the handle of the small parasol tightly and twisted his wrist slightly. The next moment, Tang Mo suddenly shut up, and the powerful storm in the theater suddenly disappeared. The man with glasses was stunned, but in the blink of an eye, he understood why Tang Mo gave up using his supernatural power. The stretched rubber rope suddenly contracted because the pressure dissipated. The man with glasses was pulled straight towards Tang Mo by the elastic force, and Tang Mo also pulled the small parasol out of the ceiling, letting the rubber rope pull him towards the man with glasses. Half a second later, the two bodies collided in the air. A sharp umbrella tip pierced the glasses man's chest and came out from his back. With a bang, the two fell to the ground. Tang Mo pulled out the small parasol that pierced the glasses man's heart and used the umbrella tip to pierce the two rubber ropes tied to him. He leaned over and checked quickly to make sure that the glasses man was dead, then picked up the small parasol and walked out of the fourth screening room. In the dimly lit cinema, 3 bodies lay in the corridor. One was a member of Attack, and there were traces of burns on his body. The other 2 were stowaways. Tang Mo also found 3 bodies in the other 2 screening rooms. 2 were members of Attack, and 1 was a stowaway. Now there are 4 stowaways and 3 members dead. All 3 members had traces of burns. There are 2 stowaways left. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he hurried out of the cinema. When he looked up, he saw a tall young woman with short hair kicking Jax away, and at the same time she waved her right hand, and a ball of red flames hit Jax directly. "Be careful." Tang Mo quickly stretched out his hand, and the rubber rope flew out from his palm and tied Jax's waist. Tang Mo moved his wrist and pulled Jax behind him. The light in the mall was very dim, and the young woman did not see that the supernatural power Tang Mo used was what he had just obtained from the man with glasses. She stood on the glass railing on the 12th floor and looked at Tang Mo vigilantly. Tang Mo looked down. There were 5 people lying on the ground. Except Jax, Tang Qiao, and the other 5 collapsed on the ground. Not only did they have burn marks on their bodies, but there were also some other wounds. They had lost their fighting ability. Jax's chest had been burned black by the flames. After being rescued by Tang Mo, he limped to his feet and rushed to fight. Tang Mo stopped him. "She beat you like this alone?" "Jax, she beat me like this alone. I was already injured when Tang Qiao and the others came. I was injured by other illegal immigrants." Tang Mo nodded, he whispered a spell, and opened the little parasol of Grandma Wolf. The heavy rain fell, hitting the glass windows of the mall, making crackling sounds. Tang Mo held up a small parasol and walked towards the short-haired woman calmly. The latter also looked at him coldly. When the distance between the two was only 10 meters, a hoarse male voice sounded, "Be careful, his ability is the strongest." Tang Mo was startled, and then he found that behind the short-haired woman, a blindfolded boy stood in the dark, quietly looking at him. Although the other party's eyes were still covered with a layer of airtight black cloth, Tang Mo felt that a sharp gaze was fixed on him, as if seeing through his secret. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the black cloth boy. The raging fire formed a wall of fire, blocking him in front of him. "Your opponent is me." Tang Mo opened his small parasol to block the fire dragon that pounced on him. The flames spread from both sides of the parasol. Tang Mo held the parasol with both hands. Suddenly, he raised his other hand and blocked his neck. The short-haired woman punched Tang Mo's hand, and she turned back twice and landed steadily. Tang Mo put away the small parasol and turned to look at the other party. The moment their eyes met, they moved together. The short-haired woman waved her hands, and balls of hot flames hit Tang Mo without mercy. She had extremely strong fighting skills. Under this intensive and fierce attack, Tang Mo could only rely on his strong physical fitness and use his small parasol for defense again and again. Another ball of fire burned towards Tang Mo's eyes, and Tang Mo rolled back to avoid the flames. The short-haired woman took the opportunity to sweep her leg, and Tang Mo hurriedly supported himself with his hands to avoid the leg. Before he could come to his senses, the short-haired woman punched Tang Mo again, and Tang Mo blocked it with his arms. He was knocked away by this powerful force, and his back broke the glass fence on the 12th floor, and he fell from the 12th floor. Jax exclaimed, Tang Mo. Tang Mo fell from the 12th floor. He put away his parasol, and stabbed the tip of the umbrella into the glass elevator in the center of the mall. The glass broke layer by layer. When Tang Mo used the force to slow down and slid to the 8th floor, there was a loud click, and the entire glass of the sightseeing elevator was shattered. Tang Mo stepped on the steel structure of the elevator, and returned to the 12th floor after several efforts. What greeted him head-on was a raging sea of fire. Tang Mo did not dare to be careless and directly used Chi swallowing 10,000 miles, like a tiger to blow away all the flames. After the flames dispersed, the short-haired woman's fist hit him. Tang Mo could not dodge, and with a crisp sound of fracture, his nose bone was broken by a punch. After the earth went online, this was the most powerful enemy Tang Mo had ever encountered. The superpowers were powerful, and more importantly, the fighting skills were too strong. In her eyes, all of Tang Mo's movements seemed like children playing. She easily resolved them, and pushed Tang Mo into a dead end again and again. With her terrifying fighting skills, if her ability was not fire, but lightning speed, then 100 Tang Mo would not be enough for her to fight. This woman's fire ability was obviously stronger than Tang Mo's. Give me back my grandfather. Swallowing thousands of miles, like a tiger. It has been used twice today, and it is impossible to use it again. Tang Mo only has these two offensive abilities. His brain was working fast, thinking about what he should do. At this time, the woman's fist wrapped in blazing flames hit Tang Mo. Tang Mo was unable to dodge, his eyes narrowed, and a huge stone blocked in front of him was smashed by the woman's fist. Tang Mo could no longer hesitate. He realized that he was no match for this woman at the moment. Is this your ability? The woman was shocked. She realized, your ability is not that wind. The moment the woman spoke, a layer of light silver appeared on Tang Mo's body. The river of time gradually stagnated at this time. In the silent and dark mall, Jax and Tang Qiao looked at Tang Mo worriedly. Jax had only said the first word of the word be careful, and the second word was not uttered yet. The young woman's fist stopped in midair, her eyes trembled slightly, as if she had discovered something. She stretched out her hand with great effort, and a ball of fire blocked her in front of her. However, this was not the narrow stairwell of the school, and Tang Mo had too many directions to choose from. Tang Mo appeared from behind the woman, and the sharp tip of the umbrella pierced the back of her head. Time returned to normal, and no one saw how Tang Mo suddenly teleported from in front of the woman to behind her. Even the woman kept her eyes open, looking forward in disbelief. Blood flowed from the wound on her forehead, along her nose, and slid to her mouth. The side effects of time power are far more than just consuming life. In just 2 seconds, Tang Mo has consumed 4 minutes of life. At the same time, he found that he was weak at the moment, and was no longer in a strong state. If he faced this woman again, he would probably be killed in one blow. He took a few deep breaths to recover his strength, and pulled back the umbrella. The woman fell to the ground with a bang. Her eyes gradually became blurred, but just before the focus of her eyes was about to disappear, she slapped the ground with force. Tang Mo was startled and immediately turned his head to look at the boy in black cloth hiding in the dark. A tall wall of fire rose from the ground, blocking him and the boy. A layer of faint black air enveloped the boy's eyebrows and eyes, and he turned and ran. Tang Mo hurried to chase him, but was stopped by the fire wall. When Tang Mo broke through the fire wall, he saw the boy running at full speed and smashing the glass windows of the building. He didn't want to die, he wanted to jump to the next building. Tang Mo hurried to chase him, but saw a little fat man standing quietly on the rooftop of the opposite building in the dark rain. When the black cloth boy saw the little fat man, it was too late, and a small nail pierced his forehead. The boy fell on the rooftop of the building, and blood quickly flowed all over the ground, which was washed away by the heavy rain. Tang Mo jumped to the rooftop of the building, checked and found that the boy was dead. He looked up at the person in front of him. Little fatty, why are you here? They came with a total of 11 people this time, but the little fat man was still injured. So Tang Mo decided to let him stay in the fast food restaurant and provide support at any time. Zhao Xiang wiped the rain off his face. Before leaving, Shanshan told me that if you don't let me participate, let me support from the side, I will find a building closest to the building nearby and wait on the rooftop here. If they run away, they will definitely run to other buildings. I will wait here and maybe I can wait for the fish that slipped through the net. Brother Tang, you asked me to keep an eye on the movements in the building at any time. I thought about it, and followed Shanshan's advice to find this rooftop. In the heavy rain, Tang Mo uncovered the black cloth on the boy's eyes. As Luo Fengcheng said, This is a boy who can be called a pretty boy. This is my second time killing someone. Xiao Xiang's voice sounded in the noisy rain, but I don't feel scared at all. Brother Tang, that's him. When Lu Chen and I were running away, we saw him and Dian Nan kill a little girl about our age and eat her heart. We wanted to escape, but who knows where he found us, and told Dian Nan that my superpowers were very strong. Dian Nan chased us like crazy, and he refused to give up after chasing us for a day and a night. Lu Chen almost died in his hands. Tang Mo also clearly remembered that just now in the building, the boy told the short-haired woman that his superpowers were the strongest. He had a guess in his mind, and he opened the boy's eyelids. It was all white, without pupils. Last night, Tang Mo used. Draw a circle to curse you, and the target of the curse was this black cloth boy. When the boy turned to run away, Tang Mo saw the black air of the curse enveloped his body. Maybe it was because of the curse, or maybe it was supposed to be like this. Anyway, this boy died at the hands of the little fat man. 6 stowaways all dead. The heavy rain was still pouring down, and Tang Mo and the little fat man returned to the cinema. Jax's injuries had recovered somewhat. He came over and said in a hoarse voice, "When you were still here, Shiaza was already dying. He didn't make it." Tang Mo paused. He strode to the entrance of the cinema, and saw Tang Xiao holding the body of a young man. The man's face had been disfigured by the flames. The clothes he was wearing were Yi Yuan's. Now he was lying on the ground without breathing, being held by his companions. Of the 3 people who found Tang Mo outside Mario's Monopoly game, only Tang Xiao was left. Ye Fei and Yi Yuanza were all dead. Tang Mo looked at them quietly, and finally checked everyone's injuries. Among them, Jax and Tang Xiao were the least injured. Although the injuries of the other 3 were not fatal, they had to rest well, and could not move casually in a short period of time. All 7 stowaways died, and the attack organization sacrificed 4 people, including Ye Fei who had died in their hands a month ago. After a night's rest, Tang Mo and Jax each carried a seriously injured attack member who could not walk, and the 7 people set out on the way back. Before leaving, Tang Mo set a fire and burned down the entire mall. The sky cleared up, and the bright sunshine shone on the charred remains of the building. Many people who had been hiding all day for fear of the smuggler organization, and never saw the sun came out when they saw the charred building. They seemed to realize something, and stood downstairs after the fire, looking up. When Tang Mo returned to the mall, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Xiao walked to Luo Fengcheng expressionlessly, and told him the whole story of the sneak attack the night before. When Luo Fengcheng heard that 4 members had died, his expression relaxed a little. Soon, he regained his composure and said, "Those stowaways are extremely strong. If we hadn't attacked them by surprise, we might not have been able to defeat them. The black cloth boy didn't make a move, but the short-haired woman alone killed 3 of us. If they continue to eat hearts to become stronger, the consequences will be disastrous." The 2 seriously injured members were sent to the operating room, and were in the same ward as the bamboo pole boy, waiting to recover. Tang Mo's nose bone was broken by the short-haired woman, and there were some deep and shallow wounds on his body. He ignored the injuries, and everyone else in the office left one by one, leaving only him and Luo Fengcheng. "I think Tao Tai is the black cloth," Tang Mo said. Luo Fengcheng asked, "Why?" "The black cloth's ability is very strange, at least it is not aggressive. If it weren't for his important identity, this smuggler organization would not have tolerated him, and Shinsu would not have tolerated him either." After a pause, Tang Mo said, "Perhaps his ability is related to why these smugglers can become stronger after eating the heart." Luo Fengcheng, a superpower protected by all the stowaways, his own superpowers are not aggressive. His superpowers are indeed very likely related to the secrets of these stowaways' strength. But we will never have the chance to know what his superpowers are. Heibu was killed by the little fat man, and Tang Mo did not get his superpowers. But he also felt Heibu's superpowers are related to eating hearts. Without further discussion on this topic, Luo Fengcheng looked at him. "How long are you going to stay?" Tang Mo looked up at him and said, "Today is the 23rd. I'm leaving tomorrow." "You really don't want to stay?" Tang Mo, "Those illegal immigrants came from Suzhou. There are at least 3 illegal immigrants in Suzhou. I've lived there for more than 20 years, and I want to go back there more than Shanghai. Kill those illegal immigrants, who massacred more than 1,000 people in Suzhou." Luo Fengcheng didn't force it. When Tang Mo was leaving, Luo Fengcheng asked, "I heard that the fat guy was waiting on the rooftop of the building opposite because his female classmates said so?" Tang Mo paused and turned to look at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, "No matter how smart she is, She is only a 15-year-old child and has learned too little. She needs to learn more to survive better in this world. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng steadily. He understood what he meant. Tang Mo left the office and found the little girl, who was listening to Xiao Feifei in the corner of the parking lot. Jin Shanshan saw the wounds on Tang Mo's shoulder and right leg at first sight. She stood up and said, "Are you okay, brother Tang Mo?" "It's okay." The two looked at each other, and Jin Shanshan followed Tang Mo out. Tang Mo repeated Luo Fengcheng's words, and the little girl lowered her head, silently looking at the ground, without saying a word. Tang Mo said lightly, "Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to go back to Suzhou. You think about it carefully." Without saying anything extra, everything was left to the little girl to choose. The next afternoon, Tang Mo packed up the good things he was going to bring and changed to a new backpack. After 2 nights, his injuries had almost recovered, except for some burned scars on the back of his left hand that had not completely healed. In this sneak attack, 2 stowaways died at Tang Mo's hands, and he gained the other's superpowers. Superpower: I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Owner: Lu Jin Stowaway. Type: Genotype. Function: the palms of both hands can emit extremely elastic rubber ropes, and the law of causality applies. The tied object cannot take the initiative to untie the rubber rope within 1 minute. Level: Level 3. Restrictions: a maximum of 2 rubber ropes can be emitted, and 1 rope can only tie up 1 object. Note: if you can't be the Pirate King, you can still be the man of the Pirate King. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version: it can only be used once a day, and only 1 rubber rope can be released. The law of causality applies, and the rubber rope cannot be untied for 30 seconds. I think the powers Tang Mo has acquired recently are a bit dirty, which fits his character. Tang Mo looked at the last sentence of the power book strangely. This was the first time he didn't understand the complaints in the power book. What do you mean by dirty? Although this rubber rope power has many restrictions in use, it is a very powerful power just based on the unbreakable law of cause and effect. Tang Mo looked at the fire girl's power again. Power: blazing flame. Owner: Dong Si Stowaway. Type: atomic. Function: cast blazing flames. The flame temperature can reach up to 1,535 degrees Celsius. Level: Level 4. Tang Mo's eyes were focused on. Level 4. 2 words. This was the first level 4, or higher ability, he had obtained. Sure enough, the ability of the female stowaway was so strong. Limitation: the temperature of the flame cannot be controlled. Each time it is used, it will accelerate the evaporation of water in the user's body. Note: no matter how hot the flame is, it can't be faster than time. Dong Si thought so before he died. Instructions for use of Tang Mo version: it can only be used 3 times a day. When used, it will double the evaporation of water in the body. A passionate woman met a fast man. Both of these abilities are very aggressive, and they are very rare offensive abilities of Tang Mo. He stuffed the supernatural book into his backpack and said goodbye to Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng was writing some strange chemical formulas. Tang Mo took a look and didn't look at it anymore. Luo Fengcheng said, "Those 2 girls are very good. They have decided to join the attack organization." Tang Mo was slightly stunned, but it was reasonable. Xiao Feifei's identity recognition ability may seem useless, but it is rare for a supernatural organization like Attack. Attack takes the elite route, but it does not reject outsiders with supernatural powers. Official players must have special powers, but no one knows whether those with special powers are official players. With Xiao Feifei around, it is almost impossible for stowaways to sneak into the attack organization. As for Jin Shanshan, the little girl came to me last night. I asked her a few questions, and she couldn't answer any of them. So she decided to stay and be my student. Tang Mo didn't expect the situation to be like this. You accepted her as your student? Yes. Luo Fengcheng said, she is very smart, smarter than all the researchers I have seen. But she still had too little knowledge. Just like she knew to let the little fat man wait on the rooftop, but she didn't know why there would be a heavy rainstorm in Shanghai that night. Not a day earlier, not a day later, it was that day. Smartness is not equal to wisdom. A wise person needs to have a huge amount of knowledge on the basis of intelligence. Just like when Tang Mo first met Luo Fengcheng, this mysterious Black Tower researcher accurately said many technical terms that Tang Mo had never heard of, and analyzed everyone's situation very thoroughly. This is what Jin Shanshan lacks the most now. However, Tang Mo thought, I thought you just wanted her to be your assistant. Assistants are also students. Luo Fengcheng explained, I used to be an assistant for a long time, about a year, when I was 19 years old. And Tang Mo, I don't have any special abilities, I'm just an ordinary reserve. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng, and Luo Fengcheng looked at him the same way. After a long time, Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, sooner or later, I will die in the Black Tower. After that day, I died, but my students were still alive. I was still alive. Tang Mo looked at him, and slowly raised his lips. You think too much. They laughed together. On the easternmost side of Shanghai, there was a seemingly ordinary three-storied building. A tall and handsome man in black walked into the building, and started from the first room on the first floor, looking for something. This was an ordinary building. The only thing that was unusual was that the doors of each room were sealed with double encryption, using strict iris recognition door locks and voice-print locks. Now that the power is out, these locks are powered by solar energy, and are still working. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and the area below his arm turned into a sharp black weapon, and he pierced through the thick iron door directly. He walked into every room, searching carefully, and found the last room on the third floor. There was a nameplate hanging outside the door of this room. Leader of the Polar Biology Research Group, Luo Fengcheng. Fu Wenduo walked into this room and searched carefully for a long time, but did not find any clues. Just as he turned to leave, his eyes fell on a white porcelain cup next to the sink in the room. After the cup was washed, it was wiped clean and placed on the table, with the lid closed and placed straight. There was no splash of water around it, as if someone had washed it, and put it away leisurely, wiped the sink table by the way, and then left slowly. Fu Wenduo looked for a while, suddenly turned around, stood at the door, and looked at the room again. Didn't disappear? At the same time, Tang Mo left the mall with his bag on his back. He didn't have to take Qin Shanshan away, but he always felt that this little girl was suitable to be a companion. If not, he wouldn't force it. Being alone is much more comfortable than having a stupid teammate. After Tang Mo walked a kilometer, the sun gradually moved westward, and a crescent moon appeared in the eastern sky. Halfway through the walk, Tang Mo suddenly remembered, is today Christmas Eve? Today is December 24th, Christmas Eve. If I had known that I could stay in the mall for another day, it wouldn't matter if I left tomorrow. Tang Mo was thinking casually. Just as he reached a crossroads, a breeze blew and Tang Mo stopped. At this time, a bright and joyful music sounded throughout Shanghai, and hundreds of children sang together, "We wish you a Merry Christmas." Tang Mo's hair stood up all over his body. He turned around quickly, and looked at the black giant tower floating on the other side of the Huangpu River. After a cheerful song Merry Christmas ended, the clear voice of the black tower sounded, "Ding! The Chinese region opens a surprise dungeon for Christmas Eve." 3 minutes later, all Chinese players enter the dungeon and start the game. Ding! The Chinese region opens a surprise dungeon for Christmas Eve. It was announced 3 times in total, and the loud child's voice continued to echo in the land of China. After the announcement, the black tower paused for a moment. It was still the same child's voice without any fluctuations in the sound, but it sounded like there was a hint of gloating. It loudly informed all Chinese players, "Ding! Merry Christmas." Chapter 38. After a malicious Merry Christmas blessing, in the far west, the setting sun completely fell below the horizon, and the last ray of light disappeared in the sky. Christmas Eve began. Tang Mo immediately began to check his things, confirming that the small parasol and the big matches were on him. Then he quickly ran to a convenience store 50 meters away. The things in the store had long been turned upside down by people, and all the food and water on the shelves had been snatched away. Tang Mo found a utility knife for sharpening pencils in the clerk's drawer, and then found 2 batteries. The flashlight he got from Li Bin has been used for a long time, and he doesn't know when it will run out of power. In order to prevent the next copy from being as dark and gloomy as the mole's cave, a power source must be prepared. When all this was ready, Tang Mo looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the convenience store. The second hand moved slowly, sliding towards the position of 12. When the 3 minutes came, Tang Mo held his breath and prepared to be pulled into the copy. However, the next moment, the second hand clicked and pointed to the next location. Tang Mo paused. He stood in the dark and empty convenience store, his eyes fixed on the clock on the wall. The second hand was still moving. Tang Mo silently counted the time in his heart. He started counting down after the Black Tower announced that the Chinese players would enter the dungeon in 3 minutes. It took him 1.5 minutes to enter the convenience store, and another 1.5 minutes to find the things. Until now, 4 minutes have passed. He was not pulled into the game instance. Tang Mo stood there and waited for a while. Another minute passed, and he was still not pulled into the instance. He took out the small parasol from his backpack and walk out of the convenience store. Tang Mo started walking back. This place was only 2 kilometers away from the mall, where the attack organization was located. He wanted to know if everyone was like him, and was not pulled into the instance, or if he was the only one who was left outside the instance. Tang Mo walked very fast, holding the small parasol tightly in his hand, always on guard against possible enemies around him. Just as he walked to the previous intersection, suddenly, a sound of fireworks exploding came from the sky, and Tang Mo looked up. A huge colorful firework exploded in the black night sky. This firework seemed to be composed of 5 different small fireworks, which flew to the highest point in the sky, like 5 meteors flying from the ground to the sky. They flew slower and slower, and when they flew to a position nearly 1,000 meters above the ground, the 5 fireworks suddenly exploded. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed from the fireworks, with the night as the backdrop, outlining a large-headed portrait. A thick white beard, a red cashmere hat, and a small white ball on the top of the hat. The fireworks drew a big head of Santa Claus in the sky. This scene was reflected in the eyes of every player in Shanghai. When the fireworks picture of Santa Claus gradually dissipated, a hearty and loud laugh came from the sky. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood what this sound meant. For reindeer appeared quickly from behind the fireworks head of Santa Claus, and crashed into the fireworks that were about to dissipate. Ha ha, kids, Merry Christmas. For reindeers pulled a golden red carriage, running in the night sky. They ran over the city, and an old man with a white beard in a red Christmas suit stood on the carriage, holding the reins with both hands and laughing loudly. He laughed loudly and waved his arms, pouring many stars of dazzling light on the ground. Santa Claus' carriage was very fast, and soon it passed through the entire Pudong, crossed the Nanpu Bridge, and drove to Puxi. In the sky, tens of thousands of star-like lights fell to the ground like snowflakes. When they fell to the ground, the stars shone brightly, and the dazzling light pierced the sky. Beams of white light rose from the ground and connected to the sky. At the same time, a crisp child's voice rang out throughout Shanghai, "Ding! Trigger side mission 1. Find the Christmas tree branches left by Santa Claus, and enter the Christmas Eve surprise copy within 30 minutes. This sound rang out simultaneously throughout China. Before that, a Santa Claus appeared near each black tower in the China district, sprinkling white starlight to the earth. Tang Mo turned around almost immediately after hearing the task prompt and ran towards the point where the starlight fell closest to him. But no matter how fast he ran, he was still a beat slower. When he arrived at the scene, a 17 or 18-year-old boy with glasses picked up the small white star that fell on the ground. When his hand touched the small star, the white light dissipated and turned into a small tree branch. The boy saw Tang Mo and looked at him warily. But he didn't need to do anything at all. After he got the branch, his body gradually faded and finally slowly disappeared into the air. This might be the way to successfully enter the dungeon. Tang Mo didn't even look at it, and turned around and ran to another place where a star fell. He was still beaten to it. He ran to more than a dozen places in a row. Sometimes, when he was halfway through, the white light that shot up into the sky disappeared, which meant that someone picked up a branch and successfully entered the dungeon. Sometimes, just after running there, he watched another player enter the dungeon. Time passed by minute, and only the last 5 minutes were left. Tang Mo ran into a factory. On the ground in front of the factory, a small star lay quietly on the ground, with no other players around. His eyes lit up, and he ran over faster. Just when Tang Mo's hand was about to touch the star, he suddenly retracted his hand. A sharp iron boomerang appeared where he had just stretched out his hand. If Tang Mo had not retracted his hand immediately, his hand would have been cut off by the boomerang. He turned his head to the left. He saw a young woman in a camel-colored windbreaker staring at him coldly. She raised her right hand, and the boomerang embedded in the ground floated up and returned to the woman's hand with a whoosh. The two of them were 10 meters apart, staring at each other. The next second, the two of them moved together. Tang Mo shouted a spell, opened his small parasol with a snap, and blocked in front of him. The woman swung the sharp boomerang, drew a 180-degree arc in the air, and attacked Tang Mo from behind. Tang Mo threw away the small parasol and blocked behind him. The boomerang hit him hard, and Tang Mo fell back a step, farther away from the Christmas tree branch. The woman waved the boomerang in one hand and ran quickly towards the little star. Tang Mo grabbed the umbrella handle and kept blocking the boomerang's attack. The pink small parasol collided with the fine iron boomerang, making a bang 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 sound. Tang Mo supported himself on the ground with one hand, dodged the boomerang's attack sideways, and at the same time put away the parasol with a snap, and stabbed back without looking back. The woman was about to get the little star, and she didn't expect Tang Mo to have the energy to attack her while dealing with the boomerang. She was unable to dodge in time, and her shoulder was cut by the sharp tip of the umbrella. She was extremely angry and focused on using her supernatural power to command the boomerang to attack Tang Mo again. Tang Mo rolled on the ground without caring about his image, and grabbed the little star. The woman said anxiously, "You?" Bang! Tang Mo opened his small parasol and blocked the boomerang flying towards him. He calmly put away the small parasol and looked at the woman in the windbreaker standing not far away. The latter was so angry that her face turned red, but time waited for no one. She could only glare at Tang Mo fiercely, and turned to run to the next star falling point. Tang Mo's figure gradually disappeared, and he heard the black tower prompt in his mind, "Ding! Side quest 1 has been completed. Successfully entered the Christmas Eve surprise dungeon number 419 in Huaxia District 2. Player data loading completed. Dungeon information loading completed." A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, and Tang Mo opened his eyes. The whole world was surrounded by white light. The moment he opened his eyes, he grasped the handle of the small parasol, always on guard against monsters like the big mole that suddenly rushed out to kill people. But gradually, after the white light dissipated, Tang Mo could see the appearance of this dungeon world clearly. This was a white world about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The ground was evenly divided into 4 pieces, forming 4 blank grids of 5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. Tang Mo was standing in the rightmost white grid. He looked around and saw 3 people standing in the 3 grids to his left. The 4 of them stood in a row. Tang Mo was on the far right, and on his left was a young man about his age, and on his left was a woman who looked like a high school student. In the leftmost grid, there stood a middle-aged man. When the 4 people saw each other, they all stared at the other 3 warily, and held their weapons tightly. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. All 4 looked towards the source of the sound. In front of them, it seemed that a white wall was rising, revealing the scene on the other side. Tang Mo stared at the rising white wall carefully, thinking, "It turns out that it is not a white world, but a split world." Then, the other side of this wall. He cried out inwardly that something was wrong and looked across. As expected, on the other side of the white wall, there were 4 people standing in the other 4 grids, facing Tang Mo and his 4 companions. This white world finally appeared in the vision of the 8 players. This was a white map that was 10 meters long and 15 meters wide. Every 4 players stood on the same side, dividing the 4 grids. In the middle of the players on both sides, there was an area 5 meters wide. In the center of the area, a large golden star was suspended in the air, and a little bit of golden starlight slowly fell from it. Tang Mo looked at the 4 people opposite him. But he didn't see clearly, he just heard boom boom. The white world seemed to have a big earthquake, and the whole world was shaking. Tang Mo quickly used a small parasol to support himself on the ground. He looked up and saw 8 huge iron plates falling from the sky, and with a bang, they hit in front of each player, just stuck on the edge of the white grid. The silver-white iron plate hit the ground and caused an earthquake. After a long time, all 8 people stood firm. Tang Mo had already raised his head and looked at the large iron plate placed in front of him. After carefully reading every corner of the iron plate, he turned around and looked at the iron plate of the man standing next to him. The picture on this iron plate is different from his own. After coming to this conclusion, while others have not yet reacted, Tang Mo calmly looked at the iron plate of the next person. After reading all the iron plates of the 3 players on his side, he raised his head and looked at the opposite side. There were also 4 people on the opposite side. Standing directly opposite Tang Mo was a middle-aged woman, and to the left was a young woman and a white-haired old man. From Tang Mo's perspective, he could not see the content of their iron plates, but only the identical pattern on the back of the iron plates. Santa Claus drove a reindeer carriage, waving a big red bag, happily driving from the clouds to the earth. The 3 people opposite were also looking at the content on the iron plates. Tang Mo observed them for a while, and then turned his sight to the last person standing diagonally to him. He looked at the other person silently. There was a distance of about 10 meters between the 2 people, and the man looked up at the content on the iron plate. From a distance, half of the man's body was blocked by the iron plate, and Tang Mo could only see that the other person was wearing a black coat. He was clearly standing there quietly, but his posture was extremely straight, standing tall like a peak. Somehow, Tang Mo looked at this man for 2 more seconds. The next moment, a hawk-like gaze pierced Tang Mo directly. Chapter 39. Tang Mo was startled. In the white world, the other 6 people were still studying the iron plate in front of them. Tang Mo and the man in black were 10 meters apart, looking at each other quietly. Their eyes met in the air. No one spoke, just watching. Tang Mo's hand unconsciously touched the match tattoo on his left wrist. At this moment, a cheerful and joyful music sounded. This was the prelude to Merry Christmas. Tang Mo immediately retracted his gaze and looked vigilantly at the source of the sound. The man in black also turned his eyes away and stopped looking at him. The 8 players all looked at the end of the white world. From a faraway place, a voice out of tune was humming over and over again, "We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year." At the end of the white world, a small black dot attracted everyone's attention. The black dot was getting closer and closer. When his singing voice had echoed in the whole white world, everyone finally saw his appearance clearly. This was a thin puppet, wearing a yellow top hat with a red feather inserted diagonally on the blue brim. He wore cowboy leather boots, puffed out his chest, and hummed a song Merry Christmas loudly, which was almost out of tune. He had a broken and old radio on his waist. The music came from this radio. Tang Mo vaguely felt that this puppet looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. The high school girl standing next to him suddenly said in surprise, "Pinocchio." Tang Mo heard this and looked at the puppet again. The puppet stopped humming and turned to look at the high school girl. He proudly put his hands on his waist, and the old radio on his waist was still playing the background music of Merry Christmas. He said, "Yes, I am Pinocchio, who is handsome and cute and everyone likes me." Bayou. A very strange special effect sound sounded, and the puppet's nose suddenly became longer. Pinocchio's face changed, and he quickly said, Okay, not everyone likes me." Bayou. Pinocchio's nose grew longer again, and the pointed nose was almost half a meter long. "I'm just cute, not handsome at all." Bayou. Pinocchio was like a deflated balloon, and the whole person was wilted. "Yes, I'm not cute, not handsome, and not everyone likes me." His nose returned to normal in an instant. Pinocchio angrily slapped the radio, and the radio made a creaking sound, and the music stopped. He glared at the high school girl who called out his name, and the latter took a step back in fear. Pinocchio strode to the big golden star in the middle of the 8 people, and stood next to the golden star. "Merry Christmas? Merry Christmas what? Damn Santa Claus, this Christmas is not happy at all." Pinocchio kicked the golden star and screamed in pain. He covered his foot and jumped on one foot. After a long while, it seemed that the pain was gone, and he turned around and looked at the 8 players present. The puppet snorted, "Are you the players invited by Santa Claus?" Tang Mo looked at this Pinocchio calmly, and the 8 people did not speak. Damn it, don't human children nowadays know how to respect the elderly and love the young? I ask you, are you the players who want to participate in the honest card game today?" Pinocchio angrily pulled the radio off his waist, and threw it on the ground angrily. The radio was smashed into pieces by him, and the fragments were thrown everywhere. The debris splashed at the feet of the high school girl. She thought Pinocchio was still angry about what happened just now, so she ran back in fear. However, she ran to the edge of her own grid, and was blocked by an invisible wall, unable to move forward. Seeing this, Pinocchio narrowed his eyes and smiled gloatingly. "The game hasn't started yet. Can you run out?" Tang Mo reached out and touched the grid he was in. As expected, like the high school girl, the grid he was in was like a cage, with 4 invisible walls blocking the air, preventing him from going out. Several other people also tried, but the results were the same. They were all locked in these grids. "Everyone says that I, Pinocchio, am a dishonest puppet. I think you humans are the most dishonest. Let me smell the stench of stowaways all over the world. It makes me, Pinocchio, vomit." When they heard the word stowaway, everyone's face changed. Tang Mo subconsciously looked at the man in black standing diagonally across from him. The latter didn't react much. The moment Tang Mo looked at him, he also looked up at Tang Mo with a calm expression. Next, Pinocchio said something even more shocking. "Ah, this smell. Seems like there is more than one stowaway. This smell is as strong as the stink bugs in the shit pit. There must be at least 2 stowaways. 2. Damn Santa Claus. Why don't you let me eat these stowaways? What the hell is this Christmassy surprise copy? What kind of game is it if you don't want to die?" The young man standing next to Tang Mo immediately grasped the point, and he asked tentatively, "You just said that this game doesn't want to die?" Pinocchio turned his head and glared at the man. "Yes, it's a surprise bonus copy of Christmas. How can someone die?" "Damn it, you are so curious. Are you a stowaway?" The young man immediately denied it. "You can't kill humans," Pinocchio whispered, and the next moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He smiled. "Ah, I almost forgot Santa Claus's advice. Pinocchio picked up the broken radio from the ground, and he violently slapped it hard. Crunch. The radio that broke into 4 pieces magically emitted a distorted musical sound. Pinocchio held the radio in his right hand and raised his left hand high. He stood in the empty space between the 8 people, turned around quickly, and shouted, "Dear human friends, welcome to Pinocchio's honest card game. I am your best friend, Pinocchio. Bye." Pinocchio angrily changed his words. Okay, I am not your friend, I am Pinocchio." The nose retracted, and the big golden star next to Pinocchio suddenly radiated dazzling golden light, as if responding to Pinocchio. Pinocchio turned around in this dazzling golden light, and faced Tangemo and the other 3. He took off his yellow top hat, and bowed on the stage. Then he did the same thing, turned 180 degrees, and faced the 4 players opposite, and bowed on the stage. Tangemo's eyes were fixed on Pinocchio, and he silently recited the name of the game in his mind. Pinocchio's honest card game. Pinocchio finished his greeting, and threw away the broken radio. He put his hands together, and ran to Tangemo in the blink of an eye. Tangemo's heart tightened, and he almost pulled out the big match. Pinocchio blinked and looked at him. "Kid, do you like lying?" Everyone's eyes turned to Tangemo. Tangemo quickly thought about the meaning of this question. Pinocchio lied just now, and caused his nose to grow longer. Tangemo was not sure what the result would be if he lied at this moment, so he quickly thought of several answers in his mind. Only 1 second passed, Tangemo said expressionlessly. "I don't like it. But humans have always lied before." Pinocchio looked at him and smiled softly, like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he ran to the young man next to him. "Kid, do you like Christmas?" The young man was stunned by this sudden question, and he swallowed his saliva. "It's okay." Pinocchio ran to the next person again. "Kid, do you like Pinocchio?" "Child, have you ever received a gift from Santa Claus?" He asked 7 people 7 questions in a row, and finally he ran to the man in black. Pinocchio smiled kindly. "Child, have you heard of the king's gold coin?" Tangemo's eyes widened, and he immediately looked at Pinocchio. The man in black stared at Pinocchio, and said in a low voice, "No." Pinocchio clapped his hands, and tap danced for a few seconds in front of the man in black. The next moment, his figure appeared next to the big golden star, and he said with emotion, "You are not lying, you are all honest children. Only honest children are eligible to participate in Pinocchio's honest card game. Christmas is here. Santa Claus came to me last night, and said that he had prepared a big surprise for good children all over the world." Pinocchio turned his head to look at the big golden star beside him, crossed his hands, and dubbed himself, "Ding ding ding ding. That's right, it's it, Santa Claus's golden star." The middle-aged woman standing opposite Tangemo subconsciously said, "Santa Claus's golden star. That's right." In the blink of an eye, Pinocchio ran in front of her, frightening the woman so much that she almost fell to the ground. Pinocchio stretched out his wooden hand, and pulled the woman up. He said, "Did you get scared, my honest friend?" But he couldn't hide the sinister and happy smile on his face. He clapped his hands, and returned to the golden star. Santa Claus said that every good child should get a gift from Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. I am very dissatisfied with this. Pinocchio put his hands on his hips. I asked Santa Claus, "How do you know who is a good kid and who is a bad kid? What do you think is a good kid?" Pinocchio pointed at the high school girl. The high school girl turned pale, and thought for a long time. "Gentle, kind, and helpful are good kids?" Pinocchio said dissatisfiedly. "What else?" The high school girl racked her brains, and said a few more words, and Pinocchio's face became uglier and uglier. The high school girl was so scared that she almost cried. Tangemo glanced at her and said, "Only honest people can be considered good kids." Everyone looked at him. Pinocchio gave him a thumbs up. "Right, honest people are good kids." The high school girl thanked Tangemo and whispered, "Thank you." Everyone else looked at Pinocchio again, only the man in black looked at Tangemo for a few more seconds. Tangemo didn't look at him this time. He looked at Pinocchio like everyone else, but his right hand was always on the match tattoo. The big golden star was suspended in the air, and Pinocchio jumped high and hugged the huge star into his arms. "I told Santa Claus that only honest children are qualified to get this star, this king's gold coin." Tangemo's eyes froze, his heart almost skipped a beat, and he stared at the star intently. Others didn't know what king's gold coin meant, and they looked at Pinocchio cautiously and timidly. Pinocchio held the big star and raised his chin proudly. "So today, I will play a game with you children instead of Santa Claus. Whoever wins will get the king's coin." This is a surprise benefit that only comes once a year. An old voice sounded. What is the king's coin? The speaker was the white-haired old man standing next to the man in black. Pinocchio was surprised. You don't even know the king's coin? The king's coin is the highest grade and rarest coin in the underground kingdom. With this coin, you can freely enter and exit every city in the underground kingdom, and you can exchange it for 100 silver coins. Many of the players present seemed to know about the existence of the underground kingdom. When they heard this, their faces changed. However, Pinocchio then said the most crazy words. 1 king's coin can give up a black tower game. You don't even know about the king's coin? Ah! The 3 people exclaimed directly. Everyone's breathing became heavier unconsciously, and they looked at the golden star in Pinocchio's arms with fiery eyes. The man in black also paused for a moment, but the next moment he looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's face was also full of surprise. He seemed to know the king's gold coins for the first time, and his eyes were fixed on the golden stars. The man in black raised his lips slightly and retracted his gaze. After everyone was shocked, the old man couldn't help asking, how to play this game, how to win the game. Pinocchio, good question. Honest children, do you see the silver iron card in front of you? Everyone looked at the cards in front of him. In addition to their own cards, the 4 players on each side also looked at the other 3 cards on their side. Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on the 4 cards on the opposite side. Pinocchio noticed Tang Mo's sight. He smiled and clapped his hands. Boom! The 8 cards turned 180 degrees at the same time, showing the front of the cards to the opposite player. The movement of the card flipping caused a small earthquake in the white world. After the earthquake subsided, Tang Mo quickly looked at the 4 cards on the opposite side. His eyes looked from the card directly opposite to the left one by one, and he found that each card overlapped with the card on his side until he saw the last one. Tang Mo paused. The card in front of the man in black showed a mighty man wearing a crown. He held a jeweled cane and looked forward majestically, his eyes sparkling. When Tang Mo saw this card, the 4 people opposite him also saw the card in front of him. The middle-aged woman was surprised and said, why is his card different from ours? The high school girl on Tang Mo's side also said, that person's is different too. The card in front of Tang Mo showed a long-haired woman wearing a crown. She held a huge gem in her hands, and her thick long hair was like seaweed, draped over her shoulders, emitting a gentle glow. There were 8 cards in total, 2 of which showed ragged beggars, 2 showed knights in armor, and 2 showed middle-aged men holding books. There was also the crowned woman in front of Tang Mo, and the crowned man in front of the man in black. Tang Mo, slave, knight, prophet, king and queen. Pinocchio looked at him in surprise. Do you know the most famous honest card game in the underground kingdom? Tang Mo shook his head. Such cards seem easy to understand. Pinocchio, that's right, you humans seem to play similar games. But you're wrong this time, this card. He teleported to the middle-aged man holding a book and tapped the silver iron card hard. This card is not a prophet. This card is a minister. The king and queen command the ministers manage the knights kill the slaves, and the slaves can revolt. Yes, this is the most popular honest card game in the underground kingdom now. After hearing Pinocchio's explanation, the other players suddenly understood. This game sounds complicated, but in fact, many countries had similar games before the Earth went online. This is a strategic card game that connects the beginning and the end. The king defeats the minister defeats the knight, and the knight defeats the slave. The king can defeat the minister and the knight, but the seemingly weakest slave can rise up and kill the king. But what does this game have to do with honesty? The high school girl said strangely. Our task is to kill the king or queen of the other side to win. Tang Mo's side had a slave, a knight, a minister and a queen, and the other side also had slaves, knights, ministers, and a king. Normally, they should have split into 2 teams, with the goal of using their own slaves to kill the king/queen of the other side. However, when Pinocchio heard this, his face instantly darkened. He teleported in front of the high school girl in the blink of an eye, stared at her grimly, and said coldly, "It seems that you are the bad boy." The high school girl was so scared by him that she sat on the ground directly, her lips trembling, not knowing what she said wrong. Pinocchio changed his playful smile and scanned the 8 people present with a cold look. After looking around, he returned to his original position, suddenly pulled his lips apart, and smiled brightly again. How could a surprise benefit on Christmas Eve kill someone? Honest children, this is a benefit game for you. Do you know why the honest card game is different from other games? Not 2 kings, but 1 king and 1 queen. Everyone was frightened by his sudden change of expression just now, and no one answered. Pinocchio asked himself and answered, yes, because this is an honest and peaceful game. Games come second, friendship comes first. 8 cards, suppose you. Pinocchio pointed to Tang Mo's side. Suppose you have a knight, and they have a slave. What will happen? Tang Mo looked at Pinocchio coldly. Pinocchio asked himself and answered, yes, then they will be defeated by you. Their slave cards disappeared, leaving only the knight card, the minister card and the king card. And you have all 4 cards. No matter how you calculate, it will be difficult for them to win again. Because their slaves are dead, no one can threaten your queen anymore, but your slaves can kill their king. This is nonsense. When everyone dared not speak, a young woman standing opposite Tang Mo spoke up. I don't understand. What's the point of this game? If one side is a knight, and the other side is a slave, the knight card can kill the slave card. So what does it mean to us? Who told you that this game is played this way? The young woman shut up and stared at Pinocchio. Pinocchio, this is the honest card game. If one party's cards suppress the other party, then the suppressed party's cards will be invalidated. Pinocchio smiled and his dark eyes turned around the 8 people. It means that you are all dishonest children. Tang Mo suddenly realized something. Pinocchio snorted. In the honest card game, there is a sure way to win, that is to play the same card every time. When the cards of the 2 teams are exactly the same, the cards are invalidated, and the 2 sides end the game peacefully. In our underground kingdom, there is a default rule that there are 4 rounds of card playing opportunities. In the first round, both sides play slave cards. In the second round, both sides play knight cards, and then minister cards. Why not 2 king cards, but 1 king card and 1 queen card? Because when we play the king and queen cards at the same time in the 4th round, the king and queen will hold hands and both sides will end the game peacefully. This is the underground people's favorite honest card game. There are no losers, we are all winners. Hearing this, Tang Mo frowned. Among the 8 people present, the high school girl and the middle-aged man on Tang Mo's side, as well as the middle-aged woman and the white-haired old man on the opposite side, all had bright eyes. All are winners, which means everyone can win the game, everyone can get the king's gold coin. But? Pinocchio suddenly said, he smiled brightly, but the king's gold coin is only 1. I made a bet with Santa Claus, who said that you are all good kids and will work together to complete this honest game. But I think you. Pinocchio pointed his finger at Tang Mo. You. He pointed at the young man next to Tang Mo. You. Then the high school girl, you. You. And you? Finally, he pointed at the man in black standing at the other end of the diagonal. You are all dishonest humans. I made a bet with Santa Claus. If you play your cards in order, I will lose. After this game, each of you can leave the dungeon, and I will lose a king's coin to Santa Claus. The old man said, Wait, what about the reward for winning the game? Pinocchio asked as a matter of course. Huh? I didn't eat you. Isn't that a reward for you? Female high school student. No, then the only thing we can get from participating in this game is that you don't eat us and send us out of the dungeon safely? Isn't that enough? Pinocchio touched his chin, of course. From this point of view, you don't seem to have received Christmas gifts. So my bet with Santa Claus is not over yet. I also said to Santa Claus that if you don't play cards in order in this game, and one side completely wins the other. Pinocchio clapped his hands and tap danced to a beat. Damn. That means I won. Santa Claus will owe me a condition. And I will selflessly take out 3 more king's gold coins and give them to the 4 winners. Each of the 4 of them will have a king's gold coin, and they can leave the dungeon safely. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he felt a chill in his heart. He quickly turned his head to look at the 3 companions beside him. Among them, except for the young man standing next to Tang Mo, the female high school student, and the middle-aged man all looked up, looked at the 4 people opposite, and then looked at the golden star in Pinocchio's hand. The eyes of the 2 people were full of greedy and fiery light. Not only them, but 3 of the 4 people opposite also swallowed their saliva at the golden star. Only the man in black had a calm expression and no reaction. When he found Tang Mo looking at him, he also looked at Tang Mo. And he looked at each other. Pinocchio, don't worry, kids. This is Santa Claus's Christmas Eve surprise for you. As long as you play the game safely, and according to the rules, no one will get into trouble. Even if you don't play the game according to the rules, nothing will happen. Female high school student, what do you mean? Pinocchio said happily, in the honest card game, neither I nor my opponent will know what card you have. If the cards drawn by the 2 teams are the same, then both cards will be invalidated at the same time. If the cards drawn by the 2 teams are different, the duel field will be triggered. But don't worry, how can there be a man-eating monster on Christmas Eve? The duel field is just for the people representing the cards in your two teams to duel. The winner can continue to stay on the field, and the loser will leave here and enter the next interesting game. The female high school student thought, "You mean, if the cards drawn by both sides are different, then we will both be considered dishonest. Two people from our two teams will duel. The winner stays here, and the loser goes to the next game? This doesn't sound like a punishment at all." Pinocchio blinked his little eyes. The next game has nothing to do with Santa Claus, and there is no way to pass it peacefully. The high school girl turned pale, and finally understood. In this honest card game, all 8 of them can survive. As long as they work together to play the same cards, after 4 games, these 8 cards will be invalidated, and the 8 of them will leave the copy and get nothing. But if one of the parties wins the game, and kills the opponent's king/queen card with a slave card, and then kills the opponent's slave card, then they just need to keep playing king/queen cards, and they can kill all the cards on the opponent's side and win the game. The game ends peacefully, and neither side gets any reward. If one party wins the game, all 4 people can get the king's gold coins. The king's gold coins. That's a chance to give up a game of Black Tower. Half a month ago, Tang Mo almost lost his composure when facing this gold coin. Now, I have a question. A deep voice sounded. Tang Mo looked at the man in black who was speaking. The man in black glanced at Tang Mo and the other 3, and finally stayed on Tang Mo for a moment, then looked at Pinocchio. If one side wins, what will happen to the loser? Pinocchio, it's said that this game won't kill anyone, so the loser will of course enter the next game. As for whether they can survive in the next game, Pinocchio chuckled. How could the cute and kind Pinocchio know? Bayou? Pinocchio's nose suddenly grew longer, and he quickly said, yes, I am ugly and vicious, not cute and kind at all. The nose returned to normal. At this time, a crisp child's voice sounded in the minds of the 8 players present. Ding! The Christmas Eve surprise copy Pinocchio's honest card game officially begins. Game rules. First, each team has 4 cards, namely slave cards, knight cards, minister cards, and king/queen cards. Second, king/queen cards restrain minister cards and knight cards. Minister cards restrain knight cards and slave cards. Knight cards restrain slave cards, and slave cards restrain king/queen cards. Third, the default order of playing cards in the Underground Kingdom is slave, knight, minister, king/queen. Fourth, when the card types of both parties are inconsistent, the restrained card will be invalidated on the spot, and the dual field effect will be triggered at the same time. The player representing the card on the spot will have a 1v1 duel. The winner stays on the field, and the loser enters the tower attack game, normal mode. Fifth, when playing a card, the back of the card is shown to the other player, and the other player cannot see the content of his own card. Pinocchio does not know the content of both players' cards. Sixth, before each round, the card represented by each player will change, and the change method will be random. 7. The team without a single card is considered a failure. 8th, the team with a queen card triggers the effect of going home and kneeling on the washboard, and has the only right to ask questions in the whole game. You can choose any time to ask a question to the team with the king card. The question cannot be related to the content of the card, and the person being asked can only answer yes or no. Lying is considered a game failure, and the questioner wins. Pinocchio hates honest humans the most. He would rather give the king's gold coins to 4 damn liars than let honest humans leave the copy safely. So you all know the rules of the game now? Pinocchio hugged the golden star and laughed sinisterly. When he found that everyone was looking at him, he immediately blinked his eyes, made a pure and innocent expression, and clapped his hands happily. Then let's start the game. Pinocchio stomped his foot on the ground, and a white wall rumbled down from the sky. It was this wall that separated the 2 teams just now, and now it slowly descended again. Pinocchio, I know you all have to discuss the next cards, so as long as this wall descends, neither of you can see the people on the other side, nor hear their voices. Only I can see you, and hear what you say. Of course, I won't give any hints. At this point, Pinocchio suddenly paused, he covered his mouth, and said in surprise, Hey, what was I talking about just now? Why do you need to discuss? Aren't the cards you are going to play next all slave cards? The white wall fell down completely with a rumble. Pinocchio sat on the wall. He turned his head to look at Tang Mo's side, then turned his head to look at the other side. Pinocchio stretched his body, and lay on the wall comfortably, hugging the golden stars. He said happily, Ah, These are really 8 honest and lovely children. Chapter 40. This white wall is more than 3 meters high, isolating the 2 teams of players on both sides. Tang Mo raised his head and saw Pinocchio lazily lying on the wall, humming his out-of-tune Merry Christmas song. Tang Mo concentrated and listened carefully for a while. He was not listening to Pinocchio's unpleasant song, but to the voices on the other side. It was very strange that this wall did not completely seal off the space on both sides, but he could no longer hear any sound from the opposite team. The white wall fell. No sound could be heard, no people could be seen. After making sure that the other side really couldn't hear his voice, Tang Mo turned to look at his 3 companions. The female high school student tentatively reached out her hand, touched the edge of the grid, and said in surprise, "It's gone, I can walk out of the grid." All 4 of them tried. The 4 grids were connected into a line. Originally, everyone was confined to their own grid and could not take a step out. But after the white wall fell, the 3 invisible walls in the middle of the 4 grids disappeared. Tang Mo still couldn't walk out of the grid area, but he could move freely in the 4 grids. The 4 people stood in the middle of the grid and looked at each other. The young men said first, "Then we are teammates next. Let's get to know each other first. My name is Xiao Wenbin, and I was a junior high school teacher before the Earth went online." The other 2 people obviously had the experience of introducing themselves. The female high school student didn't reveal her identity completely. "You can just call me Xiaolu." The middle-aged man also said, "People used to call me Brother Cheng." It was Tang Mo's turn. "My last name is Mo." The young man nodded, and he looked at the 4 cards on his side. "You heard it too, our game. First of all, it is definitely impossible to follow the so-called rule of sending slaves first." No one objected when he said this. Even Tang Mo listened to him calmly and continued, "This is a very classic prisoner's dilemma type game theory game. You may not have heard of this theory. It doesn't matter. It's the same as the card game we are going to play." Even the Black Tower said that the correct playing rules of the underworld kingdom are slaves, knights, ministers, and kings. "But do you think we can play slaves?" The high school girl didn't even think about it. They can't play slaves. If we play slaves, they will definitely play other cards to suppress us and eliminate us. The middle-aged man also said, "Playing slaves is stupid, absolutely not. If we don't have slave cards, we won't be able to deal with their king cards. We are almost doomed to lose." Tang Mo listened quietly beside him without making any comments. Xiao Wenbin glanced at him, as if he thought he was an ordinary person who was insignificant, and continued to say to the other 2 teammates, "So what we need to determine now is, apart from the slave card, what should we play in this round?" The 3 of them fell into deep thought. Tang Mo turned his head and stared at the queen card. He stared at the crowned woman with long curly hair on the card, and his brows gradually tightened. At this time, Xiao Wenbin said, "Since everyone has no objection, then I will say it first. I think we should play the minister card this round." The middle-aged man asked, "Why?" "It's very simple. First of all, we don't play the slave card because we are afraid that we will be suppressed by the opponent in the first round. Slave cards can be suppressed by minister cards and knight cards, and the opponent has a 50% chance of making our slave cards invalid. As long as they are not fools, no team will play slave cards in the first round." Xiao Wenbin analyzed. "Secondly, the cards that are least likely to be played by both sides are the king and queen." "This is easy to understand," the female high school student said. "Yes. The king and slave cards are too important, almost a life or death decision. It is better to put them later. If you are eliminated in the first round by playing the king, the subsequent games will be too difficult to play." As soon as this sentence came out, the middle-aged man thought, "Then we play the minister card." Xiao Wenbin nodded. "Yes, we should play the minister card. The opponent is most likely thinking the same as us. They will not take risks in the first round. They will only play one of the minister card and the knight card. The minister restrains the knight. We will definitely not lose if we choose the minister. At most we will play the minister card with them, and both cards will be invalidated at the same time. In this way, both sides will have 3 cards left, and the probability of playing the slave card will also increase from 1/4 to 1/3. The female high school student and the middle-aged man both agreed with Xiao Wenbin's words. Tang Mo listened to Xiao Wenbin while looking at the queen card. What Xiao Wenbin said is actually not without reason. This is a typical prisoner's dilemma game. Under normal circumstances, no one will play the slave card and the king card in the first round. These 2 cards are too important. If you lose one of them in the first round, you will lose the initiative in the next game and be passive. Among the 4 cards, the most important one is not the king card, but the slave card. Once the slave card is lost, The opponent only needs to play the king card forever, and then play the minister card, and the knight card in order of priority from top to bottom. In this way, the team that loses all cards first is considered to have failed, and Tang Mo's side has no chance of winning. So the slave card will definitely not be played in the first round. But it is not necessary to play the minister card. Mr. Mo, do you agree that we should play the minister card first? Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Zhao Wenbin. I prefer to play the queen card. Zhao Wenbin looked at him in surprise, and the female high school student and the middle-aged man were also very surprised. Zhao Wenbin thought for a while and shook his head. No, this is too dangerous. If the opponent really plays the slave card, then although they can't see our cards, they will know that we have lost the queen card when they see that our cards are restrained by their slave cards. Tang Mo said lightly, I just prefer the queen card. If you all want to play the minister card, I don't object. Okay, then it's settled. In this kind of game, most teams will choose to play the minister card together at the beginning. It is very likely that the opponent will also play the minister card. This is the safest way to ensure that both sides can get through the opening smoothly. You need to understand the other party's thoughts better to judge the other party's psychological thinking mode, and thus judge what cards they will play next time. One reason why Tang Mo wanted to play the queen card was that in his judgment, there was an 80% chance that the other party would not play the slave card. There was only a 20% chance that the queen card on his side would be countered and invalidated. Such a probability is worth a gamble. As long as one of the two sides loses a card first, whoever is at a disadvantage. Another reason is because of this queen card. Rule 8 of the Black Tower. The queen card can trigger the go home and kneel on the washboard effect, asking the other party a question. Zhao Wenbin said, we have the queen card, so we can ask the other party a question at any time. Have you thought about what questions we will ask? The questions cannot be related to the content of the card, and the other party can only answer yes or no. The female high school student immediately said, do you remember that the Black Tower said that if the other party lies when answering the question, we will win? Then, can we ask a question they don't know, so that they have a 50% chance of making a mistake, which means they are lying? Middle-aged man, that makes sense, and you can win this way. Tang Mo retracted his gaze from the queen card, stood 1 meter away from the three people, and said calmly, the Black Tower will not give you such an obvious loophole. 99% of the time, you will only waste the opportunity to ask a question, and the Black Tower will consider this question invalid. Do you really want to waste it? Tang Mo was quite good-looking. When he was standing far away, the high school girl had been secretly looking at him. But after being stabbed so coldly by him, the high school girl glared at him in dissatisfaction, turned away, and never looked at him again. Zhao Wenbin also said, let's think about a more important issue. But there is no need to rush. We can make a choice after observing the other side, and understanding their personality and psychology. At this moment, a loud child's voice sounded in the white world, ding. The first round of Pinocchio's honest card game is about to begin. Shuffle the cards now. The entire white world made a loud noise, and the earth began to tremble. The 4 silver iron cards flew up with a rumble, and after floating half a meter above the ground, the 4 cards suddenly changed quickly. The 4 cards changed positions with each other at a very fast speed. With Tang Mo's dynamic vision, he could catch up with the speed of the card change at first, but soon, he could not see the content on the card clearly. 10 seconds later. Bang! The 4 cards stopped in 4 grids, and a silver light shot out from the center of the card, connecting to the eyebrows of Tang Mo and the other 4. The object connected to each card is the person who originally stood in the grid, but the position of the card itself has changed. Zhao Wenbin's card was originally a knight, but now it has become a slave. The female high school student was originally a slave, but now she has become a minister. The middle-aged man is a knight, and Tang Mo is still the queen. After the shuffle, the Black Tower issued a prompt, ding. After 3 minutes, all players are asked to stand in the card grid where they decide to play. The card in this grid is considered the card to be shown in the next round. Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man began to walk to the minister grid. The female high school student saw that she had changed from a slave to a minister, and stood there hesitantly, without moving for a long time. Zhao Wenbin turned and looked at her. What's wrong? Let's stand in the minister grid together. The female high school student clenched her fingers. I am a minister. The middle-aged man understood what she meant, and asked back in a very aggressive tone, then I was the minister just now, and I didn't say that I was not willing to play my cards. This is only the first round. What are you afraid of? The opponent will probably play the minister, and both of your cards will be invalidated, and the duel will not be triggered. The female high school student was still a little hesitant, and Zhao Wenbin said, "Don't be afraid, the opponent is almost impossible to play the king card to restrain you. They are just like us, and don't want to take such a big risk in the first round." As if persuaded by Zhao Wenbin, the female high school student looked at the kind smile on Zhao Wenbin's face, and finally made up her mind, and walked to the minister's grid. Tang Mo looked at them, put his hands in his pockets, and walked to the other side of the grid without thinking. The three looked at him in surprise. "Zhao Wenbin, Mr. Mo, what do you mean?" "Nothing, just a test. If the four of us make different choices, the Black Tower will determine what cards we play. If it determines that there is a problem with the cards, I will stand next to you." Tang Mo stood in the queen's grid, looking calm. The female high school student and the middle-aged man were a little dissatisfied with him, but seeing Tang Mo's calm expression, they didn't say anything. The 3 minutes were up quickly, and a child's voice reminded Ding. "The card has been selected." The huge card slowly fell in front of Zhao Wenbin and the other two, with its back facing up, and pressed to the ground. The moment the card fell to the ground, the silver light connecting the four people's eyebrows gradually disappeared. Follow the principle of majority rule. Tang Mo thought to himself. Having already decided which card to choose, Pinocchio, who was lying on the white wall and humming a song, kicked his feet, jumped up from the wall, and stood on the top of the wall. He looked at Tang Mo's side, then turned his head to look at the other side. Pinocchio laughed sinisterly and patted the wall. "My good brother, it seems that these honest children have made their choice. You can take a rest for a while." The white wall made a roaring sound and slowly rose up. Tang Mo saw the situation on the opposite side clearly. The moment he saw it clearly, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the man in black standing opposite him. The other party saw Tang Mo slightly raise the corner of his lips and smiled at him. Neither of them spoke, just staring at each other quietly. Tang Mo felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He clenched the match tattoo on his wrist and stared at the tall and straight man in black. The female high school student exclaimed in a low voice, "Why are they standing like us?" Yes, among the four people on the opposite side, 3 stood in the same grid, and only the man in black stood alone in a grid right opposite Tang Mo. Could it be that this man in black also wanted to try the Black Tower to determine the rules of card selection like Tang Mo? Pinocchio jumped down from the wall and clapped his hands happily. The crisp clapping sound echoed in the white world. Following his voice, the 2 fallen silver iron cards were close to the ground and moved little by little to the blank area in the middle of the 2 teams. Soon, the cards were tightly pressed together, still facing the ground, and the contents of the cards could not be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pinocchio ran to the card on Tang Mo's side. He leaned over and touched the card with his hand. "Oh, it's a very good card." Tang Mo didn't react to his words at all. The Black Tower rule stated that Pinocchio didn't know what the 2 teams were playing. This Pinocchio was just talking nonsense. Pinocchio ran to the opposite card again and touched it with his hand. His face was serious. "Well, this is also a very good card." It was the first time to officially play cards. Except for Pinocchio, no one in the 2 teams had the leisure to joke. They stared at each other. Tang Mo glanced at the 3 players standing together on the opposite side. When he turned his sight, he found that the man in black was still looking at him. Tang Mo sensed something was wrong in his heart. He had even thought of that possibility, but he subconsciously avoided the answer. How could the 4 people on the opposite side play the trump card? Those 3 people actually thought of playing the trump card unanimously? This is impossible. Seeing that the 8 players ignored him, Pinocchio pouted his lips in grievance and sat on the card on the opposite side. "Then let's start playing cards. You boring humans must have never heard of the most famous Pinocchio honest card song in our underground kingdom. Bayou?" Pinocchio quickly changed his words. Okay, this song is not famous at all, but it's nice." Yes, it's not nice at all. Damn it, stop growing longer, I'm going to start singing." A king went hunting, and the queen looked in the mirror every day. The minister followed the king, and the knight wanted to see the princess. Pinocchio beat the rhythm with his hands and feet, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his unpleasant singing. "Where's the lovely slave? Oh, he's in the big pot in the underground kitchen." Ding! In the first round, the player plays a card. A dazzling white light flashed from the 2 cards, and Pinocchio seemed to be burned on the butt. He immediately stood up from the card, walked to the side, and hummed the ugly song. He composed himself with a smile, looking at the 2 glowing cards. The white light became more and more dazzling, filling the entire white space. The light was so bright that everyone closed their eyes, and couldn't look directly. Tang Mo tried hard to open his eyes to see the situation, but the strong light made him squint uncontrollably. Then, he heard a crisp cracking sound. Almost instantly, his body trembled, and he understood what the sound was. Crack. The light suddenly disappeared, and under everyone's gaze, cracks appeared on the silver iron card on Tang Mo's side. These cracks started from the center, and spread out quickly, and finally covered the entire card like a spider web. Finally. Crack. The card turned into white light, and disappeared into the air. Pinocchio covered his mouth without any surprise, and deliberately said in a very surprised tone, "Damn, you dishonest children, what cards did you play?" He said angry words, but his face was full of smiles, and he looked at the 8 players on both sides expectantly. Tang Mo and the other 4 focused their attention on the place where the card disappeared. The female high school student opened her eyes in disbelief, and she muttered to herself, "Impossible," and stepped back. At this moment, a silver light shot out from the place where the card disappeared, and connected directly to the center of the female high school student's eyebrows. Tang Mo hurried to look at another card that was not broken. I saw a silver light shot out from the center of this card, flew to the right, and connected to the center of the black-clothed man's eyebrows. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at the man intently. The man in black calmly walked into the blank area, and after he walked in, the silver light between his eyebrows disappeared. He raised his head, looked at the pale-faced female high school student opposite him, and finally turned his head to look at Tang Mo. He smiled slightly. So, the dual field effect is triggered. Chapter 41. 5 minutes ago, Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man both told the high school girl with certainty the opponent could not play the ace card. But when the 2 teams played their cards, a white light flashed, and Tang Mo's minister card shattered and disappeared. This means that their minister card was restrained, and the opponent played the king card. Tang Mo's side suddenly had only 3 cards left, and the dual field effect was triggered at the same time, requiring the player representing the minister card to go up and duel. The dual opponent is the representative of the opponent's king card. The man in black. The other party walked calmly into the blank area. The female high school student took 2 steps back and stood behind Zhao Wenbin, her face pale and her lips trembling. "No, why is it me? Why did you play this card? Shouldn't everyone play it?" Tang Mo rushed forward and covered the female high school student's mouth. The female high school student was so anxious that her eyes were red. Tang Mo suddenly covered her mouth. She glared at Tang Mo angrily. She didn't know why Tang Mo did this. She just thought he gave up on her and treated her as a discarded pawn. Pinocchio stood aside, watching the scene with great interest. After waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the high school girl to enter the duel arena. Pinocchio stomped his foot on the ground in dissatisfaction, crushing his old radio that was already broken into several pieces. "You dishonest child, why don't you go up and duel?" Tang Mo released his hand covering the high school girl's mouth. The latter was no longer in the mood to care about Tang Mo. She looked at Pinocchio, still seeking the last hope. "I don't want to duel with him. They said they wanted to play this card. It has nothing to do with me." He said it, yes, that's what he said. She pointed at Zhao Wenbin. "Why should I duel?" This was his idea, he should duel. Pinocchio teleported and appeared next to the high school girl. The high school girl screamed, and before she could react, Pinocchio kicked her in the butt and kicked her into the duel arena. At this point, the high school girl could no longer resist. She knew very well that she was no match for Pinocchio, and it would be easy for Pinocchio to kill her. If she dared to duel without following the rules, no one knew what Pinocchio would do to her. So, her only hope now was, go to hell. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out in the white world. Everyone looked at the pistol in the female high school student's hand in shock. Even Tang Mo and the other 2 didn't know that this female high school student actually carried a gun with her. The power of the pistol should not be underestimated, especially for this kind of sudden sneak attack. The opponent is completely unprepared, and it is very easy to hit. At the same time as the gunshot, a painful howl sounded. Tang Mo turned around and looked. The person shot was not the man in black, but the middle-aged woman standing behind him. At the moment the bullet was fired, the man in black slightly turned sideways, and the bullet brushed his sleeve and shot through the left shoulder of the middle-aged woman. Blood gushed out. The high school girl was shocked when she saw this, but she had obviously experienced life and death, so she would not panic too much. She quickly ran to the back, distanced herself from the man in black, and tried to aim and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets in a row, none of which hit the man in black. He stood there and dodged. The high school girl's shooting skills were not very accurate, and the man in black didn't need to do too many evasive movements. He could dodge all the bullets with just a little evasion. On the contrary, the three teammates standing behind him ran to dodge these random bullets. The bullets had no effect on the man in black, and the tension in the high school girl's heart exploded to the extreme. She yelled wildly and took out another pistol from another pocket. This time she closed her eyes and fired recklessly without caring about anything. The distance between the two was only 5 meters, so it was easy to hit someone by firing randomly. When the 2 pistols and 12 bullets were all fired, the female high school student opened her eyes in fear. She saw that the man in black was still standing there, unharmed. On the contrary, the middle-aged woman fell to the ground because of the gunshot wound, and her shoulder was still bleeding. The female high school student let go in panic, and the 2 pistols rolled to the ground. The man in black stood there, watching her quietly, without attacking. The high school girl gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled out a knife from her waist. She roared and rushed towards the man in black, determined to fight to the death. However, at this moment, almost in an instant, a silver military dagger was across the neck of the high school girl. She was so scared that she stopped in her tracks. The dagger was only 1 centimeter away from the high school girl's neck. If she took another step forward, the dagger would cut her artery. No one could see the black-clad man's movements. Zhao Wenbin and the others looked at him in astonishment, and then looked at the position where he was a second ago. Only Tang Yimou could barely see his movements. He saw the black-clad man pull out a dagger at an incredible speed. Without any tricks or techniques, he just walked forward and put it on the female high school student's neck. The female high school student didn't dare to breathe. The black-clad man turned his head and looked at Pinocchio. Does this count as a win? Pinocchio was originally waiting to watch a massacre with relish, but it suddenly ended like this. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Kill her, beat her until she has no strength to fight back, or she voluntarily admits defeat. You can be considered as the winner in these 3 situations. The man in black pushed the dagger forward 1 centimeter and put it against the neck of the high school girl. He turned his head and looked at the girl, who was so frightened that she couldn't even speak, and said calmly, "You admit defeat." The high school girl trembled, stared at the man in black, bit her lips, and didn't speak. However, no matter how she looked at him, the man in black didn't move at all, and still put the dagger against her neck. A minute later, the high school girl said a few words hoarsely from between her teeth. "Okay, I'm just an ordinary reserve, I can't beat you. This time I admit defeat." While the high school girl was speaking, she quickly took out a black iron spike and stabbed it into the man's abdomen. In a flash, a hand clamped the iron spike at a faster speed and gently twisted it with force. Crack! The iron spike broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. The high school girl looked at the man in front of her in despair. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "I admit defeat." "Sorry." The man in black put away his dagger and turned away. The high school girl stared at his back angrily. She took out a pistol from somewhere and wanted to take the opportunity to shoot again. However, a huge black hole suddenly appeared under her feet. She screamed and was sucked into the black hole a few seconds later. Soon, the black hole disappeared and the white world returned to normal. Ding! The first round of cards is over. The man in black did not use any moves at all, but just the speed of his attack just now made Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man sweat coldly. They stared at him with bated breath, watching him walk back to the team step by step. Tang Yimou stared at the man's back. A white light flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his eyes, and looked at the top of the black-clothed man's head. The long-awaited duel ended too easily. Pinocchio walked aside with a lack of interest. Okay, the first round is over. It's time for the second round. You dishonest children, Pinocchio, don't want to see you kill each other. Bayou? Yes, I really want to see you kill each other. Pinocchio didn't even care about his face this time, and said his malicious words openly. Okay, you guys hurry up and prepare to play your cards. What a bunch of boring humans. How could I be so unlucky to meet you guys on the beautiful Christmas Eve? The white wall slowly fell from the sky. Pinocchio teleported, jumped onto the wall, and lay down lazily. Tang Yimou looked at the man in black standing in the opposite grid, and noticed his gaze, and the latter also turned to look at him. The white wall was still falling, and it was about to block the view of the 2 teams. Tang Yimou suddenly shouted, "In the next round, we will play the queen card." The black-clothed man's face flashed with surprise for a moment, but before he could react, the next moment, the white wall fell, crashing to the ground with a bang, separating the 2 teams. Pinocchio laughed strangely when he heard Tang Yimou's words. He lay on the wall and continued to hum his off-key song. After the first round of playing cards, the white wall fell, and no one in Tang Mo's team spoke for a long time. The deathly silence lasted for a long time. Xiao Wenbin said, "Why did they play the ace card?" Someone spoke, and the middle-aged man followed up, "Yes, why did they play the ace card in the first round? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid that we will play the slave card and destroy their ace card? Now it's over, we have lost a card, and it's a very powerful minister card. What should we do?" Xiao Wenbin took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. He analyzed, "You saw it just now. There are 4 people in their team. 3 of them are standing in one grid, and the man in black is standing in another grid. The 3 people chose the king card, so they were standing on the king grid. But the player representing the king was the man in black." "So?" the middle-aged man asked. "The man in black didn't choose the king grid, which means he didn't want to play this card. It may be because he felt that playing the king card in the first round was not safe enough, just like us. It may also be because he represented the king card, and he was worried that he would have to duel after triggering the duel field." Speaking of this, Xiao Wenbin stopped himself, and he murmured, "That man is so strong, he shouldn't be afraid of duels." Middle-aged man, so it was his 3 teammates who wanted to play the trump card, and he didn't want to? I think it's very likely. Just now, the man in black came back from the duel, and none of his 3 teammates went up to him. He must have been isolated. If it were me, I would also isolate him. He is so strong. Didn't Pinocchio say that there are at least 2 stowaways among us? He must be a stowaway who has killed people. Maybe his 3 teammates deliberately wanted to betray him, so they chose to play the trump card and eliminated him. Unfortunately, he actually survived the duel." Xiao Wenbin nodded in agreement. He said, "Let's quickly think about what to do next. Now we still have the queen card, the knight card, and the slave card. However, we actually have an advantage." "What advantage?" "The Black Tower rules say that the opponent team does not know the cards we play, and Pinocchio does not know either. Even if our cards are countered and invalidated by their king cards, they do not know that we have lost the minister card." The middle-aged man understood. "You mean, they only know that we lost a card, but don't know whether it is the minister card or the knight card?" "Yes. The king card can restrain these 2 cards. We know that they played the king card because we know that we played the minister card, but they are not sure what we played. This may be the only advantage we still have." Xiao Wenbin wiped the sweat from his head. He remembered something. "Thank you for covering the girl's mouth, otherwise she would have told us that we played the minister card, and the situation would have been even worse." Tang Mo stood aside, lowering his eyes in thought, without saying a word. Xiao Wenbin glanced at him, and seeing that Tang Mo didn't answer him, he didn't want to make himself look bad, and turned his head again. "Middle-aged man, then what should we do next?" Xiao Wenbin thought for a while. "I think we must not play the slave card." The middle-aged man nodded. "This is our hope for a comeback. Of course we can't play it." "Then what to play?" "I think they will play the minister card in the next game. Although they are not sure about the specific content of our cards, they know that we are most likely to play the minister card. So they know that our remaining 3 cards are the queen card, the knight card, and the slave card. If they play the trump card and are restrained by our slaves, they will be at a disadvantage, and their advantage in the first game will be gone. So they will play the minister card. In this way, as long as we don't play the queen card, they have a 2/3 chance of suppressing our cards, and there will be no risk." "That makes sense. Then we should play the queen card." After the middle-aged man said this, he seemed to remember something, and turned to look at Tang Mo, who had been silent. His face suddenly changed. "You just told them that we will play the queen card in the next game." Xiao Wenbin just remembered and looked at Tang Mo in astonishment. The high school girl was eliminated, and they lost the minister card, which made them very upset. Tang Mo's harsh words just now were very sudden. After being shocked, they didn't think about it for a while. It was not until he talked about playing the queen card that they remembered that Tang Mo had said this. Xiao Wenbin's face suddenly became ugly. This sentence is very important. This sentence simply messed up the whole situation. They must be thinking, if we play the queen card, should they play the slave card? Or they will think that our words are a cover. We will not play the queen card at all, just to deceive their slave cards, and then use the knight card to restrain the slave card. This sentence makes the already chaotic situation even more unpredictable. The middle-aged man said angrily, "Why did you say this, Mr. Mo? What do you mean? You have been watching the show without doing anything, and you are hindering us. The first round of cards is over. We are racking our brains to discuss countermeasures here, and you are standing there in a daze. What do you want to do? You should say something to me." The middle-aged man slapped Tang Mo, who did not even raise his head and dodged sideways. The middle-aged man was stunned. After a moment, he said angrily, "Okay, I don't ask people like you to participate in collective discussions, but please don't make trouble. Next time you talk nonsense, be careful that I will make you look good." Tang Mo still ignored him. Zhao Wenbin noticed something unusual, and he asked tentatively, "Mr. Mo, have you thought of something?" The middle-aged man looked at Tang Mo in surprise when he heard this. Tang Mo looked down at the ground, tapping his fingers on his clothes. Slowly, he closed his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and said calmly, "I have been wondering from the beginning why the four of them would play the ace card." Zhao Wenbin explained, "They want to take a gamble, betting that we don't play the slave card. As long as we don't play the slave card, they can gain the upper hand with the king card." "No." Zhao Wenbin was stunned when his judgment was denied. Tang Mo looked up at him, his eyes calm. "The probability of playing the slave card in the first round is no more than 20%. In my opinion, this probability is worth the risk, but for you." He looked at Zhao Wenbin, then at the middle-aged man. "And for you, you won't agree." Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man's throats stagnated. Tang Mo was right. At the beginning, Tang Mo wanted to play the queen card. It was because the three of them opposed that Tang Mo did not insist. But in the end, he still did not stand in the square of the minister card, he stood in the square of the queen card. The middle-aged man said embarrassedly, "You clearly said it yourself. It doesn't matter if we play the minister card, don't try to shirk responsibility." Tang Mo glanced at him coldly. "I didn't shirk responsibility. I just told you that the reason for not playing the slave card is the same as the reason for not playing the ace card. When one person plays this game, there is a small probability that he will decide to take a risk and play the ace card. When two people play the game together, the probability is even smaller. 3 people, 4 people. There are 4 of them in total, and the probability that all 4 of them agree to play the ace card is too low." Zhao Wenbin retorted, "No, they are 3 people who decided to play the ace card, and the man in black didn't want to play the ace card." Tang Mo looked at him steadily without answering. He took out a small parasol from his backpack and stretched his wrist. Zhao Wenbin and the middle-aged man looked at him strangely. "Mr. Mo, what are you doing? I have been wondering why they can reach a consensus and unanimously come up with the trump card." Tang Mo checked the small parasol, he held the umbrella handle, and recited the spell expressionlessly. "Little Red Riding Hood energy, magic girl transformation." "Zhao Wenbin, what did you say?" A very weak light flashed from the pink parasol, and Tang Mo took the parasol and swung it twice in the air. The middle-aged man frowned and walked forward. "What are you doing?" The voice stopped abruptly. Swish. A pink parasol was across his neck, and the middle-aged man stopped and swallowed his saliva. After the middle-aged man recovered, he walked forward and said angrily, "What do you mean by this? I advise you not to move." When this sentence fell, the middle-aged man had already roughly waved the parasol away with his hand. His hand just touched the tip of the umbrella, and the seemingly plastic tip of the umbrella easily cut his hand. The middle-aged man screamed and blood flowed down. Zhao Wenbin said in surprise, "Mr. Mo?" Tang Mo held the small parasol in one hand and pressed it against the middle-aged man's throat. He raised his head and looked calm. "I thought about it for a long time. Why can they unanimously agree to play the trump card? In fact, it is very simple, because from the beginning to the end, there are not 4 people at all, but only one person. As long as he decides to play the trump card, everyone else has no right to oppose what he says, and must stand in the square of the trump card. This game doesn't need useless teammates. I'm not decisive enough." He paused and concluded, "This game only needs one person." The middle-aged man noticed the power of the unremarkable small parasol, and stood there in shock, not daring to move. While Tang Mo was focusing on the middle-aged man, Zhao Wenbin rushed forward and tried to knock Tang Mo away. Tang Mo kicked him in the chest and kicked him aside. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately pulled out a knife. "I fight you." Tang Mo opened his small parasol with a click, blocking the knife. At the same time, he quickly closed the parasol. Before the middle-aged man could react, the pink umbrella tip was again against his throat. This time, the distance was only 1 centimeter. Zhao Wenbin fell to the ground and dared not move. The middle-aged man was so nervous that his body froze. The young man's calm and almost ruthless voice sounded at this time. "From now on, this team is controlled by me. I decide what cards to play. If you don't stand on the grid according to my decision." Tang Mo raised his head and said lightly, "The game is over, I will kill you." Chapter 42. Effect. The white wall slowly rose. At the other end of the wall, Fu Wenduo stood alone in a grid, and his 3 teammates stood in the grid next to him. When the wall rose, he looked at the opposite side. He saw that the handsome young man in a light-colored coat was standing right in front of him again, and the two of them were staring at each other. Fu Wenduo raised the corners of his lips and smiled at the man. The other person's expression did not change. Like Fu Wenduo, he stood alone in a grid, and his 2 companions stood in another grid. Pinocchio jumped down from the wall, teleported to Tang Mo's side with interest, and asked curiously, "Did you really play the queen card this time?" Tang Mo thought for a moment. "Will my nose get longer if I lie?" Pinocchio chuckled, "Of course not. Only smart Pinocchio will have a long nose." Okay, I'm not smart at all." After the long nose retracted, Pinocchio touched his nose depressively, and then looked at Tang Mo. "Your nose won't get longer if you lie, but I can hear it. The lies of you humans are like gems in a stinky ditch. You can see them at a glance." Tang Mo said calmly, "Gems fall into a stinky ditch, and it is impossible to see them at a glance." Pinocchio said irritably, "Anyway, just tell me, is the card you played this time a queen card?" The 2 cards have been played, and the cards on Tang Mo's side are covered on the ground, and the cards on the opposite side are also covered on the ground. At this time, even if you tell Pinocchio, it will not affect the result. But Tang Mo said, "The 5th rule of the Black Tower, Pinocchio does not know the content of the cards of both parties. If I tell you the answer, how will the Black Tower solve this problem that goes against the rules of the game?" Pinocchio was stunned. "Tang Mo, the card I played this time is—" "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Pinocchio quickly covered his ears. He quickly ran back to the blank area, and was so scared that he even forgot to teleport. After running back, he immediately clapped his hands, and the 2 cards slid to the center of the blank area with a rumble. Pinocchio said loudly to Tang Mo, "Don't even think about telling me the content of the card. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Tang Mo looked at him meaningfully, turned his eyes away, and met the black-clad man opposite him. The other party was also looking at him, obviously still appreciating his friendly interaction with Pinocchio just now. Tang Mo nodded to the other party expressionlessly, but for the first time, his eyes scanned the man so carefully, from head to toe, looking all over. He looked from the first strand of the man's hair, all the way to his feet, and then back to the man's face. Tang Mo looked at others so blatantly, ordinary people would probably feel uncomfortable, but the black-clad man didn't react at all, instead letting Tang Mo look at him casually, and by the way, he looked back at him. After the shocking incident that almost violated the rules of the Black Tower, Pinocchio was frightened and dared not say a word of nonsense, nor did he dare to sing the original nursery rhyme that was out of tune. He patted the 2 cards and stood aside. Okay, your cards have been played, let's start quickly." Ding! The second round, the player plays a card. The dazzling white light flashed on the cards, blinding every player. In this dazzling white light, only Pinocchio opened his eyes wide, and looked at the 2 cards with great curiosity. Crack! "Ah!" Pinocchio exclaimed. The sound of the card breaking was very obvious in the white world. Every player held their breath, and waited nervously to see the truth and see which card was broken. Finally, the white light gradually dissipated, and Tang Mo lowered his head to look at the 2 cards on the ground. One card broke into powder, and with a crack, it disappeared into the air. On Tang Mo's side, the middle-aged man trembled and shouted, "Win! Win this time!" The young woman opposite turned pale, but she seemed to have expected this result a long time ago. She calmed down a little, and strode into the blank area. She looked at Pinocchio. The rules of the game say that different cards will trigger a duel. The players representing the 2 cards will duel. The loser will enter the next game, and the winner will stay. After a pause, she continued, "Now my card has disappeared, but if I win, I will stay, right?" Pinocchio touched his nose. "Of course. Whoever wins will stay." The middle-aged man froze and roared, "What do you mean? Who said you will definitely win?" A silver light shot out from the card on Tang Mo's side, pointing to the middle-aged man's forehead. The young woman clenched her fingers, and she took out a gun from her backpack. "So it's you, then come on." The middle-aged man suddenly didn't dare to move, and the joy of winning the card just now disappeared in an instant. He looked at Tang Mo timidly, but Tang Mo ignored him, and stared straight at the man in black opposite him. The latter was also very leisurely, and kept looking at him. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. They didn't speak, but seemed to be communicating something silently. The middle-aged man represented the queen card this time. Tang Mo used force to suppress the entire team 5 minutes ago, forcing 2 people to choose the queen card. After the Black Tower shuffled the cards, Tang Mo became a slave card, Zhao Wenbin was a knight card, and the middle-aged man became a queen card. The middle-aged man was very scared. If the opponent played a slave card, his card would be eliminated. And no matter what card was played, as long as the opponent did not play the king card, the two cards would not cancel each other out, and the dual field effect would be triggered. He really wanted to say that since you are so powerful, then you should go to the dual field. Why let us go to die? But he didn't dare to say this to Tang Mo, and was even forced to stand in the queen's grid with Zhao Wenbin. The only thing he was thankful for was that the person on the other side was not the scary-looking man in black, but a young woman. A woman is just a woman. The middle-aged man comforted himself and walked onto the dual field. The young woman had already taken out a pistol, and the middle-aged man was prepared. However, this time she did not use a gun to sneak attack like the high school girl. She raised the gun with her right hand, at eye level, and raised her left hand, with her index and middle fingers separated. She put her hands in front of her face, with the index and middle fingers of her left hand forming an angle, revealing her right eye. The middle-aged man looked at her warily. Tang Mo also frowned, watching the woman's movements. The next second, she only heard her whisper, "Checkmate." Bang. A bullet suddenly shot out from the muzzle. Although the middle-aged man was a reserve, his physical fitness had also improved. He quickly moved aside and dodged the bullet. He took out his knife, roared, and rushed towards the woman. However, in a short moment, the middle-aged man did not see that the bullet that had already flown out turned in the air and shot through his head from behind. It shot in from the back of his head and out from between his eyebrows, and blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide, and he didn't understand until his death where the bullet came from when the woman didn't fire the second shot. His huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and blood flowed out from the bullet hole between his eyebrows, and soon flowed all over the ground. Pinocchio laughed, and his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. A huge black hole appeared under the body of the middle-aged man, and a few seconds later, the body was sucked in. This was the first player to be clearly dead among the 8 players. Zhao Wenbin fell back a step, as if he was frightened by the death of his companion. It was a supernatural power. Tang Mo looked at this scene calmly, watching the young woman turn around and return to her team. Seeing such an interesting scene, Pinocchio was very happy. He hummed an off-tune song and hopped to the middle of the two teams. After the duel, the queen card slid back to Tang Mo's side. Tang Mo's team had 3 cards, but only 2 people were left. It's the knight card. Tang Mo looked at the man in black from a distance. The man in black looked up at him after hearing this and asked calmly, "Why?" "Since I deliberately said that the queen card will be played in the next round, you have been a little shaken. Before that, you had the advantage. As long as you get rid of our knight card, and then play the slave card, you can't lose." Tang Mo said expressionlessly, "It's the same whether you play the minister card or the knight card. Your choices are the king card, the slave card, and other cards. No matter which one you choose, I only have a 1/3 chance of not being restrained by your card. It's not us, it's me." So far, this game has only been a game between Tang Mo and the man in black. The man in black looked at him steadily. "The only thing I didn't expect is that you took control of the right to play cards so quickly. If I had known that you could see the importance of the right to play cards in one round and decisively snatch it, I would have played the king card in this round." If Tang Mo had not suppressed his 2 teammates, then according to their analysis, they would have played the queen card in this round. First of all, they would not play the slave card no matter what. Even if Tang Mo said that, they would not play the slave card. So as long as the man in black played the king card, he could rest assured and restrain his opponent. At least it would be a tie. But Tang Mo said that, which would make his 2 teammates worry about whether they would be restrained if they played the queen card, and they dared not to play the queen card easily. Without Tang Mo, these 2 people would have an 80% chance of choosing the knight card. Tang Mo only had 1 vote, and he couldn't convince his teammates, so he couldn't decide what to play. However, he used force to take away the right to play. The man in black smiled slightly. "Why is it the knight card, not the minister card?" The man in black would not play the king card and the slave card, but he had the minister card and the knight card. "So why is it the knight card?" Tang Mo looked at him and didn't answer for a long time. His hand was in his pocket, pressing on the turkey egg. He knocked twice gently, but stopped at the 3rd time. He looked up at the man in black from a distance. His tone was calm, but if you listen carefully, there seemed to be a hint of helplessness in his voice. "You thought we would play the knight card. If you play the minister card, the dual field effect will be triggered, and one person will be forcibly pulled into the tower attack game. If you play the knight card, Both cards will be invalidated at the same time, but the dual field effect will not be triggered, and no one will be pulled into the dangerous tower attack game. After a pause, Tangemo said, "We have known each other for a long time. Although I don't know why you are that identity, but... Mr. Fu, you don't look like a cold-blooded person. When both options are available, you don't force someone to enter the tower attack game." Fu and Duo smiled, "But you can also choose to play the knight card, so that the man will not attack the tower game. Considering him alone, this is indeed the best way. No one will attack the tower game." Tangemo said calmly, "But there are 3 of us in total. If I lose one more knight card, I will be forced into a dead end. I can't make any mistakes. He is 1 person, and we are 2. Tangemo pointed at Zhao Wenbin beside him. Zhao Wenbin looked at him a little flattered when Tangemo mentioned him. Tangemo didn't even look at him, but kept looking at Fu Wenduo opposite him. "And even if I'm alone, Mr. Fu, I'm not that great. Between him and me, I choose the way that makes it easier for me to survive." Fu Wenduo laughed. Pinocchio glanced at the 2 of them, and touched his nose. "Oh, so you 2 humans actually know each other. Are you friends? If you are friends, that would be the most fun." Pinocchio's honest card game welcomes friends to play. Every friend who has played this game will get the most beautiful fruit of friendship, and it is said that the relationship will be better. Tangemo suddenly stepped forward and walked into the blank area. "Mr. Fu, now I will exercise the privilege of the Queen card and ask you a question." A dazzling light flashed from the golden star in Pinocchio's hand, connecting one end of the light to Tangemo and the other end to Fu Wenduo's front. It stopped beside the 2 people's hands. Tangemo grabbed the light. Fu Wenduo slowly put away his smile, walked forward, grabbed the light, and walked to Tangemo step by step. Ding! Trigger the effect of go home and kneel on the washboard. The Queen card has the only right to ask questions in the whole game. Tip: the content of the question cannot be related to the card, and the person being asked can only answer yes or no. If you lie, you lose the game. After approaching, Tangemo found that the man was actually a little taller than him. He looked up at him calmly, and asked word by word, "Mr. Fu, do you think the king's gold coins are more important than Momo?" Fu Wenduo looked at Tangemo in silence for a long time, and then asked, "Which Momo is this Momo?" Tangemo then remembered that half a month ago, he was renamed by the law of causality, and was Momo for 3 days. He coughed, "Turkey eggs." When Fu Wenduo asked the question just now, he did not mean to tease at all. He asked the question very seriously. When Tangemo confirmed the question, he did not answer it immediately, but fell into deep thought. The reason why he asked clearly was that if he was judged as lying by the Black Tower, he would fail the game. Tangemo understood that when Fu Wenduo asked this question, the balance in his heart was already swaying. The king's gold coins, a chance to give up the Black Tower game. Momo, a game archiver, can store 1 hour of game progress and can be used once every 7 days. If Tangemo fails in this honest card game, and is forced to clear the 2nd level of the Black Tower, no one knows whether he can survive. Perhaps once he dies, Momo will no longer be usable, and Fu Wenduo will lose such a rare archiver item. So Tangemo asked him, "Which do you think is more important, the king's gold coins or Momo?" He must know Fu Wenduo's attitude, which is crucial to his next strategy. Fu Wenduo thought for a long time, and did not answer. Tangemo waited patiently for his answer. 3 minutes later, Fu Wenduo gave the answer, "No. The king's gold coin is more important than Momo? No. One is a one-time opportunity to give up, and the other is a permanent archiver. Comparing the 2, the latter is more important." Tangemo got the answer, and felt a little relieved. At this time, Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded, with a barely perceptible smile, "But Tangemo, Momo is more important, but it doesn't mean that I will give up this king's gold coin for Momo." Tangemo looked up at him. Fu Wenduo said calmly, "I won the game, got the king's coin, and you were dragged into the tower attack game. But you won't die. If that time comes..." He raised his lips, "Tangemo, you will use it." Tangemo's eyes narrowed. He knew I had a king's coin. Chapter 43. In an instant, Tangemo understood how this man knew that he had the king's gold coins. After entering Pinocchio's honest card game, Tangemo had been very careful, and tried not to expose his strength. No one knew what kind of companions and enemies would appear in the same copy, so caution was the most important thing. So when Pinocchio said that the king's gold coins could give up a game of the Black Tower, he, like Zhao Wenbin and others, showed surprise and joy. It should be from that time that this person found something wrong. But everything is just his guess after all. No one knows whether Tangemo really has a king's gold coin. Tangemo said lightly, I don't understand what you are talking about. Fu Wenduo smiled. When did you find out it was mine? Fu Wenduo, before the first round of cards. Tang Mo was surprised. So early. I have received special training, and I am more sensitive to people's voices, speech tones, and word habits. Fu Wenduo took the initiative to explain. When did you find out? Tang Mo, after the first round of cards. After the first round of cards, Tang Mo was thinking about why the other party could unanimously decide to play the trump card while thinking about the identity of the man in black. A stowaway, a very powerful stowaway, so powerful that the Black Tower made certain changes to the rules of the game, giving the Queen team an unfair rule tilt that is visible to the naked eye. Yes, the Queen card has the only right to ask questions in the whole game, which is a manifestation of the unfairness of the game. Why does the Queen have the right to ask questions, and the kings must answer honestly, otherwise they will be considered defeated? What factors determine the position of the Queen? Did Tang Mo have the Queen because of good luck, or was there some reason that he didn't find that determined that their team had the Queen? Tang Mo turned to look at Pinocchio. When the underground people play the honest card game, will they have the privilege of the Queen in every game? Hearing this, Pinocchio chuckled and said loudly, Of course not. We underground people are all good citizens who advocate fairness in the game. How could we do something that makes the game unfair? Only when a player who is almost impossible to be eliminated appears on one side, the Queen's privilege will appear. After a pause, Pinocchio pretended to be surprised. Oh, did I forget to tell you? I am old and my memory is not good. Don't forget this rule. Tang Mo did not react much to Pinocchio's deliberate sarcasm. Zhao Wenbin, who was standing behind him, was confused for a long time, and finally understood and glared at Pinocchio angrily. Pinocchio was extremely shameless, and he became even more complacent when he saw Zhao Wenbin's angry expression. Fu Wenduo, the last reason you guessed my identity was because of the privilege of the Queen card. Tang Mo looked up at him. Yes. Your voice is still a little different from that one, at least I won't think of who you are at once. But this privilege is too outrageous and too strange, as if it was forcibly forced on the Queen's team. So there is only one possibility. There is a person on the opposite team who destroys the balance of the game. What kind of existence can destroy the balance of this game? Pinocchio's honest card game is actually divided into two parts. One is the staged victory, and the other is the final victory. To ensure that the team does not lose and get the King's gold coin reward, you must get the final victory and defeat the opponent in playing cards. But the inconsistency of the cards on both sides will trigger the dual field effect, resulting in staged victories again and again. This dual field is the most unfair embodiment of the game. Even if you win the opponent by playing cards, if you can't beat the opponent, you will still be eliminated. The most unfair result that could happen is that Tang Mo's team wins every time they play a card, but after 4 games, they happen to duel with the most terrible enemy every time. The enemy eliminates their players again and again. When they win the 4th game, even if the opponent is eliminated, Tang Mo's team will only have 1 person left. This is not fair at all. It was because Tang Mo guessed that there is an opponent on the other side that no one can defeat that he dared to confirm Fu Wenduo's identity. Black Tower determined that even Tang Mo could not threaten the powerful opponent on the opposite side, so this opponent must have been noticed by Black Tower a long time ago and forced to pass the first floor of Black Tower. Tang Mo did not know how many players in China had passed the first floor of Black Tower, but Attack Organization was well informed in Shanghai, and Luofeng City did not know which player had passed the first floor of Black Tower. He did not know that Tang Mo had passed it. So taking Shanghai as an example, there were absolutely very few players in the whole of China who had passed the first floor of Black Tower. And this person was stronger than Tang Mo. Such a powerful stowaway can only be you. Fu Wenduo smiled. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. I didn't expect it to be like this. Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and raised his eyes calmly. Mr. Fu, let's make a bet. Fu Wenduo's eyes flashed. What bet? Pinocchio was interested when he heard this, and came over curiously. Tang Mo glanced at him. Aren't you afraid that what we are going to say next is related to the content of the card? Pinocchio put his hands on his hips, and looked at Tang Mo as if he was a fool. When you play the cards, both cards are upside down. No one knows except you. You say what the cards are? I, Pinocchio, don't believe it. I can't tell whether the words about the content of the cards are lies. Even if I, Pinocchio, believe 90%, as long as I don't admit it, who dares to say that I know the content of your cards? So that's it. Pinocchio waved his hands impatiently. Okay, what do you want to bet on? This is the first time I, Pinocchio, have seen someone play a betting game in an honest card game. Tang Mo no longer cares about Pinocchio. He looks at Fu Waduo. This bet actually has nothing to do with the content of the card. It's okay for Pinocchio to hear it. Mr. Fu, so far, we have played a total of 2 cards. No matter which card we choose, no matter what the result is, it's a coincidence that we have been standing opposite each other. Fu Waduo, so? There are always many coincidences in the world. Although you have the upper hand now, in fact, the situation is still uncertain. In the final battle, you are only slightly more likely to win than me. This game is not entirely based on strength. Luck and a split-second choice are also the key to the game. The winning rate of our 2 teams is indeed not 50-50, but based on the current situation, it is still difficult to determine who will win or lose. Fu Waduo still seemed unmoved. You are right, but luck is also a kind of strength. Tang Mo looked calm. I don't want to gamble on this luck. Compared to one side being eliminated, a win-win situation may be the best choice. Fu Waduo said nothing. Pinocchio on the side was the first to lose his temper. Win-win? Ha ha, not bad, you are good friends. Good friends should hold hands, and play cute honest card games together. No one can lie. Tang Mo still looked at Fu Waduo. I want to make a bet with you. The content of the bet has nothing to do with the content of the card. It doesn't matter if Pinocchio hears it. After a pause, Tang Mo continued. We happen to stand in the same square opposite each other twice, and the probability is only 1 in 16. So, I bet that we will stand in the same square again in the 3rd round. Pinocchio, huh? What kind of strange bet is this? It really has nothing to do with the content of the card. Fu Waduo smiled. If I win the bet, then you have to promise that the outcome of this game will not affect the relationship between Momo and us. If you win the bet? Tang Mo, I won the bet, Mr. Fu. Let's end the game peacefully. No one will take risks. Pinocchio touched his nose. His eyes swung back and forth between Tang Mo and Fu Waduo. Fu Waduo looked at Tang Mo steadily, without confirming the bet. Tang Mo suddenly turned his head to look at Pinocchio, smiling. I am an honest human, Pinocchio. The content of this bet really has nothing to do with the content of the card, right? Pinocchio didn't care. Even if it has something to do with the content of the card, I can't be sure whether you are lying or not. It doesn't matter if you hear it. Fu Waduo suddenly said, Okay, I agree to this bet. Pinocchio's voice stopped abruptly. He chuckled, clapped his hands and said, 2 good friends want to bet. This is really the most interesting honest card game I have ever seen. I have watched more than 100 honest card games in the Underground Kingdom, and I have never seen one end peacefully. Tang Mo, maybe you will see it today. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the grid of his own team. Fu Waduo also walked back. Pinocchio grinned, revealing a sinister smile. He said, I'm really looking forward to it, but the expectation and gloating in his eyes were not restrained at all, and they were revealed directly. The white wall fell down with a rumble, blocking the 2 teams. Before the white wall separated the 2 sides, Tang Mo had been looking at Fu Waduo from a distance, and Fu Waduo was also looking at him. The 2 looked at each other quietly until the wall fell, and they could no longer see each other. Tang Mo walked straight to a certain grid and stood there. When Tang Mo and Fu Waduo were talking just now, Zhao Wenbin had no chance to speak at all. He watched Tang Mo and Fu Waduo make a bet, and then he found a grid and stood there on his own, without any intention of trying to win the bet. Zhao Wenbin was so anxious that his face turned red. He hesitated for a long time and said, Do you think we can really win by standing in that grid? Tang Mo looked up at him. You will stand in the grid of the night card later. Zhao Wenbin understood immediately. You deliberately gave them the night card to show our sincerity in this bet? No, then we won't even have the night card. What if they break the contract and refuse to end the game peacefully? And even if the man in black doesn't break the contract, how can you be sure that you can win this bet? The probability that Tang Mo and Fu Waduo stand in the same grid is 1 in 4. Emperor Zhao Wenbin is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. He is so anxious that he is running around. However, Tang Mo has chosen a grid from the beginning, and stood in it directly, and never came out. During the previous 2 rounds of playing cards, Pinocchio had been lazily lying on the wall, humming and sleeping. This time, he changed his usual behavior. With a bet between 2 players, he looked at Tang Mo's side with interest, and then turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo's side. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo couldn't see each other or hear each other's voices, but Pinocchio knew everything. Seeing Tang Mo looking up at him, Pinocchio raised his chin, and the red feather in the brim of his hat swayed gently. Don't look at me, honest Pinocchio never betrays his friends. Bayou? Okay, dishonest Pinocchio will never tell you where the human is standing. But, you can guess. Pinocchio laughed sharply, looking at Tang Mo with ill intentions, touching his nose. Pinocchio's nose will grow longer when he lies. Maybe you can ask me some questions, such as where the human is standing? Tang Imo ignored him at all. Zhao Wenbin thought for a long time. Pinocchio, has the man in black already chosen a certain grid? Yes. Pinocchio's nose didn't grow longer. Zhao Wenbin continued, do you think this bet is ridiculous? Of course. Pinocchio's voice stretched out. Zhao Wenbin excitedly waited for his next words. Pinocchio looked at him pretending to be calm, hiding his excitement, and suddenly laughed. Why should I tell you? You stupid human, ha ha, you are like the stupidest bug in the banana tavern, stupid and cute. When saying this, Pinocchio's nose didn't grow longer at all. Zhao Wenbin was stunned at first, and then reacted. You're kidding me. Pinocchio sat on the wall and clapped his hands happily. Bug, bug? Zhao Wenbin, you. Tang Imo glanced at them and looked away. Zhao Wenbin was still a little smart. He was sure that Pinocchio had seen the positions of Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo. At this time, he asked Pinocchio again. Is this bet ridiculous? If Pinocchio thought it was ridiculous, it meant that Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo were not standing in the same grid. He thought Tang Imo was a joke. But Pinocchio only said that his nose would grow longer if he lied, but he didn't say that he would definitely answer Zhao Wenbin's question. Zhao Wenbin was fooled around by Pinocchio, and he was angry and anxious. 5 minutes later, the Black Tower prompted the players to start choosing cards. Zhao Wenbin was so angry that his face turned red. He was worried about Tang Imo, and also about himself. But when the time came, Tang Imo waved his small parasol with a swish. Looking straight ahead, without even looking, the tip of the plastic umbrella directly hit Zhao Wenbin's neck. He said lightly, "Come here and stand in the knight's grid." Zhao Wenbin's breathing stagnated. He wanted to scold this cold-blooded stowaway. He thought Tang Imo was a stowaway. He was clearly racking his brains to find a way for Tang Imo to win the bet. But why didn't Tang Imo appreciate it at all, and let Pinocchio play tricks on him instead? The pink parasol moved closer, and pressed on Zhao Wenbin's neck. Tang Imo, stand over there. Zhao Wenbin clenched his fingers, and gritted his teeth, as he walked to the knight's card and stopped. Pinocchio laughed. You really don't want to think about it again, and change your position? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist, patted his head deliberately, and made a cute pose that was not cute at all. Oh, I forgot. You must stand in the square of the knight card, otherwise neither of you can play a card. Tang Imo looked straight ahead, without even looking at Pinocchio. Pinocchio was asking for trouble, and slowly stopped mocking Tang Imo. He pushed himself up with both hands and jumped down from the wall, clapping his hands. Boom boom. The white wall rose little by little. Zhao Wenbin held his breath and stared at the white wall. He even bent down, trying to see the position of the opposite side from under the wall. When he saw which grid Fu Wenduo was standing in, Zhao Wenbin felt like he was falling into an ice cellar, and his body froze. He slowly stood up and said, as if to comfort himself, "It doesn't matter, there is still a chance, as long as you don't make the wrong choice next time, it doesn't matter. The white wall was completely raised, and Tang Imo was seen standing in the grid on the far right, and Fu Wenduo was standing in the grid on the far left. The two people stood in a completely diagonal line, and even if they were made up, they couldn't say that they were standing in the same grid. Pinocchio laughed with his hands on his hips. He teleported to Tang Imo and looked at his expression expectantly. You lost the bet. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see Tang Imo's frustrated and desperate expression. Tang Imo still looked calm and even turned his head to glance at him. Pinocchio was a little dissatisfied. He frowned. I said, you lost. You lost. He won. A deep voice sounded from a distance. Pinocchio turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. What did you say? He obviously lost. You two are not standing in the same grid. Tang Imo, but we are not standing in any grid either. Pinocchio's body froze. Everyone present, except Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo, even Fu Wenduo's 3 teammates, looked at the position under Fu Wenduo's feet in astonishment. In the white world, Fu Wenduo stood on the boundary line between 2 grids, and Tang Imo also stood on the boundary line between 2 grids. It was not Zhao Wenbin and Tang Imo who chose the knight card. From the beginning to the end, Tang Imo did not choose any card, only Zhao Wenbin chose the knight card. For the Black Tower, Tang Imo abstained from choosing cards, and Zhao Wenbin chose the knight card, so the cards they played were still knight cards, which did not affect the final result. However, Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo both chose not to stand in any grid. The expression on Pinocchio's face suddenly became very exciting. No one knew how a puppet could make such a complex and rich expression, and his eyebrows began to jump up and down. After the eyebrows jumped, the nostrils kept changing from big to small. Finally, he shouted angrily, "It's not fun at all." He wanted to watch the fun, but in the end, he didn't see any fun, and he became the fun himself. Pinocchio still wanted to see this group of humans killing each other. He turned his head and looked at Fu and Duo. "You won't keep your promise, will you? That's the king's gold coins. The king's gold coins. You are still in the upper hand now. You may win him." Fu and Duo, "I will keep my promise." Pinocchio, Damn it, that's why I hate honest humans the most. Amid Pinocchio's irritable background sound, the cards selected by the two teams in this round slowly slid to the center of the blank area. With a sound of crack, the silver iron card on Tang Mo's side shattered. A silver ray of light shot out from the broken part of the card and connected to Tang Mo's forehead. At the same time, on Fu Wenduo's side, the silver ray of light connected to the eyebrows of the young woman and the white-haired old man. So that's how it is, Tang Mo thought. After the Black Tower shuffled the cards, because there were 2 people and 3 cards on Tang Mo's side, the Knight card and the Slave card were all connected to Tang Mo, and the Queen card was connected to Zhao Wenbin. Tang Mo didn't know what rules the Black Tower used to choose which player to connect more cards. Maybe it was random, or there might be other screening conditions. But in short, now there were 3 cards and 4 people on the opposite side, and the card they played was connected to 2 people. The light on the young woman and the white-haired old man kept flickering, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Both of them nervously waited for the final choice of the light. After a minute, the light on the white-haired old man faded, and the dazzling white light connected to the young woman. The woman gritted her teeth and walked onto the duel field again. This time, because she had already exposed her supernatural power in advance, she did not give Tang Mo a chance to react. As soon as she entered the duel field, she pulled out her pistol and shot directly. This bullet was dodged by Tang Mo sideways. When he just dodged the bullet, the young woman raised her left hand and blocked her face, leaving only her right eye exposed. Checkmate! Bang! The second bullet whizzed out from the silver muzzle and shot straight at Tang Mo's forehead. He quickly chanted the spell, and with a click, the small parasol opened, and the bullet hit the small parasol and bounced out. However, it was only halfway reflected, and the bullet turned in the air and flew towards Tang Mo's forehead again. The young woman raised the gun again and fired the third bullet. Checkmate! Bang bang bang! 4 bullets in a row, like flying insects with eyes, drew a trajectory in the air that violated the laws of science and kept rushing towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo waved the small parasol and quickly blocked each bullet with the umbrella body. The bullet hit the small parasol, making a harsh metal collision sound. Everyone present was overwhelmed, only Fu Wenduo's eyes condensed, watching Tang Mo use his strong reaction ability and physical fitness to avoid the attack of 4 bullets again and again. As time passed, the attack speed of the 4 bullets became slower and slower. When the young woman fired the 4th bullet, her face was already pale, as if she had suddenly aged a few years, and now a white hair had appeared on her forehead. Seeing that Tang Mo was more than enough to deal with the 4 bullets, she gritted her teeth and raised her gun tremblingly. Checkmate! After the shot, half of the woman's hair turned white. But the moment she finished saying this, Tang Mo waved his umbrella to deflect all 4 bullets. He supported himself with one hand and looked up at the woman standing 4 meters away from him. The woman seemed to realize something and turned around in horror to leave, but her physical skills declined too quickly, and she could not react at all. After the 4 bullets were shot away, they turned again and shot towards Tang Mo, and the 5th bullet flew straight towards Tang Mo. When the 5th bullet was fired, the speed of all the bullets slowed down again. Tang Mo kicked the ground with 1 foot, and his body flew out like an arrow, with 4 bullets chasing him from behind. Tang Mo ran towards the young woman with a whoosh. Behind him, the 4 bullets were getting closer and closer. He put away his small parasol, his pupils dilated to the extreme, and with the blessing of terrifying dynamic vision and body reaction, he waved the small parasol and stabbed forward. Duh. No one noticed this small sound, only Fu Wenduo opened his eyes wide in surprise, watching Tang Mo split the 5th bullet that was filming him in half with the tip of the umbrella. When Tang Mo's umbrella tip was against the young woman's throat, 4 bullets and 2 bullets that were split in half all caught up with him, pointing directly at his head. But Yi's umbrella tip had already been against the woman's throat. All the bullets stopped, and the young woman looked at him with her mouth wide open in horror, as if she had forgotten to breathe, her face pale. Jung. The bullets fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Tang Mo did not close the umbrella, he said coldly. Give up. The young woman's hair was almost completely white. She trembled and said, I give up. A huge black hole appeared under the woman's feet. She screamed and fell down, disappearing into the white space. Tang Imo retracted his umbrella and turned back to his position. Seeing someone being eliminated, Pinocchio's bored face finally showed a little interest. He clapped his hands, and the white wall slowly fell from the sky. Fu Duo said loudly, "Next round, I will play the minister card." Tang Imo turned his head to look at him, slowly raised the corners of his lips. Okay. Pinocchio was so angry at this boring game that his eyes were blazing. 5 minutes later. Ding! The fourth round, the player plays a card. With a click, the silver iron card in front of Fu Duo shattered. He really played the minister card. Tang Imo, who represented the queen card, stood up, and the middle-aged woman on the opposite side walked out tremblingly. Tang Imo had just opened the small parasol, and the woman actually said directly, I admit defeat, don't kill me, don't kill me. Tang Imo was slightly stunned. She actually treated him as a stowaway. A black hole appeared under the middle-aged woman's feet. Tang Imo put away the umbrella and said softly, Sorry. At this point, the fourth round was over. Tang Imo and Zhao Wenbin were the only ones left on his side, and Fu Duo and the white-haired old man were the only ones left on his side. Each side had 2 cards left, the king card and the slave card, and the queen card and the slave card. The white wall fell gently, and Tang Imo and Fu Duo fought across the wall. Tang Imo, next round, follow the rules of the underground kingdom. Fu Duo smiled and said, Okay. Pinocchio was so bored that he picked up the radio that he had smashed and put it back together bit by bit. After listening to Tang Imo and Fu Duo, he muttered, I should have known not to do such boring things earlier, then lowered his head and continued to fiddle with his broken radio. When the white wall fell, Zhao Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief, and for the first time felt that he had escaped death. Although he had been oppressed by Tang Imo, at this time, seeing that he could leave the dungeon safely, he no longer dared to ask for the king's gold coins. No matter how good the reward is, it can't be used without life. As long as the 2 parties play the slave cards together next, and finally play the king and queen cards together, the king and queen can hold hands and end this absurd and cruel game. Zhao Wenbin walked to Tang Imo. Thank you. Thank you again. If it weren't for Tang Imo, he would have died 100 times in the hands of the man in black. Even though Tang Imo was a tough stowaway, at the end, when the game was about to end, he was still willing to say thank you. Tang Imo lowered his head and looked at the ground, as if thinking about something. Zhao Wenbin didn't get an answer and asked curiously, Well, what are you thinking about? Aren't we about to finish the game? Do you have any questions? I'm wondering how he became a stowaway. Zhao Wenbin knew he was talking about Fu Duo. He had always believed that Tang Imo and Fu Duo, who were both strong, were stowaways. He said, because he killed someone, he became a stowaway. The man in black killed someone during the 3 days he was online on Earth, so he became a stowaway. Tang Imo didn't say anything. This was not the answer he wanted. When playing the second round, Tang Imo was sure that Fu Duo played the knight card, not the minister card, because he felt that if both options were available, this person would choose to use the knight card against the knight card, and the 2 cards would be invalidated together, and the dual field effect would not be triggered. Instead of using the minister card to suppress the knight card, triggering the duel, both teams must have 1 less person. In the second round, Tang Imo had no choice. If he played the knight card, then even if he won the bet, he would hardly win, and even the hope of ending the game peacefully was slim. But Fu Duo could choose to use the minister card. He chose the knight card. This shows that unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not watch others die or be forced to participate in the dangerous tower attack game. And he actually gave a chance in the first round. Zhao Wenbin asked in confusion, What? Tang Imo shook his head, Nothing. Although Fu Duo won the first game and had the upper hand. But if Tang Mo's team really decided to play the slave card according to the rules and end the game peacefully, then Fu Duo would lose. He seemed to be gambling and won in the end, but at the same time he also gave the opposing team a chance. Just looking at the first game, his intention was not clear. Combining the second game, Tang Imo realized that this person really wanted to let the enemy team go. Why do people like this become stowaways? Maybe we know after the game is over. Tang Imo murmured in a low voice. Pinocchio lost interest in hosting the game. He sat on the wall and played his radio, letting the black tower constantly prompt the players to play cards. The white wall gradually rose, revealing the cards chosen by the 2 teams. Tang Mo and Zhao Wenbin stood in the grid of the slave card, while Fu Wenduo and the white-haired old man stood diagonally opposite them. The two sides looked at each other. The white-haired old man stood trembling. With Fu Wenduo standing beside him, he dared not move, but his face was frighteningly ugly. He wanted to turn around and talk to Fu Wenduo several times, but as soon as he saw Fu Wenduo's face, he closed his mouth and dared not move. Zhao Wenbin looked at the old man strangely. Pinocchio, you play by yourselves, it's really boring. The two silver iron cards were close to the ground and slid to the blank area. The dazzling white light came on, and Tang Mo closed his eyes, waiting for the end of this game. Pinocchio was the only one who could open his eyes in this light, but he was not interested in seeing the result of the card at the moment. He was concentrating on fiddling with his old radio. Until a crisp click sounded. Not two, but only one click sounded in the blank world. Pinocchio raised his head in astonishment and looked at the suppressed and broken card. A white light shot out from the center of the broken light and connected to Fu Wenduo's forehead. On the other side, a light also shot out from the card on Tang Mo's side and connected to his forehead. Pinocchio looked at the scene of the card breaking, and the next moment, he looked at Fu Wenduo in disbelief. Are you crazy? Why did you play the trump card? Do you want to lose the game? Do you understand the rules of the game? You didn't win at all, you lost. The white light dissipated. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Pinocchio together. At this moment, a crisp child's voice sounded in the white world, ding. Pinocchio learned the content of the card, violated the rules of the game, and was deprived of his citizen privileges in the underground kingdom. Ding! The 419th copy of Huaxia District 2 has been changed to Santa Claus's Honest Card Game. Chapter 44. In the white world, the black tower prompt sounded. Zhao Wenbin and the white-haired old man looked at Pinocchio blankly, not understanding what happened. Pinocchio's funny and cute puppet face still maintained the shock and surprise just now, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not give it time to react. The black tower prompt sound fell. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo kicked their feet, like lightning, and rushed to Pinocchio's eyes. Tang Mo opened the small parasol with a click, and he waved the pink umbrella. He did not attack Pinocchio, but hung the umbrella behind Pinocchio with his hand, blocking his way. At the same time, Fu Wenduo clenched his right fist, curled his middle finger outward, and punched out from a short distance, hitting Pinocchio in the face. The crisp and short force burst out instantly, and Pinocchio subconsciously ran back, but he was blocked by Tang Mo's small parasol, and couldn't run away. He turned around and took the punch. Pinocchio was furious. He clapped his hands and disappeared in front of Tang Mo. The next moment, he appeared behind Tang Mo, waving his wooden arm and hitting Tang Mo's back of the head. His arm looked thin and small, but the force broke through the wind. Tang Mo did not dare to be careless, and turned his hand to block the small parasol in front of him, and he was knocked out. On the other side, a crisp metal collision sounded. Tang Mo stabilized his body, looked carefully, and was surprised. I saw a black metal weapon suddenly appeared at the position where he was just knocked away, blocking Pinocchio's arm that attacked again. The two collided, and metal sparks splashed. Pinocchio took a half step back, but Fu Wenduo stood firmly. The attack was blocked, and Pinocchio's face changed drastically. He clapped his hands, and his body disappeared in the white world. But in the blink of an eye, he appeared on Fu Wenduo's left side again. Fu Wenduo directly blocked his attack with his left hand, and then turned around and stabbed. Tang Mo quickly reacted and stopped looking at Fu Wenduo's arm. He waved his small parasol to join the battle. Bang bang bang. Pinocchio kept teleporting and attacked Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo from all angles. But the two were agile. Tang Mo kept using the small parasol to block Pinocchio's attack, and at the same time Fu Wenduo appeared from behind the umbrella and attacked Pinocchio. The three of them were extremely fast, forming shadows in the white world. Their figures could not be seen, only the sound of hard collisions continued to ring. Zhao Wenbin and the white-haired old man standing in the grid ran back in horror, fearing that this sudden battle would affect them. However, their movable area was limited to 4 grids, and they could only stick to the corners of the grid as much as possible to avoid this battle. He's even slower. Tang Mo shouted, closed his umbrella, and moved forward, piercing Pinocchio's little yellow hat with the tip of the umbrella. Fu Wenduo appeared from behind Pinocchio. Together. Okay. Tang Mo opened the small parasol and looked at Pinocchio. Fu Wenduo stabbed Pinocchio from the left again, and Pinocchio immediately teleported away to avoid the attack. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide, held his breath, and stared carefully at the place where Pinocchio disappeared. His pupils were dilated to the extreme, and a blurry shadow gradually appeared in his retina. As if someone pressed the pause button, Fu Wenduo's attack movements flashed before Tang Mo's eyes frame by frame. The shadow he attacked was running very fast. When the sharp black weapon was about to pierce Pinocchio's head, Pinocchio took a step back, then turned around and ran behind Fu Wenduo, raising his arm to attack from the opposite direction. "I see you." At this moment, Tang Mo swung an umbrella. The pink parasol suddenly blocked in front of him, and Pinocchio immediately changed direction and rushed towards Tang Mo again. Tang Mo's speed of waving the parasol was not as fast as Pinocchio's, and he could not pull it back in time to protect himself. Just when he was about to hit Tang Mo's face, a black weapon was placed between Pinocchio and Tang Mo. In addition, a huge match suddenly appeared, and the red match head hit Pinocchio's face directly. Pinocchio screamed in pain, was knocked away by the match head, and fell to the ground. He reacted and prepared to teleport again, but Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo each held him with an arm. Pinocchio was pressed to the ground by the two players, and could not move. He was furious. "What do you want to do? Do you want to break the rules of the game? I, Pinocchio, am also a well-known figure in the underground kingdom. Don't even think about getting out of the game this time." Pinocchio is very strong and can teleport. But after the Black Tower announced that Pinocchio's citizenship in the underworld kingdom would be revoked, his teleportation speed slowed down to a visible degree. This slowdown was not obvious to Zhao Wenbin and others. They still could not see Pinocchio's shadow, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo could gradually catch his figure. In addition, Pinocchio's strength also became much weaker. As time went on, his speed became slower and his strength became weaker, so Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo could catch him. Swoosh! Fu Wenduo shook his right hand, and the black triangular cone-shaped sharp weapon disappeared, returning to the original shape of his hand. Tang Mo glanced at his hand, and Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded, "Superpower." This was an active explanation. Tang Mo put the giant match back into the tattoo and looked up at him. "It's also a superpower." Both of them exposed their superpowers, so this is even. The match tattoo is actually just a superpower collected by Tang Mo, not his real superpower, but Tang Mo doesn't know what Fu Wenduo's superpower is like. Obviously, Fu Wenduo's superpower is not just an arm that can be transformed into a weapon. Neither of them had a secret, and the score was still even. Pinocchio was still roaring, but his strength and struggling was getting weaker and weaker. "You want to go against the Underground Kingdom and the Black Tower game? You are crazy," Tang Mo said calmly. "Mr. Pinocchio, I must remind you that you have been deprived of the citizen privileges of the Underground Kingdom. At the same time, the game we are playing is no longer Pinocchio's honest card game, but Santa Claus's honest card game. This game has nothing to do with you. If we imprison you, will it affect the game?" Pinocchio was speechless after hearing this, and could only curse one after another. "You are the dirtiest stinky dog in the Underground Kingdom. Even if you cut off your legs and become a dwarf in the weird circus, the audience will despise you for being ugly and smelly." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not react much to Pinocchio's abuse. Fu Wenduo took out a very thin silver rope. It was called a rope, but it looked more like a long silver thread. He tied Pinocchio up with this string. Strangely, Pinocchio could not break free from this string, and every time he struggled, it would become tighter and tighter. "This is a prop," Tang Mo thought to himself. After dealing with Pinocchio, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood in the blank area and looked up at each other. At this moment, a white light was still connected to their foreheads between their eyebrows. This is a prompt for the players to duel. Tang Mo just played a slave card. After the two cards entered the PK, Fu Wenduo's card was suppressed and broken. Fu Wen took out the king card. The two cards were inconsistent, and the king card disappeared and triggered the dual field effect, representing the two players of the card to duel. Now Pinocchio was subdued, and the game was changed to Santa Claus's honest card game, but the light between the two people's eyebrows did not disappear. Tang Mo frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment, put his hand in his pocket, and touched the white turkey egg. Just as he was about to take out the turkey egg, he heard a click. The white light connecting the two people's brows suddenly shattered, and a loud and cheerful voice sounded from a distant place. "Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas." The reindeer roared and ran forward, and the bells on the sleigh made a jingling sound. Everyone turned their heads to look at the place where the sound came from, and saw Santa Claus in red clothes laughing from a distance. The four majestic reindeer stomped the ground with their hooves, and the ground shook with each hoof. When Santa Claus approached, he seemed to have his own background music, and the sound of Merry Christmas rang around him. He pulled the reins tightly with a smile, and stopped the reindeer sleigh in front of the four players and Pinocchio. His huge body was like a mountain, forming a shadow, pressing on everyone's head. Even though he was laughing, the terrifying pressure made Tangamo tense all over. This was a dungeon boss that was completely different from Pinocchio. Tangamo held the small parasol tightly and looked at Santa Claus defensively. Santa Claus's sharp eyes swept across the 4 players present and finally fell on Pinocchio. Poor Pinocchio was tied up and fell to the ground. Seeing Santa Claus, he was so scared that he trembled all over. Even though he was tied up, he tried to escape and moved his body out little by little. "You insidious and cunning Pinocchio!" Santa Claus roared, and the sound waves hit Pinocchio, making him scream. Santa Claus sat on the sleigh and said, "You dared to steal my golden star and open the copy alone. My poor children, they are all honest and kind, but you deceive them. Suppose one of them really wins, you will eat them all after the game is over." Zhao Wenbin was so scared that his face turned pale when he heard this. Tangamo didn't expect this ending. He thought Pinocchio would only eat the stowaway after the game was over, but he didn't expect him to eat other players. Santa Claus opened the big bag full of gifts and pointed the bag at Pinocchio. Pinocchio screamed as he was sucked into the red bag. Santa tied the bag with a rope, patted the bulging bag hard, and turned to look at the 4 players. He smiled slightly, showing a kind and benevolent smile. "Let me see. Oh, fortunately, children, I came in time. You can still end this honest card game peacefully. Christmas is here. This is the Christmas gift I prepared for you. Fortunately, I can give it to you again." Tangamo looked at the smiling Santa Claus, thought for a moment, and asked, "Santa Claus, may I ask, what is the matter with your Pinocchio's bet?" When the word bet was mentioned, Santa Claus's face showed anger. "This damn Pinocchio, he is really the worst and most insidious villain. He asked me to go drinking on Christmas Eve. He heard that I was going to give gifts to good children on Christmas Eve, so he tricked me into making a bet with him. As a result, he stole my most precious golden star while I was drunk. Pinocchio's nose will grow longer if he lies," Fu Wenduo said. Santa Claus nodded. "Yes, his nose will grow longer, but his nose never grew longer when he made a bet with me, and he was telling the truth. There are too many children to give gifts to, and I really need Pinocchio to replace me and help me play games with the children. But I don't think a peaceful and honest card game will make children dishonest, so I made a bet with him. However, I never expected that he would steal the golden star and regard it as a gift for winning the game." Tangamo immediately understood. "Isn't the golden star a reward for the winning team? Of course not. I only have 10 of these golden stars. How can I give them to all the good children in the world?" Santa Claus waved his right hand, and the golden star floating in the air flew towards him, disappeared into his sleeve. "As long as every child who participates in the game, I will give him a Christmas tree branch equally. Look, it's this branch. This is my Christmas gift to every child." Tangamo looked at the branch in Santa's hand and took out his own branch from his bag. Like him, everyone took out the Christmas tree branch they entered the dungeon with. Looking at this unremarkable branch, Tangamo suddenly felt a little helpless and a little funny. It turned out that they had received the real reward from the beginning. Santa Claus, "Ha ha, don't worry about this abominable Pinocchio. He is no longer a citizen of the underground kingdom. I will exile him to the monster world immediately. I believe the monsters there will definitely like him very much. Children, let's continue the game. After the game is over, you can get gifts from Santa Claus." Ding! The Christmas Eve surprise copy Santa Claus's honest card game officially begins. Game rules. First, each team has 4 cards. Fourth, when playing a card, the back of the card is shown to the other party, and the other player cannot see the content of their own card. Sixth, the team without a card is considered a failure. Santa Claus is always very stingy with his gifts. Only he could come up with a branch. But don't be discouraged. This may be an extraordinary branch. After all, it is called Santa Claus Branch. Santa Claus's honest card game is different from Pinocchio's honest card game. It has only 6 rules. It deleted the rule inconsistent cards trigger the dual field effect, deleted the line Pinocchio does not know the content of both cards, and the last one privileges of the queen card. Without a dual field, there is no saying that one side has an advantage over the other, and there is no need for the privilege of the queen card. This is a symbolic game that players can play while after receiving the gifts. Santa Claus sat on the sleigh and smiled. "Come on, my child. Play this warm and honest card game with Santa Claus, and let us spend a beautiful Christmas. Merry Christmas." The game started again. Tangamo walked back to the grid, and the white wall gradually fell down. Before the wall completely blocked the opposite side, Tangamo raised his head and looked at the man in black standing opposite him. Fu Wenduo smiled at him, and Tang Mo slowly raised the corners of his lips. The wall fell completely, and Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't get the king's gold coins, this ending might be the best. When he heard the game rules announced by Black Tower, Tang Mo noticed that Pinocchio was also written into the game rules by Black Tower. This was the first time in all the games he had played that a copy boss was written into the game rules. From the first game he played, Who Stole My Book, to the current Honest Card game, Tang Mo has participated in 8 games in total, and none of the game rules have anything to do with the dungeon boss. Only Pinocchio. Tang Mo did not doubt Pinocchio because of this. He really came up with the idea of eliminating Pinocchio first before the second game. In the first game, Tang Mo's minister card was crushed by Fu Wenduo's king card. Before the white wall fell, in order to gain as much advantage as possible in the next game, he told Fu Wenduo that he would play the queen card. So when he played the next card, Pinocchio curiously asked him if he really played the queen card. When Tang Mo really wanted to tell him, he was extremely resistant, as if he was afraid of something. Now that I think about it, he was afraid that after Tang Mo told him that he played the queen card, the Black Tower would think that he knew what he played. Even if Pinocchio didn't admit it, but Tang Mo told him, the Black Tower might really judge it that way. Pinocchio was afraid of every opportunity that might be judged by the Black Tower as a violation of the rules. So after seeing this scene, Tang Mo had a bold idea. Since Pinocchio was written into the game rules of the Black Tower, if Pinocchio violated the rules, how would the Black Tower decide? There are actually 4 possible endings for this game. Tang Mo wins, Fu Wenduo wins, the two sides end the game peacefully, and after the game ends, Pinocchio eats the player. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't have much contact, but he knew that this man had a meticulous mind. He could think of Pinocchio's words. How can people die in Christmas welfare games? Behind the words, it may mean you can kill anyone as long as the game is over, which Fu Wenduo can also think of. Tang Mo himself is a formal player, and most of the monsters in the game dungeon are not interested in him. But Fu Wenduo is different. He is a stowaway. Pinocchio has long shown his desire for the stowaway. If Fu Wenduo really wins this game, after the game is over, will Pinocchio keep his promise and let him go? Or will he eat him before letting him go, and then release his body safely? No one knows. The king's gold coins are too tempting, and Fu Wenduo will not give up easily. Tang Mo first used the privilege of the queen card to determine Fu Wenduo's attitude, and confirmed that he was not so determined to get the king's gold coins. Then after that, he started a cooperation called a bet, but in fact it was to kill Pinocchio. It's really hard to make him believe. Tang Mo couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Wenbin relaxed a lot after Santa Claus appeared. At least it seemed that his life was saved. Hearing Tang Mo's words, he thought for a while and said, "To be honest, I was scared to death when you rushed out to fight Pinocchio just now. That, if possible in the future, we are teammates after all. Can you tell me in advance if you have any plans?" Tang Mo, every word we say will be heard by Pinocchio. Zhao Wenbin thought, oh right. Pinocchio has been lying on the wall and eavesdropping on us. He thought again, but this game seems to be over soon, and we will no longer be teammates. Tang Mo did not answer him. In this cooperation, the most difficult thing is to let Pinocchio relax his vigilance, and do something that violates the rules of the game. To this end, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo staged a play, step by step, to lure Pinocchio into this seemingly simple, but most effective trap. The beginning of the cooperation was the bet that looked like a child's play. At that time, Tang Mo kept reminding Fu Wenduo that Pinocchio could not know the content of the card. He reminded again and again, and said this sentence again and again. He was not disappointed. Fu Wenduo understood what he meant, and agreed to the bet. In fact, he agreed not to the bet, but to the cooperation. With Pinocchio present, Tang Mo did not dare to communicate with Fu Wenduo in private in any way to determine which grid the two of them should stand in, fearing that he would find something unusual. This bet was a foreshadowing for the next series of acting. Only if Tang Mo won this bet could he continue to cooperate to deceive Pinocchio. Tang Mo immediately thought of using turkey eggs to talk to Fu Wenduo. There are 2 ways to use the turkey egg. One is a normal call. Players can contact another player by knocking on the turkey egg 3 times, but the sound of their voices can be heard by everyone around them. The other is to open the archiver. After the archiver is turned on, their voices will sound in each other's minds, and will not be heard by others. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo made a bet, Pinocchio stood next to them, and stared at them too closely, so Tang Mo had no chance to open the archiver. When he returned to the wall, he drew an S on the turkey egg while Pinocchio was not paying attention. Unfortunately, He didn't hear any sound. At first Tang Mo thought the turkey egg was unusable, but soon his turkey egg flashed with light, and Fu Wenduo also opened the archiver. He still couldn't hear Fu Wenduo's voice, but the archiver was already open. The probability of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo standing in the same grid was only 1 in 4. He thought for a while, and then stood in the middle of the two grids. He believed that the other party would be able to guess his thoughts, and choose the way that was most likely to make the bet come true. As expected, the white wall rose, and both of them stood on the grid line, and the bet was established. When the white wall rose, Tang Mo heard Fu Wenduo's voice. When the wall fell, he couldn't hear any sound, and when it rose, they could communicate freely. It must be that the rules of the game prevented any communication between the two players. As long as the wall fell, there was no communication. Even the communication of turkey eggs was prohibited. Being able to communicate with Fu Wenduo under Pinocchio's nose made the play easier. But even with the turkey eggs to communicate privately, the tacit understanding between him and that person seemed to be too high. Sometimes, just a glance would make him understand what the other person meant. Because he is too smart, Tang Mo could only think of this seemingly narcissistic reason. It seemed that only this reason was tenable. Ding! After 3 minutes, all players, please stand in the cards that decide to play. The cards in this grid are regarded as the cards shown in the next round. The game prompt sounded, and Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets. He touched the turkey egg in his pocket and stopped in front of the queen card. This time, he didn't need to suppress it by force. Xiao Wenbin also walked to the square of the queen card. Xiao Wenbin, anyway, everyone's reward is the same, so of course we'd better draw. We choose the queen card, they choose the slave card, and our queen card is restrained. In the next round, let's play the slave card together, so that we can end the game peacefully. Xiao Wenbin's voice was very soft, and he thought Tang Mo was a stowaway, so he didn't dare to talk to him. The white wall slowly rose. The slave card and the queen card slid to the blank area, and the queen card shattered and disappeared. This time, the dual field effect was not triggered. Only Santa Claus laughed and said blessings. Ha ha ha, that's it, children, well done. After laughing, Santa Claus suddenly took out a pocket watch from his arms. Oh children, I have to rush to the next copy. I heard that the hateful painter deceived me, and he actually wanted to harm my lovely children. Let's quickly play the last game and end this interesting honest card game. The white wall fell, and Tang Mo and Xiao Wenbin stood on the last slave card. 5 minutes later, the two slave cards turned into light and disappeared. Both teams lost the last card at the same time, and the game officially ended. Santa Claus laughed loudly, he pulled the reins, and flew around the white world. Children, Merry Christmas, ha ha ha. Santa Claus, dressed in red, drove the reindeer sleigh and quickly disappeared at the end of the white world. At this time, Tang Mo and his 4 companions were finally able to walk out of the grid area freely. The white-haired old man seemed to be very afraid of Fu Wenduo, and stood far away and did not dare to approach. Xiao Wenbin also stood there and did not dare to move, just waiting to be teleported out of the copy. When Santa Claus left, Tang Mo's hand that had been tightly holding the small parasol finally loosened. He put the small parasol back into the backpack, and when he looked up, he found Fu Wenduo standing in the grid, smiling at him. Tang Mo's foot was slightly raised, but he only took a step forward and then retracted his foot. He did not approach Fu Wenduo. The two of them were still far away, just looking at each other. After a long time, Tang Mo smiled and said, Mr. Fu, happy cooperation. Fu Wenduo said, happy cooperation? I rarely celebrate Christmas. Tang Mo put the bag back on his back, his voice calm, but I think this may be the worst Christmas I have ever had. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, for me, it is a very interesting Christmas. Hearing this, Tang Mo looked at him steadily. After a moment, the two laughed together. Tang Mo said loudly, I'm in Pudong. Fu Wenduo was slightly stunned, and then quickly said, okay, see you again if we're lucky. A dazzling white light flickered in the center of the white world. Tang Mo gradually couldn't see Fu Wenduo's expression clearly, he only vaguely saw a black figure. Just like the first time he saw this man, no matter when, this man always stood straight like a peak, he stood there like a firm mountain, and would not waver. He has received special training, and he has this kind of standing posture. In the white light, Tang Mo closed his eyes, and whispered to himself, who on earth is this person? The white light engulfed the figures of the 4 players. The next moment, Tang Mo opened his eyes again, and he was back on Earth. It was Christmas Eve, and the sky was dark. After Tang Mo left the dungeon, he immediately turned around and ran away, and found an empty factory to hide in. He took out a white turkey egg from his pocket. On the shell of the turkey egg, an S character was still flashing. Tang Mo covered the turkey egg with both hands, the white light gradually disappeared, and the saver was closed. I didn't get any reward, but I wasted a save opportunity in vain. Tang Mo smiled bitterly. Using the saver in the game is a last resort, but it must be done. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo decided to let Pinocchio break the rules of the game first, but no one knew what the game would become after Pinocchio was eliminated, so they had to use the saver. Assuming Pinocchio did not relax his vigilance, and was judged to have violated the rules by the Black Tower, they would read the save file, go back to the beginning, and redetermine the winner. This is a way out. Tang Mo thought. When he and I are in the same instance, if either of us uses the archiver, it will be considered that both of us have used it, and we will save and read files at the same time. This means that if I really become hostile to him in the future, and I want to use the archiver, even if he agrees, he will read the files at the same time after I read them. Tang Mo's fingers tapped on the turkey egg. Every time he tapped the second time, he would stop and wait for a while, then tap the third time, to prevent contacting Fu Wenduo by tapping 3 times in a row. After thinking for a long time, Tang Mo stopped tapping the turkey egg, and came to a conclusion. Don't be in the same copy with him again. At least don't be hostile to him anymore. On the one hand, the restrictions on the use of turkey eggs are too great, and on the other hand, if I really play a hostile game with him again, I don't know who will win next time. This time, Tang Mo saw Fu Wenduo's ability, and Fu Wenduo saw only the tip of the iceberg of Tang Mo's ability. But Fu Wenduo discovered that Tang Mo had the king's gold coins. Tang Mo thought for a moment with an expressionless face, and decided, I lost. A huge loss. After recalling all his actions in the game, Tang Mo lay on a bed in the factory office, and took out the Christmas tree branch that looked like garbage from his backpack. The cold moonlight shone through the window onto his face, and Tang Mo carefully observed the branch. The branch was narrow and bare without a single leaf, and it seemed to be just an ordinary branch. But it was just for this branch that he participated in Pinocchio's honest card game. Among the 8 players, 1 player was killed, and 3 players entered the tower attack game, and their lives and deaths were unknown. In addition to them, there may be more people in other dungeons, playing various games for this branch. Tang Mo looked at the branch for a long time, and then stuffed it back into his backpack. With his current physical fitness, he would be full of energy even if he slept once a week, so he closed his eyes, and thought about more things. Time passed by, and Tang Mo remembered the sentence he blurted out in the dungeon. I'm in Pudong, and slowly opened his eyes. Go to attack tomorrow, to see how Chen Shanshan and the others are doing. I won't go back to Suzhou for now. The land of China was peaceful. Many players, who had come out of the Christmas bonus dungeon, were holding their Christmas tree branches, and hiding in fear. At 12 o'clock, a dazzling light shot out from Tang Mo's backpack. Tang Mo immediately opened his eyes, and looked at his bag. I saw a long thing glowing in his bag, and the light penetrated the canvas bag and illuminated the entire room. Tang Mo's heart tightened, and he carefully opened his backpack, ready to respond at any time. The moment he opened his backpack, a glowing Christmas tree branch flew out of his backpack. Tang Mo reacted very quickly, and he stretched out his hand to grab the branch. But he missed it, and the branch turned into light, flew out of the window, and flew into the air. Tang Mo stood up and walked to the window, looking up at the sky. In the dark night sky, tens of thousands of white lights flew out from every corner of China, and flew high into the sky together. All the branches were connected together, slowly splicing into the shape of a Christmas tree. This huge white Christmas tree covers a vast area, spanning most of China. It emits a dazzling light, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. Just when the light was so bright that no one could see it with their naked eyes, a hearty and loud laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, my lovely children, Merry Christmas. Boom, a song Merry Christmas rang out over the city, and a giant Santa Claus pulling a sleigh appeared from behind the Christmas tree, and 4 reindeer ran forward and smashed the huge and terrifying Christmas tree. The Christmas tree was smashed into billions of points of light, flying to the ground. One of the star-like points of light flew out from the countless points of light, and flew straight to Tang Mo. Tang Mo stretched out his hand, and the small point of light floated in his palm. In Tang Mo's palm, the small point of light flashed with brilliant light. The white light enveloped Tang Mo, and Tang Mo closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes, and the light in his palm had disappeared. Santa Claus laughed heartily, and while laughing, he pulled up the reindeer sleigh and flew to the distant sky. Tang Mo clenched his fists, and moved his wrists and limbs. He felt his body was lighter, and the strength hidden in his muscles was stronger. This small light spot improved Tang Mo's physical fitness. Since his physical fitness was better than other players, and he was also a leader among official players and stowaways, the improvement of this light spot was not too obvious to him, but it should be a terrifying improvement for other players. Christmas Eve ended. It turns out that this is the real Christmas gift. Tang Mo smiled helplessly, turned away from the window, and planned to rest again. In the sky, the hundreds of millions of light points also found their own destinations, bringing this Christmas gift to every player who survived the game. At the moment Tang Mo turned around, with the background music of the cheerful Merry Christmas, a crisp child's voice resounded over China. Ding! Version update notification. On January 1, 2018, Black Tower 2.0 will be launched. Players are requested to familiarize themselves with the new version rules as soon as possible. New version of the game rules. Tang Mo turned his head and opened his eyes wide, looking at the Black Giant Tower floating in the center of Shanghai. The Black Giant Tower was flashing with colorful lights at this moment, just like the day it announced. Earth is online, and the song playing was also Merry Christmas. Its voice did not stop. It continued to speak the new version of the game rules in a loud child's voice. Chapter 45. Ding! New rules added to Black Tower 2.0 version. First, the reality copy is open, and players can participate in the Black Tower game on Earth. Second, the assembly copy is open. The assembly copy is open once a week, and players can enter the copy in the regional Black Tower. Third, each player must attack the tower once every 3 months, otherwise they will be forced to enter. Ding! The new version will be launched on January 1, 2018. More rules, please stay tuned. The clear and loud children's voice stopped, but the cheerful song Merry Christmas was still ringing in the sky over Shanghai. In the dark night, the dark tower was like a heavy giant, suspended in the sky of the city. Tang Mo watched from afar, his fingers clenched. He thought for a moment, and did not choose to travel at night, but returned to the room, found a pen and paper in the drawer, and wrote down the rules of the Black Tower that he knew so far. First of all, the 3 iron laws issued by the Black Tower on the first day of the game. All explanations belong to Black Tower. The game time is from 6 to 1800 hours every day. Please all players work hard to attack the tower. The first and third items can be ignored. The game time of the second item should be the standard time of each region. Black Tower divides more than 200 countries on the Earth into several regions. The more powerful countries, such as China and the United States, are directly established as a region, and the China region and the United States region are established. There are also many regions composed of multiple countries, such as the European region. The first player in each region who triggers the tower attack game will pull all the players in the region into the game, and the Black Tower will announce his name globally. Then, the first player in each region who clears the Black Tower game will also be announced by the Black Tower. Tang Mo listed all the names of the regions he had heard of on paper. On the white paper, the Black Chinese characters are divided into 2 lines. The first line is a region with a country, and the second line is a region with many countries. The former is represented by the Huaxia region, and the latter is represented by the European region and the East Asian region. Tang Mo's fingers tapped lightly on the Huaxia and East Asia regions. Huaxia belongs to East Asia, but the Huaxia and East Asia regions are separated. What is the standard for dividing each region? Under the dim desk lamp, Tang Mo looked at the names of these regions calmly. He pondered for a moment and began to write other rules. The game time from 6 to 1800 hours refers to the local time. For example, Huaxia uses Beijing time as the national standard time, so all players in the Huaxia region can only trigger the dungeon during this time. Except for the Christmas welfare copy, it is more like an extra copy. Tang Mo was suddenly surprised. Has the United States not experienced the Christmas welfare copy yet? Tang Mo looked up at the clock on the wall. The minute hand just passed 12 and pointed at 1. The second hand ticked and moved. It was 0:05 on December 25th, Beijing time. For the United States on the other side of the Earth, it was 11:05 on December 24th. The Huaxia area officially entered the Christmas welfare copy at 6 o'clock in the evening. Did the American area also experience the Christmas copy, or would they experience this copy 7 hours later? Tang Mo used a black pen to draw 2 circles on the Huaxia area and the American area. In the quiet room, Tang Mo lowered his head, quietly writing and drawing on the paper, stopping from time to time to think. 5 hours later, the sky was dim, and a faint blue-white halo appeared on the horizon. Tang Mo packed up his things, got up and left with his bag on his back. Before leaving, he crumpled the paper he had written on into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and lit it with a lighter, burning it to ashes. After making sure that the paper had all turned to ashes, Tang Mo left with his bag on his back, and quickly sneaked into the mall, where the attack organization was located in the sky that was not yet completely bright. When he arrived at the underground parking lot, he didn't see a single person. He went to Luo Fengqing's office first, but there was no one there. He thought for a moment, and went to Attack's medical room on the second floor underground. As expected, the room was lit, and there were faint voices coming from inside. Tang Mo pushed open the door, and the people in the room immediately looked at him warily. When they found out it was him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Under the bright light, Tang Qiao and Liz were holding gauze and iodine to help Luo Fengqing clean the wound. This temporary infirmary has 3 beds in total. At this moment, there are people lying on each bed, and there are 5 people sitting on the chair next to it. The little fat man sitting at the innermost side saw Tang Mo and ran over. "Brother Tang, are you okay?" Xiao Xiang carefully looked Tang Mo up and down, and found no wounds on him. The little fat man breathed a sigh of relief. "You are not injured?" Tang Mo nodded, yes. His eyes swept across the attacked members in the room. Among the 3 members lying on the bed, 1 member had attacked the smuggler organization with Tang Mo. They lay quietly on the bed, with some bandages wrapped around their bodies. Luo Fengqing sat on the chair, and Liz used a cotton ball dipped in iodine to dig out the sand and stones in his wound, and then bandaged it. After doing all this, Luo Fengqing stood up and walked to Tang Mo. "It's good that you're okay. Did you get the reward?" "You didn't get it? Didn't everyone standing here successfully pass the Christmas copy and get the reward?" Luo Fengqing didn't answer, and the little fat man said sadly, "Many of us didn't get it. Brother Tang, after the Black Tower released the side mission, we hurried to find the Christmas tree branch. But there are many people in our mall, and there are not enough branches nearby. Attack organized 18 people, but only 9 people grabbed the branches. Teacher Luo has one, but neither I nor Jax have one. The little fat man is still a student, and he doesn't like to call Luo Fengqing doctor. He has always called him teacher like Qin Shanshan." Tang Mo immediately thought of a question, and he looked at Luo Fengqing. "There are more than 9 people injured in this room." Liz and Tang Qiao also had some injuries, but they were not injured before Tang Mo left in the afternoon. "Luo Fengqing, let's talk while we walk." Tang Mo nodded gently. "A total of 9 people in attack got Christmas branches. I got one by coincidence. Tang Qiao, Xiao Xiang and the others didn't. After getting the branch, I was immediately teleported into a dungeon. The dungeon boss was a tumbler. The dungeon content was not difficult, but there were some traps. These are not important, so I won't tell you in detail for now. Except for you and me who entered the dungeon after completing the side quests." From Tang Mo's reaction just now, Luo Fengqing easily guessed that he also got the Christmas tree branch. Tang Qiao, who failed to enter the dungeon smoothly, was directly forced into the dungeon after the 30-minute time limit was up. Tang Mo, so that's how it is. Yes. When I was treating the wound, I asked all the members of Attack. Our dungeons are difficult and easy, but the general feeling is the same. It should belong to the same type of dungeon. All players in the Huaxia region were teleported into the Christmas welfare dungeon. Only those who entered the dungeon with Christmas tree branches received Santa Claus's reward after the game, which was the little star, which enhanced their physical fitness. Players without Christmas tree branches just participated in the game, and did not receive any rewards. Tang Mo did not expect that this dungeon was mandatory for everyone to participate. Even if they completed the game, there might not be any rewards. But he was more concerned about one question. "You just said that dungeons are difficult and easy." The two walked to Luo Fengqing's office. Luo Fengqing took out a worn and yellowed notebook from the drawer, and opened it to the latest page. Tang Mo saw that there were many words written on this page with a pen. The words were a bit tangled, and seemed to be written in a hurry. Luo Fengqing handed the notebook over. "This is the general content of the game copy that I recorded when I asked each member just now." Tang Mo looked down. Xiao Xiang and Jax happened to enter the same copy. "Their copy is the most difficult of all the copies I know." Jax said that there were 5 people in that copy. In addition to him and the little fat man, there was also a very powerful psychic. Luo Fengqing said, in addition to them, the copy that Tang Qiao entered was also a bit difficult. But it was much simpler than Jax and the little fat man. Tang Mo read all the 12 copies. He closed the book, looked up and said, "They are all much simpler than mine." Luo Fengqing nodded and said, "Sure enough, This copy is adjusted according to the strength of the player. The difficulty changes. After a pause, he asked, "How difficult is your copy?" There are 8 players in total. 1 player died on the spot in the copy, and 3 players were forced to enter the tower attack game. Only 4 people, including me, came out successfully. Looking at Luo Fengqing's thoughtful eyes, Tang Mo took the initiative to say, "According to this speculation, the rewards of the Christmas copy are the same. Players who fail the game will be forced to enter the tower attack game, and the difficulty of the game is related to the level of the player. Then the dungeon I participated in was not so difficult just because of me. There was another player in that dungeon, and his level was very high. Luo Fengqing became interested. Because of you and him, your dungeon eliminated 4 people?" Tang Mo did not want to reveal Fu Wenduo's affairs. The relationship between him and Fu Wenduo was very subtle. The two did not know each other, but they both had turkey eggs, so they were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and temporary companions. Among all the players in the Huaxia region, if Fu Wenduo dared to say that his hatred value was second, no one would dare to say that he was first. There is no need to tell Luo Fengqing about this. Tang Mo was about to think of an excuse to get away with it, but suddenly, his face froze, and he slowly looked up at Luo Fengqing. "Wait, where is Qin Shanshan?" There were 12 copies, and 13 member names on the book. Qin Shanshan was not in it. Luo Fengqing's face slowly sank, and he did not speak. A sad voice came from the direction of the gate. "Brother Tang, Shanshan didn't come out. All the players who have cleared the game have come out. Do you think she is in trouble?" Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Unable to describe his feelings, he glanced at the little fat man with red eyes, and then turned to look at Luo Fengqing. Luo Fengqing nodded. There are a total of 5 members of Attack who have not yet left the Christmas copy. Among them, Qin Shanshan and Xiao Feifei. Chapter 46. After the Christmas welfare dungeon was suddenly opened, Shanshan, Lu Qin and Feifei went out to look for Christmas tree branches together, and finally found 2 in total. Lu Qin and I decided to give the branches to Shanshan and Feifei. They both used the branches to enter the dungeon. The little fat man has become much stronger than he was half a month ago. Facing the disappearance of his companions, he tried to say calmly, "I originally thought that Shanshan and the others are girls after all, and they are not as good as Lu Qin and I in fighting. Lu Qin and I might be able to deal with the danger without the branches, so we can't let these 2 girls be like this. But it's already past 12 o'clock, Brother Tang. They haven't come back yet." Zhao Xiang's eyes were red, but he didn't cry. Tang Mo's fingers tightened, and he analyzed. Even if they enter the dungeon with branches at the same time, they may not enter the same dungeon. Just like Jax's branches, you don't have branches, but you enter the same dungeon. The dungeon is completely random. Zhao Xiang nodded. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengqing, who also looked at him silently. Finally, Tang Mo turned around, walked to the little fat man, and whispered, "Wait." In fact, he already knew the answer, but Zhao Xiang still couldn't help but run over to tell Tang Mo. Except waiting, they had no other choice. Tang Mo couldn't know which dungeon Qin Shanshan was in. Now the Christmas dungeon had been closed for a long time, and he couldn't get in. The little fat man lowered his head and left. Tang Mo looked at his sad back and pursed his lips. It's better not to tell him that the 2 girls were probably forced into the tower attack game. Luo Fengqing's voice sounded, and Tang Mo turned to look at him. The young doctor in a white coat put his hands in his pockets and looked at him quietly. There are many kinds of Christmas copies, but 9 out of 10 times, when Santa Claus sends out all the gifts at 12 o'clock, all the Christmas copies in China will end. Tang Mo knew this truth. Among the 13 members of Attack, Tang Xiao was forced to exit the dungeon. At 12 o'clock, 3 people had died, and 8 people were eliminated in the large dungeon of 16 people she participated in. The only 5 people left were alert to their opponents, and continued to play the game. However, at 12 o'clock, before the game was over, they were all ejected from the dungeon and returned to the real world. The Christmas welfare dungeon only exists on Christmas Eve, and it ends when Christmas comes. Qin Shanshan and Xiao Feifei have not left the dungeon so far. There is only one possibility. They were eliminated and entered the tower attack game. Tang Mo looked down at a little man's sculpture on Luo Fengqing's desk. After a long while he said, "The Black Tower will be updated to a new version soon. I will not leave Shanghai for the time being." Luo Fengqing, how long do you plan to wait? The new version of the Black Tower is just an excuse. Suzhou also has a Black Tower. There is no need to stay in Shanghai. He wanted to wait for Qin Shanshan to make sure the little girl was safe. Tang Mo looked calm and gave the answer 10 days. After leaving Luo Fengqing's office, Tang Mo found a car and lay down to rest. The light in the quiet and empty underground parking lot was dim, and the weak light shone into the car through the dark windows, only illuminating a vague outline. Tang Mo stretched out his right hand and raised it in front of his eyes. He remembered that a month ago, a little girl stuffed a box of cookies into his hand, and he got the other person's ability. Even if there was a chance to enter the dungeon to save Chen Shanshan, Tang Mo would not go in immediately. He would think for a long time before deciding to go in to find someone, because he had the king's gold coins. Without the king's gold, he would never have entered the dangerous tower attack game for a little girl. However, as Luo Fengqing said, he stayed and decided to wait for 10 days. After 10 days, if Chen Shanshan still didn't show up, he would go back to Suzhou. Time was like flowing water, and 7 days passed quickly. On Christmas Eve, 5 members of attack failed to come out of the dungeon. 7 days passed, and they still didn't show up. After the incident of the smuggler organization, the departure of the members did not cause much waves in the organization, and everyone calmly accepted this fact. On the eve of 2018, Tang Mo, Jax, and Luo Fengqing quietly left the mall in the dark. In the dark night, the three of them were like black lightning, quickly passing through the factory area and residential area, crossing the Nanpu Bridge, and sneaking into Puxi. 5 kilometers away from the Black Tower, Tang Mo stopped and stretched out his hand to stop Jax and Luo Fengqing. The three hid in a dark alley, and Tang Mo lowered his voice. Jax is good, but he is too big and not agile enough. Luo Fengqing, you are reserved. You are easy to be discovered if you approach there. I will go alone. Jax frowned and said, when we came here, we found 5 people around. Would it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Luo Fengqing also asked, in an emergency, how quickly can you get here and join us? They didn't know that Tang Mo had the ability of super speed, which could increase his speed to the speed of sound and escape at the limit. Tang Mo bent down slightly, very quickly. Even if I can't win, I can still escape and join you. Jax was about to say something else, but Luo Fengqing pondered and said, okay, we wait for you here at 015. If you don't come back, we find a place to hide first. Tang Mo nodded. The next moment, he turned his head and looked at Nanjing Road in the distance. Swoosh. A nimble figure broke through the darkness, broke through the wind, and headed towards the dark giant tower at a very fast speed. While running, Tang Mo's whole body was tense, and he was always alert to the movements around him. He let his mind go, and magnified his perception infinitely. Because of the extremely fast speed, the wind whistled in his ears. He clearly heard the thumping of his heart, and at least 10 equally cautious footsteps within a radius of 50 meters. On the eve of the new year, Shanghai was quiet, without wind or rain. It was a quiet and beautiful night. And on this night, dozens of players approached the Black Tower quietly regardless of danger. When the 2 o'clock bell rang on the Bun Clock Tower, the opposite side of the Huangpu River did not set off brilliant fireworks, as in every year in the past to announce the arrival of 2018 to the citizens of Shanghai. At the junction of Nanjing Road and the Bund, more than 50 black figures arrived at the bottom of the Black Tower at the same time. They sensed each other's presence and immediately ran away, finding the nearest hidden place to hide. Tang Mo panted heavily, his body pressed against the door of the Peace Hotel, and slowly sat on the ground. Just now, when he arrived at the bottom of the Black Tower, he met 12 players. In the dark night, they could not see each other's appearance clearly, but the dangerous aura was undoubtedly exuded. The 12 people made the same decision, turned around and left, and found a place to hide. Tang Mo ran into the first floor of the Peace Hotel, hid behind the door, turned his head quietly, and looked at the Black Tower outside through the window. In the thick night, 12 o'clock arrived, and time passed by second by second. Tang Mo stared at the Black Tower carefully, and he frowned. No movement? 7 days ago, the Black Tower issued an announcement to the whole of China. On January 1, 2018, the Black Tower version 2.0 was launched. Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing discussed it, and thought that the most likely time for Black Tower to go online was midnight on January 1st. If it's not midnight, could it be 6 o'clock? Tang Mo thought. 6 o'clock is the second most likely time. The 3 iron laws of Black Tower stipulate that 6 o'clock to 18 o'clock is the game time. So the new version is likely to go online at 6 o'clock. In addition, the third most likely time is 8 o'clock. Because a month ago, Black Tower announced the launch of Earth at 8 o'clock on November 15th, and announced the official start of the game at 8 o'clock on November 18th. If it's not midnight, then we can go back now and join up with Luofeng City and Jax. I come back in 6 hours. Tang Mo thought to himself. He looked at the giant tower again, ready to go back quietly. But when he saw the middle of the black tower, his eyes suddenly stopped, staring at the center of the black tower. The black giant tower suspended 100 meters in the sky looked like a dark mountain in the night. But at this moment, in the center of it, a small white light was flickering gently. This small light spot flickered with a certain unique rhythm. Tang Mo counted the seconds in his heart. Duh. This small light spot flickered about once every second. When it flickered for the 62nd time, suddenly, a second small light spot lit up below it. However, this time, the second small light spot only lit up halfway and then disappeared silently, not lighting up completely. The next moment, a cheerful music suddenly sounded, and countless children's voices began to sing loudly. Children singing came from all directions, suddenly sounding in the dark night, strange and eerie, making people's scalps numb. Happy New Year, wish you all a Happy New Year. We sing, we dance, wish you all a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Tang Mo heard several inhalations coming from all around. He pressed his body tightly against the windowsill, hiding his figure in the darkness, leaving only a pair of eyes quietly spying on the black tower dozens of meters away. In the dark night, the huge black tower radiated colorful light. Like the light ball of an old KTV in the last century, it illuminated the whole of Shanghai, and the colorful spots of light were reflected on the Huangpu River, shining on the waves of the river. It sang this joyful ballad over and over again, as if there were really a group of children singing and dancing to celebrate the new year. More than 50 players hid in the darkness, staring at the black tower singing the new year. After singing 3 times, the light on the black tower suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at this scene warily, and the next moment, a clear child's voice rang out, "Ding! 160,200 and 100,000 players successfully loaded into the game. Game saving. Player data loading. Loading game data. Save successfully. Load successfully. Load successfully. Realistic copy has been opened. Assembly copy has been completed. Ding! On January 1st, 2018, Black Tower 2.0 version was officially launched, and players are welcome to enter the game. All players, please work hard to attack the tower. Ding! Have fun playing." This sound spread throughout Shanghai. The light of the black tower dimmed, and the evening breeze blew over the Huangpu River. There was silence and no change. 5 minutes later, a black figure quickly ran to the bottom of the black tower, looked up and observed carefully for 3 seconds, and then quickly left. After that, more than 30 people ran to the bottom of the black tower one by one to observe the changes in the black tower. Tang Mo's fingers dug into the marble windowsill of the hotel. 5 clear fingerprints were left on the modeled marble slab by his fingers, and he looked at the huge black tower expressionlessly. After more than 40 people ran out to see the situation, Tang Mo ran out of the Peace Hotel with a whoosh. He did not run to the black tower, but turned away, and soon found Luo Fengcheng and Jax hiding in the alley. Jax whispered, "You are finally back. It is 014 now." Tang Mo's face was very ugly. He turned his head and looked at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng's face was also not good. Just like a month ago, it played a song Happy New Year this time, emitting colorful light. "We can also see these from a distance. Do you see anything else nearby?" Tang Mo said. "Before the Black Tower announced the launch of the new version, I saw a small white light spot flashing in the center of it." "Small light spot?" Tang Mo, "Yes. I counted carefully. It jumped 62 times in a row. The 63rd time it flashed twice as long, and then started flashing again. And when it flashed to the 62nd time, a second small light spot appeared under it. This light spot failed to jump, only half lit up and then dimmed. Then, it is the situation of the new version online that you see here." At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. Tang Mo immediately fell silent, and Jax also held his breath, not daring to breathe. After the footsteps, Tang Mo said, "Let's find a place to hide first." The 3 ran 2 kilometers away, and found an empty hotel to hide. Tang Mo carefully described everything he saw. The light spot did not seem to be lit from the outside, but from the center of the black tower, flickering from the inside out. The first light spot flashed 62 times, and this number must have a deep meaning. As for the second light spot, it is not known yet. The Black Tower did not announce the news about the new version this time. It seems that we have to slowly explore the detailed rules of the game in the future. Luo Fengcheng nodded. "The light spot you mentioned is also very important, and we need to analyze its meaning carefully." Tang Mo, "The light spot is very small, and the flickering light is also relatively dim." A total of 53 people went to the Black Tower tonight to observe the new version, but at most 10 people found the small light spot. Luo Fengcheng, we go back and analyze this. Okay. A little girl flashed before Tang Mo's eyes. Superpower. Superintelligence, possessing extraordinary wisdom, has a certain degree of judgment accuracy for anything, with a maximum accuracy rate of 50%. If Jin Shanchen was here, she might be able to guess something. 7 days have passed. When Jax heard Luo Fengcheng say he was going back, he scratched his head and said, "Do you want to go back now? That's fine." Nothing happened with the updated version of the Black Tower. It seems that we didn't gain anything from this trip. It said the same thing 7 days ago, but it didn't say as much as it did at Christmas. It also said at Christmas that every player must participate in a tower attack game every 3 months, but it didn't mention this rule this time. After hearing this, Tang Mo slowly turned his head and looked at Jax steadily. Jax was a little confused. He didn't understand why Tang Mo looked at him like that. But when he turned his head, he found that Luo Fengcheng was also looking at him with a very strange look. Jax said blankly, "Tang Mo, Dr. Luo, did I say anything wrong?" Luo Fengcheng's voice was filled with a sigh. "Jax, did you pay attention to the first sentence of the Black Tower's announcement of the version update?" Jax is a superpower after all, and his memory is very good. He quickly recalled and repeated, "Ding dong, 162.1 million players successfully loaded into the game." The voice stopped abruptly. Jax's eyes widened, and all the muscles in his body were tense. He was surprised. 162.1 million? 100 million. No, not 400 million. More than 400 million? Tang Mo said lightly. Yes. In 1 month, another 300 million people died. Chapter 47. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng could not return to attack as Jax said. They waited until 8 o'clock in the morning. They confirmed that nothing happened in the Black Tower at 6 o'clock, and everything was normal at 8 o'clock. When the sun rose, more and more players went to the Black Tower to observe the changes in the new version. Most of these players were not on guard. Although they were wary of the people around them, they were not as cautious and concealed as the more than 50 players at 0 o'clock. Tang Mo and his 2 companions went to observe the Black Tower again during the day. Tang Mo casually took a light-colored jacket from a roadside store and put it on. His appearance was quite deceptive. After putting on this casual outfit, he looked like an ordinary college student without any threat. In the crowd, Tang Mo noticed a few glances. He pretended to be indifferent and stood with Luo Fengcheng and Jax. Jax was more eye-catching. Soon, the 3 returned to Pudong. Along the way, Luo Fengcheng said, "The Black Tower did not give players any hints on the new version. We could only figure out the assembly copies and real copies by ourselves. But there is no doubt that the forced attack on the tower every 3 months will not change." Tang Mo nodded, "Yes. Most of the 50 people who were with me last night should be stowaways. The Black Tower hates stowaways, and the monsters in the tower are also extremely hostile to stowaways. As long as you eat the stowaways, you can gain powerful strength. They sneaked in to observe the Black Tower last night, probably to find a way to solve the identity of the stowaway. But this time the update of the Black Tower has nothing to do with the stowaway. The reason why Tang Mo went to the Black Tower last night was to find out more information. No one knows what the update of the Black Tower is like. This is its first update. They must have more information to survive better in the next version. For example, if he hadn't come last night, he wouldn't have seen the small light that flashed 62 times. Luofeng City is a reserve force with extremely weak combat power. He came here to check the changes in the Black Tower. Before the Earth went online, he was the leader of the Shanghai Black Tower Research Group. No one knows the Black Tower better than him. After listening to Tang Mo's words, Jack said, as a matter of course, stowaways are murderers. It's better for the Black Tower to hate them. The stowaway organization even ate human hearts before, and yet they died in their hands. If there are fewer people like this, we will have a better chance of survival. There are many reasons for killing people. Luo Fengcheng looked up at Jax. Before the Black Tower gave humans 3 days to log in, it did not state that killing people was one of the ways to enter the game. According to this speculation, 99% of the stowaways did not kill people for the Black Tower. But those who kill people are not necessarily bad people. There are many reasons for killing people. Jax nodded with some understanding. I know. Tang Mo looked at them, and slowly fell into deep thought. Those who kill people are not necessarily bad people. This sentence has never been wrong. Tang Mo didn't know how Black Tower defines stowaways, but according to Black Tower's usual rough and tough style, in its definition, No matter why you kill people, you are a stowaway. For example, in the Big Mold game, Tang Mo met the 15-year-old female junior high school student. This little girl was deceived by her online friend and got pregnant. When she realized that the other party could never be with her, 7 months had passed, and it was too late. For her physical safety, her parents decided not to take risks and gave birth to the child, and they raised her for their daughter. The little girl strangled the child after it was born. She was defined as a stowaway by the Black Tower, and the Big Mole could not wait to kill her and eat her. According to Chinese law, this crime is definitely not punishable by death, and it may not even be sentenced to a few years. But in the eyes of the Black Tower, all stowaways are equal. Whether you are a stowaway who kills people and eats their hearts, or a stowaway who strangles babies, the ending is the same. When the Earth is online, where is the place with the highest survival rate in the world? Tang Mo suddenly asked. Jax thought for a moment. It should be China, India, right? This is the most populous country in the world. Tang Mo shook his head. Luo Fengcheng, it's a war zone. A large population base may result in a large number of surviving players, but proportionally, there will be more players surviving in the war zone. Because they kill people every day. Killing people is the easiest way to enter the game. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng looked at each other. Soon they returned to the mall. The new version of Black Tower did not bring any changes to the players. Tang Mo carefully observed every player coming in and out of the mall. They were the same as before, and seemed not to feel that the new version of Black Tower was any different from usual. Until the next day, a reserve rushed into the mall. This was an inconspicuous middle-aged man, with a thin figure, and the most ordinary one among the more than 80 players in the mall. Tang Mo stood on the 3rd floor of the mall and looked down. He saw that he rushed to a store at the fastest speed as soon as he entered the mall. As he walked, he kept looking around, carefully observing the people around him, as if he was worried that others would notice him. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and he turned and walked down the stairs. A light-colored shadow quickly passed through the shops and stopped next to a cake shop. The middle-aged man locked the door after entering the clothing store. Looking through the glass door, he could not see his figure. Tang Mo looked around and strode into the cake shop next door. He locked the cake shop from the inside, then walked to the back kitchen of the cake shop and found the ventilation fan. On the kitchen table were moldy cake bases, and the vent was covered with dust. Tang Mo disassembled the vent and measured the diameter of the vent with his right hand. He pondered for a moment and took out the wolf grandmother's small parasol. After silently reciting the spell, Tang Mo moved his right wrist, and the tip of the small parasol pierced through the wall 10 centimeters below the vent. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and Tang Mo used the same method to poke 4 small holes around the wall of the vent. He put away the small parasol and carefully took down the broken stones along the small holes. Then he bent down and crawled out of the hole, and came to the warehouse of the clothing store. He pressed against the door of the warehouse, listening to the voices of a man and a woman coming from outside the door. Li Chong was pulled into the real copy. Just now, he and I were walking well, and he was suddenly pulled in. What? Shoo, keep your voice down. The middle-aged man quickly covered his companion's mouth. After a while, a female voice sounded. How do you know that it is a real copy? Isn't the real copy something that Black Tower has recently made? Did Li Chong enter some undiscovered game copy? Is it the safe dungeon we used to go to? Of course not, it's a real dungeon. The man's voice was filled with fear. A big iron shoemaker suddenly appeared from the back of the factory and dragged Xiangzi away. I don't know what Xiangzi did, I was just next to him, and the iron shoemaker just smiled at me and didn't drag me away. He also told me that he was welcome to enter the dungeon. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. The woman said, What about Brother Chong? Brother Chong has gone in. Why don't you hold him back? The middle-aged man was still saying, I'm still holding him back? What can I hold him back with? The nails of that shoemaker are all fucking bloody. If I dare to say one more word, I'd be dead. I come back quickly. Bang. A loud sound rang out outside the clothing store, and the middle-aged man and woman trembled with fear. The 2 people hiding behind the cash register stood up tremblingly and looked at the person who kicked the door in. Tang Mo held the iron lock that the middle-aged man had just locked on the door, which was now broken into 2 pieces. He threw the heavy lock on the ground and walked to the 2 reservists step by step. His eyes swept over the woman and finally looked at the middle-aged man. Tang Mo said calmly, You just said that a Black Tower monster appeared in the real world? The middle-aged man had seen Tang Mo walking with members of the attack organization, but this kind of information is very important and valuable. He rolled his eyes and tried to conceal it. I just saw someone pulling my companion away. Tang Mo said calmly. Because the base of the attack organization is here, the nearby illegal immigrants never dared to come to this mall. You can spend every night without fear. The middle-aged man and woman looked at each other, seemingly not understanding what Tang Mo meant. Looking at their expressions, Tang Mo suddenly felt that he should be tougher. He now has two choices. One is to turn around and find Jax directly. Jax is terrified in the mall. He never hurts anyone, but his terrifying tall body is like a giant, which scares every reserve. The other option is swish. A small pink parasol pierced the wall in front of the middle-aged man and woman, and then swiped the umbrella. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall, and soon spread out, densely covering half of the wall. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his heart stopped. He slowly turned his head, and looked at the strange young man. Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips, but his eyes were extremely cold, if you don't say. I kill you. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo walked into Luo Fengqing's office, and said straight to the point, the real copy has appeared. Luo Fengqing immediately looked up. Real copy? Tang Mo brought the middle-aged man into Luo Fengqing's office. This man entered the base of attack for the first time. In this mall, the 3 underground parking lots are all attack's territory, and other players are not allowed to enter. He walked to Luo Fengqing tremblingly, and told him everything he saw in a trembling voice. Luo Fengqing summoned Jax, Tang Qiao, and he, Tang Mo and the fat man. The 5 of them followed the middle-aged man to find the place where the reserve named Li Chong was dragged away. When he was 1 kilometer away from that place, Luo Fengqing stopped. Be careful, the way to trigger the dungeon here is currently unknown. If we go there easily, we may also be pulled into that real dungeon. Luo Fengqing asked the middle-aged man to carefully point out the location where the shoemaker appeared. It's at that corner. Li Chong and I want to try a dungeon over at the brewery today. That dungeon can be exited safely. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got here, I heard the sound of an iron lock dragging the floor. We were just reserve troops, with little combat power, and we were so scared that we just wanted to find a place to hide. But within a few seconds, the shoemaker appeared, coming out from that side. The middle-aged man pointed to a corner of the factory. Tang Mo frowned and asked, what does he look like? The middle-aged man was still a little scared when he thought about it now. He was 2 meters tall, at least 2 meters tall, and very strong. He was holding a broken iron chain in his left hand, and a long nail in his right hand, and the nail was covered in blood. Tang Mo, how do you know he is the Iron Shoemaker? The middle-aged man said confidently. He said so himself. As soon as they met, he told Li Chong, welcome to the Iron Shoemaker's game world. The middle-aged man pointed out the road he and his companions had walked on, and the place where the Iron Shoemaker disappeared. Tang Mo and his companions let him go, walked to the vicinity together, and watched from a distance. Luo Fengqing, Zhao Xiang, try to move something over there. Zhao Xiang nodded. The little fat man has the ability to move in space, and he first moved a nail over there. He could move this small thing effortlessly. He controlled the nail, and traversed the land and air near the factory. The nail moved without any obstacles, and did not touch anything. Then Tang Qiao took out a large piece of foam, and handed it to the fat boy. The foam was large, but very light and easy to move. The fat boy moved the foam without any obstacles. Tang Mo pointed to a small path behind the factory building. After all, this place has triggered a copy. We should not go through here. Go around from there. If the monster in the Black Tower really appeared on Earth, then its game is likely to be played on Earth. The 5 people followed the path and groped forward. Just as the middle-aged man said, not long after, Tang Mo found a few drops of blood. The dark blood was hidden in the soil, and was difficult to detect. Luo Fengqing squatted down and grabbed some soil, and put it in front of his nose to smell. He raised his head. Human blood has not completely dried up. The Iron Shoemaker really appeared nearby, and the blood was probably dripping from the Iron Shoemaker's nails. The 5 people walked forward cautiously. Halfway through, there was more and more blood on the ground. Tang Mo said, you stay, the 4 of us continue to walk. Luo Fengqing's military force is too weak. If they really encounter monsters, it will not only be dangerous, but he will also become a burden to the team. He nodded in agreement, and stood there waiting. After walking another half a kilometer, Tang Mo's footsteps suddenly stopped. A crisp sound rang in the ears of the 4 people. Ding! The real copy of a lovely Iron Shoemaker has been opened. Please complete the side quest Meet the Iron Shoemaker before entering the dungeon. Tang Mo's hand quickly pressed on the handle of the small parasol. Behind him, the little fat man moved the nails. Jax clenched his fists, and Tang Qiao drew his knife. However, there was silence all around, the iron shoemaker did not appear, and the real dungeon did not open. Tang Mo observed the surroundings vigilantly, and he slowly loosened his hand holding the small parasol. It seems that I have to complete the task of meeting the iron shoemaker before I can enter this real dungeon. We should not be able to enter. Tang Xiao nodded. This is indeed a real copy. Let's go back and tell Dr. Luo about the situation here. The four people prepared to leave. Wait. Tang Mo spoke, and everyone turned to look at him. Tang Mo was standing in the empty path, looking deep ahead. In front of him was a crossroads. If he went out from here, he could return to the cement road and walk back to the main road. This was the intersection of several factories. It looked the same as usual, nothing strange, but Tang Mo looked at it carefully for a minute without saying a word. The fat boy asked, "Brother Tang?" Tang Mo didn't answer him. He stepped forward, one hand on the small parasol, and the other hand slightly raised. He took 3 steps forward, for steps. When he took the 5th step, Tang Mo's right hand suddenly stopped, and his face changed. He pressed his hand into the air, turned his head and said, "You can't get through here." The 3 of them were shocked. Tang Xiao was the first to react, and ran forward and stretched out his hand, pressing it into the air like Tang Mo. Really, it seems like there is a wall. A glass-like wall blocked the air. Tang Mo could see the factory building and the road opposite, but he couldn't get through. A breeze blew past them from behind, passed through the invisible wall, and rolled up the fallen leaves on the road opposite. Tang Mo whispered, "The wind can pass through. Little fatty, try it, the nail can't pass through." Zhao Xiang replied, "Okay." A tiny nail whizzed towards the invisible wall, but just as it was about to shoot in, it was blocked outside the wall like Tang Mo and the other 4. The small iron nail seemed to hit something, spinning at high speed and trying to get in. Zhao Xiang put away the nail. There was dried black blood on the ground. The factory area was sunny, and there was no change compared to usual. Tang Mo looked up at the quiet and peaceful factory area. This is the real copy. Tang Mo and the other 4 turned back and told Luo Fengcheng what they saw. Luo Fengcheng's face changed immediately, and he also walked to the invisible wall and tried to touch it. He made the same choice as Tang Mo, throwing small stones at the wall to try to get through. The pebble was blocked back. But the sunlight and breeze all passed through the wall without any hindrance and entered this deadly reality copy. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng, and Luo Fengcheng turned to look at him. Luo Fengcheng, objectively existing things, such as wind and sunlight, can enter without any hindrance. Tang Mo said, "So, as long as something is artificially changed, nothing can enter it. Even stones." On the 2nd day after the new version of the Black Tower was launched, the reality copy appeared. A day later, the assembly copy also appeared in front of everyone. On the morning of January 3rd, when the hour hand pointed to 6 o'clock, a loud sound spread throughout Shanghai. Ding! The assembly copy is open for a limited time. Game location: Banana Tavern in the Underworld Kingdom. Game reward: a bottle of Uncle Mario's favorite stinky soy liquor. Game boss: the owner of Banana Tavern. At 17:42 on the afternoon of January 3rd, players are requested to go to Zhongtie Zhonghuan Times Square in Jing'an District to participate in the game. Ding! The Gathering Dungeon is open for a limited time. The Black Tower broadcast 3 times in total. When Tang Mo heard this sound, he was packing up to return to Suzhou. He stopped his movements immediately and listened carefully to the Black Tower broadcast 3 times. The sound of the Black Tower stopped. He was silent for a moment, opened the car door, and walked to Luo Fengcheng's office. Luo Fengcheng seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. One of them sat at the table and the other stood at the door, looking at each other without speaking. After a long time, Luo Fengcheng said, 10 days have passed, and Qin Shanshan and Xiao Feifei have not returned yet. Do you plan to wait another day to see the situation of the assembly copy, or go back directly? Tang Mo walked in front of him, pulled out a chair and sat down, and analyzed calmly. The biggest difference between the real copy and other copies is that the game location is on Earth. The Black Tower monster came directly to Earth and started the game. For such a copy, the game content is worth pondering, perhaps related to the surrounding environment. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at Luo Fengcheng, and said word by word, I will not enter the assembly copy. Luo Fengcheng was slightly surprised. You don't want to go in? Yes. It just came out. No one knows how big the risk is. I wait for your news here. Luo Fengcheng understood what he meant, and he looked calm. The attack organization will definitely enter the assembly copy. But Tang Mo, why should we tell you such precious news? Tang Mo said, I have met Mario before. I can provide you with some information about him. Although the boss of this copy does not seem to be him, the prize is related to him. He is a frequent visitor to that tavern. And I've heard about the Banana Tavern. Luo Fengqing's eyes lit up. Do you know this tavern? Tang Mo looked calm. Yes. My Christmas bonus copy, the game boss is Pinocchio. He once said a sentence, you are like the stupid bug in the Banana Tavern, stupid and cute. Luo Fengqing narrowed his eyes. You only know this sentence. Luo Fengqing's tentative gaze lingered on Tang Mo. The air became quiet, and the two looked at each other silently, their eyes meeting in the air. After a long time, Tang Mo's fingers were tapping on the table. He raised the corners of his lips and said, what if I say that I have a recruitment flyer for the Banana Tavern? On the afternoon of January 2nd, the four most powerful official players of Attack Organization, Jax, Zhao Xiang, Tang Qiao, and a young man, went to Jing'an District together to participate in the assembly copy. Tang Mo stayed in the mall and watched them leave. When they left, the fat man asked in surprise, Brother Tang, aren't you going with us? You are so strong, let's go together, and we can all take care of each other. After hearing this, Tang Qiao looked up and silently glanced at Tang Mo. Tang Mo had many reasons not to go. He looked at the little fat man and said the one that he could accept the most. I participated in a Black Tower game, and the boss of the game was Mario. Mario is a frequent visitor to that tavern. If I meet him there, I'm afraid something bad will happen. The little fat man said, it's not certain that I will meet him. As long as there is a chance of bad things happening, no matter how small the chance is, it will definitely happen. Little fatty, this is called Murphy's Law. Tang Mo smiled, and gave the little fat boy a lesson. Who knew that this time Zhao Xiang said, I know, Shanshan said this. Shanshan said, she came back to find us because she was worried that we would encounter illegal immigrants. Shanshan she. The voice stopped abruptly, and the little fat boy murmured, Shanshan and the others haven't come back yet. The smile on Tang Mo's face slowly faded. Attack's four-man team left quickly. Luo Fengqing. The Shanghai Assembly Dungeon is open for the first time. If nothing unexpected happens, there won't be too many people going today. Players who go alone won't go. Only players who have a team and an organization will take the risk to try. Tang Mo said, you must attack the tower once every 3 months. Now 3 days have passed. S-level dungeons and other dungeons are limited. Once you clear the level, they disappear, and it is difficult to find them again. The opening of assembly dungeons and reality dungeons is to allow players to improve their strength faster and deal with the inevitable tower attack game. The voice paused for a long time, and Tang Mo asked, the country has been researching the Black Tower for half a year. Luo Fengqing, what did you research? Luo Fengqing did not answer. Amid the whistling wind, Luo Fengqing turned and entered the mall, leaving only one sentence. If we research anything, Tang Mo, the 4 research teams in Shanghai will not leave me alone. Tang Mo stood in the sun, looking up at the huge black tower in the distance. This tower is always suspended there silently. No matter where you stand or how far away you are from it, you can see it clearly. Looking at the giant tower, Tang Mo felt cold even though he was bathed in the sun, and could not feel a trace of warmth. He turned and walked into the mall. At 17:42 in the afternoon, the reminder sound of the black tower resounded over the city. Ding! The assembly dungeon is open for a limited time. 102 players in Huaxia District 2 successfully entered the dungeon. There are 102 players in total, and most of them must be players with teams. The strength of the 4 people in the attack organization is also in the upper reaches of the whole Shanghai. Tang Mo is not worried about them having conflicts with other players. What the little fat man and others really need to guard against is the creatures in the Black Tower. Without Zhao Xiang, Jax, Tang Mo, and other members of the attack organization were not familiar. He came to the second underground floor of the parking lot. Luofeng City did not waste the remaining electricity in the mall on lighting. Tang Mo walked in the dark parking lot, relying on his memory to avoid obstacles and move forward. When he walked to the commercial vehicle where he usually lived, he did not go in to rest immediately. Tang Mo listened carefully to the movements around him, paying attention to every sound. After making sure that there was no one else around, he took out a dazzling ruby from his pocket. Today, Tang Mo traded a Banana Tavern recruitment flyer with Luo Fengqing. As long as Fatty and the others came out of this gathering dungeon, Luo Fengqing would tell Tang Mo the truth about the situation in the dungeon. Tang Mo knocked the flyer out of the wall with Mario's stinky hat 4 days ago. Mario's hat can only be used 3 times a day, and the 4th time will cause some damage to Tang Mo himself. This hat has a chance to knock out treasures, and Tang Mo never wastes it. Every day he would put on his hat and hit the wall 3 times seriously, and then he would get a pile of garbage. Banana Tavern's advertising leaflets, Cinderella's cloth shoes with athlete's foot. Tang Mo had hit all kinds of weird things, but he had never hit any treasures. Of course, Tang Mo did not throw these things away casually. Just like this time, the Banana Tavern's advertising leaflet worked. Maybe relying on this thing, the fat man and the other 4 could pass the dungeon more easily. Tang Mo could not see the appearance of the ruby in the dark. He used his fingers to feel the small gem. Half a minute later, he raised the ruby above his head and put the hat on his head. The next moment, the overwhelming smell of sweat rushed towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo held his breath, put his hands on his hips expressionlessly, aimed at the wall of the parking lot, and crashed into it. With a fearless attitude. Bang! A thumbtack fell from the wall. Bang! A half-bitten pie fell down. Tang Mo just picked it up and almost fainted from the smell of saliva on the pie. This stinks just like Mario. Tang Mo was so suffocated that he cursed. There was no time to lose. If he wore Mario's stinky hat for a while longer, Tang Mo might be suffocated to death by this terrifying biochemical weapon. He quickly put his hands on his hips again and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! A glowing stone fell from the sky and rolled to the ground with 2 clatters. The faint light illuminated the area around 2 meters. After ramming the wall 3 times, Tang Mo couldn't wait to take off his hat and put the ruby back in his pocket. The 3rd piece of garbage Tang Mo knocked out was a glowing stone. It fell from the air, rolled on the ground for a distance, and rolled to a pillar in the parking lot. Tang Mo walked up to the stone, bent down, and picked up the glowing stone. The moment his fingers touched the stone, Tang Mo flipped his hand and pulled out a small parasol from his backpack and quickly said, "Inject Little Red Riding Hood power, Magic Girl transforms." After this sentence fell, a low laugh came from the darkness, which could no longer be suppressed. Tang Mo pushed the ground with his left foot, and his body flew out like an arrow, with the round tip of the umbrella piercing a direction in the darkness. Clang! After a loud metal collision, Tang Mo's hand holding the small parasol was numb by the opponent's powerful force. He did not dare to be careless, and opened the small parasol with a click, blocking the opponent's attack. The next moment, the opponent bypassed the small parasol and attacked Tang Mo from below. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he knocked the man's fist away with a palm, and at the same time closed the umbrella to attack. The 2 kept colliding and attacking in the dark parking lot, making bang 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 sounds. The glowing stone lay quietly on the ground, barely giving a little light. The man was extremely fast, not giving Tang Mo the opportunity to attack from a distance with the small parasol, and always attack closely. After a few times, Tang Mo threw the small parasol directly and raised his arm to block the man's attack. He quickly bent down, stretched out his right leg, and swept his leg horizontally to the opponent's lower body. The man dodged lightly, and at the same time stretched out one hand, passed through Tang Mo's defense line, and tightly grasped Tang Mo's right wrist, and turned it hard. Half of Tang Mo's body was twisted by the force, and he was pinned into the man's chest. But Tang Mo did not surrender. In this lightning moment, while the man was holding him, he also grabbed the man's right arm. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the 2 of them restrained each other's movements. Tang Mo flipped his left hand and stepped on the man's foot. The latter immediately let go of his wrist, stepped back 2 steps, and pressed his back against the pillar of the parking lot to avoid Tang Mo's attack. Tang Mo didn't catch his breath, turned around and attacked again. As he ran up, he pulled out the small parasol he had thrown on the ground, and placed it horizontally in front of the man's neck. At the same time, a military dagger was pressed against Tang Mo's lower abdomen at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The 2 of them stopped moving at the same time. In the darkness, the faint breathing sound seemed to be close to his ears. The voices of members of the attack organization came from the stairs in the distance. They quickly went upstairs, and did not stop on the 2nd floor underground. Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol tightly, and the cold dagger was not unsheathed, but pressed against his lower abdomen through the thick scabbard. After a long time, Tang Mo spoke. His voice was cold and without any ups and downs. With a force, he pushed the small parasol closer to the man's throat. "Mr. Fu, long time no see." "Long time no see, Tang Mo." Fu Wenduo smiled. Chapter 48. After his physical fitness improved, Tang Mo's 5 senses became much sharper. But he really discovered Fu Wenduo's existence after the glowing stone fell from the sky. No matter how secretly Fu Wenduo hid, when the stone rolled to the pillar where he was hiding, Tang Mo's 6th sense also found something wrong. He pretended not to notice, and when he picked up the stone, he pulled out the small parasol as quickly as possible and stabbed the other party. To be able to hide for so long without being discovered, the other party must have been hiding here before him. After Tang Mo fought with this man, he gradually felt a sense of familiarity. After the two of them came into contact, a name came to his mind, Fu Wenduo. Half a month ago, the two of them had teamed up to fight Pinocchio in the honest card game. Tang Mo realized that Fu Wenduo probably didn't have time to react when he stabbed him for the first time, so he turned his body into a metal weapon to block the tip of the small parasol. The sound of metal collision was very familiar, and then the opponent's crisp and neat counterattack when the two sides fought was exactly the impression that Fu Wenduo left on Tang Mo in the Pinocchio copy. However, knowing who the other party is does not mean that Tang Mo can relax his vigilance. He held the small parasol tightly, strangled Fu Wenduo's throat with the umbrella, and said coldly, "Mr. Fu, why are you here?" The small parasol of the wolf grandmother can be used as a defensive weapon when the umbrella is opened, and only the tip of the umbrella can be used as an offensive weapon when the umbrella is folded. This is the prop introduction of the small parasol. Tang Mo now uses the small parasol to imprison Fu Wenduo and will not hurt him, just like the dagger that Fu Wenduo holds against his waist has not been unsheathed. Looking for someone. Fu Wenduo's voice echoed in the empty parking lot, and it sounded nice. The glowing stone could not illuminate the light so far away. In the darkness, the breathing sounds of the two people intertwined, as if they were integrated into one. Tang Mo asked calmly, "Looking for someone?" Tang Mo did not take it for granted that the person Fu Wenduo was looking for was him. If the other party really wanted to find him, he could just use the turkey egg to contact him. When leaving the Pinocchio copy, Tang Mo told Fu Wenduo that he was in Pudong. Although he didn't want to meet the stowaway after leaving the dungeon, according to common sense, after hearing Tang Mo tell him where he was, Fu Wenduo would only think that Tang Mo agreed to their meeting. So Fu Wenduo didn't use the turkey egg to contact him in advance and sneak into the mall quietly. It was very likely that the person he was looking for had nothing to do with Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo raised his finger and took back the dagger that was against Tang Mo's lower abdomen, and it fell into the hidden inner buckle on his waist with a click. Tang Mo was silent for a moment, stood up slightly, and put away the small parasol. Fu Wenduo noticed Tang Mo's action, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. "I'm looking for someone, maybe you know him. Since you are here, it means you may also be a member of that organization." Tang Mo's heart tightened. He understood that Fu Wenduo mistakenly thought that he was also a member of the attack organization. He did not refute, and said lightly, "You mean the attack organization?" "Yes. The attack organization is somewhat famous in Shanghai, and some scattered player teams, and the player organization has long known their reputation. After they eliminated the heart-eating smuggler organization, other single players gradually learned their names." Somehow, Tang Mo had an answer in his mind, and he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Although the light was dim, and he couldn't see the other person's expression, Tang Mo felt that the pair of dark eyes were staring at him firmly at this moment. Fu Wenduo said the name of the man, the leader of Group A of the Shanghai division of the Huaxiao Black Tower Research Institute, Luo Fengcheng. In the entire attack organization, no one knew Luo Fengcheng's true identity, and they only thought he was a doctor of a certain research institute in Shanghai. Being able to accurately state Luo Fengcheng's identity, Fu Wenduo's identity must not be simple. And he is very powerful. He was able to sneak into the base of the attack organization alone without being discovered by any member. If he insisted on meeting Luo Fengcheng, Tang Mo would not be able to stop him. Tang Mo thought for a moment, looked up and said, "I take you to see him." Fu Wenduo slightly raised the corner of his lips. "Okay." Tang Mo put the pink parasol into his backpack, turned around and took Fu Wenduo to Luo Fengcheng's office. Before leaving, he seemed to pick up the stone that had rolled to the ground casually. When the two walked to the glowing stone, Fu Wenduo's appearance caught Tang Mo's eyes. He was tall and had a deep face. When he saw Tang Mo pick up the stone, he looked calm and didn't pay any extra attention. Tang Mo said calmly, "That was a prop just now. I got it by clearing a copy of the game. Some things can be dispelled by saying them directly." Fu Wenduo nodded lightly, without asking any more questions, and didn't seem to pay attention to Tang Mo's hitting the wall. The two walked towards the stairwell together. Just as he was about to go up the stairs, Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded, "When using that prop, do you have to hit the wall?" Tang Mo, You saw it after all. Tang Mo ignored this person. He took Fu Wenduo to the third underground floor of the parking lot, with an expressionless face, and knocked on the door of Luo Fengcheng. He entered the room first. Luo Fengcheng was studying the real copy of the Iron Shoemaker that he found a few days ago. Seeing Tang Mo, he was surprised. I thought you wouldn't come to me before Jax and the others came out of the assembly copy? That was originally the plan. Tang Mo did not deny it. He said, but there is someone who wants to see you. Luo Fengcheng sensed something was wrong. Who? He stood up. Tang Mo moved aside, and a tall figure walked into the room. He was half a head taller than Tang Mo. When they stood together, Tang Mo looked like a sword unsheathed, with a sharp blade, while the man looked more like a heavy black sword, with a simple and unsophisticated style and a hidden edge. Luo Fengcheng pressed his hand on the document a little harder. He was a reserve with a poor physique, but at this moment he realized that this person was as dangerous as Tang Mo. He might even be more dangerous than Tang Mo, in terms of force. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng's alert expression and realized that he didn't know Fu Wenduo at all. After all, he had known Luo Fengcheng for many days, so Tang Mo took the initiative to help Luo Fengcheng gain the upper hand. He is Fu Wenduo. Luo Fengcheng's expression became very rich in an instant. Tang Mo watched his expression change from surprise to suspicion, and finally he laughed, with an expression of as expected. Luo Fengcheng said, Major Fu, long time no see. After Earth went online, I think all the people in China should have long no see your name. Tang Mo's eyes fixed, grasping the keyword, Major. Fu Wenduo stood beside Tang Mo and said, Do you know I will come to you? I think if there are still people alive, they should come to me. Luo Fengcheng said, So when I left the institute, I specially rearranged the office. If someone comes to the institute to look for information, they can see that I am still alive with a little effort. It's a pity that I didn't know you were still alive at that time, Major Fu. If you had opened the first floor of the Black Tower earlier, I could have made better arrangements. Tang Mo stood aside calmly, as if he was just listening to them casually without interrupting. Luo Fengcheng looked at him and said, Tang Mo, it seems that you have known Major Fu for a long time. Tang Mo, all the players in China should remember his name. I knew him because of some opportunities. During the Christmas welfare copy, he and I were in that game. Tang Mo did not expose Momo's existence. Luo Fengcheng nodded. I see. The reason why your game is so difficult is because the other player is Fu Wenduo. No wonder. Fu Wenduo is the first player in China to pass the first floor of the Black Tower. With him, the dungeon will definitely be more difficult. Tang Mo brought Fu Wenduo here and completed his mission. It seems that Luo Fengcheng and Fu Wenduo have known each other for a long time. At least they are not completely strangers. After his success, Tang Mo prepared to leave. He was not interested in eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Luo Fengcheng said, Major Fu, I guess why you came to Shanghai. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows slightly. Fu Wenduo blocked the door tightly. Tang Mo wanted to go out, but found that this person only left him 10 centimeters of space, and he couldn't get out at all. He was about to ask the other party to make way. At this time, Luo Fengcheng said, Tang Mo, I think with your strength, you may have experienced similar things. Are you interested in staying and listening to me tell you about the only discovery of the Black Tower Research Institute in our Shanghai division before the Earth went online? Tang Mo paused and turned back. You said you didn't research anything. Yes, we didn't research anything that could change the Black Tower. Luo Fengcheng admitted frankly, but we found a strange phenomenon. This phenomenon will not affect the Black Tower, nor can it stop the Black Tower game. Tang Mo, what phenomenon? Luo Fengcheng raised his head and looked at him steadily. Before the Earth went online, did you feel irritable and your heartbeat accelerated? Tang Mo was startled. He was silent for a long time and retracted his idea of leaving here. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, Tang Mo, Major Fu, come in and sit down. Hearing Luo Fengcheng mention his name and Fu Wenduo's name together, Tang Mo always felt something was strange. He raised his eyes and glanced at the man beside him, then walked to the chair in the room and sat down. Fu Wenduo glanced at him, raised the corners of his lips, walked to another chair and sat down. The bright desk lamp illuminated the small room. Luo Fengcheng put all the messy documents on the table into the drawer. He sat on one side of the table, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo sat on the other side. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, Since you stayed, Tang Mo, it seems that you also had a faster heartbeat before the Earth went online. In the attack organization, only Niefei had this phenomenon. It's a pity that Niefei is no longer here. I think besides you, Major Fu should have had a similar phenomenon, right? Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked calm and nodded. Luo Fengcheng, on November 15th, the Black Tower announced the Earth's online launch and gave 3 days to select players. On the evening of the 17th, we found 4 patients with accelerated heartbeats in 3 hospitals in Shanghai. Their symptoms were very similar, with accelerated heartbeats, irritability, tempers, and inability to calm down. Tang Mo thought of his 3-day experience. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo, and Fu Wen was unchanged expressions, and he said, after discovering the abnormality, we had too little time to study this symptom. We haven't figured out anything yet. When the 18th comes, the game officially begins. But after the game officially started, I had time to slowly study this phenomenon. I met Nye Fei, who provided me with a lot of research materials and directions. Finally, before he encountered that incident, I worked out some ideas, and I called this phenomenon Black Tower Selection. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Luo Fengcheng stopped talking, and he looked at Fu Wenduo. Major Fu, you seem to have known each other for a long time. Maybe you are more familiar with me than me, then I don't need to introduce Tang Mo to you. He looked at Tang Mo again and smiled. Tang Mo, let me introduce you. Codename Xiaolong, captain of the Special Forces A team of the Southwest Military Region of China, the youngest major in China, Fu Wenduo. Chapter 49. Tang Mo had already guessed about Fu Wenduo's identity, but when he heard it for real, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the man next to him. Fu Wenduo was sensitive, and quickly caught Tang Mo's sight. When he was caught peeking, Tang Mo nodded without changing his expression. Fu Wenduo paused for a moment, and looked at him with a more meaningful look. Luo Fengcheng continued, since we all know each other, let me explain what the Black Tower Selection is. But before that, Major Fu, let me confirm that your identity as a stowaway is. Fu Wenduo said calmly, on November 16th, I carried out a secret mission at the border. Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng understood what he meant at the first time. All those who entered the game by killing people to eliminate players are stowaways in the definition of the Black Tower. But there are many reasons for killing. Some are real murder crimes, and some are for other reasons. Tang Mo had long thought about why Fu Wenduo was a stowaway. Especially after they met in the Pinocchio dungeon, Tang Mo had even more doubts. Fu Wenduo's performance in the Pinocchio dungeon did not seem like a vicious murderer. If the opportunity for him to become a stowaway was to complete a secret mission, then it would make sense. At the same time, this also explains why Tang Mo always felt that this person was different from other players in the Pinocchio dungeon. It was a soldier's demeanor as firm as stone, deep and hidden, with a blade sheathed. Although I have heard of Major Fu's name for a long time, this is the first time we meet, so I still have to ask some questions in advance. After getting the answer, Luo Fengcheng did not feel ashamed for doubting Fu Wenduo's behavior. He said frankly, in late November, after I left the first-level Black Tower game, I met the attack organization. I got their recognition through some means, and officially joined their team as a reserve. Then I found Nye Fei. Tang Mo, you have met Nye Fei, you should have some impression of him. Tang Mo recalled, I did meet him when I left the Mario copy. Although he was young, he was quite calm. Nye Fei's ability is flying. To be precise, his ability is not ordinary flying. He can walk in the air with the help of some medium. Luo Fengcheng took out a piece of white paper and drew something on it with a pen. We can't see the air, and Nye Fei's ability can't let him walk on the air. But apart from the ethereal gas like air, he can use many other things to walk. Luo Fengcheng drew many dense dots on the white paper and wrote 2 words next to it, sand. For example, when fighting, sprinkle some sand into the air, and Nye Fei can walk in the air with the sand. He drew a rough model on the paper. The fine sand became a solid ground under his feet. Moreover, when stepping on the non-substantial ground, he used his supernatural power and his speed could reach a maximum of 100 meters per second. And the ability is not limited. Fu Wenduo asked, can you only walk on things like sand? Luo Fengcheng shook his head. Sand is just an analogy. In addition, what surprised me most about Nye Fei's ability is that his ability is constantly changing. When I first met him, he could only walk on some larger objects, such as stones and wooden boards. But when he was killed by the smuggler organization, he could already walk on sand. What does this mean? Maybe after a while, he can walk on smaller objects without the help of sand. In the end, he can even walk anywhere at will. This is spatial displacement. Tang Mo immediately thought of the little fat man's ability. Zhao Xiang's ability is also similar to spatial displacement, but he can only move other things, not himself. When I first met him, he could only move some relatively small things, but now he can move some large things very quickly. His progress is not as fast as Nye Fei's. Luo Fengcheng said, Zhao Xiang has never experienced a change like a faster heartbeat. Tang Mo closed his mouth and continued to listen. On the evening of November 17th, 3 hospitals in Shanghai received 4 patients. Each patient had no obvious pathological characteristics, but their heartbeats continued to accelerate and their emotions were irritable. Among them, the slowest patient had a heart rate of 119, and the fastest one had a heart rate of 136. Luo Fengcheng said, this situation was not discovered at the time, and it was just thought that some undiagnosed illness had occurred. A researcher from Shanghai Group B. After a pause, Luo Fengcheng said, it was a young girl who had just graduated with a doctorate. She discovered this situation and reported it to the institute. Luo Fengcheng roughly recounted the incident. After I learned about the situation, I immediately took all 4 patients to the institute, and the 3 groups worked together to investigate the changes that occurred in them. At the same time, I reported this situation to Beijing. Fu Wenduo nodded. I saw this information in the database of the Beijing Institute, so I decided to come to Shanghai to check the situation. He paused for a moment and said, no one survived in the Beijing Research Institute. Luo Fengcheng, is that so? The 3 of them were silent for a moment. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo. Have you calculated your maximum heart rate? Tang Mo, about 169, I didn't count. Fu Wenduo, 171. The 2 people's numbers were very close. Luo Fengcheng glanced at them and closed the folder on the table. He looked at the 2 players in front of him solemnly. One was a formal player, and the other was a stowaway. After a long time, he smiled and said, then everything from now on is my guess. Half an hour later, Tang Mo left Luo Fengcheng's office first. Fu Wenduo came all the way from Beijing to Shanghai to look for information, and naturally he had some questions to ask Luo Fengcheng. Both of them were state secret agents, and Tang Mo had no interest in eavesdropping on such conversations. He walked out of the office alone and leaned against the wall to think. Black Tower selection is a synonym for this phenomenon given by Luo Fengcheng. The objects of the Black Tower selection are very random, and their common performance is that their heartbeat will continue to accelerate during those 3 days, and cannot be relieved by drugs. And they are irritable, psychologically anxious, and in severe cases, they may even have the desire to commit crimes. Among the 4 patients studied by Luo Fengcheng, the patient with a heart rate of 136 was sent to the hospital because he injured someone in a restaurant. However, he failed to kill that person. After 3 days, all 4 patients disappeared without exception. It does not mean that humans who are selected by the Black Tower will definitely enter the game. Many of them did not survive those 3 days. But as long as they survive those 3 days, their abilities will be stronger. Fu Wenduo is the first player in the world to clear the first floor of the Black Tower, and Tang Mo is the first player in the world to clear the difficult mode of the tower attack game. As for Niefei, he was once the most powerful psychic in the attack organization, stronger than Jax. If there hadn't been that accident, he might have been able to successfully clear the first floor of the Black Tower. Facing this completely random choice, Luo Fengcheng gave 2 guesses. First, this mutation was given by the Black Tower. The Black Tower allows some humans to have different characteristics. This selection will affect the strength of the player's psychic power in the following process. However, many of the selected humans did not enter the game at all. The Black Tower did not fully grant these players privileges, so why give them this special change? So this possibility is only 40%. In the dark parking lot, Tang Mo whispered Luo Fengcheng's second guess. It has nothing to do with the Black Tower, but it is only related to each person himself. This change is named the Black Tower selection, but it does not mean that it must be given by the Black Tower. Just like superpowers. Before the Earth went online, there were no real superpowers in the world. This point Fu Wenduo and Luo Fengcheng had just confirmed with Tang Mo, and the appearance of superpowers must be related to the Black Tower. But everyone's abilities are different, and their strengths are different. No one knows whether this ability is given by the Black Tower, or whether the player has it, and it is stimulated by the Black Tower. It is very likely that the Black Tower is like a catalyst, catalyzing the latent abilities that humans already have. The Black Tower catalytic effect obtained by official players and stowaways is stronger, so they are more likely to produce abilities. The presence of the reserve is weaker, and the catalytic effect given by the Black Tower is smaller, so it is difficult for them to obtain abilities. This speculation is feasible to a certain extent. So the Black Tower selection may be like the supernatural power, and it has no necessary relationship with the Black Tower. Those players who are selected are qualified to be selected. Tang Mo stood against the wall, and the door next to him was opened with a creak. He turned his head to look. Fu Wenduo walked out of the room and looked at him. The 2 looked at each other for a moment, and Fu Wenduo smiled and said, "Want to know more information?" Just now in the room, The reason why Fu Wenduo stayed was to learn more about the research data of the Black Tower from Luo Fengcheng, and Luo Fengcheng also wanted to get more information from the outside world. Tang Mo did not deny it. He looked at the tall and handsome man in front of him, and inexplicably thought of the slightly immature code name in his mind. Xiaolong. As if he had sensed Tang Mo's thoughts, Fu Wenduo closed the door, and the two walked into the darkness together. Fu Wenduo said, Xiaolong is not my code name, it is the code name of the entire unit. Every secret unit in China does not have a formal number, only a code name. Special Forces A team of the Southwest Military Region, codenamed Xiaolong. After this explanation, Tang Mo coughed. Major Fu, I do want to know some information about other places. You came here from Beijing, passing through 3 provinces and 2 cities along the way. You should have seen more things and known more external news. When I came from Beijing, I was in a hurry, and it only took me 4 days. The stay was too short, so the information I knew was not comprehensive. But it was indeed much more than you. After a pause, Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, Just call me Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo did not call this name. He asked directly, What is the price for the information? Tang Mo knew that Fu Wenduo must have received a lot of information from Luofeng City just now. Luofeng City basically knows everything he knows, and Fu Wenduo also knows almost everything. He doesn't have much news here that can make Fu Wenduo excited, but he is eager to know the news from the outside world. Especially the news from Beijing. Tang Mo's last good friend is in Beijing. Tang Mo has made plans to tell Fu Wenduo the information he knows about the underground kingdom and the monster world. Hearing a low laugh in the darkness, Tang Mo turned his head to look. The light was too dim, and he could not see the other person's face clearly, but could only vaguely see a rough outline. Fu Wenduo said, No, I can just tell you directly. Tang Mo paused. Mr. Fu? Fu Wenduo. Just like what you said in the Pinocchio copy, we have known each other for a long time, Tang Mo. There is no need to be so unfamiliar. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. Why, Fu Wenduo? Why can you get valuable information without paying anything? He thought that his relationship with this man was not good enough to make him selflessly dedicate himself. Fu Wenduo's voice was calm, but there was a sense of meaning. Before I came to Shanghai, I went to Suzhou. There, I killed 3 illegal immigrants. Tang Mo suddenly understood what he wanted to say. Luo Fengcheng said that 7 people from this organization had come to Shanghai and killed many people. And in Suzhou, they killed even more people. When I first arrived in Suzhou, it was almost an empty city. It's not that there are no players, but that everyone is hiding. Even in the daytime, no one can be seen on the street. Tang Mo said, Did you kill the last 3 people in that organization? Yes. After a long time, Tang Mo said, Thank you, that's my hometown. Fu Wenduo smiled. No need to say thank you, it's the same. Some things seem important, but in fact, compared with other things, they are not as precious as imagined. What do you want to know? If I know it, and it doesn't touch my bottom line, maybe I can tell you a little bit. After all, you are another owner of Momo. Tang Mo did not hesitate any longer and asked directly, How is Beijing? Beijing was the capital and political center of China before the Earth went online. How is Beijing? Fu Wenduo stopped walking. In the darkness, Tang Mo noticed that this person seemed to be looking at him. It's about the same as Shanghai. It won't be better, it will only be worse. Chapter 50. The underground parking lot was dimly lit, and the two walked up the stairs and came outside. It was already night, and the sky was dark. Without the illumination of city lights, the night in Shanghai was very quiet, and a few stars rarely appeared in the sky. After the two walked out of the mall, Fu Wenduo said, as he walked, The situation in Beijing is not better than that in Shanghai, or it is very similar. All regions in China should be in a state of disorder at this moment, so no matter the size of the city, the situation is roughly the same. Tang Mo nodded in understanding. The Black Tower game started too suddenly, even though it issued an announcement 3 days in advance, requiring all humans to eliminate players and enter the game. But no one knew what this sentence meant. During those 3 days, the official players, who had completed the Black Tower game, could not say anything about the Black Tower game, confirmed by Li Bin, and could not remind other humans. This meant that the players who entered the game 3 days later were almost random. So after the Earth went online, the government system around the world was basically paralyzed. The way the Black Tower screens players has nothing to do with the identity of the players. Fu Wenduo, Luo Fengcheng, a state secret personnel, survived, and ordinary citizens like Tang Mo also survived. There are also many murderers, such as the thief named Qian Sanquan that Tang Mo had met before, who also survived and entered the game. And a regular game screening completely defeated the social order that humans have maintained for thousands of years. But humans are social animals after all. Tang Mo thought. Does Beijing also have an organization of superpowers, like Shanghai? Attack is not the only superpower organization in Shanghai. There are also some other organizations. It's just that Attack is quite powerful and well known in Shanghai. Fu Wenduo said lightly. There are many scattered small organizations, and there is also a large organization. Tang Mo sensed something wrong in his tone. This organization. It's a smuggler organization. Tang Mo paused. The largest superpower organization in Beijing is called Tianxian, which is composed of more than 30 smugglers. Everyone is very strong, and one of the stowaways has already cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo was surprised. How do you know he cleared the first floor of the Black Tower? Fu Wenduo said, I fought with him before leaving Beijing. He is very strong, and this strength must have been discovered by the Black Tower and forced to attack the tower. After a pause, he continued, You should have been forced to attack the tower in this way. Yes. Fu Wenduo looked up at the quiet and vast night sky and said calmly, So he is the same. He must have been forced to attack the tower, and he succeeded in getting out, which means there is a 90% chance that he has cleared the first level, perhaps even earlier than you. Except for the first player to clear the Black Tower in each area, other players' clearance will not be broadcast globally, and no one will know. Of course, you are an exception. I am an exception? Tang Mo was pondering Fu Wenduo's words. Suddenly, he heard the other party mention him, and said such a strange thing. He stopped where he was, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo in astonishment. Fu Wenduo withdrew his gaze from the starry sky, and looked at Tang Mo, who was in shock. Tang Mo rarely showed such a vivid expression. Most of the time, he would hide his emotions or pretend his emotions. But this time, it was really beyond his expectations. His eyes widened slightly, and a strand of hair fell from his forehead to his upright nose. He looked a little naive. Fu Wenduo understood the reason for Tang Mo's shock. He thought about it, and between telling the truth and hiding it, he chose the former. According to my guess, the Black Tower has been online for almost 2 months, and there are at least 20 players who have cleared the first level. This Christmas bonus dungeon forced many players to attack the tower. Although most players have not reached the first level, the number of players is too large, so the number of players who have cleared the level will be considerable. Conservatively estimated, at least 60 people in the world have cleared the first level of the Black Tower. But they did not announce it to anyone whether they had cleared it or not. Only you. Fu Wenduo considered his words. You cleared the difficult mode of the first level of the Black Tower. So at the moment you cleared the level, the Black Tower notified me that Momo, a player from Huaxia District 2, had cleared the first level of the Black Tower, difficult mode. There was no announcement to the whole world, nor to all of China. I guess it was only notified to all players who had cleared the first level of the Black Tower. Tang Mo, A month ago, Tang Mo was tricked by the Black Tower twice. The first time was when he was notified to play the tower attack game. Tang Mo worked very hard, trying his best to accumulate superpowers and props, and finally passed this level and saved his life. The second time was after he narrowly escaped death and finished the game. He was told by the Black Tower that you completed the game in difficult mode. At that time, Tang Mo rushed directly to the bottom of the Black Tower and kicked the stone tablet under the Black Tower several times to vent his emotions. Now he was told again, the Black Tower offers a one-stop service to help you become famous among high-end players around the world for free. Fuck free fame. Tang Mo is now extremely glad that he used the ability to change his name. It was Momo who became famous, not Tang Mo. Players who can clear the first floor of the Black Tower before Tang Mo are the best players in the world. Tang Mo is cautious and does not want to expose his strength in advance and become the target of public criticism. Tang Mo's expression changed quickly, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief and regained his calm. He secretly decided, next time he goes to Puxi, he will find a chance to kick the stone tablet again. Next, Fu Wenduo briefly revealed some outside information to Tang Mo. In short, although the whole of China is currently in a state of anarchy, and there is no social order, most cities are not in chaos. The smuggler organization that appeared in Suzhou was a special case. Fu Wenduo went all the way from Beijing to Shanghai, passing through 3 provinces and 2 cities. Only in Suzhou did a crazy smuggler organization appear, killing people wantonly. The smuggler organization in Suzhou was also a pure accident. After all, according to Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing's speculation, The reason why they killed people crazily was because they had a special ability to become stronger by eating hearts. Otherwise, if it was not necessary, no smuggler organization would blindly kill people. Because killing people would be resisted by most players, and the loss would outweigh the gain. So Fu Wenduo said that although the illegal immigrants in Beijing were very large, they did not really attack ordinary players, and everyone was still at peace. Hearing this news, Tang Mo was relieved. Regardless of whether his college best friend successfully entered the game, at least after the Earth went online, he did not have to worry about being killed by other players in Beijing. Tang Mo was thinking about when he would find an opportunity to go to Beijing. At this moment, an excited voice sounded from a distance. Brother Tang, Brother Tang. Tang Mo turned around and saw a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes running towards him from the direction of the mall. She was very fast and ran to him in a few seconds. Tang Mo knew her. Her name was Liz. She was a member of the attack organization. She had met Tang Mo in the infirmary before. Seeing her coming to find him, Tang Mo's first thought was, "Does Luo Fengcheng need me for something?" Liz shook her head and smiled. "No, your friend is back." Tang Mo frowned strangely, not understanding what the other party meant. Did the little fat guy and the others come out of the assembly copy so quickly? Suddenly, he thought of something. Qin Shanshan and that little girl are back? Liz said, "No, only a little girl is back, it's Qin Shanshan. She walked back to the organization by herself, and is now resting in the medical room. I just bandaged her wound, she was injured." Tang Mo, she said she wanted to see you after she returned to the organization. She had something to say. Dr. Luo has gone there. I remember she had 2 classmates. One was the cute little fat guy. He and Jax went to Puxi in the afternoon and haven't come back yet. There is another classmate who went to clear the S8 dungeon with the members of our organization today, right? I will go find that little girl. Tang Mo said, "Okay, thank you. I will go back now." Liz smiled and said, "No, I am also very happy that the little girl can come back safely." As she said, she quickly walked into the depths of the factory area to look for Lu Chen. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. "A friend of mine just came back from the game." Fu Wenduo understood what he meant. "I will go back with him too." After a pause, he said calmly, "Not going back to attack. It's hard to move at night. I find a place to stay in the mall." The two walked back to the mall together. Some things are hard to say near the mall. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already walked to the edge of the factory area. The road was empty, and the white factory buildings on both sides were neat and uniform. After nightfall, except for the players who entered the dungeon during the day and could not come out for the time being, everyone else had already returned to the mall, ready to spend this quiet night. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets, looked forward, and didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. He and Fu Wenduo had only known each other for a month and a half. If you don't count the time they used Momo to contact each other, they had only known each other for half a day. Before the Earth went online, the two had completely different identities. If the Black Tower hadn't suddenly appeared, Tang Mo might never have met Fu Wenduo in his life. Both of them didn't speak tacitly. Gradually, the shadow of the mall was almost visible among the leaves. Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded, "You just said, you are from Suzhou?" Tang Mo was slightly stunned. "Well, I'm from Suzhou. I came to Shanghai for some things before, and I was planning to go back to Suzhou to see how those illegal immigrants were doing. But since you have dealt with them, I may not be in a hurry to go back." Not going back to Suzhou, staying in Shanghai? Tang Mo thought for a long time. Maybe go to Beijing. Fu Wenduo, Beijing? This kind of thing is not a big deal, Tang Mo said frankly. I have a good friend. I haven't seen him since graduating from college. He works in Beijing. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything else, but Tang Mo's words had explained why he wanted to know the news about Beijing the most. The two continued to walk forward, passing through the factory and crossing a road to the shopping mall. Just then, a ding-dong sound came from a distance. In the dark and silent night, the sound was extremely harsh, as if someone was dragging a heavy chain and walking on the ground with bangs. The sharp sound echoed quickly between the houses, and Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong after hearing it. The next second, he immediately remembered the name. Iron Shoemaker, however, at the moment when Tang Mo reacted, a tall and burly figure appeared at the corner of the factory. This was a muscular man 2 meters tall, wearing a greasy gray short-sleeved shirt and worn and old leather boots. He held a thick iron chain in his left hand, and a nail stained with blood and rust in his right hand. On his face, a twisted scar crossed the bridge of his nose, from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. Iron Shoemaker blocked the end of the road. Behind him was the mall, and in front of him were Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The shoemaker glanced at the two men with ill intent, and he chuckled. Take a look, I found something. His brain worked quickly, and Tang Mo remembered what the reserve said yesterday. I don't know what Xiangzi did, I was just next to him, and the shoemaker just smiled at me and didn't drag me away. If you meet the shoemaker, you may not be dragged away by him. Among the two people, the one who triggers the side quest and is dragged away by him may not be me. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Tang Mo quickly turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo beside him. Fu Wenduo's eyes were fixed on the shoemaker, and his face was calm. Fu Wenduo turned his head and looked at him when he found that Tang Mo was looking at him. Tang Mo quickly said, Sorry. Fu Wenduo, ? The next moment, Tang Mo turned around and ran without hesitation. Fu Wenduo, Many people have heard the story of encountering a tiger in the forest. Two hunters encounter a tiger together. How can they survive? It is impossible for a human to outrun a tiger, so the hunter never outruns the tiger, but his companion. Tang Mo didn't know who triggered the side quest, but no matter what, turning around and running now would definitely be the best option. If his companion was Chen Shanshan, even Luo Fengcheng or Jax, Tang Mo would hesitate and might not choose this. But the person standing next to him now is Fu Wenduo, and he doesn't seem to be familiar with this person to that extent, and his strength is even worse than Fu Wenduo. I would rather die than have my friend die. As Tang Mo turned and ran away, he silently improved his impression of Fu Wenduo. The shoemaker's reaction was also very fast. As soon as Tang Mo turned and ran 1 meter, he swung the rusty iron chain and threw it forward, binding Tang Mo's right wrist. Tang Mo's right hand was bound, and he had no choice but to turn his head and look at the shoemaker again. The giant-like man bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of dirty teeth covered with yellow dirt. Hee, welcome to the shoemaker's game world. Tang Mo's face slowly darkened. He understood that he had triggered the game this time. Just now, he remained calm on the surface, but in fact, he had been secretly trying to break free from the iron chain. However, this seemingly ordinary iron chain had been firmly locking his arm. With Tang Mo's current muscle strength, he was unable to break free. It is best not to resist the game issued by the Black Tower easily. Even if you encounter a desperate situation in the game and use the King's Gold coin to wave, don't resist forcefully at the beginning. Fu Wenduo was watching all this from the side. The shoemaker ignored him and only locked Tang Mo. His eyes swept back and forth between the shoemaker and Tang Mo, and then looked at the iron chain that tied Tang Mo. He curled his lips and understood what happened. He looked at Tang Mo and smiled. Sorry. Tang Mo, The exact same words, just now, were said by Tang Mo when he decided to sell Fu Wenduo to escape, and now Fu Wenduo returned them intact. Tang Mo had already decided to participate in the game, and he looked at Fu Wenduo's calm smile and felt that it was really fate. However, Tang Mo didn't feel helpless for long. He just heard the shoemaker laugh in a low voice and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Welcome to the shoemaker's game world. After the words fell, the shoemaker stamped his feet, and a chain inexplicably extended from the chain that bound Tang Mo, and tied Fu Wenduo's wrist at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo reacted immediately and dodged and ran away. But the chain seemed to have eyes, and kept chasing him. After Fu Wenduo's wrists were tied, he quickly raised his right hand. His 5 fingers disappeared, and a black metal weapon appeared on his right arm. He swung it down without hesitation. After a hard and crisp metal collision, the chain was not cut, and Fu Wenduo's face looked a little ugly. The iron shoemaker saw his action and laughed. A familiar child's voice sounded in the ears of the two. Ding! Trigger the side quest, meet the iron shoemaker, and officially enter the real copy, the lovely iron shoemaker. Please follow the lovely shoemaker, and enter the shoemaker's workshop. Tip: the shoemaker's love chain is a causal weapon. After being tied up, no one can untie it except the shoemaker. The Black Tower has given this reminder, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo can't make any more futile attempts. Under the moonlight, the shoemaker hummed a little song, pulled the chain, and pulled the two men straight into the depths of the factory area. This chain was originally just a long strip, and now it is forked in the middle. Tang Mo was tied to one end, and Fu Wenduo was tied to the other. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked side by side again. They would not be like the reserve before, struggling desperately to escape from the game that had already started, causing themselves to be dragged on the ground by the shoemaker. The two quickly followed the shoemaker's footsteps. Except for the iron chains tied around their wrists, no one could tell that they were now controlled by others. The shoemaker's singing was even worse than Pinocchio's. After a long time, in this noisy singing? Tang Mo whispered. Is it even? Fu Duo said in a low voice. Does it count? Tang Mo, it counts. Then it counts. This time, they are really tied to the same rope. Tang Mo didn't want the accident to cause a rift between the two of them. Although he did, want to sell out his teammates. When things have developed to this point, what really matters is to work together to get through this game. The shoemaker dragged the two people to the door of a factory. Tang Mo carefully observed the things around the factory, but Fu Wenduo's eyes were always locked on the shoemaker, examining every tool on him, including nails and iron locks, several times. Arriving in front of the factory, the shoemaker pulled the iron lock hard. The strange thing was that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were clearly connected to the same iron lock by him. When the shoemaker pulled it, only the iron lock that tied Tang Mo moved forward. Tang Mo took a half step forward, and the shoemaker grinded his teeth and laughed. You are here, you go in. As he said that, he kicked the door open, and the dim moonlight shone into the dark factory, illuminating only a distance of about 2 meters. Tang Mo frowned, he looked up at the shoemaker, and then looked at Fu Wenduo. The two men's eyes met in the air, and they nodded in unison. The shoemaker saw that Tang Mo had not come in yet, and was about to take advantage of the situation. Tang Mo strode directly into the factory. The moment he walked into the factory, the iron chain that had been tied to his wrist suddenly fell. The iron chain seemed to have life, and swooshed back into the shoemaker's hand. The door slammed shut behind Tang Mo. Tang Mo lay by the door, and listened for a while, only to hear the shoemaker humming a song farther and farther away. He should have taken Fu Wen to another place. Aren't two people required to form a team in this instance? Tang Mo thought to himself. The shoemaker and Fu Wenduo had already walked away, and Tang Mo couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He turned around and observed the surrounding environment. This is a food processing factory. Before he entered the factory, Tang Mo smelled a sweet fragrance in the air, which was the smell of biscuits. 1.5 months after the Earth went online, this factory had not been in operation, but the raw materials piled in the factory had not completely rotted and smelled of food. Of course, it was impossible to eat it again. The factory was dark, and the moonlight shone through the high windows, illuminating only a corner. Tang Mo tried to push the door. He didn't push it open. Then he took a stone from his pocket. He came out too hastily, so Tang Mo hid his backpack in a hidden place in the business car and didn't take it with him. Without a flashlight, he remembered the stone he had knocked out with Mario's hat. Although the light of the stone could only illuminate the surrounding area of 1 or 2 meters, it was better than nothing. Tang Mo wiped the stone 3 times and tried to step on it hard. When he knocked on the stone twice, lines of small words gradually appeared. Props, a magical stone. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, ordinary. Level 1. Attack power, general. Function, it may hurt a little when hitting someone, it can emit light, and it may have some strange effect. Restrictions, none. Note, a stone can also have dreams. I want to be a night pearl. Tang Mo's eyes were on. Some strange effect. He paused for a while, then he raised the stone as a lighting object and began to explore the factory where he was. In the spacious and silent factory, Tang Mo's footsteps echoed between the walls, extremely clear. While using the stone to illuminate the surrounding environment, Tang Mo always paid attention and observed the surrounding movements. If an accident occurred, he would take out the big match as quickly as possible to fight the enemy. This factory seemed to be the manual operation area of the food processing factory. Tang Mo walked more than 10 meters, and found that there were rows of long stainless steel tables here. On these tables, there were some food packaging boxes and already packaged food scattered around. Earth had been online for almost 2 months, and most of the food that had been prepared in this factory had been looted by players, with only some food that fell into the pile of packaging boxes not being discovered. Tang Mo picked up a box of bread and continued to move forward. The work area was part of this factory building, and further inside was the office area. Tang Mo carefully looked forward, holding the glowing stone tightly in his hand. He stopped in front of the door of the first office and tried to turn the door handle. It can be twisted open. Tang Mo took a half step back, staring at the front with caution, stretched out his leg, and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open, and dust flew with the wind. After Tang Mo kicked the door open, the room was quiet, without any movement. Tang Mo walked into the room with a stone and searched around. This was an ordinary office, and the things inside seemed to have been looted by other players in advance and were all messed up. I don't know if those players entered this factory because of this real-life copy game, or if they had entered it before. Tang Mo checked it once, and found nothing special, so he went in again. After searching 3 offices in a row, Tang Mo found nothing unusual. When he walked to the door of the innermost office, an extremely faint click sounded from inside the door. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and stared at the door in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless, so he took out the giant match directly, and after listening to the noise for a while, he kicked the door open with one foot, and at the same time moved his body to the side, leaning against the wall to block his body to prevent the sudden attack of the things inside the door. Ah! Who's there? A hoarse and terrified male voice sounded, and Tang Mo frowned. The voice continued, "Who is it, who is coming?" He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his voice became very excited. "Is it a new player? Is it a new player coming?" The male voice in the room repeated it several times. Tang Mo thought for a moment, holding the big match tightly in one hand, turned around and walked into the office. The ground was in a mess. Countless snack packaging bags were piled on the ground in a mess, with some blood stains that had already turned black. A thin young man, like a shrunken black bat, hid behind the desk in the office and secretly watched Tang Mo. There were still some biscuit crumbs on his mouth, as if the snapping sound just now was made by him eating biscuits. His body was covered with shocking black wounds. From his arms to his thighs, the stone illuminated a series of dark holes, which looked like they were pierced by something. The blood on these holes had already coagulated and turned purple, and the player's improved physical fitness prevented him from dying from these wounds. He fell to the ground almost paralyzed. The right leg with the most wounds had atrophied muscles. He must have not exercised for a long time. Tang Mo did not relax his vigilance. He said coldly, "Who are you?" The young man looked at him fearfully. My name is Xing Feng. Are you a new player? I came in a long time ago. This is the real copy of the Iron Shoemaker, right? I came in on the first. Do you know what day it is now? How many days have passed? You. Don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. I really have no ill intentions. I just haven't seen new companions for a long time. Tang Mo immediately asked, "New companion?" Xing Feng swallowed his saliva in fear and nodded. Yes. Yes. Before you, I had 2 companions here, and they are all dead. They were killed by the people over there. My leg was injured by the shoemaker, and I couldn't move to find clues. If you didn't come, I would probably die soon. What are the people over there? Tang Mo asked. A look of fear flashed across Xing Feng's face. Before he spoke, a bell rang in the office. At the same time, a dazzling light illuminated the bookshelf behind the office desk. Tang Mo was startled. What is that? In the dead silent office, the computer on the table in the middle of the room suddenly turned on, and a video call invitation was sent on the screen. After the Earth went online, all communication equipment could not be used, and all power resources were paralyzed. How could this computer start? Xing Feng crawled back with fear. He pressed tightly against the wall, stretched out his hand, and pointed at the computer fearfully. It's coming, it's coming. It's coming. It's the person over there. The person over there called. Tang Mo pursed his lips. He pondered for a moment, and walked forward. He looked at the computer host first. The host of this computer was not turned on, only the screen was turned on, and someone sent a video call invitation. Tang Mo looked at the computer screen expressionlessly, and pressed the OK button. The next second, Fu Wenduo's handsome face appeared on the computer screen. Tang Mo was surprised. Fu Wenduo? Fu Wenduo was also a little surprised. At this moment, a crisp child's voice sounded in the room. Ding! Triggering side mission 2. Find the missing shoe polish of the shoemaker. Chapter 51. The room was dark, with only the computer flashing a bright light. Tang Mo bent down and stared at the computer screen. He subconsciously pressed his hand on the mouse to drag it, but when he pressed the OK key, the mouse on the screen disappeared, leaving only Fu Wenduo's face occupying the entire screen. Tang Mo said, "Stand back a little." Fu Wenduo took 3 steps back, revealing the environment behind him. Tang Mo carefully observed the things around him. A light was on over there. Fu Wenduo was in a small, closed room. The room was cluttered with cartons and foam, and seemed to be a small warehouse. He was looking up at the top. Tang Mo thought, "What are you looking at now?" Fu Wenduo didn't ask any more questions, and immediately answered, "A very small display, about the size of a palm, hanging in the corner of the ceiling of the room." Tang Mo didn't need to ask any more questions. He said directly, "After I separated from you, I was taken to a very small room by the shoemaker. You and I are in the same factory. This is the utility room at the back of the factory. After letting me in, the shoemaker left. I just tried, but I couldn't push open the doors and windows. The Black Tower prompted that these doors and windows cannot be opened. And, Tang Mo. The man's voice stopped. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at Fu Wenduo's calm face in the picture. Fu Wenduo said, "Can you use your superpowers now?" Tang Mo was shocked. Tang Mo has many superpowers, and the one that is most suitable for use in front of Fu Wenduo and Xing Feng is, I am one spiritual field short of the protagonist. Superpower. This is a one-time superpower. 2 months ago, Tang Mo used this superpower to seal the giant match into his body. Before entering this office, Tang Mo heard the sound made by Xing Feng. In order to prevent accidents, he took out the big match and used it as a weapon. Just now, he suddenly had a video call with Fu Wenduo, and Tang Mo directly placed the big match next to the computer. At this moment, he slowly turned his head and looked at the giant match that he had just placed on the table. Tang Mo's eyes stayed on the empty table for a long time, and he lowered his head to look at his left wrist. A bright red matchstick tattoo came into view. He pressed the tattoo and used his superpowers. Half a minute later, Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo. I can't use my superpowers anymore. When I entered this room, my superpowers were in use, but just now, when I wasn't paying attention, I couldn't use them anymore. Fu Wenduo, me too. After entering this room, I tried to break open the doors, windows or walls, but I couldn't use my superpowers. At the same time, Tang Mo, the props can't be used anymore. Tang Mo took out Mario's ruby from his pocket and put it directly on his head. Click. After a crisp collision, the ruby fell on Tang Mo's head, rolled down along his hair, and landed in Tang Mo's palm that was already ready to receive things. I can't use props anymore. The two looked at each other on the screen and didn't speak for a long time. The next moment, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo asked in unison, "What is your mission?" They were both stunned. Just now, Tang Mo heard the sound of the Black Tower's side mission reminder in the room, but he did not hear the sound from Fu Wenduo. The sound of the Black Tower's reminder cannot be transmitted through the video. At present, the two were suddenly forced to have a video call, and they must first determine each other's purpose. If it is the same task, then naturally they will work together. If the tasks are different, or even opposite, then in the next game, whether for Tang Mo or Fu Wenduo, their biggest enemy is each other. Tang Mo pondered for a moment and said, "The Black Tower wants me to find a tool of the Iron Shoemaker." Fu Wenduo smiled. "What a coincidence, me too. That thing is usually in liquid form, but there are also paste forms. Fu Wenduo, it is often packaged in tin tubes, and there are also bottles." Looking at the other side of the screen, the alert and defensive opponent, Tang Mo suddenly felt a little interesting. This feeling of mutual testing was more interesting to him than the sense of urgency brought by the game. He said, "Let's write that thing down together, Fu Wenduo. This is an office, I have paper and pen. There are many cartons behind you, and you write on them. Let's show our answers at the same time." Okay. Tang Mo took out paper and pen from the drawer of his desk, and Fu Wenduo moved a carton and tore off one side of it. Tang Mo gently wrote 2 words on the paper, and Fu Wenduo also carved on the carton with a sharp knife. 10 seconds later, the two stopped moving at the same time and looked at the screen. Tang Mo, I count down, and we show the words together. Fu Wenduo, okay. Tang Mo's fingers pinched the edge of the paper, and he counted down. 3, 2, 1. Swish. At both ends of the screen, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo simultaneously presented the 2 words they had just written to each other, shoe polish. Tang Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface he was very calm. It seems that we are going to cooperate this time. Fu Wenduo put the cardboard box down. How is the situation on your side? Tang Mo began to introduce the situation on his side. The place I entered is much larger than yours. It is the main working area of the factory. The food processing area is right at the entrance. Before Earth went online, many workers should have gone there to check food packaging. There were a lot of food packaging bags piled up there, as well as some scattered, unfound food. I brought a box of bread over, so I could use it as food in case the game time was too long. He paused and continued. I am now in the office behind the food processing area. After Tang Mo roughly described what he had seen, Fu Wenduo said, okay. This time our mission is the same, but the Iron Shoemaker has not appeared yet, and the exact location of the shoe polish cannot be found. But you just said that you have a player who has already participated in the game? Fu Wenduo was the only one in his room, but Xing Feng was in Tang Mo's office. He nodded and looked at Xing Feng. Mr. Xing, you have been in this game for a while. Can you tell me the specific rules of the game? Xing Feng shrank in the corner, looking at Tang Mo in horror. When he found that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were talking happily, that's how he saw it, he looked at Tang Mo with a very scared look. Hearing Tang Mo asking him questions, he swallowed nervously. Just look for the shoe polish. The shoemaker said that the shoe polish is either with us or with them. It must be in these two places. Only if we find the shoe polish, will the shoemaker let us go. If we can't find it, he will. You will know it soon. You will know it soon. Tang Mo looked at Xing Feng's fearful expression and narrowed his eyes slightly. His suspicious eyes lingered on Xing Feng, but he did not speak to Xing Feng again. Instead, he pretended that he had not noticed anything and continued to ask Fu Wenduo, "What is the specific situation there? Is there any danger?" Hearing this, Fu Wenduo glanced slightly at the bottom of the screen, and then he raised his head again. "Nothing special, just 3 bodies." Tang Mo frowned. "You have 3 bodies there, and strictly speaking, I used to have 3 players here. It's just that 2 players have died. So the number of people on both sides of this game is the same." Speaking of this, Tang Mo found that Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes and glanced at the position below the video. He asked vigilantly, "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo said lightly, "The appearance of those 3 corpses is very unique." Tang Mo, "What do you mean?" Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment, raised his head, and said, "The blood was drained and turned into a mummy." He used the simplest language to describe the scene in front of him. Tang Mo didn't think too much and nodded gently. He didn't know that at this moment, Fu Wenduo was standing in the corner of the grocery room, looking up at the small screen. Because the screen was too small, he had to stand very close to see what Tang Mo was doing. The cold white light illuminated the entire room. Fu Wenduo stood by the wall without changing his expression. Just 10 centimeters in front of him, a mummy with a terrifying face was facing his face. The dry and black face, the huge eyeballs bulged out of fear when dying. Before these 2 eyeballs bulged out, many people could not imagine that human eyeballs were so round and so big. The black eyeballs only occupied a small part in the middle, and more of the white was pale. The 3 mummies were nailed to the wall with iron nails, showing the cross posture of Jesus' crucifixion. The distance was so close that Fu Wenduo could smell the rotten and stinking smell of the 3 corpses, but he still said to Tang Mo expressionlessly, "There are no extra clues now, so we can only wait for the Iron Shoemaker to appear." Tang Mo nodded. "Okay then." Bang! A sharp sound suddenly exploded in his ears, and Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. He saw the computer in front of him suddenly darken, and Fu Wenduo's figure disappeared. At the same time, Xing Feng, who was standing by the wall, hugged his head tightly and hid in the corner in fear. He cried in a hoarse and frightened voice, "It's coming! It's coming! Close the door quickly! I can't kill it! I can't kill it!" Tang Mo took a deep breath, turned to look at Xing Feng, and quickly asked, "Who is he? The Iron Shoemaker?" Xing Feng shook his head, his voice intermittent. "No. It's it, not the Iron Shoemaker. That wolf, it's coming." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and excitedly raised his head to look at Tang Mo. "You are a formal player. You said you can't use your superpowers. You must be a formal player. You must be very powerful. Kill it, you must kill it. If we don't kill it, we will all die tonight. We will definitely die." At this moment, a clear child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's ears. Ding! "Attention, players, please pay attention. In 3 minutes, the shoe polish wolf that the Iron Shoemaker hates the most will appear. Kill the shoe polish wolf to get a drop of shoe polish. Please participate actively and kill the shoe polish wolf." 9th of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Underground Kingdom. Why is the hard-working and lovely Iron Shoemaker always so poor? The Iron Shoemaker was puzzled. Until one day, he discovered those hateful shoe polish wolves, who always like to steal shoe polish. Killing the shoe polish wolf is everyone's responsibility. The black tower prompt sound stopped abruptly. In the dark factory, Tang Mo's fingers gradually clenched. Suddenly, he heard a dull sound coming from outside the door. It seemed that something was knocking open the door of the next office. It hit with all its strength, making the door bang. It hit again and again, about 10 times, and there was a violent breaking sound. Something smashed the door and hit the wall of the corridor. A fierce roar sounded outside the door, like the roar of a wild beast. Tang Mo's face slowly darkened. He walked to the corner of the office without changing his expression, and picked up the blue and white porcelain vase on the shelf. In the grocery room on the other side of the factory, Fu Wenduo saw the screen suddenly darken, his face changed, and he glanced at other things in the room warily. A second later, the screen hanging in the corner of the room suddenly lit up again. Fu and Duo looked up vigilantly. On the palm-sized screen, the unique snowflakes of old-fashioned TVs flashed. The snowflake pattern flashed for 3 minutes, and a cheerful and familiar music sounded. In sync with the music, the snowflakes on the screen turned into colorful halos. In the gorgeous halo of this dime special effect, a small black dot appeared from the center of the screen. The black dot became larger and clearer. Finally, on the screen, a black mini tower was frozen in the middle, and the special effect halo around it kept flashing around the tower. The music gradually stopped, and a cartoon man jumped out from one end of the screen. She was wearing a blue dress and a crystal crown. She hid behind the black tower and looked around quietly. As if she found that there were no bad guys around, she laughed crisply, jumped out from behind the black tower, and said loudly with a microphone in her hand, "What are the 10 unsolved mysteries of the underground kingdom? Who kidnapped the daughter of the wolf grandmother? Is the King of Death song on the first floor of the black tower in your mind Pinocchio, or the Iron Shoemaker?" Ding 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 ding. Everything is in happy questions and answers. Hello, everyone, I am Wang Xiaoyan, your favorite gold medal host of Kingdom Satellite TV. Today, it's another happy question and answer time. What is your dream? What do you want to get? Come to Happy Questions and Answers, you can have all of these. Next. Please listen to the questions. Chapter 52. First place. Like cats, wolves have strong night vision. Tang Mo tiptoed to the door, his right hand tightly grasping the neck of the vase, his body half pressed against the office door, listening carefully to the movements outside. A series of dull gurgling sounds came from outside the door, as if a beast was clenching its fangs and accumulating strength to explode. In the corner, Xing Feng was trembling with fear, trying his best to squeeze himself into the corner to reduce his presence. Tang Mo was listening to the movements of the wolf outside the door, and the wolf outside the door was also staring at the door with a covetous look. Both sides were in a stalemate. In this split second, Tang Mo used his left hand to throw the glowing stone at the window on the door. He chose the right angle to throw the object, and the stone just stuck in the gap between the door frame and the window and stabilized. The stone stuck to the door frame with a crisp click, breaking the deadlock. The shoe polish wolf howled and rushed to the door. Tang Mo opened the door at the same time. The shoe polish wolf ran straight at him, and he couldn't see the wolf's movements at all, so he kicked it directly, kicking the long and thin wolf against the wall of the corridor. The shoe polish wolf roared angrily, and it kicked its hind legs hard, rushing towards Tang Mo again. Tang Mo dodged its attack and walked into the corridor. The glowing stone cast a faint glow, illuminating a small area of the corridor. Tang Mo didn't know whether the shoe polish wolf had the same terrible night vision ability as the wolves on Earth, but in any case, he couldn't fight this wolf in the absence of light. So at the beginning, he took the initiative and created a light source for himself. The shoe polish wolf was very fast. It was slender and long, and its limbs pushed against the wall of the corridor, constantly rushing towards Tang Mo from all directions. Tang Mo's vase smashed its head, leaving a broken bloody wound on its head. The shoe polish wolf was even more irritable. It was not very strong, but it was too fast. It kicked against the wall, leaped into the air, and grabbed Tang Mo with its claws. Tang Mo rolled over from the ground with a somersault, and the two exchanged positions. The black wolf roared angrily, and Tang Mo panted lightly, holding the broken neck of the vase tightly in his right hand. A man and a wolf stared at each other in the narrow corridor. The next moment, the shoe polish wolf suddenly attacked, and Tang Mo rushed forward holding the broken vase. The two black shadows met halfway, and Tang Mo raised the vase and stabbed the shoe polish wolf's eyes with the broken part. The wolf was prepared for it. It turned its head, opened its sharp teeth, and bit the vase. With a click, the broken vase turned into 4 or 5 pieces in the air. At this moment, the shoe polish wolf raised its right claw to grab Tang Mo's eyes, and Tang Mo also turned his head to avoid it. At the same time, he took advantage of the opportunity when the shoe polish wolf bit the vase to reach out quickly and grab a piece of the splattered debris from the air. Tang Mo's cold eyes swept across the shoe polish wolf's neck, then he ran forward and slashed with his right hand. The sharp porcelain fragments cut the wolf's neck, and the huge gap went from its throat to its back neck. Tang Mo stumbled forward a few steps, raised his hand, and wiped the blood from his right cheek. The shoe polish wolf's claw went down, and even if he had a plan, he couldn't completely avoid it, and was cut with a long and thin wound. But behind him, the shoe polish wolf fell on the floor of the corridor, and slid far away. Tang Mo walked quickly to it. The shoe polish wolf's neck was almost cut in half by Tang Mo, with only a little flesh still connected to its body. Thick blood flowed out of its body. It kept humming, and its dark green eyes stared straight at Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at it expressionlessly, bent down and stabbed the broken porcelain piece into the shoe Polish wolf's head, and made another cut. The shoe Polish wolf was completely dead. A green light flashed across the body of the shoe Polish wolf, and then the light dissipated. The body of the shoe Polish wolf and the blood that had just flowed all disappeared, and a drop of black liquid like a pearl appeared in the place where the body of the shoe Polish wolf was. Tang Mo picked up the shoe polish. The texture of this drop of shoe polish was very strange, similar to mercury, and it could be grabbed directly. Black Tower said that killing the shoe polish wolf could get a drop of shoe polish, and Tang Mo really only got a drop of shoe polish now. Even if he tried to separate the drop of shoe polish into 2 drops, after he stopped separating them, the 2 halves of the shoe polish would gather together and become 1 drop of shoe polish. Xing Feng was so excited when he saw Tang Mo coming back that his body trembled. You defeated the shoe Polish wolf so easily, we may be saved, really saved. The wound on Tang Mo's face had stopped bleeding, but it had not yet completely healed. He asked coldly, what happened to the shoe Polish wolf? How did those 2 people die? Who caused the wound on your body? 3 questions in a row left Xing Feng speechless. Tang Mo pulled out a chair in the office and sat down. Xing Feng got very close to him. Xing Feng trembled and supported his body with both hands, moving forward with difficulty. He wanted to stay away from Tang Mo. But Tang Mo kicked the wall directly, and with a loud bang, his leg blocked Xing Feng. The old player, who was covered in wounds, fell back a step in fear. Tang Mo raised his foot and kicked the wall hard again, causing the whole office to tremble. He raised the corner of his lips and sneered, answer me, 3 questions. Xing Feng looked at him fearfully and finally spoke. The shoe polish wolf is the thing you just killed. It appears every 3 hours, 1 the first time, 2 the second time, and then 3. Kill the shoe Polish wolf, and you will get a drop of shoe polish. If you fail to kill the shoe Polish wolf, it will disappear on its own after another 5 minutes. Tang Mo, disappear on its own? Then as long as you hide for 5 minutes, you can avoid facing the shoe Polish wolf head on? Xing Feng nodded fearfully, yes. Yes. However, 10 minutes after the shoe Polish wolf appears, the Iron Shoemaker will appear. He will ask you if you have. Bang. A dull sound interrupted Xing Feng's words. Hearing this sound, Xing Feng showed a look of fear on his face, and he looked towards the door in horror. Tang Mo heard a bang like hitting the ground coming from one end of the corridor, followed by the sound of chains dragging on the ground. The thing was getting closer and closer, and it was almost at the door of this office. Tang Mo clenched the broken porcelain pieces he had just put in his pocket and stood up. He had realized who this person was. 3 seconds later, a giant-like strong man appeared at the door. He put the chain in his right hand on his arm, and held the long iron nail in his left hand. He first looked at Xing Feng on the ground with malicious eyes. Xing Feng shrank back in fear, and hid behind Tang Mo. Then, he looked at Tang Mo who was standing there. The shoemaker laughed softly, hit the table hard with a nail, and shouted, "Where is my shoe polish? You bunch of scum, have you found my shoe polish?" A loud and impatient voice echoed in the office. On the other side of the food processing plant, Fu Wenduo stood in a small utility room, looking up at the small TV hanging in the corner. On the screen, Wang Xiaotian, wearing a blue skirt, conjured a swivel chair from nowhere. She sat on the swivel chair with a bright smile. Today is a special episode of Happy Questions and Answers. We only invited one challenger. Let me see. Wow, the challenger is very famous, and you all know his name. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes. He could only see Wang Xiaotian on the screen, but after she said this, as if every TV program crew would produce an effect, a burst of cheers rang out from the small TV. Wang Xiaotian kept it a secret. So, who is he? Fu Wenduo looked at the TV screen indifferently, and saw the TV screen turn, and a promotional video with 5-cent special effects appeared on the screen. A line of large black characters suddenly appeared. He is the first player in the world to open the first floor of the Black Tower. This line of words seemed to be erased, and another line of words appeared. He is the first player in the world to clear the first floor of the Black Tower. After the second line of black words disappeared, the next line of words did not appear for a long time. Fu Wenduo waited for a long time, and a swallowing sound came from the TV screen. This was Wang Xiaotian's voice. Tang Mo might not have been able to tell that this greedy and appetizing voice was made by the cute cartoon character just now, but Fu Wenduo had special training, and he could hear that Wang Xiaotian was swallowing hard. Then, 5 words appeared on the screen. The last 3 words were a strong blood red, and drops of blood even dripped from these 3 words, and fell to an invisible position below the TV screen. He is a stowaway. The screen turned, and Wang Xiaotian's round cartoon face appeared on the screen. Her mouth was full of saliva. When she found that the camera was on her, she immediately raised her sleeve to wipe the saliva. She smiled sweetly. Then, please invite the contestant who has been obsessed with all the citizens of the Underground Kingdom for a long time, and has won the first place in the Monster Weekly The Human I Want to Eat Most for 3 consecutive times. Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo stood in the grocery room, staring at the TV screen. A cartoon man in black clothes jumped out from one end of the screen. He walked to the chair opposite Wang Xiaotian and sat down, lowering his head without saying a word. 3 words appeared above his head, Fu Wenduo. Wang Xiaotian, our contestant Fu, is a little silent. Don't you have anything to say to the audience who likes you? Cartoon Fu Wenduo still didn't speak. Wang Xiaotian's eyes moved away from the mini Fu Wenduo. She turned her head and glanced outside vaguely. She seemed to be looking at the camera, but her eyes strangely met the real Fu Wenduo outside the TV. She wiped her saliva again and smiled strangely. Since contestant Fu doesn't want to talk, let's start. Let's take a look at the first question. Oh, this is a very simple general knowledge question. The little girl's playful voice echoed in the grocery room. Contestant Fu should be able to answer this question easily. Then, please listen to the question. First question, in the world on the first floor of the Black Tower, who likes to tease the stowaways the most? A. Pinocchio. B. Cinderella. Hey, why am I in this option? I, Wang Xiaotian, never tease stowaways. Wang Xiaotian pretended to be surprised. She covered her mouth in a very artificial way. Oh, I accidentally eliminated a wrong answer for contestant Fu. Then let's continue. C. Mr. Martin. D. Uncle Orangutan. Contestant Fu, which one would you choose? Which one is the correct option? Our contestant Fu has 20 seconds to think about it. This is a free point question. Can contestant Fu answer the truth correctly? At the same time, a line of blue small words appeared in front of Fu Wenduo. The blue words were suspended in the air, which were the content of the first question Wang Xiaotian had just said on the small TV. There were 4 options below this line of words. A big question mark appeared above the head of the mini Fu Wenduo on the TV. Fu Wenduo looked at the question outside the TV, and then looked up at Wang Xiaotian's exaggerated and contrived acting. He pressed option B expressionlessly. Wang Xiaotian, how could it be me? Contestant Fu, this is an easy question. You really don't need to change your answer again? Of course, the fake Fu Wenduo on the TV couldn't answer her. Wang Xiaotian said it several times in a row, and finally said helplessly, Okay, congratulations on the correct answer. Director, I want to protest. When did I like to tease the illegal immigrants the most? I obviously tease them occasionally, just a little bit. Wang Xiaotian said a few more nonsense words, and Fu Wenduo certainly didn't talk to her, but there were a lot of boos from the audience. Seeing that Fu Wenduo didn't respond, she started the second question in a bored manner. Second question, in the monster world, which monster eats the most stowaways? A. Shrek. B. Hulk. C. Grandma Wolf. D. Big Mole. Wow, director, are you giving contestant Fu a backdoor? This is cheating. This question is too easy. I want to protest on behalf of our audience. Protest. The audience booed in a very cooperative manner. Fu Wenduo looked at this question, but his face gradually darkened. Fu Wenduo had seen Shrek's name on a billboard when he was sneaking into the monster world. This is a big star in the monster world. Logically, the answer should not be it. He had never seen the Hulk, nor had he ever seen Grandma Wolf and Big Mole. He really didn't know the answer to this cheating question. Chapter 53. Tang Mo handed the black shoe polish he had just obtained from the shoe polish wolf to the shoemaker. When the shoemaker saw the shoe polish, he showed a very bored expression on his face, as if he was not happy to see Tang Mo find the shoe polish. He took the shoe polish, and the shoe polish swung back and forth in his broad palm. He waited for a while and snorted. I didn't expect that you really found a drop of shoe polish. But, this is just a drop of shoe polish. 1 drop. Where is my shoe polish? Tang Mo turned to look at Xing Feng in the corner. Xing Feng had not explained all the contents of this copy clearly, and Tang Mo stared at him coldly. He quickly said, the shoe polish that the iron shoemaker wants is reusable. Killing a shoe polish wolf can only get 1 drop of shoe polish, and it's gone after it's used up. After the iron shoemaker leaves this time, He will come again in 3 hours, and he will ask for more shoe polish. That's right. The iron shoemaker swung the chain and smashed it hard on the wall, making a crack. He glared at Tang Mo fiercely. You, a human, said you were my best friend, iron shoemaker, and you wanted to help me find shoe polish, but you ended up using this low-quality shoe polish to perfunctorily deal with me. This shoe polish can only repair one pair of shoes. I, iron shoemaker, am the best shoe repairman in the underground kingdom. I have to repair countless pairs of shoes every day. How can this drop of shoe polish be enough? Tang Mo's eyes swept over the crack that almost broke the wall. He looked at the iron shoemaker. What kind of shoe polish do you have? Asked the iron shoemaker. Where is the shoe polish? This question is obviously meaningless. If the iron shoemaker knew where the shoe polish was, he would definitely find it without opening this real-life copy. Of course, it is not ruled out that he deliberately teased the player and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to eat the player. Xing Feng said that the shoe polish is in the copy. It is either here with Tang Mo or with Fu Wenduo. Then you only need to know what the shoe polish looks like, and you can find the real shoe polish. The iron shoemaker said dissatisfiedly, You don't even know what shoe polish looks like, and you dare to help me find shoe polish? You human, isn't this shoe polish? The shoemaker showed Tang Mo the black shoe polish in his palm. Hurry up and find my shoe polish. I come back here to find you in 3 hours. If you don't find my shoe polish. The shoemaker showed a sinister smile, swallowed his saliva, took the drop of shoe polish that Tang Mo had just given him, and left the office. Soon his heavy footsteps disappeared in the corridor. Tang Mo immediately went out to take a look. The shoemaker disappeared, and the factory door remained closed. Tang Mo carefully checked other offices, but nothing changed. This time when Tang Mo returned to the office, he stood on tiptoe to take out the stone stuck in the door frame, and looked up at Xing Feng in the corner. The skinny player shuddered, and without Tang Mo saying anything, he hurriedly said, I tell you everything, this game is a game of finding shoe polish. Every 3 hours, the shoemaker will appear and ask you if you have found the shoe polish. If you can't find the real shoe polish, you can temporarily use the inferior shoe polish that the shoe polish wolf has transformed into. But one more shoe polish wolf will appear every 3 hours, and the iron shoemaker will ask for one more drop of shoe polish each time. So 3 hours later, 2 shoe polish wolves will appear at the door, and the iron shoemaker will also ask for 2 drops of shoe polish. Tang Mo thought for a while, what if there is not enough shoe polish? It doesn't matter if you can't find the real shoe polish, you can use inferior shoe polish instead. But what will happen if you fail to kill enough shoe polish wolves? The shoe polish wolves will disappear in 5 minutes? Xing Feng seemed to have remembered something horrible, and his already dry eyes widened. Tang Mo asked again, what will happen? Xing Feng trembled and hugged his body full of holes. If there is not enough shoe polish, then use your blood as shoe polish. Tang Mo's eyes were stern. An hour later, the computer screen lit up again, and Tang Mo quickly pressed the call button. Fu Wenduo's face appeared on the screen, and Tang Mo was stunned when he saw his appearance. The man seemed to have just come out of the water, and the water droplets wet his hair, falling on his forehead in bunches, and his clothes were also wet and stuck to his body. A drop of water fell from Fu Wenduo's chin and hit the ground. He stretched out his hand to pull all the wet hair on his forehead back, revealing a pair of tough dark eyes. Tang Mo was slightly injured in the fight with the shoe polish wolf, but he was in good physical condition, and the wound on his cheek had healed for the most part, leaving only a shallow mark. On the other hand, Fu Wenduo, although he was not injured, it was the first time Tang Mo saw this man so miserable. It can't be said to be miserable, but Tang Mo didn't expect this man to be so embarrassed. Tang Mo? When the other party noticed his surprised gaze, Tang Mo coughed and changed the subject. He didn't waste time and directly told what he had just experienced, so I have now passed the first 3 hours. In another 2 hours, I will face 2 shoe polish wolves and must kill them within 5 minutes. I can't use superpowers and props, but I can still deal with 2 shoe polish wolves. But it's hard to say more. Tang Mo continued, what did you encounter just now? Happy questions and answers. Tang Mo, what? Fu Wenduo said calmly, it's a game similar to a quiz game, and the host asked me some strange questions. I don't know how many questions there are, and I don't know what rewards I will get if I answer correctly. But if I answer incorrectly, I will be punished. Just now, I got the second question wrong, and the punishment was to be washed by the flood for an hour. Tang Mo finally understood why this man looked like this. But what he wanted to know more was, if the content of your game is like this, what does it have to do with finding shoe polish? His game at least had something to do with shoe polish, But what was this quiz game that Fu Wenduo was participating in? It had nothing to do with the mission. Fu Wenduo looked up at him. It is indeed related to the content of the game. There are 3 questions in total. Tang Mo listened carefully. The first question asked me who in the world on the first floor of the Black Tower loves to tease stowaways the most, and I guessed it right. The second question was who in the monster world eats the most stowaways. I once heard the name Wolf Grandma from you, so I chose it, but the correct answer is Big Mole. Tang Mo was startled. Big Mole? Fu Wenduo realized. Have you ever seen this monster? Tang Mo nodded. I got Momo from it. Fu Wenduo. The host explained that it eats the most stowaways because it is at a relatively low level in the monster world. Now many players have not cleared the first level of the Black Tower, and are not qualified to see the other 3 monsters. The monsters of the other 3 answers also want to eat stowaways, but the Big Mole sees the most stowaways. Last week alone, it ate 163 stowaways. Even if Tang Mo was asked to answer such a question correctly, it would be difficult for him to answer it correctly. What about the third question? The third question. A strand of wet hair slid down from the top of his head and blocked Fu Wenduo's forehead. He said word by word, what is it that all players have seen? A Cinderella's crystal shoes, B. Santa Claus's sleigh, C. King's gold coins, D. Fu Wenduo stared at Tang Mo, the shoe polish of the shoemaker. Tang Mo calmly analyzed. The answer is D. Yes. The answer must be D, and it can only be D. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo have never seen the crystal shoes, so it is impossible. They have seen the sleigh, but even on Christmas Eve, not all players have seen Santa Claus and his sleigh. As for the King's gold coin, Pinocchio used it to deceive Tang Mo, which does not mean that other Christmas Eve copies use the same deception. There is only the shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker. It must be shoe polish, because the game that Fu Wenduo participated in must be related to shoe polish. Tang Mo said, this question and answer game is to provide you with clues to find shoe polish. So there is a 70% chance that the shoe polish is with me. You provide clues, and I look for shoe polish. And the first clue is that players all over the world have seen the shoe polish of the shoemaker. After this sentence fell, even Tang Mo felt a little incredible. Even if it is the Black Tower, there may be players who are unwilling to see it because of hatred and other reasons, hiding in the mountains and old forests to avoid the world. Why does Black Tower dare to say that players all over the world have seen the shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker? The shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker must be something that also exists on Earth. Otherwise, it is impossible for all humans to have seen it. Tang Mo analyzed, I will try my best to search this food processing factory within these 2 hours to see if I can find something that meets the requirements. Fu Wenduo nodded. My quiz game here has entered the advertising time, and the 4th question will be opened in 2 hours. Tang Mo stared at Fu Wenduo on the screen for a long time, and then he said, Mr. Fu, now I will tell you all the information I know about the world of Black Tower. Fu Wenduo raised the corners of his lips. Because his hair was full of water, it fell down uncontrollably again. He reached out his hand to brush the fallen hair back. He nodded, okay. Some things don't need to be pointed out. Tang Mo knew that he should tell the information he knew. This game is a cooperative game between 2 parties. If Fu Wenduo fails, regardless of his life or death, Tang Mo will not be able to get the information about the shoe polish. He must tell all the information he knows, not only for Fu Wenduo, but also for Tang Mo himself. 15 minutes later, the two ended their conversation. Tang Mo walked into the food processing factory to look for the thing that all players in the world have seen. The food processing factory covers an area of about 2,000 square meters. Tang Mo carefully searched every corner of the factory with the glowing stone. He was very fast and started to check from the easternmost side of the factory. The easternmost wall was against the employee's utility cabinet. He opened every cabinet and checked it, and then continued to search. The scope of things that all human beings have seen is still too wide. Except for the blind, who can't see anything, the things that humans have seen are water, sunlight, and air. Although invisible, they really exist. Sunlight and air are not very realistic. Tang Mo found a half-drunk bottle of mineral water in an employee's cabinet. He looked at it for a moment, and stuffed the bottle of water into a plastic bag he just picked up. Tang Mo searched for a while. He saw a few pots of succulent plants on the windowsill of the factory. Under the moonlight, these pots of succulents had already withered and turned yellow. Tang Mo dug out some soil and put it in his plastic bag, and continued to search. At the end of the 2-hour countdown, Tang Mo checked 1/3 of the factory. He heard a dull knock from behind the door of another office. The shoe polish wolf appeared. Tang Mo quickly hid the plastic bag in his hand in a drawer, and took out a small fruit knife he had just found in the employee locker from his pocket. His body was covered with biscuit and candy crumbs, which he had deliberately stuck on his body before to prevent the shoe polish wolf from having the same keen sense of smell as a real wolf and immediately detecting his location. Tang Mo held the fruit knife and walked towards the office area step by step. In that office, the two shoe polish wolves were very smart. They cooperated tacitly and hit the door of the office one by one, causing the entire wall to tremble. The bang 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 sound echoed in the empty and silent factory, which sounded extremely harsh. Tang Mo tiptoed to the edge of the office area, stood against the wall, and listened to the movement inside the door. After about 4 or 5 times, when there was a violent breaking sound, the wolf's sharp howl broke through the door. The two wolves' noses were emitting strong and smelly hot air, their 4 claws were digging the ground, and their dark green eyes were exploring everywhere in the dark night, looking for traces of humans. Tang Mo hid his whole body behind the wall, and 3 meters away from him were 2 extremely vicious wolves. The 2 wolves were searching very patiently. Suddenly, in the innermost office, Xing Feng accidentally touched something, and the thing fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The 2 wolves roared, kicked the ground with 4 claws, and rushed to the office. At the same time, Tang Mo rushed out from behind the 2 wolves at the fastest speed. The 2 wolves heard his voice, and hurriedly wanted to turn back to attack him again, but their bodies flew into the air, and they couldn't turn at all. Tang Mo waved a sharp fruit knife, and slashed at the neck of the wolf behind. The wolf stretched out its claws at the critical moment, and blocked Tang Mo's knife. Bang! The wolf fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. One of its claws was cut off by Tang Mo, and it tried to stand up in a panic. Seeing this, the wolf in front roared at Tang Mo, and rushed towards him. Tang Mo swung his knife down to avoid the sharp claws. The shoe polish wolf's front legs were close to the ground, and its eyes were staring at Tang Mo. It suddenly jumped up, and Tang Mo dodged sideways. Unexpectedly, another wolf, with a broken leg rushed up from behind, and took the opportunity to bite Tang Mo's arm. Tang Mo kicked the wolf away, and the shoe polish wolf tore a piece of flesh from his arm, and fell far away. Blood flowed down Tang Mo's arm. The shoe polish wolf ate the meat clean, before continuing to look at Tang Mo. The 2 wolves rushed up together, and attacked Tang Mo from 2 directions at the same time. Tang Mo had already ignored the pain in his arm at this time. He kept waving the small fruit knife to block the sharp claws of the 2 wolves. The 2 sides fought for a while, and fought back and forth several times, but in fact only 1 minute had passed. After all, one wolf had already lost a leg and was injured. Tang Mo took the opportunity that its legs could not keep balance and stabbed it from its abdomen with a knife, piercing the wolf's heart. At the same time, he turned his head to avoid the sneak attack from the other wolf, and stretched out his hand to hold the wolf's neck tightly. The shoe polish wolf struggled hard, and Tang Mo used all his strength to break the neck of the last wolf with a click. The bodies of the 2 wolves fell to the ground, and turned into 2 drops of black shoe polish. The blood on Tang Mo's right arm had stopped, but the flesh that was bitten off could not be restored, and a piece of flesh was bitten off his left leg. He picked up the fruit knife that he had dropped on the ground, calmed his breathing a little, and walked into the office. In the office, Xing Feng was already scared to death, and curled up under the table. Seeing Tang Mo coming back, he crawled out with his hands and feet. Seeing the 2 drops of shoe polish in Tang Mo's hand, he couldn't believe it and said, "You actually, really killed 2 shoe polish wolves by yourself?" Tang Mo looked at him. Xing Feng retracted his neck. Don't get me wrong, I'm just surprised that you can actually kill both shoe polish wolves without getting hurt. I once attacked the shoe polish wolf with a player before, and killing one was already a struggle for us. We couldn't handle the 2 shoe polish wolves at all. We only killed one in 5 minutes, and the 2 wolves bit off our hands. Compared to losing a hand, it was just 2 pieces of flesh bitten off, with some scratches, which really wasn't a big injury. Tang Mo said, "Did another player break his hand?" Xing Feng nodded. Tang Mo touched the fruit knife in his pocket, and looked at Xing Feng calmly. "How did those 2 people die?" Xing Feng's face changed for a while, and he said, "They were drained of blood by the shoemaker and died." Every time a new player enters, the number of shoe polish required by the iron shoemaker will be counted from the beginning, and the number of shoe polish wolves will also increase again from 1. But even so, we really can't beat the shoe polish wolf, and we can't find real shoe polish, so we can only survive the 2nd time at most, and we won't be able to give the iron shoemaker 3 drops of shoe polish for the 3rd time. Speaking of this, Xing Feng trembled in fear. If you can't give enough shoe polish, the iron shoemaker will say, use your blood instead. Then, he will use that nail, that iron nail, to pierce our bodies. Look at these holes on my body. Xing Feng showed the black holes on his body. They are all his. They are all his. His iron nails will absorb our blood, and a drop of shoe polish is about 1/10 of the blood in our body, which is 400 cc. We can still bear it if there is only 1 drop of shoe polish, but later, we can't beat so many shoe polish wolves at all, and we can't get even a drop of shoe polish. The iron shoemaker will suck the blood in our bodies, all the blood. If we can't provide enough low-quality shoe polish here twice in a row, the iron shoemaker will go over there, and suck the blood of the players over there. Tang Mo thought of the 3 mummies that Fu and Duo had mentioned. They were probably the same, having their blood sucked dry by the shoemaker's nails. However, Tang Mo, why are you still alive? Xing Feng's breathing stagnated. According to Xing Feng, he was the first to enter this dungeon, and logically the first player to have his blood sucked by the shoemaker, and his physical condition was the worst. Then why did the other 2 players all die after him, and only he was still alive? Xing Feng refused to answer. Tang Mo pulled out his knife, and with a crisp snap, he slapped the knife into the thick wooden table. Xing Feng jumped at the sound. Tang Mo looked down at him with an indifferent expression. Xing Feng opened his mouth, and after a long while, he said in fear, I tell you everything. Because I secretly hid the shoe polish. It's not a problem for the human body to lose 400 cc of blood each time. I used to be a doctor, I know. And now all of us have improved our physical fitness. Although we can't recover all the 400 cc of blood in 3 hours, we can recover a lot, and it won't affect our actions. So I didn't give the shoe polish to the shoemaker the first time, and used 400 cc of blood instead. After that, I would save a little more shoe polish every time. And there were other players coming in, and we fought the shoe polish wolf together. Because I was the first to enter the game, and the Black Tower didn't give any prompts, I told them that they could get a drop of shoe polish by killing 2 shoe polish wolves, and none of them doubted it. Tang Mo's cold eyes made Xing Feng shut up. Xing Feng felt a little ashamed, and he buried his body in the corner, not wanting Tang Mo to notice him. After a moment, Tang Mo asked, how much shoe polish do you have left? Xing Feng's scalp numbed, and he whispered, no. I ran out of shoe polish a long time ago. Tang Mo didn't pursue the matter any further. He sat on the chair and said casually, what you said makes sense. 400 cc of blood will not have much impact on people. Even as a player, losing 800 cc of blood should not be a big deal. Xing Feng looked up blankly and looked at Tang Mo, not understanding why he said this. So from now on, I saved some shoe polish too. Xing Feng opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Tang Mo crossed his arms, his expression calm. This time I saved 1 drop of shoe polish and let the shoemaker draw 400 cc of blood. Xing Feng didn't understand at all. With your strength, there's no need to draw blood. Who said to draw my blood? Tang Mo tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a faint smile. Draw yours. Xing Feng's eyes widened and his hair stood on end. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo handed the 2 drops of shoe polish to the shoemaker. The shoemaker muttered angrily, those shoe polish wolves are such a waste. After that, he looked at Tang Mo and Xing Feng again. Listen to me, you useless humans. Find my shoe polish quickly, otherwise, next time I need 3 drops of low-quality shoe polish. If you can't get it, I use your blood instead. The shoemaker dragged the heavy chain and left the factory with a bang. After he left, Tang Mo took out 2 more drops of black shoe polish from his pocket. This was what Xing Feng had just given him. In order to save his life, and to ask Tang Mo to let him live a little longer, Xing Feng gave him the 2 drops of shoe polish he had hidden. This old player was extremely cunning. He hid the 2 drops of shoe polish in the coffee cup on the desk. The cup was full of brown-black coffee. Tang Mo could not have imagined that there were 2 drops of shoe polish hidden in it. But even so, no one knew if this was all the shoe polish he had hidden. Perhaps he had hidden more shoe polish in the coke in the small refrigerator, and in the soil of the potted plants. Moreover, this player is not only vicious, but also cruel to himself. Every time he uses shoe polish, he uses it on the tip of a knife. The hole on his body was indeed poked by the iron shoemaker with a nail. He would only give a certain amount of shoe polish each time. As long as the blood drawn by the iron shoemaker would not kill him, he would not give more shoe polish. Tang Mo still has a use for him, at least as a backup blood bank, otherwise he would not keep such a cruel person by his side. Now that he is by his side, he will always be wary of the other party. After the shoemaker left, Tang Mo waited for a few minutes, and waited for Fu Wenduo's video call. This time Fu Wenduo was okay, not as embarrassed as last time. The two did not waste time, and simply exchanged some information. Tang Mo said, "What clues did you get this time?" Fu Wenduo, "Why is the shoemaker so poor?" Tang Mo frowned. "Because the shoe polish wolf likes to steal shoe polish. The Black Tower has already hinted." "Yes," Fu Wenduo said, "but this is my sixth question. It asks the ninth of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the Underground Kingdom. Why is the shoemaker so poor?" Tang Mo thought for a moment. This sentence must be a clue. The shoe polish wolf loves to eat shoe polish. The Black Tower has reminded us once, and you used it as a clue to remind us again. The 2 times combined should prevent us from ignoring this clue. Fu Wenduo said, "What did you find?" Tang Mo took out the plastic bag, water and soil. "When the shoemaker came just now, I showed him all these things. He didn't react. These are not shoe polish." The two fell into deep thought together. After a long time, Tang Mo said, "Is it blood? Something that all people in the world have seen. From the moment of birth, every child will see blood. That is the blood from the mother. What the shoe polish wolf likes to eat. Just now, the shoe polish wolf, with a broken leg, bit off a piece of Tang Mo's meat and couldn't wait to eat it." "Blood?" Fu Wenduo repeated it. Tang Mo denied this answer again. If it is blood, the Iron Shoemaker would have obtained the player's blood long ago, and he wouldn't say that he hasn't found the shoe polish yet. "Fu Wenduo, did you see the shoemaker take the blood of the player?" Tang Mo was startled. He slowly turned his head to look at Xing Feng in the corner. The latter shrank back into the corner. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo again and smiled. "You are right. Next time, I want to see the shoemaker take blood with my own eyes." After the video call ended, Fu Wenduo's tense body fell back a step in the grocery room. He reached out to hold the wall to stabilize his body. In a place that Tang Mo could not see, a 10-centimeter long cut was scraped on his right ankle. The wound was too deep and cut his tendons. Unable to use superpowers, the wound healed very slowly. Fu Wenduo raised his hand and rubbed his temple. After half an hour, the tendons healed and the wound slowly closed. On the small TV, Wang Xiaoyan popped out from a section of the screen. The commercial time is over. "Hello everyone, I am your favorite Xiaoyan host Wang Xiaoyan. Today is the time to answer questions on Happy Questions and Answers." Wow, it's great. Although contestant Fu got the 5th question wrong, he still persisted in the 1-hour fierce wind and knife cutting. Could it be that contestant Fu will become the first contestant in the history of the Underground Kingdom to pass the Happy Questions and Answers? After a round of cheers from the audience, Wang Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Then without further ado, let's please listen to the questions. 3 hours later, Tang Mo opened the video call breathlessly. He first said, "Blood is not shoe polish. 3 wolves are much stronger than 2 wolves. Dealing with 4 wolves at the same time is probably my limit. Fu Wenduo, what clues have you got? You must find the shoe polish as soon as possible." Fu Wenduo looked at him in silence. Tang Mo frowned. "What's wrong?" After a moment, Fu Wenduo, "There is no clue this time." Tang Mo was stunned. He quickly reacted and said calmly, "What do you mean?" Question 9. The shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker has the following characteristics. A rare, B fusion, C dirty and smelly, D hard. After a pause, Fu Wenduo said, "I chose C wrong. It's not dirty and smelly, and it shouldn't be rare." Tang Mo, the shoe polish is either fusion or hard. This is the 3rd clue. Tang Mo clenched his fingers. The video was disconnected again, and Tang Mo could not know the situation on the other side. He supported the table with one hand, and managed to stabilize his body and prevent himself from falling. The glaring blood stained his clothes red, and a wound about 15 centimeters long ran across his abdomen, which was shocking. Just now, when facing the 3 shoe polish wolves, Tang Mo's abdomen was cut by a wolf, and blood flowed down, and it has not yet completely healed. Unable to use props, Tang Mo could not use the tears of earthworms to heal the wound. 3 wolves have given him such a big problem. If there are 4 wolves, 5 wolves. Tang Mo's face darkened, and he looked ahead firmly. As for Fu Wenduo, he soon started the 4th round of questions. The punishment for failing to answer the questions became more and more severe, from the initial flood to the fierce wind. The 10th question was actually related to the king's gold coins. Fu Wenduo successfully chose. Abandon the opportunity to play the Black Tower game once, and solve this question. But the next question was the 11th. Wow, this is another easy question. Tell me, director, do you have any secret deal with contestant Fu? You asked such a question. Okay, I want this month's salary. I won't say anything more. Wang Xiaoyan smiled playfully, stretched out her hand, and made her signature gesture. Then, please listen to the question. What kind of children does Santa Claus like the most? A. Kind. B. Hypocritical. C. Cunning. D. Honest. Contestant Fu will definitely answer this question correctly. It's really boring. How about we ask a more difficult question next time? Hee hee, I tell you. The lovely Wang Xiaotian never interferes with the content of the question. I am a good host who is dedicated to my duties. Fu Wenduo's eyes wavered between kindness and honesty, and finally he chose D. Wang Xiaotian looked at him with a smile. Contestant Fu, do you really not want to change it? This answer is very subtle. Fu Wenduo ignored her. Half a minute later, Wang Xiaotian dragged her face with both hands and tilted her head. Answer. Wrong. When did Santa Claus like honest humans the most? Santa Claus himself is very dishonest. Ha ha ha. Fu Wenduo frowned. Wang Xiaotian jumped up happily. Let me see the punishment for question 11. Wow, the punishment for question 11 is that contestant Fu has to challenge Grandma Wolf and survive in Grandma Wolf's hands for 30 minutes. Grandma Wolf likes to eat humans the most. Whether it is underground people or human players, they are her favorite. I can't wait to watch this challenge. The cheers of the audience almost burst the small TV. A tall creature wearing a pink lady's dress and holding a small parasol walked out from a section of the screen. She took small and graceful steps and walked slowly to Wang Xiaotian's side. Wang Xiaotian timidly took a step back, but she quickly encouraged herself. Who am I? I am the host of Zio Xianshan, Wang Xiaotian. Since the special guest, Grandma Wolf, has arrived then? The small parasol was raised, and Grandma Wolf's green eyes stared straight at the screen. She licked her sharp teeth and smiled maliciously. It seemed that as long as Wang Xiaotian said a word, she would rush out of the TV and eat the stowaway that made all the monsters in the monster world salivate. However, Wang Xiaotian suddenly said, Huh? Miss Turkey sponsored the program team with 100 turkey eggs and asked to skip this level of punishment and let contestant Fu challenge the 13th question? Is there such a thing? Wang Xiaotian raised her head. The director said that what the boss said is the truth. Oh, then we have to skip this level and go directly to the 13th question. Grandma Wolf has worked so hard for you, and you have made a wasted trip. Grandma Wolf's face darkened immediately, but when the camera was turned to her, she became weak and fragile again. She covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell. It's nothing, anyway, the punishment for question 14 is also related to me, hee. Grandma Wolf walked off the stage, and Wang Xiaotian said, although Miss Turkey asked to jump directly to question 13, let her implement the punishment, and fight with contestant Fu for 3 hours. She wanted to tear contestant Fu into pieces with her own hands. But the questions specified in the Black Tower still need to be asked. Contestant Fu, please listen to question 12. Where did the shoe polish of the iron shoemaker come from? A. Iron nematodes. B. Humans. C. Iron shoemakers. D. Shoe polish wolves. Such a simple question, contestant Fu couldn't have answered it wrong again. So fast. Contestant Fu has already answered. He chose be human. Congratulations to contestant Fu, you really gave me face, answering so quickly, and the answer is correct. Miss Turkey, please wait a moment. After the advertisement, it's time for you to tear contestant Fu apart. So next, let's go to the commercial. Fu Wenduo's hand had already clenched the military dagger, ready to attack the wolf grandmother at any time. The intervention of the big turkey caught him off guard, but his hand was still tightly grasped on the dagger to prevent the wolf grandmother from appearing. Fu Wenduo learned about the strength of the wolf grandmother from Tang Mo's mouth. This is a terrifying copy monster, much more terrifying than the big turkey and Pinocchio, and it is likely to be at the level of Santa Claus. Without superpowers and unable to use props, Fu Wenduo's chance of winning against her is extremely low, and he may not even last for 30 minutes. Fortunately, the big turkey intervened. When the TV screen lit up again, Fu Wenduo's face was still very gloomy. He was still thinking about the problems he had just encountered, and the words Wang Xiaotian said. This time, before Fu Wenduo spoke, a hoarse voice came from the other end of the TV. Fu Wenduo. Such a low and hoarse voice made Fu Wenduo slightly stunned, and he raised his head. On the TV screen, I saw a handsome young man clenching his teeth. His face was pale, but his cheeks were slightly red. On Tang Mo's forehead, a deep wound coagulated into blood, and the blood soaked his hair, but his eyes were extremely bright, staring at him seriously, without a trace of doubt in his eyes, only heavy recognition and conviction. Fu Wenduo's heart moved. After a while, Fu Wenduo whispered, "Where are you injured?" "It's not a big deal." Tang Mo didn't answer. The shoe polish wolves are very good at cooperating with each other. When they cooperate, their strength increases greatly. This time I only killed 3 wolves, and there was still 1 wolf that I didn't kill, so it disappeared. If there is another wolf, I'm afraid I can't even kill 2 wolves, and I may only be able to survive once more. So Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo raised his head. Have you found a clue? Chapter 54. The shoemaker casually hung the heavy chain on his shoulder, humming an unpleasant tune and walking into the office aggressively. When he walked into the office, through the faint light of the stone, he saw the new human player sitting in a chair in front of the computer, looking at him calmly. As for the old player, who had been in the dungeon for more than 3 days, the shoemaker glanced at Xing Feng with contempt, and threw the iron chain to the ground with force, cracking the floor. "Where's my shoe polish? You 2 dishonest humans, I've given you so many chances, so many times, you just gave me low-quality shoe polish. I can tell you, the iron shoemaker won't let anyone deceive him. If you don't take out the real shoe polish this time, prepare 4 drops of low-quality shoe polish, otherwise." The iron shoemaker's ugly face showed an excited smile. "Use your blood instead?" The iron shoemaker's voice was like thunder, shaking the room slightly. Tang Mo took out the shoe polish and put it on the table. He looked at the shoemaker calmly. "That's all I have." Xing Feng stretched his neck hard. When he saw that there was only 1 drop of shoe polish on the table, he stared at Tang Mo in disbelief and blurted out, "You just killed 3 shoe polish wolves. You left 1 drop in the last round, plus the 2 drops I gave you. How come you only have 1 drop of shoe polish?" Tang Mo glanced at him. "I said I only have 1 drop, so that's 1 drop. Isn't that okay?" Xing Feng was so anxious that he crawled towards the table with his hands and feet. "Just now you only gave him 2 drops of shoe polish, and he drew my blood once. This is the 2nd time. If you use blood to replace shoe polish twice in a row, the shoemaker will go to the room over there and drain the blood of that player. Aren't you friends with that player? Do you want to watch him die from being drained of blood? Tang Mo, are you worried about his safety or yourself?" Xing Feng suddenly paused. Tang Mo smiled. "You have already had 400 cc of blood drawn. If you draw 1200 cc of blood at once, you will definitely die." Xing Feng's face changed for a long time, and he said in a low voice, "Do you think I still have shoe polish hidden?" "No, really no, I gave you all my shoe polish. I really don't have any extra shoe polish. I can't make up for it this time. If you really want me to die, I can't do anything. You even killed your friends. You are definitely not an official player, you are actually a stowaway." Tang Mo ignored him, and turned to look at the shoemaker. "Draw blood." "Xing Feng, you..." When Tang Mo and Xing Feng were talking just now, the shoemaker had been watching with interest. He liked to enjoy the scene of human killing each other the most. This was the most delicious feast. He had seen the same feast 3 times before, but each time he felt it was delicious and sweet. The extreme pleasure stimulated his rough taste buds, making him feel that it was worthwhile to leave the underground kingdom and come here. The shoemaker chuckled, picked up the iron nail, and walked to Xing Feng impatiently. He raised the long iron nail, and was about to drop it when Tang Mo's voice rang out. "Wait a minute." Being interrupted, the shoemaker said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing? Have you found shoe polish again?" Tang Mo, "Is the shoe polish really only here?" The shoemaker didn't understand what he meant for a moment. "If I asked you to find it, it must be here. Would my honest and lovely shoemaker deliberately trick you here, to a place without shoe polish, and let you look for shoe polish that doesn't exist at all?" Tang Mo suddenly asked, "How many people died in this room?" After this sentence fell, Xing Feng, who was curled up in the corner, suddenly froze. The shoemaker slowly stopped holding the nail. He looked at Tang Mo meaningfully for a long time, then laughed sinisterly. 3 people. You are the 5th human to enter this room." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp knife stabbed towards Tang Mo's lower back. This man was very fast, and there was no sign of a limp. His right leg, which looked like it had atrophied muscles, was pushing against the wall hard at this moment, and stabbed a knife fiercely into Tang Mo's waist. As if it was not the first time he had seen such a scene, the shoemaker laughed at the side. However, when the knife was inserted, there was no sound of the knife entering the flesh. The shoemaker said in surprise, and Xing Feng looked up in astonishment and looked at the young man in front of him. In the dimly lit room, Tang Mo held the sharp knife with 2 fingers. The tip of the knife was only 1 centimeter away from his lower back, but no matter how hard Xing Feng tried, the knife was firmly clamped between Tang Mo's fingers and could not move. Xing Feng roared, "You are seriously injured and can't even stand up, and can only sit. Tang Mo said calmly, I lied to you that I can't stand up. It's true that I'm seriously injured. But no matter how seriously injured I am, I'm more than enough to deal with you. Xing Feng's gentle young face flashed a variety of complex expressions in an instant, but his eyes suddenly flashed, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a vicious smile of a trick that succeeded. Tang Mo noticed something wrong, and a faint sound of wind came to his ears. In the dark room, he couldn't see what was coming with the sound of the wind. He used his strong hearing to identify the direction of the sound, and turned his head back to avoid it. A sharp steel needle flew past Tang Mo's eyes quickly, and with a whoosh, it shot into the bookshelf behind the table. This was just the first one. Xing Feng was a little surprised when he saw Tang Mo avoid the needle, but he was not worried. He hurried to the side, and 3 needles shot at him from 3 directions at the same time. These needles were shot from under the computer desk. Tang Mo happened to be sitting on a chair. Seeing this, he immediately kicked the chair away and dodged left and right to avoid the 3 needles. The next moment, the 4th needle shot out from the middle of the bookshelf. In order to avoid the first 3 needles, Tang Mo had been blocked from moving around, and could no longer avoid this needle. The sharp needle tip was stained with a strong blue-black color. Tang Mo's eyes shrank. He reacted too quickly, and his right hand pulled back, and pulled up the computer screen on the table. Tang Mo waved the computer screen, and his terrifying dynamic vision allowed him to find the needle in such a dim environment. Then, with a ding-dong sound, he hit the needle and knocked it out. Ah! A painful groan sounded. Tang Mo turned his head in surprise. After seeing the situation clearly, the shoemaker laughed. Ha ha, you killed the first 2 players with the same method, and this time you finally died on it? Ha ha, it's so funny. You were killed by the trap you set yourself. The underground kingdom can't find such a funny joke in a year. The needle that was shot away by Tang Mo shot straight into Xing Feng's arm. This is just a small wound, it can't be fatal. But after the needle went in, Xing Feng's arm turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. He fell to the ground in pain, holding his arm and wailing. Tang Mo hurried over. The shoemaker thought he was going to save Xing Feng, and Xing Feng saw Tang Mo coming and thought he was going to help him regardless of the past. Unexpectedly, after Tang Mo walked over, he directly grabbed Xing Feng's other hand that had not turned black, took out a knife, and cut his wrist hard. Bright red blood flowed from Xing Feng's wrist. Half of Xing Feng's face turned black. Looking at Tang Mo's cold and indifferent expression, he struggled to dig out a few words from his throat that was half mute by the poison. You are not. Tang Mo put out about 400 cc of blood and looked up at him. The needle is poisonous? Xing Feng didn't understand what he meant, and nodded with all his strength. Tang Mo, I don't have the antidote. Xing Feng opened his eyes wide, and stared at him. Tang Mo, so, I can't save you. The black poison crawled all over Xing Feng's body, staining his last arm. Tang Mo let go of his hand before his arm turned completely black, and borrowed half a bag of blood from a plastic bag. It was all Xing Feng's blood. Xing Feng's whole body was black. He stared straight at Tang Mo, but he was already dead. From the needle to the death of the poison, everything took only 30 seconds. After Xing Feng's breathing stopped, cracks began to appear on his skin. Like the cracked earth due to drought, dense cracks crawled all over his body. Tang Mo watched this strange scene from the side. The shoemaker laughed with interest, walked forward, and stepped on Xing Feng's face. Xing Feng's body seemed to have turned into broken pottery. The shoemaker's step turned his body into broken soil, which fell all over the ground. The shoemaker was like every playful child, happily jumping around on the ground, stepping on the broken soil into slag, and finally blending with the floor, turning into a ball of black powder. Tang Mo looked at the black floor with complicated eyes. Is it a supernatural power? Tang Mo had never heard of such a horrible poison. After the earth went online, the physical fitness of players had a qualitative leap compared to before, but facing this kind of poison, Xing Feng did not even say a word and turned into powder. After the side quest, find the shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker was activated, Tang Mo could not use his superpowers and props. Xing Feng must be the same. But if Xing Feng used his superpowers to make a batch of poison needles in advance, then after the game started, he would indeed be unable to use his superpowers, but the poison needles that had been made would not become invalid and could still be used. This poison may be his superpower. The shoemaker said, Superpower? How can this be a superpower? Ha ha ha. This is the black poison on the tail of the big centipede on the second floor of the Black Tower. I don't know where this kid got the black poison from the big centipede. It's fun to step on it, just like stepping on sand. The shoemaker looked like I won't let you step on it even if you want to play with it, but Tang Mo fell silent. He wouldn't step on a human corpse for fun, and Xing Feng had been crushed into powder, so he couldn't step on it even if he wanted to. At this time, Tang Mo finally understood why none of the players who died in this factory left a body. Their bodies were all treated by Xing Feng with this black poison. As long as there is a body, the newcomers can find out how the other party died at a glance. They did not die because the Iron Shoemaker drained their blood, but were killed by their companions. After seeing the cause of death of the body, the new players would not believe Xing Feng's words. Even though Tang Mo had always distrusted Xing Feng and was suspicious of him, he did not expect that Xing Feng had already set up traps in the room, and at least 2 of the 3 players in front died in his hands. There is no light source in this room. Tang Mo only has glowing stones. Xing Feng's trap is hidden very secretly, for needles are under the desk, and 1 needle is behind the bookshelf. Each needle points to the chair in front of the desk. According to normal behavior, after fighting with the shoe polish wolf, the player will either be injured or very tired. At this time, most of them will choose to sit on the chair and rest. Because you need to talk to the person on the other end of the computer through a video call, you must be in front of the computer. The best place to rest is a chair. Xing Feng's injuries were real, but his serious injuries that made him unable to move were fake. He started acting the moment the new player entered the game, pretending to be at a disadvantage. If the new player couldn't pass the level, he would kill the new player and let himself survive. And why did he have to kill the new player and leave him alone? Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the Iron Shoemaker. The Iron Shoemaker had seen enough of the good show, threw the iron chain on his shoulder, and said with satisfaction, "Okay, now you are the only one left here. Although you can't give 4 drops of shoe polish, your game is temporarily over." Hee, the shoe polish is not enough, now I have to find a human in the utility room, drain his blood, and make the most beautiful specimen in the underground kingdom. The shoemaker took the big iron nail, and walked towards the door of the office eagerly. Tang Mo said, "When there is only 1 player left here, the game will end. You won't force him to give you shoe polish?" The shoemaker stopped and turned to look at Tang Mo. He looked at Tang Mo with ridicule and sarcasm in his eyes, as if he saw a new Xing Feng through him. The shoemaker also said, "Now you can learn from the human just now. Even if you can't find my shoe polish, as long as you can survive to the end, you won't die. Let me think about it. Ah, the computer is broken. Where should you set the trap? How about setting the trap on the ceiling?" The shoemaker actively gave Tang Mo advice. No one can climb so high to observe the things on the ceiling. Where to set the trap will definitely kill your new companion. Tang Mo's heart gradually cooled down. This is the most difficult part of this game. It's not about finding shoe polish, or participating in some weird happy questions, but having a companion who wants to kill you all the time. You try every means to find shoe polish to pass the level, but he knows that as long as he kills you, he can survive. Even if you can't pass the level, you die and he can live. In this way, the possibility of finding shoe polish is infinitely close to 0. The shoemaker was still deliberately mocking Tang Mo and giving him the idea to kill his new companion, but a cold voice sounded. "Who said I didn't find shoe polish?" The shoemaker paused, glanced at Tang Mo, and said indifferently, Okay, so you still want to save that human. But even if you give me 4 drops of shoe polish now, I won't drain the blood of that human. As long as you can't give me 5 drops of shoe polish next time. I will still drain the blood of that human." Tang Mo didn't say anything. He pulled out the fruit knife and raised his left hand. He cut his arm resolutely, and the blood flowed down his arm and flowed into the plastic bag where he had just collected Xing Feng's blood. The shoemaker's face darkened instantly, and his smile disappeared. Bright red blood flowed out from Tang Mo's knife wound, and soon the small plastic bag was almost full. This little blood was not a problem for Tang Mo at all, and even the injuries he had just suffered from fighting with 4 shoe polish wolves were 10 times more serious than this injury. He stared at the small plastic bag intently, watching his blood blend with Xing Feng's blood bit by bit. The blood of the 2 people mixed together, and it was impossible to tell whose was whose. Tang Mo stared at the blood in the plastic bag. When his blood flowed to a certain amount, more than 400 cc, the same as Xing Feng's blood, a dazzling white light lit up in the plastic bag. The light made it difficult for Tang Mo to open his eyes, but he did not look away and still stared at the plastic bag. 10 seconds later, Tang Mo saw the contents of the bag clearly. He closed his eyes and raised the corners of his lips. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. "Do you still want to drain his blood now?" On the other side of the factory, in the grocery room, Fu Wenduo looked at the 4 options in front of him with a calm expression. Wang Xiaoyan held the cute cartoon face and shook her head. Contestant Fu, hurry up and choose. Miss Turkey has finished her warm-up exercises, and she can't wait to tear you apart. There are only 10 seconds left, so hurry up and choose. Don't waste Miss Turkey's precious time. The floating question box in front of Fu Wenduo showed a line of words. Question 13. What is the name of Miss Turkey's cousin? A. Turkey chicken. B. Turkey chicken 2. C. Turkey cousin. D. Turkey chicken. Fu Wenduo's eyes lingered on the 4 options. Wang Xiaoyan was already impatient, and Fu Wenduo pressed the option at the last second. Wang Xiaoyan smiled happily and said, C. Turkey cousin. Congratulations on the wrong answer. Please accept the punishment, Contestant Fu, and challenge Miss Turkey. Survive in Miss Turkey's hands for 3 hours. Then now, Miss Turkey, you can go to the real copy. Hey, Miss Turkey, you are in such a hurry so soon? Fu Wenduo put one hand on the dagger, and the next second, a giant turkey appeared in front of him. Cuckoo cluck cluck, Fu Wenduo, I will tear you into pieces, cluck. The 2-meter-tall turkey flapped its wings and rushed to ruin with a nimble movement that was completely inconsistent with its body shape. Fu Wenduo quickly dodged, but the turkey kicked its feet and was faster than him. Hatred and anger devoured the turkey's reason. In front of her, there was only this damn stowaway, the damn stowaway who stole her turkey eggs, and she could never get them back. Goo, tear it into pieces. The turkey flapped its wings, and Fu Wenduo ran backwards, stepped on the wall with one foot, and flew into the air to avoid the attack. At the same time, he moved his wrist, and the military dagger drew a beautiful knife flower between his fingers, and the blade moved forward and pierced the throat of the big turkey. Jung. A crisp metal collision sound, the big turkey was unharmed. Fu Wenduo took 2 steps back, and supported himself with one hand to stabilize his body. The giant turkey laughed sarcastically. Even this kind of weapon can hurt me, stupid human, coo. As he spoke, the turkey rushed up again. She didn't need to make any extra moves. Fu Wenduo's knife couldn't hurt her at all. She could only keep dodging. Soon, in a collision, the turkey's claws scratched a bloody wound on Fu Wenduo's cheek. The giant turkey laughed sinisterly, and took advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo put his arms in front of him to block the turkey's attack, but he was knocked against the wall by the powerful force. Fu Wenduo knelt on one knee. His dagger was knocked away when he was fighting with the big turkey. He supported himself on the ground with one hand and looked up at the dagger. The big turkey kicked the dagger behind him and smiled sinisterly. You have nothing. You can only use your hands to resist my claws next time. Fu Wenduo, this is the retribution for stealing my turkey eggs. As soon as the voice fell, the big turkey was about to rush up again. At this moment, a loud child's voice sounded in the room. Ding. Complete the side mission 2. Find the shoe polish of the shoemaker. The big turkey was stunned in midair. Fu Wenduo raised his head slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The next second, he curled the corners of his lips and stood up. Fu Wenduo moved his wrist and twisted his neck. Feeling the gradually restored strength in his body, he slowly raised his head and looked at the giant turkey in front of him. The big turkey's feathers stood up. Goo goo. On the small TV, Wang Xiaoyan said in surprise, Ah, this special episode of Happy Questions and Answers is over? This is too fast. Miss Turkey, please end your personal grudge with contestant Fu quickly. This reality copy will be closed in 10 minutes. The program team will ask Mr. Iron Shoemaker to bring you back. Hurry up. The giant turkey flew in front of the TV screen. Cuckoo, help. 2 months ago, Fu Wenduo almost killed this turkey. Now 2 months have passed. Fu Wenduo smiled and looked at the turkey that was just showing off. He swung his right hand, and the lower half of his arm instantly turned into a sharp black weapon. He said in a low voice, You are Miss Turkey. Why is your cousin not called Cousin Turkey? It is impossible to return Momo to you, but you still have 10 minutes to take revenge. Cuckoo! 10 minutes later, Tang Mo stood in the open space of the food processing factory and saw Fu Wenduo coming from a distance. Fu Wenduo had no wounds on his body, but Tang Mo was covered with wounds. However, these wounds looked serious, but they were just superficial injuries. Tang Mo did not even need to use earthworm tears. Now that his special powers have been restored, his body's self-healing ability has returned to normal. It only takes half an hour for these wounds to heal themselves. Except for some wounds that were bitten off by the shoe polish wolf, it will take about 2 or 3 days to recover. Fu Wenduo looked at the wounds on Tang Mo's body, frowned slightly, and his eyes stayed on his left arm. Tang Mo smiled and said, I cut this myself just now. The shoe polish of the Iron Shoemaker is human blood, so I have to bleed a little to win this game. Fu and Duo, didn't you try it once before, and the answer was not human blood? Tang Mo explained. I asked the shoemaker to draw blood from another player that time. That player was already dead, and his blood was definitely not shoe polish. Tang Mo didn't say how Xing Feng died or who killed him, but Fu and Duo sensed a little truth from his cold words and didn't ask any more questions. Tang Mo continued, 4 clues. First, every human has seen the shoe polish of the shoemaker. Second, the shoe polish wolf loves to eat shoe polish. Third, shoe polish has the characteristics of fusion or hardness. And fourth, shoe polish is obtained from humans. Tang Mo looked at Fu and Duo and smiled. Every human has seen their mother's blood at the moment of birth. Blood is from humans. The shoe polish wolves love to eat my flesh and blood, or blood to be exact. Before fighting with the 4 shoe polish wolves, I deliberately put some blood on the ground, and they really couldn't wait to rush up and lick the blood. And in the end, the shoe polish was fused. The blood of one person is not enough, Fu and Duo thought. It takes the blood of 2 humans to be fused together. Maybe so? Tang Mo said, perhaps, the real shoe polish should be the blood of the players. 400 cc of human blood is equivalent to a drop of low-quality shoe polish. It is possible that the blood of 2 players, that is, 2 drops of low-quality shoe polish, can be fused together to become real shoe polish. That's what I did just now. Before the player died, I took some of his blood, added my blood, and made real shoe polish. Fu and Duo. Another possibility, the real shoe polish is the blood of the players? Tang Mo. Shoe polish is fused, and the blood of one player cannot be made into shoe polish. But it is also possible that in my room, only my blood or only another player's blood was taken away, and what was taken away in this way was not the player's blood. Fu and Duo understood. He did not participate in Tang Mo's game, but in these few short sentences, he understood what Tang Mo meant. Tang Mo said, anyone's blood is only a part of the player's blood. The real shoe polish is the player's blood, and one person's blood is missing. This is the second possibility. Xing Feng probably never thought until his death that Tang Mo had never thought of killing him, and there was no need for him to kill Tang Mo. Tang Mo did not know the 2 players that Xing Feng killed, so he would not have a strong sense of justice and must punish evil and promote good for the 2 strangers, and kill Xing Feng for revenge. After the earth went online, there were still a few people in the world whose hands were clean, and even Tang Mo himself had killed more than one person. Tang Mo planned to try to merge his blood with Xing Feng's from the beginning to see if he could make shoe polish. He asked the shoemaker, is the shoe polish only in this factory? He wanted to know whether he could make shoe polish without Fu and Duo's blood, since he couldn't get it. The shoemaker gave him a positive answer, so he decided to take a risk and try. If it didn't work this time, he would have another chance. He would give 4 drops of shoe polish to the shoemaker to save Fu and Duo's life. He and Fu and Duo would have one last chance. He would not use the king's gold coins to escape until the critical moment. Firstly, this item is too precious, and secondly, once he leaves, Fu and Duo will almost certainly lose. Tang Mo has long been speculating whether there are only 2 players who died in this factory, as Xing Feng said. Fu and Duo has 1 player, but Tang Mo has 2. Is it possible that the basic requirement of this dungeon is that there are at least 2 people on one side and 1 person on the other side? According to this statement, when there are 3 bodies on Fu and Duo's side, there is no way Xing Feng can have 2 bodies. As long as they fail, the players on Xing Feng's side will die, and the players on Fu and Duo's side will also be drained of blood and turned into mummies. 1 person replaces another, plus Xing Feng. There will always be 1 more player in the factory than in the grocery room. Perhaps at the beginning, Xing Feng didn't know the rule that only 1 player can survive. He was lucky, he and another player were the first to enter the dungeon. That player died before him, and the shoemaker told him that you can survive as long as you kill your companion and survive alone. From then on, he started killing people. Xing Feng was dead, his thoughts, and the things he did were buried in time, and no one knew the truth anymore. Without thinking any more, Tang Mo looked at Fu and Duo. He rarely felt so relaxed, and he was in a good mood after having just experienced a thrilling game. Only when you have truly lived and died together can you become friends. Pinocchio's time doesn't count. Tang Mo was in a joking mood. You seem to be much more relaxed than me. He meant that Fu and Duo had no wounds on his body. Fu and Duo noticed that Tang Mo had let down his guard a little. He looked at the young man in front of him thoughtfully and said, he has wounds, and they are no less serious than yours. But my ability is related to this aspect. After the ability is restored, the wound will heal quickly. Tang Mo's mind moved. Can such a serious injury be healed in just 10 minutes? Tang Mo looked at the tall man in front of him calmly, and began to secretly wonder what this person's ability was. And by the way, he thought about whether it was possible to obtain this person's ability. The shoemaker dragged a heavy chain and walked listlessly from the factory door. He held an iron nail in his left hand, and a small black shoe polish was suspended on the tip of the nail. It was magically suspended there in the air, and moved forward little by little with the shoemaker's slow steps. The shoemaker walked up to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo and glanced at them casually. Well, as a hardworking and lovely shoemaker, since you helped me find the shoe polish, I must reward you. Let me repair your shoes as a reward. Ding! Trigger the main quest. Watch the cute shoemaker repair shoes. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, I always feel that something is wrong. When Tang Mo's bare foot was exposed in the air, and the shoemaker took his shoe and started banging the nails, Tang Mo finally found out what was wrong. Why did he do such a stupid thing that only children would do? One foot on another foot. Fu Wenduo was the second shoemaker. The shoemaker seemed to be unhappy with Tang Mo and remembered his grudge, so he decided to repair Tang Mo's shoes first. Tang Mo was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, he didn't have athlete's foot and his feet didn't stink, otherwise Fu Wenduo would smell the strange smell, which would be worse than losing the game. However, the shoemaker seemed to do it on purpose. After getting Tang Mo's shoes, he pinched his nose in a very artificial way and said in disgust, "It stinks." Fu Wenduo laughed softly. Tang Mo's face was completely dark. His feet really didn't stink at all. The shoemaker banged for a long time, and Tang Mo felt Fu Wenduo's eyes linger on his exposed foot for a while. He wore socks, but it felt weird, so he could only look away and accurately perform the main task of watching the cute shoemaker repair shoes. 10 minutes later, the shoemaker finished repairing Tang Mo's 2 shoes, and it was Fu Wenduo's turn. The shoemaker picked up one of Fu Wenduo's boots and pinched his nose. Oh my, it stinks. This time it was Fu Wenduo's turn. Tang Mo couldn't help laughing. The two people's eyes met in the air. Fu Wenduo's eyes were deep, and Tang Mo calmly suppressed his laughter. Okay, the stinky shoes of both of you humans have been repaired. My shoe repairing skills are well known in the underground kingdom. I dare say I am second to none. This time I repair your shoes, you will remember it for the rest of your life. The shoemaker seemed to be hitting the shoes with nails, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's shoes did not look any different from before. At this time, the clear reminder sound of the black tower sounded. Ding! Complete the main task. Watch the cute shoemaker repair shoes. Clear the real-life copy of the lovely shoemaker, and get the reward of magical shoes. Item: magical shoes. Owner: Tang Mo Fu Wenduo. Quality: excellent. Level: level 2. Attack power: none. Function: wearing this pair of magical shoes, you can ignore gravity and walk on any plane at will, such as the ceiling, water surface, etc. Restriction: it can only be used once a day and lasts for 1 hour. Note: someone come quickly. Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down anymore. Chapter 55. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo each put on their shoes and left the food processing factory. As they left, the shoemaker swung the big iron chain and swaggered into the grocery room where Fu Wenduo had just come out. Tang Mo took a curious look, his eyes lingering on the chain behind the shoemaker. Black Tower once said that this chain has the effect of causality, and it cannot be untied after being tied. This chain has a greater effect than the magic shoes. Seeing the shoemaker walking further and further away, Tang Mo turned his head and whispered, "Can you grab it?" Fu Wenduo did not look back at the shoemaker's chain, but he understood what Tang Mo meant. Maybe not. Tang Mo showed a disappointed expression and continued to move forward. Seeing him like this, Fu Wenduo slightly raised the corners of his lips and said nothing. The chain was indeed a treasure, but based on Fu Wenduo's experience of fighting with the shoemaker, even if he and Tang Mo joined forces, they would probably not be the shoemaker's opponent. The shoemaker was a level stronger than Pinocchio. He should not have reached the level of Santa Claus and Grandma Wolf, but he was not much different. The two quickly passed through the factory area, returned to the mall, and parted at the entrance of the mall. It was dark, and Fu Wenduo planned to find a place in the mall to spend the night. Tang Mo saw his figure disappear in the mall safety stairs, and walked down to the second floor of the parking lot. When he arrived at the medical room on the second floor, he heard the voices of Liz and Luo Fengcheng before he entered the door. Luo Fengcheng asked, "Has the notice really arrived?" Liz said anxiously, "Really? Not long after I left the mall, I ran into Tang Mo and another man in black, who was Mr. Fu as you called him, doctor. After hearing me say that the little girl was back, Tang said happily that he would be back immediately, and I went to inform the little boy again. But now we are all back. But Tang Mo is not back. Doctor, is he in trouble? Did he encounter a stowaway, or did he enter a dungeon? As Luo Fengcheng was about to speak, a knock on the door sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The door was pushed open. Tang Mo stood at the door, and smiled. I'm entering the dungeon. Liz was relieved to see the person she notified come back. She blamed herself a little. If I had known, I would have gone with you, otherwise you wouldn't have entered the dungeon. I know all the dungeon entrances around here. Tang Mo walked into the house. I entered the real dungeon. After a pause, he looked at Luo Fengcheng. It's the dungeon of the Iron Shoemaker. Fu Duo and I went in together, and now we've passed it. Next, Tang Mo simply recounted what he had seen in the Iron Shoemaker dungeon. He ignored the rewards he had received and focused on the fact that the use of superpowers and props was prohibited in the dungeon. This was very important news. After hearing this, Luo Fengcheng said, "Thank you. This is very important. We must be prepared for the game to not be able to use superpowers and props in the future." Tang Mo said, "No need." Luo Fengcheng looked Tang Mo up and down for a long time, and then he smiled and said, "Okay, then you don't need to thank me." Luo Fengcheng keenly sensed that Tang Mo seemed to have changed in some way. This change might not be big, but it was a little bit. In the past, Tang Mo would have told the attack organization about this news. After all, almost all the people he knew disappeared after the Earth went online, and the only ones who could be considered friends were in the attack organization. But he might not say it so quickly and without hesitation. Liz and another attack member left quickly. After Lu Chen and Qin Shanshan talked for a few words, they wiped the tears from their eyes and left the infirmary first. Tang Mo watched Lu Chen wipe his tears and felt something was wrong, but he didn't ask and watched the bamboo-like boy leave. For a moment, only Tang Mo, Luo Fengcheng and Qin Shanshan were left in the spacious infirmary. After coming out of the real copy of the shoemaker, Tang Mo finally saw the little girl again. Tang Mo always wanted to make this little girl his teammate. He never forgot that he had so many superpowers, but only Qin Shanshan's superpower made the superpower book say, "You are lucky." S evaluation. He walked to the bedside and saw the little girl lying on the bed, leaning on the pillow. Her forehead and arms were covered with wounds, but her eyes were surprisingly bright, looking at Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng seriously. Luo Fengcheng said, "Shanshan brought some very interesting news. Tang Mo, I think it is also very important news for you." Tang Mo looked at the little girl. Qin Shanshan nodded, without any nonsense, and said directly, "Fei Fei and I entered the same Christmas Eve welfare copy. There were 10 people in our copy. I won't go into the specific game. Like Brother Tang and Teacher Luo, we played a group game, but we were divided into 5 groups. Fei Fei and I were not in the same group. When the game reached the 3rd round." Qin Shanshan's voice paused. Her wounded face didn't show much expression, and her voice didn't change much, but Tang Mo felt that she seemed a little sad. Fei Fei died at the hands of a female player. Tang Mo paused in his heart, and a little girl's bright and shy smile flashed before his eyes. He didn't say anything, and didn't know what to say, just quietly looking at the little girl on the bed. Qin Shanshan paused for a while, and continued, "In the 5th round, my companions and I were eliminated and forced to enter the tower attack game together. I played the tower attack game in the prison of the Underground Kingdom. I won't waste time talking about the specific rules of the game now, but I found 2 key points in this game." Tang Mo said, "What?" First, players in the same tower attack game may not be attacking the same level of the tower. Tang Mo immediately understood what Qin Shanshan meant, and said in surprise, "You mean, you are attacking the 1st floor of the Black Tower, but among the players attacking the tower with you, there are players attacking the 2nd floor of the Black Tower?" This news was too shocking. Tang Mo couldn't help but look at Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng nodded at him, his face solemn. This is what Shanshan meant. The tower attack game she participated in had a total of 8 players. Once they entered the game, they became prisoners of the Underground Kingdom. The task of Shanshan and the other 7 people was to kill a prisoner with a low sense of presence in the prison when the prisoners were out for exercise. There was another person whose task seemed to be different from theirs. Qin Shanshan said, "That player just entered the game and behaved a little strangely. She reacted quickly and immediately pretended not to notice anything and discussed with us how to complete the task. But in fact, when the 8 of us were teleported to this game together, she showed a very shocked expression on her face when she saw the other 7 of us. Since then, I started to pay attention to her. Every player must be nervous when they are first teleported to the attack tower game. It is very rare that Qin Shanshan was able to calm down at the first time and think of observing her teammates at the same time. And she found something unusual. It is normal to be shocked when forced into a tower attack game, and it is reasonable to pretend to be calm afterwards. But the teacher once told me that people who can hide themselves quickly are definitely smart people, even if they don't have a guilty conscience. In a multiplayer game, what you need to be most wary of is not the opponent or the rules, but the smart people in the team. Smart people often like to insist on their own opinions, and once they are smart, they will harm the whole team. If this smart guy has other intentions, that's even scarier than a stupid teammate, and we need to strike first. Qin Shanshan calmly made a gesture of wiping her neck. Tang Mo's eyes swept over Qin Shanshan and Luo Fengcheng. You Luo Fengcheng only taught this to the little girl? Qin Shanshan said seriously. At first I thought she had some other problems, but then I found that some of her actions were strange. As the game progressed, I gradually realized that her mission might be different from the other 7 of us. After a pause, she added, this is just my speculation, 30% based on inference and 70% based on intuition. Of course, I don't know what her mission is, because before the 7 of us completed our main mission, she was killed by the guards of the underground kingdom one night. The guards dragged her horrible body in front of us and warned us that this is the end of jailbreaking. Tang Mo realized, is her mission to escape from prison? Maybe this is it. I can't be sure. Qin Shanshan said, the prison was full of dangers. 2 of the 7 of us finally cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. The moment we killed the strange prisoner, we were teleported back to Earth. So if our mission was to escape the prison, the mission of the 7 of us was too simple in comparison. Based on this, it can be inferred that the mission of the 7 of us was the mission of the first floor of the Black Tower, and the mission of escaping the prison was probably the mission of the second floor of the Black Tower. Luo Fengcheng said, Shanshan is not sure whether the female player has cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. But she is indeed the strongest among the 8 players, whether in intelligence, judgment, decision-making, or supernatural powers, she is very strong. Tang Mo, the same tower attack game can have different levels of players is just Shanshan's speculation. You can listen to it casually. Tang Mo thought for a long time and said, I believe this speculation. Luo Fengcheng smiled. I believe it too. The little girl was lying on the hospital bed. When she heard that her teacher and the big brother she respected very much had affirmed her judgment, she also smiled a little, hiding the pain of losing her friend in her heart. Tang Mo, what's the other key point? Qin Shanshan perked up and continued, there is another thing that is set in stone. When I left the tower attack game, the Black Tower asked me a question. It asked me if I decided to continue attacking the tower. I chose no. Then it said that within 3 months, players can go to the Black Towers in each district and actively choose to attack the tower. If the player does not attack the tower after 3 months, he will directly enter the tower attack game. Can you actively choose to attack the tower? This incident shocked Tang Mo more than the previous one. Qin Shanshan nodded, yes. According to the meaning of the Black Tower, it should be that players can actively attack the tower at any time. Otherwise, if players can only passively attack the tower, then the time and opportunity of attacking the tower are not under their control, and it will definitely happen that there is no attack for 3 months, and they are forced to enter the tower attack game. Luo Fengcheng continued, it says that players can choose to attack the tower at the Black Tower in each district, so Tang Mo. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo, I want to wait for Jax, the fat boy Tang Mo to come back from Puxi, so we can know whether players can actively attack the tower. Qin Shanshan's return brought 2 important news. First, in the same tower attack game, there may be players with different levels of strategy. Second, players can actively start the tower attack game. Tang Mo is more concerned about the news of actively starting the tower attack game. For any player, no one wants to enter a dangerous tower attack game. Even in a simple tower attack game, it is a life and death struggle. Before the 3 months arrive, few players should choose to actively enter the tower attack game. Why did the Black Tower give players this option? Unless actively entering the tower attack game is better than being forced to enter. This benefit. Tang Mo suddenly thought of the real key. He turned his head and looked at Luo Fengcheng, who was also looking at him. Seeing Tang Mo's expression of sudden enlightenment, Luo Fengcheng said, you understand so quickly. Before you came back, Shanshan and I discussed that normal players are unwilling to actively enter the tower attack game unless there is an advantage in actively entering. There are 2 possibilities. One is to actively enter the tower attack game, and you can choose the game content, game difficulty, etc. This possibility is extremely low. The Black Tower has never given players any choice in the game. And the other possibility is, Tang Mo said calmly, actively enter the tower attack game, and you can choose your teammates yourself. After staying in the infirmary for a while, Tang Mo planned to go back to recuperate and think carefully about the two important pieces of information he learned today. When he left, Luo Fengcheng said, "You are injured. Do you need Liz to help you deal with it?" Tang Mo shook his head. "It's a minor injury. No need to bother." Luo Fengcheng didn't force it. Just as Tang Mo was about to leave, the little girl's voice rang out. "By the way, there is another piece of news that I don't know if it can be considered good news." Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng both turned their heads to look over. On the hospital bed, the always calm girl blinked her eyes, and because of joy, she rarely showed such an expression that matched her age. "Brother Tang, teacher. I have become an official player." Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng were both stunned. A long time ago, when Tang Mo first met Luo Fengcheng, in that game, the game boss Big Mole told him, reserves can also become official players, as long as they complete a Black Tower game. Tang Mo had forgotten about this matter. In the 2 months since Earth went online, he had never seen a reserve player become a formal player. Perhaps the Big Mole lied, and the reserve player could not become a formal player at all. However, now Chen Shanshan told him, "I have become a formal player." The game that needs to be completed to become a formal player is not the Black Tower game, but the Black Tower attack game. After understanding the truth, Tang Mo was really amused. All formal players have superpowers, and Luo Fengcheng is most concerned about what superpower Chen Shanshan has obtained. Chen Shanshan was also puzzled by this. She didn't feel that she had acquired superpowers. She couldn't move objects, and she couldn't be as powerful as an ox. After becoming a formal player, there was no difference from the reserve period. Tang Mo hinted, maybe your superpowers are subtle. For example, enhanced self-healing ability and increased brain power? Luo Fengcheng and Chen Shanshan fell into thinking. Tang Mo left the infirmary. He quickly found the business car he usually stayed in. After entering the car, he took out the superpower book from the air and couldn't wait to open it to the 5th page. Under the dim light of the flashlight, lines of small black characters came into view. Tang Mo's eyes stopped at the second line, owner, Chen Shanshan, reserve. Tang Mo stared at this line of words intently. Under his gaze, this line of words gradually changed to, owner, Chen Shanshan, official player. It will really change. Tang Mo looked carefully at the other words on this page. Except for this line of, owner. Information, Chen Shanshan's ability did not change at all. After clearing the first level of the Black Tower, Chen Shanshan's ability level must have increased compared to 2 months ago. Tang Mo also felt in his contact with her that her thinking was more agile, her analytical ability had improved, and her ability to integrate information was stronger. However, in Tang Mo's ability book, Chen Shanshan's ability was still level 3, unchanged. It may be that her ability level has indeed not changed, or it may be that after I collected her abilities, the abilities I collected no longer have anything to do with her. Even if her powers are enhanced, the powers I collected will not change. Tang Mo thought about it, and felt that the second speculation was more likely. If Tang Mo collected powers, and the powers could grow with the owner's growth, then this power book would be too golden, like a bug. Tang Mo was not greedy. After thinking for a long time, he gently closed the power book. But just as he closed the book, he was surprised when the pages turned over and exclaimed, huh? Tang Mo opened the book again and turned to the last page. Superpower, look at my pure big eyes. Owner, Xing Feng, official player. Type, special type. Function, have a harmless face, which makes oneself look harmless, and the words and deeds are easy to be recognized by others. The temperament of the player changes with the increase of the time of superpowers. Even if the superpowers are not used, the face is still harmless. Level 2. Restrictions. When using superpowers, you need to look at the other person with both eyes, and the two of you must look at each other for at least 5 seconds in a row. Notes, hello, look at me, big blue eyes, bling, bling. Tang Mo version instructions. It can only be used once a day, and you need to look at the other person for at least 10 seconds in a row when using it. It takes twice as long for a player's temperament to change. I know Tang Mo has wanted to flirt with others for a long time, and now he finally has a legitimate reason. Tang Mo slammed the book shut. He looked at this cheap book of supernatural powers, and finally understood why he was always a little more patient when facing Xing Feng in the real copy of the Iron Shoemaker. After Tang Mo entered the copy, Xing Feng basically never told him a true word. Although Tang Mo didn't know that the two players were all killed by Xing Feng before, according to Tang Mo's normal personality, after experiencing the Pinocchio copy, his tolerance for pig teammates has fallen to the bottom. Xing Feng didn't explain the rules of the game clearly several times. Tang Mo should have put a knife to his neck and forced him, either die or tell me. But Tang Mo never did it. So it's because of this ability. Superpower. Look at my pure big eyes. Using superpowers can win the trust of others and make yourself look harmless. Not using superpowers can also make yourself more trustworthy. Because this is a subtle superpower. If Qin Shanshan's superpower is to continuously improve her intelligence, making her smarter and smarter. Xing Feng's ability is to constantly change his temperament, making him more and more harmless. Even without using his ability, he looks more trustworthy than others. Perhaps he took advantage of this to gain the trust of the previous players and took the opportunity to kill them. Xing Feng is a formal player, while Fu Wenduo is a stowaway. From a certain perspective, it can be regarded as God, Black Tower, playing tricks on people. After thinking about it, Tang Mo opened the book again and turned to the page about superpowers. His finger was on temperament change. He gently stroked the words. This ability is a mandatory ability. Can't I choose to give it up? Tang Mo muttered speechlessly. Although he didn't know what temperament change meant and whether it would affect his appearance, Tang Mo felt a chill when he thought that others would think, "Ah, what a harmless person," when they saw him a long time later. Rather than pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, or pretending to be powerful and getting slapped in the face, he preferred to speak directly with strength. Of course, if this ability can make people more low-key, it would not be a bad thing. Tang Mo was quite satisfied. After a night's rest, Tang Mo came to the infirmary. Luo Fengcheng told him solemnly, Qin Shanshan cannot strengthen her physique. Tang Mo turned around in surprise. On the bed, the wounded little girl held a sparkling little star in her hand. When Tang Mo saw the star, he remembered that in the Christmas Eve dungeon half a month ago, Qin Shanshan and Xia Feifei entered the game with the help of Christmas tree branches. But they failed in the Christmas Eve dungeon. Can they still use Christmas tree branches to strengthen their physique now? As if sensing Tang Mo's thoughts, Luo Fengcheng said, Originally, I thought that the Christmas tree branch could not be used, but last night, Shanshan's branch turned into a white star and flew in front of her. Just like what we encountered before, this star cast its light, trying to strengthen her physique and give her a Christmas gift. But it failed. The star is still a star, and Qin Shanshan's physical fitness has not been strengthened. Tang Mo remembered the sentence he saw when he was flipping through the supernatural book last night. Superpower, superintelligence. Limitation. The upper limit of judgment accuracy is 50%, and the physical improvement space is 0, having superintelligence, but abandoning all force. Tang Mo was silent for a moment, looking at the little girl on the bed. He walked over and whispered, There is gain and loss. Since it is impossible to make up for the shortcomings, then play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After hearing his words, Luo Fengcheng and Qin Shanshan were both surprised for a moment. The two looked at Tang Mo thoughtfully, and did not say anything. Luo Fengcheng and Tang Mo left the infirmary quickly. Luo Fengcheng said, I will let someone notify you when Jax and the others come back. Tang Mo, okay. This wait lasted for 2 whole days. At noon on January 6th, Jax, Xiaoxiang, and Tang Xiao hurried back to the mall. Luo Fengcheng sent Jax to find Tang Mo. Tang Mo entered the office, and saw only Xiaoxiang and Jax. Luo Fengcheng said, Tang Xiao and another member were injured and are now being treated by Liz. I invited you here to fulfill the promise, and let the little fat man tell you what happened in this assembly dungeon. Secondly, Tang Mo, just like what Qin Shanshan said, players can now choose to enter the tower attack game. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. Next, Xiaoxiang told Tang Mo everything that happened to the 4 people in this Banana Tavern assembly dungeon. As Tang Mo had guessed before, different players will encounter dungeon tasks of different difficulty. The strength of the little fat man, and the other 4 is definitely among the upper class in Shanghai. Their task is to make fine wine for the Banana Tavern and help complete this year's Banana Wine Festival celebration. The Banana Wine Festival is an annual event in the Underground Kingdom, and the Banana Tavern is well known in the Underground Kingdom. Many underground people from the countryside and monsters that sneaked in from the Monster Kingdom will go to the Banana Tavern to taste their most delicious and famous banana wine. The Banana Tavern holds a Banana Wine Festival every year. The task of most players is to sneak into the Banana Wine Festival and become a guest. Some of the more powerful player teams, like the Attack Organization, also have the task of brewing wine for the Banana Tavern, while others have the task of destroying the Banana Wine Festival. Finally, Jax and his 4 companions worked hard, and finally brewed real banana wine. The main ingredient of banana wine is human blood. Monsters like to eat players, and underground people also like to eat players. So what they really like to drink is human blood. When Zhao Xiang talked about this, his face was pale, and he had not recovered from the cruel game. Those underground people threw all kinds of broken limbs and hands into the wine barrel and brewed wine. Human limbs are like bent bananas. This is banana wine. After talking about the assembly copy, Jack said, "When we left Puxi, we heard a rumor that players can choose to enter the Black Tower. Tang Qiao said that this matter is very important, so we decided to go and see the real situation. We left the assembly copy early this morning and stayed by the Black Tower. As a result, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we saw 3 players walking to the bottom of the Black Tower together, and they disappeared after a while. They should have entered the Black Tower and played the tower attack game." The news that Jack said was not only that players can enter the Black Tower on their own initiative, but more importantly, did they go in together as 3 people? Tang Mo asked. Jax didn't understand why Tang Mo asked again. He scratched his head and nodded. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo. "I plan to go to Puxi with Jax tomorrow to find out the situation. The Black Tower is located in Puxi, and players in Puxi should know more news." He was inviting Tang Mo, and Tang Mo was indeed interested in going over to take a look. However, just as he was about to speak, a clear and loud child's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, Tang Mo, the official player of Huaxia District 2, has reached the 2nd level of the Black Tower. 5 days later, prepare to attack the tower." Tang Mo's expression froze on his face. Jax and the little fat man didn't notice his abnormality, and they looked at him stupidly, waiting for his response. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo's expression, slowly narrowed his eyes, and observed calmly. After a while he asked, "What's wrong?" The gloating child's voice broadcast 3 times in a row in Tang Mo's mind. "Just like 2 months ago, Black Tower happily informed Tang Mo that you were going to attack the tower. However, the time limit this time was no longer 10 days, but 5 days. After the voice stopped, Tang Mo turned around and looked at Luo Fengcheng and the other 2. There was a trace of concern and scrutiny in Luo Fengcheng's eyes, while Jax and the little fat man were just purely concerned. Tang Mo sighed and smiled helplessly. "You go first, I go in a few days. Just now, Black Tower notified me that it was time to attack the tower. During the 5-day preparation period for attacking the tower, Tang Mo did a total of 3 things. The first thing is to prepare some weapons. After the incident with the wolf grandmother in the Monster Valley last time, Tang Mo had a deeper understanding of the level of monsters in the Black Tower. With his current strength, he is probably not the opponent of the wolf grandmother, but he needs to prepare more weapons. For example, like Xing Feng, prepare some poisoned hidden weapons in case of emergency. The second thing is that he needs to improve his strength. This strength is not to collect more superpowers and enhance his physical level. Good superpowers are hard to collect, and Tang Mo has not been able to collect the superpowers of the little fat man so far. As for the improvement of physical level, it is even more urgent. What he really needs to do now is to improve his fighting level." After the battle with the shoe polish wolf, Tang Mo clearly realized that his hard power is not strong enough. He has a strong physical fitness, but this kind of physical fitness is like a child holding a big knife, waving it casually without rules. He once fought with Fu Wenduo in the underground parking lot. Tang Mo knew that Fu Wenduo deliberately let him go, otherwise with Fu Wenduo's fighting level, Tang Mo would never be his opponent. Tang Qiao was the only one in the attack organization who had received boxing training, but she was injured at the moment and could not teach Tang Mo. Moreover, she was only an amateur, and with her physical fitness far inferior to Tang Mo, there was not much she could teach him. Tang Mo thought of Fu Wenduo. Looking at the pair of shoes on his feet, Tang Mo thought for a while and decided to go find Fu Wenduo. He did not find that person. Fu Wenduo seemed to have disappeared. After they parted that night, Tang Mo never saw him again. Luo Fengcheng said that he and Fu Wenduo had reached an agreement that after the 4 little fat men left the assembly copy, they would also tell Fu Wenduo the information of the assembly copy. But the members of the attack organization could not find him in the mall. Fu Wenduo may have left the mall, or it is possible that he also entered the tower attack game. Tang Mo thought of this possibility. He took out the turkey egg and tapped it 3 times. The white turkey egg flashed a faint glow, and Tang Mo whispered, "Fu Wen." The voice stopped abruptly. The sound of metal colliding violently came from the other end of the turkey egg. Bang 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 sounded, as if something heavy fell to the ground with force, and after a while, there was another violent collision sound. In the rapid fighting sound, Fu Wenduo's surprised voice came. Tang Mo? He spoke quickly, but his voice was not anxious. Tang Mo thought for a moment and said, "Are you playing the tower attack game?" Fu Wenduo, "Yes." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Save the game directly if you need it." "Okay." The short call ended. Tang Mo actually had two purposes in looking for Fu Wenduo. The first purpose was to ask him to teach him some fighting skills and improve his strength. The second purpose was related to his third tower attack preparation. He wanted to invite Fu Wenduo to play the tower attack game together. Tang Mo made this decision after careful consideration. Both the Pinocchio copy and the Iron Shoemaker copy proved that when he played the game with Fu Wenduo, the difficulty of the game would increase. The latter is not obvious yet, but the former has been confirmed. And in the game, the archiver of two people can only be used once. But Tang Mo still made this decision. Because a good enough teammate is more important than the difficulty of the game. Tang Mo had to admit that he and Fu Wenduo had a tacit understanding, and they could trust each other unconditionally when cooperating to maximize their interests. This kind of tacit understanding is rare. Tang Mo himself was notified by the Black Tower to play the tower attack game. He speculated that with Fu Wenduo's strength, he might have also received the Black Tower notification. Unexpectedly, Fu Wenduo entered the game first. But it's better this way. At least the game should be easier if I'm not with him. Tang Mo thought to himself. The next night, Tang Mo learned from Luo Fengcheng how to actively attack the tower game. Luo Fengcheng, now players can indeed actively start the tower attack game. When the player walks under the Black Tower, he chooses to enter the tower attack game in his mind, and the Black Tower will sound a prompt to confirm whether to enter the game and whether to form a team to enter the game. After a pause, he looked at Tang Mo. When do you plan to start attacking the tower? Do you have teammates? Tang Mo, tomorrow, no teammates. Luo Fengcheng, at present, the members of the attack organization are not strong enough, and it is a bit risky to attack the tower rashly. I plan to let them prepare more fully in February, and then attack the tower together. He was telling Tang Mo that the attack organization could not help him this time. Okay. Tang Mo did not plan to invite members of the attack organization to attack the tower with him. He was going to conquer the second floor of the Black Tower, while the members of the attack organization could only conquer the first floor of the Black Tower. No one knew what kind of tasks they would encounter when they teamed up to conquer the tower. Perhaps Tang Mo's presence would increase the difficulty of the game for the other party, and harm the other party instead. Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo steadily, and suddenly smiled. Live on. Someone also said this to Tang Mo when he was forced to participate in the first floor of the Black Tower for the first time. Now when he heard this again, he couldn't help but think of that person's face in his mind. I don't know how Fu Wenduo is doing now. Tang Mo smiled and said, okay, I will survive. The next evening, Tang Mo came to Puxi. Standing on the bund, he looked at the dark giant tower from afar. As the sun set, the Huangpu River was shimmering with sparkling waves. Tang Mo looked like he was wearing casual clothes, but in fact he had 4 knives tied to his legs, and he also had 2 daggers and a gun on him. He stood in front of the Black Tower, looking up at the black giant tower, ready to attack the tower. At this moment, a clear child's voice rang out around the world, ding. Fu Wenduo, the stowaway from Huaxia District 2, successfully cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. After a long time, he laughed and whispered to himself. He cleared the level without even using the archiver, so I should be able to do it too. However, just 3 seconds after the Black Tower finished broadcasting, another voice sounded, ding. Lena Chapahos, the official player from Europe District 1, successfully cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo had already chosen in his mind at this time. Confirmed to enter the tower attack game, and before Tang Mo could be surprised by this voice, the familiar voice of the Black Tower rang in his ears. Ding! The second floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, is officially opened, and the multiplayer game begins to load. Sandbox generation. Data loading completed. Teammate information is loading. Welcome to the jeweled castle of the Queen of Hearts. A dazzling white light flashed before Tang Mo's eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he appeared in a dark corridor. This is a medieval European-style corridor. On one side of the corridor is a tall giant stained glass. Through this thick glass, a red moon in the shape of a heart hangs high in the sky. On the other side of the corridor are various paintings by famous artists of the Renaissance. Holbein's portrait of Mayer before the Virgin, Raphael's beautiful gardener, and many lost and treasured paintings in museums are hung on the walls of this corridor. The moment Tang Mo opened his eyes, He held a pink parasol on his waist tightly to guard against surprise attacks, but the surroundings were calm. He turned his head and looked, his eyes stopped on two people. A young woman dressed in white-collar clothes leaned against the wall, rubbing her eyes dizzily, as if she hadn't reacted. Apart from her, Tang Mo looked to the other side. On one side of the corridor, 3 meters away from him, a baby-faced young man leaned against the stained glass, smiling at Tang Mo. The red moonlight shone through the window, casting mottled colors on this man's face. He just stared at Tang Mo straight, and when he found that Tang Mo was looking at him, the smile on his lips became even brighter. Slowly, he tilted his head, raised his right hand into a pistol shape, and pointed at Tang Mo. Bang! Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. The baby-faced young man still looked at him with a smile. His body seemed to blend into the creepy red moonlight, and his smile was strange and bizarre. The white-collar woman finally understood. She turned her head and saw Tang Mo and the baby-faced young man, and stayed above their heads for a moment. After taking a deep breath, the white-collar woman calmed down and said, "You should have heard the Black Tower's words. Teammate information is loading, so confirm. Now you are my teammates?" Chapter 56. Tang Mo looked at the top of the white-collar woman's head, and then at the top of the baby-faced young man's head. He retracted his gaze, did not speak, but did not deny it. The white-collar woman saw that Tang Mo acquiesced, and looked at the baby-faced young man again. This tall and thin young man has been leaning against the window since just now. He stood crookedly, staring at Tang Mo and the white-collar woman with a smile. His sloppy look made the white-collar woman frown and said, "Now the three of us have this symbol on our heads. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be teammates. Do you want to get to know each other?" Tang Mo looked at the white-collar woman. The white-collar woman took the initiative to say, "My last name is Wang." After that, she looked at Tang Mo. After the Earth went online, in every multiplayer game Tang Mo experienced, his teammates would introduce themselves at the beginning and get to know each other. Multiplayer games generally require cooperation, which is a way to get closer. At first, those players would seriously introduce their names and identities without too much guard. As time went on, the players Tang Mo met became more and more suspicious, and would no longer reveal too much information. Unexpectedly, this female player has already started to introduce herself by saying her surname instead of her name. This is the player who has reached the tower attack level. Tang Mo thought about it, and wanted to say that his surname was Mo. But he remembered that Fu Wenduo once said, "Players who have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower know that there is a person named Momo who cleared the difficult mode of the tower attack game." Tang Mo paused for a moment and said, "My surname is Xiao." He randomly found the surname of the fat boy to pretend. The white-collar woman nodded and looked at the baby-faced young man. In the empty corridor, the three people stood not close to each other, standing in an equilateral triangle. Tang Mo stood in the middle of the corridor, and the white-collar woman's back was pressed against the oil painting on the wall. The baby-faced young man leaned against the stained glass window. Seeing that Tang Mo and the other man were looking at him, he raised his eyes slightly, glanced up, and smiled. "Bruce." The white-collar woman was surprised. "Are you a foreigner?" There are many foreign players staying in China now, and there are 2 in the attack organization, Jax and Liz. Many foreigners were in China when the game started. The incident happened suddenly, and they could not return to their home country in a short time. Naturally, they could only play their own games in China. But this baby-faced young man did not look like a foreigner at all, and his Mandarin was also very pure. The baby-faced young man looked at the white-collar woman, still smiling strangely, and did not answer her question. Tang Mo looked in the direction he had just been looking. Above this wall full of famous oil paintings, there was a 3-dimensional relief with exquisite craftsmanship. The delicate patterns and excellent carving skills restored a small black bat, with its thin wings spread out, hanging on the top of the wall, vivid and lifelike. This bat is only the size of a human palm, standing there quietly. When Tang Mo looked at it, he felt a chill from the soles of his feet straight up to his heart. Whoosh! The black bat's small eyes seemed to move suddenly, and turned to Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately looked back, but found that it seemed to be his own illusion, and it was still a lifeless stone sculpture. After observing for a while, Tang Mo retracted his gaze, and looked at the baby-faced young man. He said lightly, "Bruce Wayne?" The baby-faced man pretended to be surprised. "Do you know me?" His poor acting skills were even worse than the shoemaker's, and he was just short of sticking 4 words on his face. "I'm acting." The white-collar woman hadn't reacted to hearing this familiar name, and her eyes lingered on Tang Mo and the baby-faced man. "Do you know each other?" In a 3-person team, if the other 2 teammates knew each other, she would need to be more cautious. because these two people may team up to pit him at any time. Tang Mo looked at the pretentious expression of the baby-faced young man and said coldly, "Batman?" The baby-faced young man laughed. "You still know my nickname. Even if everyone may not say their real names, it is too blatant and too rampant to use Batman's name to tease people." The white-collar woman only then reacted, and she was obviously very unhappy about being teased. She stared at the baby-faced young man coldly. "Although we don't have to be friends, we are teammates now after all." She pointed at the top of each person's head. 3 centimeters above the heads of the 3 people, a small green pattern was suspended. This was a little person with his hands open, asking for a hug. Before the Earth went online, this was a very common emoji expression to express friendliness. Tang Mo had used it many times. There was this symbol on the top of the heads of the 3 people, plus the black tower prompt before entering the game. Teammate information is loading. 9 out of 10 times, the 3 of them are teammates. The white-collar woman put down her hand and continued, "Since no one wants to get to know each other, let's just play the game." Tang Mo did not deny this suggestion, and the baby-faced young man named Bruce just watched with a playful smile on his face, and never gave any advice. Perhaps it was the look at my pure big eyes ability that worked. The white-collar woman took a look at Tang Mo, and didn't think he had any outstanding features. The 3 of them didn't want to waste time, and the white-collar woman gave orders directly. "We haven't received any mission prompts from the Black Tower yet, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's leave this corridor first. There are currently 3 ways to get out." She pointed to the left. "There's a door over there." Then pointed to the right. "There's another door over there." Finally, she looked behind the baby-faced young man. "Another way is to break the window and get out. Of course, if you can break through the wall, that's not impossible, but I suggest that everyone go and see if the 2 doors can be opened first, and then make a choice. How about it? No matter from which angle you think about it, leaving this corridor through the door is the most correct way to solve the problem. Breaking the window and smashing the wall to get out may lead to some bad results." Tang Mo nodded and said, "Well, let's go and see the 2 doors together first." In the dangerous tower attack game, no player wants to act alone. Acting alone is the death flag of horror movies. Maybe the player will encounter a terrifying monster as soon as he walks to the door and eats him into his stomach. The white-collar woman looked at the baby-faced man. "I don't object," the baby-faced young man said. The white-collar woman nodded slightly. She walked to the left and said, "Then let's look at the one on the left first." Bang! A strong crash suddenly sounded in the narrow corridor, shaking the entire corridor. The white-collar woman was startled, and before she could finish her words, she turned around with her eyes wide open. Tang Mo also looked at the baby-faced young man in astonishment. This time, even he was unprepared and was frightened by the sudden action of the baby-faced young man. Under the creepy red moonlight, the baby-faced young man retracted the fist that hit the window. He still had a disgusting smile on his face, and said seriously, "Well, it seems that the window can't be broken. We can go to the door." The white-collar woman stared at him, unable to speak for a long time. Tang Mo slowly pursed his lips, and looked at the baby-faced young man with a complicated look. Soon, the white-collar woman said angrily, "Going out through the window is the worst choice. We have to see if we can go out through the main door first, and then try the window route. If something is broken and a bad result occurs, will you be responsible for it?" The baby-faced young man said, as a matter of course. "Did it cause any consequences?" "White-collar woman, you," Tang Mo said, "did you use all your strength to smash this window?" The baby-faced young man was smiling at the angry white-collar woman, as if he thought she was very interesting. After hearing Tang Mo's words, he turned his head and looked over. Tang Mo looked at him expressionlessly, and did not show any anger because of his self-willed behavior. He stared at Tang Mo for a long time, and walked towards the door on the left. "I tried my best." The baby-faced young man walked in front. The white-collar girl was so angry, but had to finish the game, so she had to follow him. Tang Mo walked at the end of the 3. He looked at the back of the baby-faced young man from behind. The man walked in a frivolous way and seemed unreliable. But from the result that he punched the window just now, causing the whole corridor to tremble. A very powerful person. Tang Mo made a judgment in his heart, and classified the baby-faced young man into an extremely dangerous area. Luo Fengcheng said that he was not afraid of difficult games, strong opponents, and even stupid teammates. The most terrifying thing was smart and powerful teammates. The more powerful the teammate's ability, the more terrible the damage he could cause. But Tang Mo thought again, this is a tower attack game. If you lose, you will die. No one should take it lightly. In any case, He would always keep an eye on this baby-faced young man. When he walked to the window, Tang Mo quietly reached out and pressed the colored glass. He did not slow down his pace, and at the same time, he pressed his fingers hard on the glass. This glass was harder than he thought, extremely hard, and extremely tough. The baby-faced young man's strength should not be underestimated, as he was able to smash the glass to make such a noise just now. The three of them did not speak again. Walking to the door on the far left, the baby-faced young man directly grabbed the door handle. It would be best if someone was willing to do such a dangerous thing. Tang Mo and the white-collar woman watched silently from the side. The baby-faced man pressed the door, but it was locked tightly and could not be opened. White-collar woman, let's go check out the other door. The three of them walked toward the door on the right again. This time, when the baby-faced young man pressed the door handle, a crisp sound of a lock and key fitting in the air was heard. He said hi in surprise, but Tang Mo felt that he was not surprised at all, and his voice was filled with a hint of excitement and joy. He seemed to be looking forward to what would happen after opening this door. The baby-faced young man turned around and asked for advice. Open the door and go out? The white-collar woman said, wait a minute. In order to prevent something bad from happening once this door is opened, we should stay away from this door when we open it. The three of them agreed to this suggestion. After walking to a position 1 meter away from the door and stopping, the baby-faced young man smiled and said, I like to do this kind of thing the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked the door with a bang. The red wooden door was kicked open by him, and a longer and more gorgeous corridor appeared in front of the three people. The white-collar woman walked forward and observed carefully. It's okay, you can come over. Tang Mo and the baby-faced young man walked over together, passed through this door, and came to the second wider and taller corridor with the white-collar woman. Tang Mo's voice was calm, and he seemed to say casually, what do you like to do most, kick the door? Of course it's kicking the door, otherwise what do you think? You are kicking? The baby-faced young man laughed. Tang Mo didn't say anything. The three of them had just left the corridor full of oil paintings, and there was a bang, and the red door they had just walked through closed behind them. The white-collar woman hurriedly wanted to open the door again, but she couldn't pull the door handle. At this time, a crisp child's voice sounded in this large corridor, ding, trigger the side quest. Arrive at the glass greenhouse within 10 minutes. Chapter 57. This door can no longer be opened. If we want to go to the glass greenhouse, we can only move forward. The white-collar woman said quickly, there is a time limit of 10 minutes. Let's go quickly. The three of them sped up and quickly passed through this gorgeous corridor together. The side quest of the Black Tower came too suddenly, and it also gave a very short time limit. 10 minutes is a very delicate number, and no one can say whether it is short or long. Because they don't know. That glass greenhouse. Where is it? If the greenhouse is far from this corridor, they need to speed up. If the greenhouse is right outside this corridor, they can slow down and observe the environment. But in any case, the Black Tower's prompt tells the player a message. Within 10 minutes, there must be a way to reach the glass greenhouse. Tang Mo has been walking at the end of the team. The white-collar woman has controlled the team's voice from the beginning and walked in the front. While Tang Mo ran forward, he quietly observed the actions of the baby-faced young man to prevent him from knocking on the window again. This kind of behavior. However, the baby-faced young man did not do anything abnormal along the way. The three of them walked through the corridor, opened the door, and came to a dark room. Suddenly entering the darkness, Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol vigilantly, careful of the unknown dangers in the darkness. The three of them stood there without moving. After 2 seconds, Tang Mo and the white-collar woman took out a flashlight and turned it on. The white-collar woman said, it seems to be an ordinary bedroom. She held a flashlight and illuminated every corner of the room. This was a European-style princess room, with lace curtains and a round princess bed, and a fluffy carpet on the floor. The dressing table was placed in the corner of the room, and 3 small feather fans were inserted into a small crystal cylinder on the dressing table, one with red feathers, one with green feathers, and one with a strange bright purple. After the three of them looked around the room, Tang Mo shone the flashlight behind him. He paused. It's not a door. The white-collar woman quickly looked at him, and saw the tall white wardrobe behind the 3 people. She was surprised. Didn't we just open a door to come in? Tang Mo stretched out his hand, and pulled the wardrobe. He used 70% of his strength, but couldn't open the door of the wardrobe. He said calmly, I have encountered the problem of time and space confusion in a game before. Just now we did open a small door and enter this bedroom, but now that door is gone and it has become this wardrobe. Maybe in this game, we need to pay attention to the space problem. The white-collar woman nodded. Okay. 2 minutes have passed. Let's go find the glass greenhouse again. Tang Mo followed the white-collar woman and continued to move forward. The light of his flashlight flickered in the room, illuminating the face of the baby-faced young man. Tang Mo's eyes flashed across his face, and he saw that the baby-faced man looked at him meaningfully and showed that weird smile again. Tang Mo continued to walk forward without changing his expression. Leaving this bedroom, he came to another strange tunnel. Tang Mo turned back to look at the bedroom door he had just passed, and his eyes fixed. Sure enough, that door is gone too. The white-collar woman also looked back. There are indeed some problems with the space of this game, but this may also be because the glass greenhouse is very far away. With our walking speed, it is impossible to get there within 10 minutes under normal circumstances. So the game will change the space and shorten the distance. This inference made sense. Tang Mo wanted to point out the loopholes in it, but the female white-collar worker said, "Let's go quickly. There are only 5 minutes and 32 seconds left." Tang Mo was slightly stunned and followed. This woman has a strong sense of time. Perhaps because of the tight time, the three of them did not have any disputes or discussions on the way. Whenever they encountered any problems, they would speak out their guesses as soon as possible, and then hurry on their way. The baby-faced young man did not say a word, but just followed Tang Mo and the female white-collar worker, walking with a smile on his face. When Tang Mo and the white-collar woman were discussing the issue, he was listening beside them, as if he was very interested. However, when the two looked at him, the baby-faced young man would not give them any response, only that weird smile. This tunnel was much longer than the two corridors encountered before. In the dark and narrow tunnel, every 10 meters, a small brazier was hung on both sides of the wall. The dim flames flickered faintly on both sides of the tunnel. Tang Mo walked at the end of the team, and he had been observing the small braziers on both sides. The small black brazier was carved with twisted curves, without any patterns, only these strange curves. The curves on each brazier were different, as if they were drawn by the craftsman when they were forged, and there was no pattern to follow. The braziers placed in this tunnel really don't need to be carved with any beautiful patterns, and no one will see them. Tang Mo thought to himself. Suddenly, "Ah, I like this." The loud voice echoed in the narrow tunnel, startling the white-collar woman, who turned around and said, "What are you doing?" Tang Mo had been prepared for the various actions of this baby-faced young man. He stared at him coldly, and saw that the baby-faced young man stretched out his hand and touched a small brazier on the wall. The brazier made of black iron was scorched hot by the flames. When the baby-faced young man put his hand on it, the sizzling sound of the barbecue reached Tang Mo and the female white-collar worker's ears clearly. The baby-faced young man didn't seem to feel the heat or pain at all. He touched the brazier with a smile and pointed at the curved pattern on it with his other hand. "Does it look like a heart?" Tang Mo looked at the small brazier. There was a crooked curve on the small brazier. Perhaps it was unintentional, but after the curve was bent, it looked like a heart. It was just that the last stroke of the heart was not done well, and it was a heart with a missing corner. The baby-faced man touched it a few times and retracted his hand. He retracted his hand very quickly, and Tang Mo noticed that his hand was intact and not burned at all. He said with great regret, "It's a pity that this heart was not finished." "Do you think it is hinting at this game?" The baby-faced man suddenly turned to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked calm and ignored him. He smiled and looked at the female white-collar worker again. The unfinished heart may represent a love without an ending. Female white-collar worker, "Are you sick?" After being scolded, the baby-faced young man laughed instead of getting angry. The female white-collar worker ignored him and hurried forward. The baby-faced man followed him. Tang Mo carefully observed the young man for a while, then put his eyes back on the patterns of the braziers. This time he no longer just observed these curves, he began to pay attention to the figures formed by these curves. A heart pattern was purely a coincidence, and Tang Mo never saw any similar special patterns again. But as he looked at these intricate curves, a strange sense of familiarity gradually entangled in his heart. His eyes began to focus on these curves, and could no longer move away. However, no matter how strong the sense of familiarity was, Tang Mo could not figure out what was going on. The three of them walked for 3 minutes, and had not left the tunnel. At this moment, a strange laugh came from above the heads of the three people. Tang Mo immediately held the small parasol tightly, and the white-collar woman and the baby-faced man also raised their heads and looked at the top of their heads. The crackling sound of the burning flames echoed gently in the narrow tunnel. Tang Mo's sight kept searching at the top of the tunnel, and soon, he saw something. "What is that?" The white-collar woman was surprised, and she looked to the side, There is another one. At the top of the tunnel, there were two small stone sculptures of crows hanging on both sides of the wall, looking at each other. When the female office worker found the two stone sculptures, one of the crows actually said, "Charles, have you heard that the Queen has caught another underground man and thrown him into the gym corridor?" Dear Reed, what makes you feel that you are more informed than your brother? Of course, I know that the great Queen of Hearts has caught another dirty and smelly underground man and thrown him into the Queen's favorite gym corridor. I also know that the underground man has turned into a stone statue. Just like you and me, the underground people who can't find the exit of the corridor will turn into stone statues and become a decoration of the beautiful gym castle of the Queen of Hearts. Another crow stone statue said, "Dear Charles, you were just born 1 minute earlier than me. Please don't think of yourself as my brother anymore. It really makes me sick. But dear Reed, even if I turn into a crow stone statue, I turned into it 3 seconds earlier than you. So I will always be your brother. This is terrible." The two crows cawed together, as if they were laughing or competing with each other to see who could caw louder. After they had been cawed for a while, one of the crows said, "Dear Charles, do you think these 3 humans will also turn into stone statues? How many people in this world can successfully walk out of the jewel corridor like that little girl? I think they will definitely turn into stone bug statues, just like the big bug outside the castle." Big bug, the big bug outside the castle. Tang Imo remembered that the big mole had said that there was a worm on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. He also remembered that the shoemaker had said that the poison used by Xing Feng was the unique and deadly poison of the big centipede on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. The Queen of Hearts gym castle was located on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. This was the same floor he was going to attack. Then for the white-collar woman and the baby-faced young man, were they also going to attack the 2nd floor of the Black Tower? "No, there are only 45 seconds left," the white-collar woman said loudly. Tang Imo was shocked. Just now, the crow statue suddenly spoke, and the 3 of them stopped and did not move forward. Now there were only a few seconds left, and the 3 of them no longer cared about others. Tang Imo kicked the ground and ran to the small wooden door at the end of the tunnel at the fastest speed. He kicked the door open, but before he entered, a black shadow entered the door naturally after he kicked the door. Then Tang Mo ran in again, and the last one was the female white-collar worker. She ran the slowest, but she also left the tunnel smoothly. When the 3 of them left the tunnel, a loud voice rang in their ears, "Ding! Complete the side mission 1. Arrive at the glass flower house. Ding! Trigger the side mission 2. Find the moon flower that loves to lie." Chapter 58. Side quest 1 was completed so easily. Tang Imo and the other 2 rushed into the glass greenhouse at their fastest speed at the end of the time limit. Now that the mission was completed, the 3 of them were inevitably a little tired. After resting for a while, taking a steady breath, and waiting for his body to calm down, Tang Imo raised his head and looked around. This is a 12-sided glass greenhouse. The transparent dome covers the spacious and clean greenhouse, and the golden sunlight shines through the glass, illuminating the flourishing flowers in the greenhouse. There was no one else in the quiet greenhouse, but it seemed that one could hear the crisp sound of birds' hooves. It was quiet and beautiful here. After Tang Imo had a good rest, he discussed with the white-collar girl and the baby-faced girl, and the 3 decided to check the situation of the greenhouse separately. There were countless flowers in the greenhouse. The room was not too big, but it was densely planted with flowers. These flowers were very tall. A red rose was as big as Tang Mo's face, and another morning glory was actually as big as his palm. The 3 of them searched the entire glass greenhouse separately. The white-collar woman said, "I didn't find anything strange. It looks like a very ordinary greenhouse. In addition, I specifically looked for the lying moonflower. At present, we don't know what the moonflower looks like, but in this greenhouse, every flower is a flower on Earth. There is no moonflower. Of course, maybe the moonflower is another name for a certain flower in the Black Tower world, but this cannot be confirmed." Tang Imo nodded. "I didn't find anything related to the name of moonflower." The white-collar girl looked at the baby-faced man. The baby-faced young man still looked at Tang Imo and the white-collar girl with a smile. Seeing that they were both looking at him, he said, "I didn't find the moonflower either." The white-collar girl asked, "Did you look for it seriously?" The baby-faced man was stunned for a moment, and smiled. "I looked for it very seriously." The white-collar girl looked at him suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. The baby-faced young man glanced at the white-collar girl, and soon turned his eyes to Tang Imo. He seemed to have seen something, and the smile on his lips became brighter. He stared at Tang Imo with that meaningful and strange look. If it were someone else, he would have been very uncomfortable with him. But Tang Mo glanced at him lightly, his expression unchanged, and looked at the white-collar woman. We only have 2 clues. First, the moonflower loves to lie, and second, it is called the moonflower. As it is related to the tower attack game, Tang Mo will not let the white-collar woman make the decision alone. He analyzed. The clue of lying seems to be useless at the moment, but the second clue seems to be somewhat useful. Regardless of whether the name of the moonflower is a nickname or its real name, we should guess why it is called the moonflower. The white-collar woman thought for a while. It is very likely that it looks like the moon. The baby-faced man interrupted. Does it like to grow under the moon? Finding that the baby-faced man was actually participating in the discussion, Tang Mo looked at him more and nodded. It is possible. There are generally 3 ways to name flowers around the world. The first is related to the growth habits of flowers, such as roses. It is called a rose because it blooms every month and blooms all year round, and is also called yuyuhong. The white-collar woman said, I seem to have seen this somewhere. Tang Mo continued. The second naming method is related to the appearance of the flower, such as the 5-star flower. It has 5 distinct petal corners, like a 5-pointed star, so it is called a 5-star flower. If the moonflower is named in the first 2 ways, it is very easy to find, at least there are traces to follow. If it is named in the third way, we have too few clues this time. Some flowers are named based on some illusory legends and stories, such as forget-me-not and trumpet creeper. Let's not talk about these for now. The Black Tower has not given us any hints to find flowers. The naming of the moonflower should not be the third one, otherwise it is almost impossible for us to find it. There is a way to pass the game and win. In the absence of any clues, the 3 words moonflower are the only clues for Tang Mo, and the other 2. It is called the moonflower, which must be related to the flower itself, not because of those strange stories and legends. The white-collar woman nodded in agreement. A laugh sounded at this time. You know a lot of flowers. Did you run a flower shop before? Tang Mo looked at the baby-faced man and said lightly, I have read some books. When Tang Mo worked in the library before, he would read books in his spare time. He has read a lot of books, and his knowledge reserves are a little more than ordinary people, but certainly not as much as Lu Fengqing. The baby-faced man said oh and said, You have read so many books. What did you do before? The white-collar woman finally couldn't help it. That's enough, the task is the main thing now, and this useless nonsense can be discussed after the game is over. Our first task now is to find the moonflower. Do you have any idea? The baby-faced young man shrugged. I don't know. He has read a lot of books, maybe he knows. He pointed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, You know what the moonflower is just because you have read a lot of books? What kind of logic is this? Tang Mo remembered the book-finding game he had played with Mosaic. In that game, Tang Mo and the charlatan pulled out tens of thousands of books from several bookshelves in order to find the book. That game had a time limit, and in the end Tang Mo did not find the book by this method of looking through every book, but the current game has no time limit. Tang Mo plans to propose that the 3 people pick all the flowers of each kind in the greenhouse. As long as the moonflower is among them, it may be considered as completing the side quest. However, just as he was about to speak, the baby-faced young man suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Tang Mo's face. Tang Mo was startled. The smile on the baby-faced young man's face faded slightly, and slowly he laughed again. The white-collar woman frowned and said, What are you doing? Tang Mo did not speak. The baby-faced man's action was obviously to prevent Tang Mo from speaking. He took out a mobile phone from his pocket. After the Earth went online, all electronic devices could not be used. Mobile phones could not access the internet, make calls, or send text messages. At most, they could only check the time, which was not as light and fast as a watch. Tang Mo had thrown away his dead phone a long time ago. I didn't expect that this baby-faced young man actually carried a phone with him. He turned on the phone, clicked on the memo, typed a line of words, and handed it to Tang Mo. Don't move, the flower behind you just moved a little. Tang Mo's eyes were stern. The female white-collar worker also saw this line of words. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, but she was smart enough to close her mouth and didn't make any sound. Tang Mo took the baby-faced mobile phone and typed, Are you sure you saw the flower behind me move? I remember there was a bunch of white roses behind me. I just checked there, and found nothing unusual. The baby-faced man typed quickly. It moved. The rhizome moved about 6 millimeters. I saw it. 6 millimeters. He saw it at such a tiny distance, and was so accurate. The baby-faced young man had an unchanging smile on his face. He found a strange flower that was probably a moonflower, But Tang Mo could not see any excitement or pride on his face. Instead, he felt a weird feeling. Tang Mo typed calmly, "I won't move. You two find a chance to catch the moving flower. Maybe it's the moon flower." The white-collar girl glanced at the baby-faced man, and they both nodded slightly. Tang Mo pretended not to notice anything, and he said calmly, "Since the side quest requires us to find the moon flower, then..." Whoosh! At this moment, the white-collar girl and the baby-faced man moved together. Two players who had reached the tower attack level rushed behind Tang Mo at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye they caught a tall and strong giant white rose. The thorns on the rose stem could not hurt their skin, and the two of them, with 4 hands, firmly grasped the rose. Then, a shrill cry rang out in the glass greenhouse, "Ah, help! The stinky human player caught me!" Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, and before he could react, he heard another burst of shrill shouts, like a tidal wave, crashing towards them. "Ah, what should I do? It's been caught. Is it me who's next? Is it me? What are these human players doing? Do they want to catch us and take us to the bath? I don't want to. I'm so pretty, and I haven't sent out my pollen yet. I don't want to be taken to the bath by humans, let alone to make tea." Thousands of flowers screamed in this small glass greenhouse. The loud sound bombarded the ears of the 3 players. With their strong physical fitness, they were all deafened by the terrifying sound. For the first time, the smile on the baby-faced young man's face completely disappeared. He squeezed the white rose tightly and exerted force. With a snap, the long rose stem was directly broken by him. The screams of the flowers suddenly stopped. A second later, even more miserable screams rang out again. "Ah, he really wants to pull us out and take a bath. It may not be a bath, it may be tea, it may be made into ointment, and it may be made into anything he wants. I don't want it. I don't want to be pulled out by him." Seeing this, Tang Mo strode forward and took the white rose that was crying for help and shaking from the baby-faced young man. The young man looked at Tang Mo and said nothing. Tang Mo asked directly, "Are you a moon flower?" The white rose stopped crying immediately. It didn't answer, but the flowers around it spoke for it. "Moon flower? Isn't it a white rose? When did it become the lying moon flower? It's not a moon flower. The moon flower was moved to another place by the Queen of Hearts a long time ago. It is a white rose with a particularly fragile heart." The chirping sound kept making noises in the ears of the 3 people. Tang Mo caught the key words. The moon flower was moved away by the Queen of Hearts? A giant peony the size of a wash basin put its big bud in front of Tang Mo, its red petals trembling slightly, and said, "Are you 3 humans looking for the moon flower?" Such a huge flower suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Mo's face changed, and soon he calmed down and said, "Yes, we are looking for the moon flower." The big peony said, "The moon flower is not here. I know all the flowers in the glass flower house. The moon flower was moved away by the Queen of Hearts yesterday. I heard that it was moved to her bedroom, to the jewel corridor, and was given away by the Queen of Hearts. You can't find the moon flower here." Other flowers responded, Yes, the moon flower is not here." Tang Mo asked, "Then how can we find the moon flower?" Big Peony shook his head for a while, and said, "We were in this glass flower house when we were seeds. None of us knew what the outside world was like, nor did we know where the moon flower was. But when the 2 guards moved the moonflowers away yesterday, they left from that place." The big peony stretched out its big green leaves and pointed to the flower stand of the vine flowers. "The 2 guards left from that door. Maybe you can find the moonflowers if you go out from there." The white-collar woman walked to the flower stand. The wisteria on the stand covered its petals with its leaves, shyly said Aya, and moved aside. After the winding wisteria branches and leaves were pushed aside layer by layer, a small wooden door was revealed. The white-collar woman turned around and said, "There is indeed a door here." Tang Mo turned his head again and looked at the giant peony. He looked at the terrifyingly large peony calmly, as if he wanted to see from its tight petals whether the other party was lying. The big peony seemed to be the leader in the glass flower house. It saw Tang Mo's thoughts and said, "In the glass flower house, only the moon flower loves to lie. We are all good flowers that don't lie. Yesterday, 2 guards did move the moon flower from here through that door." Many flowers echoed the words of the peony. Tang Mo looked at it for a while. The white-collar woman said, "It doesn't look like it's lying." Tang Mo also said, "Yes, I think so too." The baby-faced young man laughed again. "So now we have to go through that door and find the moon flower." The 3 of them discussed for a while. Mostly Tang Mo and the white-collar woman were discussing, and the baby-faced man was watching from the side, and unanimously decided to leave the glass flower house and go find the real moonflower. Tang Mo looked at the broken white rose in his hand, not knowing where to put it. The white rose began to cry, and it said carefully, Can you put me back into the soil just now? Tang Mo put the flower back into the soil just now, next to its half-broken rhizome. After returning to the soil, the white rose swayed happily. It stretched its leaves happily and kept raising its head, as if it wanted to get more sunlight. But because it was broken in half, it was shorter than the other white roses beside it, and these white roses blocked its sunlight, and it only got a little pitiful sunlight on the top of its petals. The white rose started to cry again, and the white roses around it stretched out their leaves to comfort it. Tang Mo and the other two turned and walked towards the small door. The baby-faced young man stretched out his foot and wanted to kick the door again, but Tang Mo stopped his leg with a small parasol. He looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, the guards of the Queen of Hearts have come in and out here before, so we should not make too much noise to avoid unnecessary trouble. The white-collar woman carefully pushed open the door, making sure there was no danger outside. The three of them walked through the small door and left the glass greenhouse. 2 months ago, Tang Mo would never have believed that there would be such a big flower in the world, and it could also talk. After the Earth went online, he experienced too many game copies and saw all kinds of game bosses. Even Mario and Pinocchio were not surprising, not to mention a group of flowers that could talk and cry. Behind the vine flower stand was a long and narrow corridor. This corridor is somewhat similar to the previous tunnel. On the walls on both sides, a small brazier is hung every 10 meters, illuminating the entire corridor, but this time the flames on the braziers are burning more vigorously, illuminating the corridor like daylight. When walking past these braziers, Tang Mo's eyes are still fixed on the patterns on the braziers. These patterns are similar to the patterns on the braziers in the previous tunnel. They all look irregular, like curves drawn by craftsmen, but looking at them, there is always a strange sense of familiarity. Tang Mo looked for a while, and suddenly he found someone looking at him out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head quickly, and after seeing the other person clearly, he said coldly, Mr. Bruce, what are you looking at? Knowing that Bruce Wayne was a pseudonym, Tang Mo still said it calmly, as if the baby-faced young man was really called this. The baby-faced young man smiled and said, looking at an interesting thing. Tang Mo said, oh, and his voice was calm, I am an interesting thing? Babyface asked back, don't you think you are funny? Tang Mo looked at him steadily, turned away, and did not answer his question. The three continued to move forward. The white-collar woman had long been disgusted with Babyface. She always stood beside Tang Mo and kept a distance from Babyface. Now even Tang Mo walked far away from him. Only Babyface put his hands in his pockets, seemed very happy, and walked in front with a smile. Through this corridor, the three came to a restaurant. A set of gilded tableware was placed on the long table in the restaurant. The white-collar woman carefully checked it and said, there are some meat scraps on the plate, and the knife and fork are still a little warm. It should be eaten not long ago. Be careful, there may be someone here. The three of them were cautious about their surroundings, but nothing strange happened until they left the restaurant. Tang Mo closed the heavy white door tightly, turned around, and found that the baby-faced young man was looking at him again. Tang Mo's face slowly sank. This time, the baby-faced man's eyes were even more strange, as if, just as he said, he was really looking at something interesting, because Tang Mo noticed that there was no other emotion in his eyes when he looked at him, only a kind of strange expectation and excitement. Tang Mo didn't believe that this stranger who met for the first time had any special feelings for him, because at the beginning, when the three of them met in the oil painting corridor, the baby-faced man looked at him with this kind of eyes. He must have seen something. Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol tightly. The Queen of Hearts gemstone castle was so huge that the three of them walked for 10 minutes, but still hadn't reached the end and hadn't met anyone. This time they passed through a golden hall. The white-collar woman pushed open the back door of the hall and exclaimed in surprise, no light. After leaving the glass greenhouse, every corridor and every room the three of them had walked through was brightly lit. Some were illuminated by flames, and some by gemstones. There are many kinds of lighting tools, but without exception, they all illuminate this magnificent castle brilliantly. Once again encountering a dark environment, the white-collar woman cautiously took out the flashlight. She illuminated the things in the room, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and turned around and said, it's an empty room, no problem. As she said that, she walked in. Babyface followed her in. Tang Mo turned on his flashlight, and was the last to enter the door, and he closed the door at the same time. Just as he closed the door, A gust of wind attacked from above his head. Tang Mo took 2 steps back quickly, but the speed of the thing was even faster, and the cold sharp object slashed across Tang Mo's chest. From the left shoulder to the right abdomen, Tang Mo's clothes were cut by the sharp object. This thing was so sharp that after it cut, a few drops of blood oozed out along the tiny wound. The wound was not deep, because even if Tang Mo dodged, he only cut the epidermis. But the wound was too long, and soon stained Tang Mo's clothes on his chest red, which looked very scary. In the dark room, the white-collar woman quickly turned on the flashlight to illuminate the thing in front of Tang Mo. "Leopard!" the white-collar woman exclaimed. The next moment after her voice sounded, the black cheetah lying beside the door roared, kicked the ground with all 4 limbs, and rushed towards Tang Mo, who was closest to it. There was some red blood on its front paws, which was the mark caused by it scratching Tang Mo's chest just now. Tang Mo raised the small parasol and quickly recited the spell. The parasol opened and blocked the Black Panther, and the Black Panther slapped it with 1 claw. This force was far beyond Tang Mo's expectation. Tang Mo was slapped back a meter by its terrifying claw. The white-collar woman said anxiously, "It's too powerful, we are no match for it. The door is over there, run." The white-collar woman shone the flashlight back, and ran to the door on the other side. The baby-faced man looked at Tang Mo and laughed, turned around and followed him, and ran away with the white-collar woman. Tang Mo was the last of the 3 people. He had no time to care about what the white-collar woman said. He turned around and planned to leave the room with his companions. At this moment, the Black Panther roared, opened its bloody mouth, and a dazzling white flame spurted out of its mouth. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in astonishment. No one could have imagined that this ordinary-looking Black Panther could actually spit fire. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The white-collar woman and the baby-faced man both saw the fire, but they had already run to the door, and the white-collar woman's hand was on the door handle. Only Tang Mo was closest to the Black Panther, and he could hardly avoid the sudden attack of fire. However, in this second, the white-collar woman's eyes blinked slightly, and the baby-faced man put his hands in his pockets, watching Tang Mo's figure about to be swallowed by the flames with interest. At this moment, the white-collar woman finished blinking, and the corners of her baby-faced mouth just curled up. The figure of the young man instantly appeared behind the Black Panther. Tang Mo raised his small parasol, and stabbed the back of the Black Panther's head fiercely. The white flame disappeared in an instant, and the Black Panther howled in pain and fell to the ground. The thick blood quickly spread from under its body and flowed to Tang Mo's feet. After salting the Black Panther, Tang Mo walked to the white-collar woman and the baby-faced man with a cold expression and said, "I don't know what this Black Panther came from. Now it's dead, we'd better leave here quickly." The white-collar woman looked at him in shock. How did you just? She paused and didn't ask. Tang Mo opened the door. "Let's go." The white-collar woman looked at Tang Mo with complicated eyes. She didn't ask any more questions, and walked out of the room. That was Tang Mo's prop, or ability. In any case, they were just a temporary team. Tang Mo didn't need to tell her how he teleported and killed the Black Panther just now. But she looked at Tang Mo with a little more vigilance and caution. After Tang Mo and the white-collar girl left the room, they found that the baby-faced man didn't follow them out. The white-collar girl turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The baby-faced man was shrouded in darkness. The two could only see his feet, and couldn't see his expression clearly. After a while, the baby-faced man walked out of the dark room and smiled. "Nothing. The Black Panther suddenly appeared just now, and I was a little scared. Do you want to continue walking?" This man never said a word of truth. The white-collar girl didn't believe that he would be scared by the Black Panther. With the degree of this man's lunacy, she and Tang Mo were always scared by each other along the way. The white-collar girl glanced at him coldly, and the baby-faced man still had that smiling face. Tang Mo looked at his disgusting smile and narrowed his eyes. It was different from before. He was still smiling, but the feeling of his smile was different from before. The baby-faced man seemed to notice Tang Mo's gaze, and he turned his head to look at Tang Mo. The two looked at each other, and didn't say anything. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the room. With the Black Panther's sudden attack just now, the white-collar girl was more cautious when leaving the room this time. She opened the door, took a quick step back, made sure there was no surprise attack, and then looked inside the door carefully. She carefully examined every corner of the next room, and finally her sight suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. "Is that a moonflower?" Tang Mo and Babyface walked over. Behind this door, Tang Mo and the other 2 had already walked through countless doors at this time. There was a long, dim corridor. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, beautiful angel murals were painted with special paint. The roof of this corridor is made of glass. The moonlight shines through the glass roof and sprinkles on the murals. Those beautiful angels seem to be painted with diamonds, shining brightly. At the end of this corridor is a small gem platform. A round glass cover is placed on the platform, covering the crescent-shaped silver flower inside. The corridor is too long, and the flower is not big enough. Tang Mo tried his best to see its moon-shaped bud. Babyface Man smiled and said, "It looks like a moonflower?" Tang Mo said with certainty, "It must be a moonflower." The three of them looked at each other, and the white-collar woman took the lead, followed by Babyface Man, and the three of them walked into the corridor cautiously. After the three of them entered the corridor, the door slammed shut. Tang Mo and the white-collar woman immediately looked at Babyface Man. Babyface Man said innocently, "I didn't close the door hard, it closed by itself." The credibility of this statement is questionable, and Tang Mo and the white-collar woman still stared at each other coldly. The Babyface Man said helplessly, "It's rare to tell the truth, but you all don't believe it." Tang Mo retracted his gaze, and continued to walk towards the moonflower placed at the end of the corridor. The white-collar woman said, "The side quest is for us to find the moonflower that loves to lie. If it is just a requirement to find it, then we have already found it. But the Black Tower did not prompt us to complete the task. It wants us to get the flower in our hands, which is the real way to find the moonflower," Tang Mo added. Without further ado, the three of them hurried through the corridor and headed for the moonflower. Tang Mo's sight swept across the angel murals on both sides of the corridor. These murals are very similar to those in many church buildings, all of which are scenes of angels playing and having fun, but the paint used in the paintings is very special, and can reflect diamond light under the moonlight. At the end of the corridor, the three of them were only more than 10 meters away from the moonflower. At such a close distance, Tang Mo clearly saw that this graceful and beautiful silver flower was swaying gently under the moonlight. Perhaps it was the original luster of the moonlight, or perhaps it was its unique color, but on its moonlike bud, layers of silver petals bloomed. It gently stretched its branches in the glass cover, and a layer of silver waves swayed on the dense petals. The moonlight shone, making it look strange and beautiful. The white-collar woman's breathing became faster, and she quickened her pace to quickly pick up the flower. However, just as they walked 10 meters in front of the flower, a gentle voice full of temptation rang in the narrow corridor, "Are you really going to come over?" The white-collar woman stopped. Tang Mo looked at the flower in surprise, and curiosity also appeared on the face of the baby-faced man. Through a layer of transparent glass, the silver moonflower turned its beautiful bud to Tang Mo and the other two. Its inclusive and moving voice was like a feather, gently scratching the hearts of the three. "Three poor humans, you have walked here, but you haven't found the line on the ground yet." Tang Mo immediately looked down. The white-collar woman and the baby-faced man also looked at the ground. The three of them looked carefully for a long time, and the white-collar woman said, "It's here." Tang Mo looked in the direction of her finger. There were no special lines on the flat and smooth ground. Tang Mo turned his head and looked for a long time, and finally found a very thin silver straight line. This line is 10 meters long, parallel to the direction of the corridor, and divides the 2-meter-wide corridor into two halves. It suddenly appeared from under the feet of Tang Mo and the other two, and extended to the foot of the wooden platform where the moonflower was. At this moment, Tang Mo and the other two were standing at the starting point of the line. Moonflower said gently, "Now you have two roads to choose from. Come over from the left side of the line and pick me off. Come over from the right side of the line and pick me off. Three poor humans, which road will you choose?" The white-collar woman calmed down and asked, "What is the difference between these two roads?" Moonflower, "There are two roads, only one is the right one. Poor child, there is a price to pay for taking the wrong road. In your short life, you always have to make some choices. Sometimes you are forced to make choices, sometimes you make your own choices. Many times you stand in the choice, and cannot find that this choice may determine your life. For example, now, the moonflower swayed its beautiful petals. One road is full of traps, and the other road is calm. Human, which road do you choose to come and pick me?" Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the moonflower that seemed very gentle and kind, and said lightly, "Did you lie just now?" The voice of the moonflower stopped abruptly. After a while, it let out a strange laugh. Its voice was still very soft, but the gloating laugh just now had exposed its sinister and cunning mind. "Human, do you think I lied just now?" Chapter 59. On the high black wooden table, a huge moonflower was covered in a glass cover, shaking its green leaves, looking at the three players in front of it. Its voice was gentle and kind, but its tone was full of malice. Its words made Tang Mo stare at it coldly. The female white-collar worker carefully studied the silver line on the ground. She looked up and said, "You said that one of the two roads is full of traps. What will happen if we don't go through this road and step on the line?" Tang Mo also thought of the female office worker's method, but he noticed something wrong. The moonflower swayed its branches in the moonlight and said maliciously, "Then just step on it." The female office worker was stunned. "You, moonflower, step on it and see what happens. Come here quickly, I wait for you here. But if I were you, I would choose to walk from one of the roads. This line is so thin, who knows if stepping on it counts as walking both roads." "Oh, did I lie? This time I really didn't lie, I swear on the nose of the Queen of Hearts." The white-collar woman's face gradually darkened. Facing this lying moonflower, not only she, but also Tang Mo was helpless. The moonflower loves to lie, but no one knows which of its words is true and which is false. Perhaps there are no traps on these two roads, and it is all nonsense. Perhaps there is a trap on one of the roads, or there are traps on both roads. Facing such a lying flower, its words have no reference value. Tang Mo squatted down and looked at the thin silver line on the ground. The line extended from their feet and ended at the high platform where the moonflower was. The moonflower was covered in a glass cover. As far as the current situation was concerned, it should not be able to escape from the glass cover. It should be the same as the flowers in the glass greenhouse. It can talk, but cannot move. For example, the white rose could only watch itself being picked by the baby face, and could not stop it. This line should have nothing to do with the moonflower. It is not the line drawn by it. Tang Mo said, it could be a line that already existed here, or it could be a line drawn by the guards, who move the moonflowers. I am more inclined to believe that this line is the difficulty that the Black Tower adds to our side quests. So far, Tang Mo and his 3 companions have encountered 2 side quests in total. The first task requires them to reach the glass greenhouse within 10 minutes. They did not encounter any danger along the way. As long as they speeded up and ran at full speed, they could reach the glass greenhouse within the time limit. The second task required them to find the lying moonflower. Now they had seen the moonflower, and they only needed to pick it to complete the task. They only encountered a fierce black panther in one room. The black panther was very strong. If Tang Mo had not used the ability of a fast man at that time, he might have been seriously injured, but his life would not be threatened. Therefore, the second task was not difficult. Tang Mo said, "So the sentence that there is a trap in this corridor should be true, and it is not lying." Tang Mo looked at the white-collar woman and the baby-faced man. "From our current position to the high platform, it is about 10 meters away. As you said, normally, we have 3 choices: go from the left, go from the right, and go from the line." The baby-faced man suddenly raised his hand. "I won't go from the line." Tang Mo and the white-collar woman both looked at him. The white-collar woman was surprised. "What are you doing? If you don't want to go, then don't go. What does it have to do with us?" The baby-faced man pointed at Tang Mo. "Didn't he mean that each of the 3 of us should choose a path and go from 3 different places?" The moonflower suddenly made a strange laugh, and when the 3 looked at it, it shook its flower disc. Under the bright moonlight, this moonflower was noble and elegant. Looking at its beautiful appearance, no one could imagine that the sinister laugh just now was made by it. Obviously, it was the words of the baby face just now that made it laugh secretly. Tang Mo said lightly, "I didn't want the 3 of us to go separately. Where to go is everyone's own will. I don't force anyone. I just said the way that can be chosen at present. But Mr. Bruce, I'm curious, why don't you want to take the middle line? Didn't it say that taking the middle line is like taking both roads?" The baby-faced man pointed at the moonflower sincerely. The moonflower that had pointed at was watching the show, and was suddenly called out. It was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said gently, "Yes, I said so. Taking the middle line is like taking 2 roads. I really didn't lie." The baby-faced man smiled and said, "Yes, so I believe you. Moonflower, eh?" Perhaps even Moonflower itself didn't expect that there would be a human who believed in itself so much. It froze in the glass cover while shaking its branches. After a long time, it continued to shake. Tang Mo glanced at Moonflower and Babyface and continued, "I personally don't recommend walking along the middle line. This line is too thin. No matter how much you tiptoe, when you step on this line, your feet will definitely step on both sides. This behavior is likely to be judged as stepping on 2 roads at the same time." After a pause, he looked at the baby-faced man. "Mr. Bruce, where do you want to go?" Baby-faced man, "It doesn't matter to me, it depends on you. Tang Mo looked at the female white-collar worker again. The female white-collar worker was a little hesitant. She thought for a while and asked Tang Mo, "Where do you want to go?" There was nothing to hide at this time, because both of them would see their props next, so it was better to say it directly. Tang Mo said, "I will walk on the wall. I have a prop that allows me to ignore gravity and walk on any plane for 10 minutes. Tang Mo made up the time when the props were used. No matter where you walk, it may be dangerous, so I want to try walking on the wall." The female white-collar worker looked at Tang Mo in surprise. "Can you do this?" Tang Mo looked at the moonflower. It didn't say it couldn't be done. The moonflower said at this time, "But I didn't think it could be done this way." The female white-collar worker listened to Tang Mo's words, walked to the wall of the corridor, and began to think about the possibility of walking on the wall. But she gave up soon. 10 meters long, without the help of anything, Tang Mo would not be able to walk on it without the magical boots. Walking on the wall is only suitable for Tang Mo. The female white-collar worker and the baby-faced man cannot imitate it. Time passed by minute, and the female white-collar worker swayed left and right on the two roads. She walked to the left side of the silver line for a while, and then to the right side of the silver line. Tang Mo was not in a hurry. At this time, no one wanted to be the first to try. If the stagnation continued, I am afraid that none of the three people would move forward. The female white-collar worker suggested, "Let's go together, three of us." Tang Mo looked at her steadily. Being watched by Tang Mo, the young woman remained calm and said calmly, "No one wants to go first. To be honest, I don't want to go first either. If this continues, we will never be able to complete this side quest. So let's go together." "That's fair, how about it?" She looked at the baby-faced man. The baby-faced man smiled and said, "I don't object." She looked at Tang Mo again. Tang Mo looked calm. "Okay." The white-collar woman took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Okay, let's go together. We all stand next to this line now. After 10 seconds, we choose our own paths and walk at the same time. When we are ready, the three of us put our hands behind each other's backs to prevent anyone from being unwilling to walk and using the other two as guinea pigs." After hearing this, the baby-faced man looked at the white-collar woman with a hint of inquiry and interest in his eyes. Tang Mo also stared at her calmly. Half a minute later, Tang Mo and the baby-faced man said together, "I have no objection." White-collar woman, "Okay, then come over." Tang Mo understood what the white-collar woman meant, and even before she made the suggestion, Tang Mo had thought of saying something similar. Before the game of picking moonflowers began, a seed of hidden danger was planted among the three players. Although the three of them were not friends at all, if the game was not handled well, the three of them might have conflicts or even fights before they chose the right path. Because no one wants to be the first to go. There are only 2 roads in total. After the first person goes, he successfully reaches the other side, and the remaining 2 people can continue to walk along his road. Suppose he encounters a trap, the remaining 2 people will not go along this road anyway. Then why should the first person be the guinea pig of the other 2? At this time, the female white-collar worker stood up and said, "The 3 of us should go together. Yes, only by walking together can we avoid team conflicts and maintain this superficial teammate relationship. This method is the fairest for all 3 people, but it is too cruel to say it out loud," and it almost broke up. In order to ensure that no one retreats secretly, the 3 of them will put their hands on the backs of others. When the time is up, they will push their teammates out. You have to go even if you don't want to. This is the intention of putting your hands on the other person's back. Tang Mo chose to walk along the wall. He looked at the 2 roads and reached out to pull off the button on his sleeve. Throwing the button into the air, Tang Mo calmly caught it with both hands. Then he opened his hands and saw the front and back of the button clearly. The baby-faced man walked past him and said, "Zhao Zhao, do you still believe this?" Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and didn't realize that this Zhao Zhao was calling him. When the baby-faced man put his whole face in front of him, Tang Mo came back to his senses. He took a half step back and said coldly, "Mr. Bruce, my last name is Zhao, but don't call me that, it's disgusting." The baby-faced man smiled thickly and said, "Isn't the nickname I gave you bad? Your last name is better than hers. You said it would be so ugly if you called her Wang Wang." The white-collar girl sneered, "Thank you for not calling me that." After this little episode, the tense atmosphere between the 3 people eased a little. Tang Mo walked to the far left, the white-collar girl stood in the middle, and the baby-faced man stood on the far right. The 3 people stepped in front of the starting point of the silver line and looked forward. "How about letting me count down?" The baby-faced man suddenly spoke, and Tang Mo and the white-collar girl turned to look at him. He said, "Anyway, No matter who counts down, as long as someone dares to push others out, the others will push in together. This is fair, we must go together. Why not? Let me count down? I have always been lucky, others call me Lucky Yao. Lucky Bruce. Yao? Is his last name Yao? Tang Mo thought to himself. White-collar woman. I have no objection. Tang Mo. I have no objection either. The baby-faced man laughed softly, and he put his hand on the back of the white-collar woman, and the white-collar woman put her hand on his and Tang Mo's backs, and Tang Mo also put his hand on the back of the white-collar woman. The three of them looked ahead together. In the quiet corridor, only an unpleasant and off-tune singing voice was heard. 10 that one. Tang Mo and the white-collar woman frowned. The baby-faced man was still singing the song he had made up in a strange voice. 9 is coming. Where is 8 and 7? That's enough. If you don't count down, I will. The white-collar woman couldn't bear it any longer. The baby-faced man said helplessly, Isn't this for everyone to relax? Don't be nervous. Then I will count down seriously. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the baby-faced man start to count down seriously, Tang Mo held his breath, ready to use his magic boots at any time, and ran along the left wall. This was the result he had just thrown with his cufflinks. The left wall and the right wall were also options. He resigned himself to fate, and chose the left wall. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! The last 4 sounds suddenly became faster. In almost 1 second, the baby-faced man counted down 4 numbers. Before Tang Mo and the white-collar girl could come to their senses, the baby-faced man pushed the white-collar girl out with a palm. Of course, the white-collar woman was not to be outdone. She cursed fiercely, and pushed Tang Mo and the baby-faced man out with a palm. Tang Mo stepped on the wall with one foot, and then the other foot. With the help of the magical boots, he quickly stabilized his body. He looked up, and was surprised. The baby-faced man and the white-collar woman actually chose the right road, although the probability of choosing each road is 1/2. The probability that both of them chose the right road is only 1/4. This probability is actually not small. Tang Mo was only surprised for a moment, and then ran forward faster. A total of 10 meters, at his speed, he could reach the finish line in 2 seconds at most, or 1 second at least. However, just when he took a step forward, boom, a deafening roar sounded in the narrow corridor. Tang Mo was standing on the wall at this moment, and the floor of the corridor beside him suddenly collapsed. Not only the corridor on his side, but also the side chosen by the baby-faced man and the female white-collar worker, the floor of the corridor also collapsed immediately. Everyone immediately understood. The female white-collar worker said in a shrill voice, You lied, both roads are traps. Moonflower laughed a sinister laugh of success. Both roads were indeed traps, but the traps on these 2 roads were different. On Tang Mo's side, after the floor disappeared, a dark bottomless pit appeared underneath. But at the location where the silver line originally existed, an invisible transparent wall appeared out of thin air, splitting Tang Mo's side from the white-collar woman, the baby-face side, forming 2 separate spaces. Babyface reacted the fastest, and threw a dagger forward at the same moment the floor collapsed. The dagger stabbed into the platform where Moonflower was, and the baby-faced man kicked the wall. There was a steel wire in his sleeve connected to the dagger. He used the force of the dagger to flip his body in the air, and landed on the ground smoothly. Tang Mo was in a bad situation. The floor also disappeared, and a bottomless pit appeared. A bloody hand suddenly stretched out from the bottomless pit, and grabbed Tang Mo. Tang Mo kept dodging on the wall, and the hand smashed the wall with a palm. The palm dropped, and a terrifying suction force emerged from the bottomless pit. The female white-collar worker was about to reach the finish line with the help of a hidden weapon, but under the effect of this suction force, her hidden weapon shattered. She screamed, and was only 1 meter away from the finish line, and was sucked down by this force. Tang Mo was the same. He could walk on the wall, but now the wall was broken, and the suction force emerged. At this moment, Tang Mo raised his head without hesitation, and looked at the baby-faced man, who was already standing at the finish line. Bruce Wayne, this baby-faced young man whose last name might be Yao, was watching the dying expressions of his 2 companions with great interest at this moment. Tang Mo stretched out his hand, pointed his palm at the baby-faced man, and a rubber rope flew out of his palm, flew straight to the baby-faced man, and tied his right arm. At the same time, the white-collar woman grabbed the baby-faced man's trouser leg with one hand before she fell completely. The baby-faced man showed a trace of surprise on his face. The suction was so strong that Tang Mo and the white-collar woman were sucked down by it. The baby-faced man was dragged by the 2 of them, and his body also moved towards the bottomless pit. His eyes turned cold, but he said teasingly, "Hey, don't drag me down." The white-collar woman looked at him with begging eyes. "Save me." The baby-faced man lowered his head and looked at her. He looked at this miserable female white-collar worker without moving. The two looked at each other for a second, and just after this second, the trouser leg that the female white-collar worker was holding was torn off by her. She looked at the baby-faced man desperately, and the whole person fell down, and the tragic screams kept echoing in the bottomless pit. Tang Mo watched this scene, and tightened the rubber rope in his hand. The baby-faced man looked at the place where the female white-collar worker disappeared for a long time. Tang Mo couldn't see his expression from his angle, but soon, he raised his head and looked at Tang Mo with a smile. "Your rope is very interesting. I can't untie it." Superpower: I am the man who wants to become the pirate king. Function: the palms of both hands can emit extremely elastic rubber ropes. The law of causality applies. The tied person cannot take the initiative to untie the rubber rope within 1 minute. This baby-faced man has already started trying to untie the rope. Tang Mo had no time to hesitate. He counted the time in his mind. Baby-faced man used one hand to support the wall to stabilize his body, so that he would not be led into the bottomless pit by Tang Mo, while smilingly using the other hand to try to untie the rubber rope on his arm. Tang Mo did not express any opinion on baby-faced man's behavior. He pulled the rope with both hands, exerted force with his arms, and pulled himself out of the bottomless pit step by step. When the 60th second came, Tang Mo's feet just stepped on the ground. He walked to baby-faced man, with an expressionless face, and untied the rubber rope from baby-faced man's arm. Babyface flexed his wrist. "Is this also your prop?" Time pause, walking on the wall, a rubber rope that I can't untie. All props, or superpowers? Tang Mo didn't answer him. He put the rubber rope into his pocket, pretending that it was a prop. The rope went into his pocket, and slowly disappeared. He suddenly squatted down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and pressed one hand on the ground, gently drawing a circle. Then Tang Mo raised his head, and looked at Babyface intently. The baby-faced man still looked at him with a smile. The two of them met each other's eyes in the air. 3 minutes later, the baby-faced man laughed. "Are you thinking about why I didn't save her just now? She tore my pants, which were my favorite pants before. If she were still alive, I would have to ask her for compensation. It has nothing to do with me." Tang Mo turned his eyes away from him. "Thank you." After saying this, Tang Mo turned around and walked to the wooden platform. Hearing this, the baby-faced man's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his lips curled up. Babyface could have saved the white-collar woman just now. There is no doubt about that. From this brief contact, Tang Mo knew that Babyface's skills and reaction speed were definitely not worse than his own, and it was more likely to be better than his own. Not counting superpowers and props, this Babyface's hard power might be stronger than his own. Tang Mo didn't know what he did before he went online on Earth, but now, Tang Mo only knew one Fuwaduo, who had better skills than this Babyface. In just 1 second, Babyface was able to escape from the crisis of floor collapse, and successfully reach the place where the moonflower was. He could definitely grab the female office worker's hand, and rescue her in that 1 or 2 seconds. Because even Tang Mo could do this. But he didn't do it. Tang Mo was not interested in knowing why he didn't do it, but if Tang Mo hadn't tied the baby-faced man's arm with a rubber rope just now, he would definitely fall down. Although the baby-faced man couldn't untie the rubber rope, he was forced to help Tang Mo, and Tang Mo still said thank you. Of course, thank you should be said, and curse should also be cursed. These are two different things. Tang Mo did not forget how the baby-faced man tried to untie the rubber rope when he was pulling himself back to the ground little by little. This baby-faced man really had no obligation to save him, but Tang Mo also had no obligation not to curse him. So, draw a circle to curse you. Go away. Tang Mo lowered his head and looked at the moonflower in the glass cover. He seemed to be staring at this beautiful flower, but in fact, his attention was all focused on the baby-faced man. He had to be more careful of this person. Unexpectedly, the two humans all arrived at his side. The moonflower trembled and said tremblingly, You are coming here now, so fast. Wait, don't take the glass away, don't pick me, it will be dangerous to pick me. Tang Mo said lightly, It will be dangerous to pick you? Is this another lie? The moonflower was so anxious that it kept shaking the flower disc. I am absolutely not lying, you really can't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me, if you pick me, you will be unlucky. Tang Mo, you have told more lies than your petals. Just now you said that one of these two roads is a dangerous road, and the other is a safe road. In fact, both roads are dangerous. No matter which road you choose, the floor will collapse, and you will be sucked into the bottomless pit by the strong suction. Moonflower palely defended herself. But one road is more dangerous. It's the road you chose. You saw that hand. The two roads are different. One road is safer. I didn't lie. Is it really the road you want us to choose? Moonflower's voice stopped abruptly. Tang Mo said coldly, in this corridor, we are not going to walk on the road, but the space. The road is the ground. If you don't walk on the ground, there will be no risk. Then I just walked on the wall, and shouldn't have triggered the trap. The real danger is the entire space. From there to your side, the entire space is a trap. As long as you want to come over, you can't avoid danger. To pick you, the difficulty has never been choosing which road. It doesn't matter which road you choose. They are all traps, but one road is difficult, and the other is more difficult. Moonflower gave this option for only two purposes. One is to alienate the two teams. Just now, Tang Mo and his two companions did compulsory three-way walking together, not giving anyone a chance to escape and retreat. If other teams were not as decisive as them, they would probably fight each other before choosing that path, causing casualties, and there would be unnecessary losses before choosing a path. Another purpose is to make players relax their vigilance. Compulsory three-way walking together is one way, and another way is to use force to force your teammates to go first. If Tang Mo was a little more ruthless, he could use force to force the white-collar girl to go first. He was not sure if he could beat Babyface, but the white-collar girl's strength should be lower than his. He could force the white-collar girl to go, and if he did so, Babyface would not stop him. When the white-collar girl chose a path and encountered a trap, Tang Mo would naturally go the other way. Even if Tang Mo guessed that there might be traps on both paths, the white-collar girl had already confirmed that the other path definitely had a trap, so he would inevitably feel more relaxed when he took this path. In this way, the trap is triggered, and Tang Mo is less likely to survive. The Moonflower has gone to great lengths to prevent players from picking it. Tang Mo decisively took off the glass cover and put it aside, then reached out and held the rhizome of the Moonflower. The Moonflower howled miserably. Don't pick me. Really don't pick me. I'm not lying this time. You can't bear the consequences of picking me. You will be in trouble. Don't pick me. The baby-faced man walked to Tang Mo's side and looked down at the flower. But if we don't pick you, it seems that our mission cannot be completed. If we don't complete the task, we can't leave here. Or, we can chat with you here and tell lies? Hey, this option sounds good. Don't pick me. You will regret it if you pick me. Click. Tang Mo picked the Moonflower expressionlessly. Ding. Complete the side mission 2. Find the Moonflower that loves to lie. A loud child's voice echoed in the corridor. After Tang Mo picked the Moonflower seemed to have lost the ability to speak. It lowered its moon-shaped bud, and was held obediently in Tang Mo's hand. Before Tang Mo had time to observe the flower, a rumbling sound came from in front of him. Tang Mo and Babyface immediately raised their heads, and looked ahead vigilantly. The wall in front of them slowly rose up, revealing the world behind the wall bit by bit. Tang Mo held the handle of the small parasol, always on guard against possible enemies behind the wall. A minute later, the wall rose completely, and Tang Mo saw the world behind the wall clearly, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Behind the wall behind the Moonflower, there is actually an equilateral triangle room. On one side of the room, the wall rises, revealing the corridor on Tang Mo's side. He and Babyface stand behind the wall, holding a silver Moonflower. On the other two sides of the triangular room, the walls also rise, revealing two identical corridors. On one side of the corridor, a silver Moonflower is covered in a glass cover, stretching its branches and leaves lazily. On the other side, a boy who looks like a primary school student holds the same Moonflower in his hand, staring at Tang Mo and Babyface warily. Above this equilateral triangle room, there is a bright full moon. The clear moonlight shines through the glass dome, illuminating the room and 3 corridors. The bright light flickers on the walls and the ground, and Tang Mo immediately moves aside to let the moonlight shine on his feet. He then discovered that when the moonlight shines on the ground and walls, these walls seem to have turned into gorgeous gems, reflecting dazzling brilliance. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered a place. Ding! Trigger the main quest. Hide-and-seek game in the gem corridor. Game rules. First, there are 999 forks in the gem corridor. Second, at each fork, there must be at least one fork that is in the wrong direction and leads to a dead end. Third, at each dead end, there are 2 guards of the Queen of Hearts patrolling. Fourth, only those who hold the Moonflower can walk out of the gem corridor. Fifth, one end of the gem corridor is the Queen of Hearts bedroom. Put the Moonflower in the vase in the Queen of Hearts bedroom, and the gym corridor will be closed forever. It is said that every human who stays in the gym corridor for more than 3 hours will never be able to leave this magical corridor again. They will be turned into stone statues by this corridor. It is the honor of every underground person to become an animal statue of the Queen of Hearts. The gym corridor also thinks so. A clear child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. The next moment he heard this voice, he turned his head to look at the baby-faced young man next to him. The latter seemed to have heard something, and turned to look at Tang Mo. They raised their heads again, and looked at the little boy in another corridor. The three of them looked at each other for a while, then walked out of their own corridors, and came to the center of the triangular room. The little boy held a moon flower in his hand, and he looked up at the top of Tang Mo and Babyface's head. Tang Mo and Babyface also lowered their heads, and looked at the top of his head. The little boy stared at them cautiously and said, "You are green, and I am red. We are different." Of course, Tang Mo saw that the pattern on the boy's head was red. When Tang Mo first met the white-collar girl with the baby face, he knew that there was an identical green pattern on the heads of the three of them. And now, there is also a pattern on the head of this little boy. The shape is the same as the one on Tang Mo's head. But this pattern is red, not green. On one side are two adults, and on the other side is a lonely child. This is a dangerous tower attack game, and an unknown human suddenly appeared. Tang Mo is not sure if this is a trap. At this time, he doesn't mind using the adult's force to oppress, he said indifferently. Before the wall rose, "What did you encounter? Tell us." After hearing this, the little boy clenched the moon flower and looked at Tang Mo. At this moment, the boy had already discovered that he was at a disadvantage. First of all, the two adults came out of the same corridor, and they were most likely teammates. And these were two adult men, and he was just a child. In terms of force, he was no match for these two people. Secondly, the graphics on the heads of the three of them were different. He was a red graphic, and the two were green, which easily made people think that they were opponents. The boy thought quickly and calmed down. "Let me guess first. You had another teammate before. You used to be 3 people, right?" He guessed it right. Tang Mo did not answer. He continued to ask, "Before the wall rose, what did you see, and what did you do?" The little boy looked at Tang Mo's expression, and breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "It's like this. Before this wall rose, I had 2 teammates. There are 3 of us in total, and our mission is to find the lying moon flower. If I'm not mistaken, you 2 are also the same, right? You want to find the moon flower that loves to lie?" The little boy pointed at the flower in Tang Mo's hand. He then analyzed, "If I'm not mistaken, then our tasks are the same. In this sense, we are not enemies. And you should have heard the main task released by the Black Tower just now, right?" The boy spoke out the main task without hesitation. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and his baby face smiled. Neither of them denied it. The little boy continued, "Anyway, we are now in the gym corridor. Does this main quest ask you to go against me and say that we are enemies? It's not in my main quest, and I believe it's not in your main quest either. Since we are not real enemies, why don't we analyze? What do these 3 moon flowers placed in different corridors mean, and what is the situation in the corridor with no one?" The boy looked only 11 or 12 years old, but his words were linked one after another, and each link made sense. Tang Mo was almost fooled by him. The boy was very smart not to tell his main task, and Tang Mo didn't want him to tell it directly, because he didn't know what the main task of Babyface was. Assuming that Babyface's main task was different from Tang Mo's, it was very likely that the boy would reveal something after telling the main task. The boy and Babyface had the same task, so it was easy for them to form an alliance to deal with Tang Mo. The boy and Tang Mo had the same main task, so Babyface knew something was wrong as soon as he heard it, and would hide his real main task. The boy, Tang Mo and Babyface, all 3 of them have different main quests, which is even more troublesome. For Tang Mo, the most important thing now is only one thing: leave the gym corridor within 3 hours. The little boy saw that Tang Mo and Babyface were not talking, and had no intention of dealing with him, so he took the initiative to hand his moon flower to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was startled, and saw the boy calmly said, "I can't beat you. I don't know what your superpowers are, but I know what my superpowers are. I admit that I can't beat you. So, I want to gain your trust." The boy didn't say the last sentence, but Tang Mo and Babyface understood it. If Tang Mo really wanted the boy's moon flower, he could just grab it directly. The boy couldn't keep his flower. But now, he took the initiative to hand over the flower, but he was handing over his loyalty to Tang Mo and Babyface. He didn't know the relationship between Tang Mo and Babyface, but he had to show his sincerity, And at the same time he actually hinted at a main plot. Only those who hold the moon flower can walk out of the gym corridor. The moon flower is extremely important. Tang Mo had no idea whether the boy's game rules were the same as his own, but the boy proved with his actions that he knew the moon flower was important. With this moon flower as a guarantee, the relationship between the three people temporarily stabilized. The three walked to the last empty corridor. After Tang Mo picked the moon flower, the collapsed floor behind them returned to normal. The floor in this corridor did not collapse either. A silver moon flower was covered in a glass cover. When it found that Tang Mo and the other two had come, it panicked and said repeatedly, "Don't pick me, don't pick me. If you pick me, you will encounter bad luck, and you will be in danger. Babyface, if we take it off, we will find that we are now in the gym corridor." The voice of Moonflower suddenly stopped. Babyface waved his hand and looked at Tang Mo and the little boy. "It's just as I guessed. Is this the so-called dangerous thing?" Tang Mo ignored him. He opened the glass cover and took off the moonflower. But just when his hand just touched the root of the moonflower, Babyface suddenly reached out and took off the moonflower before him. Tang Mo turned to look at him. The babyface man smiled and said, "You picked the moonflower just now, and I'm giving you the flower from the kid. I don't have any flowers, and you don't seem to want to give me flowers. You're giving me this one. Tang Mo, take it if you want." The babyface man smiled. He picked the moonflower, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. TSK, it's not fragrant at all. After picking the moonflower, the three of them checked the empty corridor. Beyond the thin silver line, a pool of dark red blood attracted Tang Mo's attention. He carefully examined the mark, and the boy's loud voice rang out at this time. It seems that they started fighting before they chose the road. In the end, no one passed that road? Tang Mo turned to look at him. The boy said, "Everyone actually understands that our mission to find the moonflower is the same, and the difficulties we encounter are probably the same. My moonflower is already in your hands. Don't you still believe me?" Tang Mo looked at this precocious boy, and through him, he seemed to see the shadow of another child. Tang Mo said, "I don't disbelieve you. I already believe you 90%. The boy asked, "Do you still have 91% disbelief?" Tang Mo did not answer. The baby-faced man chuckled and answered for Tang Mo, "Even if he only disbelieves 1%, he will not believe you. He still doesn't believe me. Do you think he can still believe you?" Tang Mo said lightly, "I trust him more than you." The baby-faced man spread his hands. The little boy's eyes wandered between Tang Mo and the baby-faced man. After a long time he said, "I think the next mission for everyone is the same. At least we should not be enemies. Since we are going to cooperate. My name is Fu Wensheng, my real name. What's your name?" Tang Mo's face changed, and he felt something was wrong. The baby-faced man smiled and said, "My name is Bruce Wayne. His name is Zhao Zhao." Chapter 60. Come to think of it, your name sounds familiar. The baby-faced man gave Tang Mo the name Zhao Zhao and walked to the little boy, looking at him with a smile. "Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng? Fu Wensheng? Which Fu is your surname? Which one, and which Sheng?" The little boy looked at him and said calmly, "Is this important?" The baby-faced man, "Is it important? It's very important." It doesn't seem to be very important. But your name? Ah, I remember it now." He clapped his hands exaggeratedly, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What was the name of the first stowaway from China who broke through the first floor of the Black Tower? Xiao Xiao. Do you still remember?" The baby-faced man turned to look at Tang Mo, the one who dragged everyone into the tower attack game. "What was his name?" Tang Mo said coldly, "I don't remember." The baby-faced man asked and answered himself. "Yes, his name is Fu Wenduo. He looks a lot like you. What is your relationship? Looking at your age, are you the son of that stowaway?" The smile on the baby-faced boy's face was as disgusting as ever. He leaned close to the boy, seemingly teasing him and making fun of him, but there was no real smile in his smiling eyes. He stared at the little boy cautiously. His eyes were like snakes, dangerous and treacherous. "I don't know him." The little boy answered decisively, 2 months ago, I was also dragged into the tower attack game by that stowaway and almost died in it. I hate him to the core. You should feel the same way, right? If I really have a relationship with him, I will openly tell you that my name is this, a name that is very similar to his, and then let you doubt me? What Fu Wensheng said makes some sense. In China, all players hate the stowaway Fu Wenduo who dragged everyone into the water. In the attack organization, Luo Fengcheng has not told other members that the Mr. Fu is Fu Wenduo, because he also thinks that if Fu Wenduo's identity is announced, A fool like Jax may really go to Fu Wenduo for a duel, and then be beaten up by the other party. If Fu Wensheng was really related to Fu Wenduo, would he tell Tang Yimo and the others that his name was this? He should hide his real name, so that Tang Yimo and Babyface would not have a rift with him. Babyface looked at him for a while, and smiled. Maybe you are taking advantage of our reverse psychology. Normal people would not tell others even if they were related to that illegal immigrant, and would try to conceal it. If you say it openly, we will not doubt it. The little boy had a serious expression on his face, and he defended himself. I just want to tell you, please believe me. Fu Wishing is my real name. This name is indeed a bit similar to someone, but I have nothing to do with him. I told you my real name, because I want you to believe me. I can't beat you. If you don't believe me, you will kill me at any time. I want to live, that's all. Tang Yimo looked at the child's mature and solemn performance, and the baby face also looked at him meaningfully. Soon, the three people seemed to have forgotten this conversation and returned to the original topic. This moonflower is the same as the one we had before, and this corridor is exactly the same as the corridors on both sides of us. After Tang Yimo put the glass cover back on the platform, he looked down at the dark blood on the ground. The only thing that can be considered different is this pool of blood. The little boy said, according to my guess, there were 3 players in this corridor before. Their mission was the same as ours, which was to find the lying moonflower. They must have had a dispute over which way to enter the corridor. Perhaps none of the 3 of them was willing to go first. There were even incidents of suppression by force and threatening teammates to be guinea pigs. The boy named Fu Wensheng, not necessarily his real name, tried very hard to join Tang Yimo and Babyface's group. Tang Yimo looked at him. Tang Yimo knew that for now, the boy really wanted himself and Babyface to believe him, because only in this way would he have the greatest hope of survival. Tang Yimo continued, assuming that there was really an incident of armed suppression among the 3 players. The first player who entered the trap should have died. Boy, later, the 2 players thought that the other road was the right one. They were careless after they walked up, and they probably died in that bottomless pit. After a pause, he looked at Tang Yimo and Babyface, as if he suddenly remembered something, and looked up at the green figure above their heads. Babyface smiled. Why are you looking at me, little boy? This Babyface, who was just doubting himself, suddenly called him with such a disgusting and intimate nickname, and Fu Wensheng didn't react at once. He was stunned for a moment, stood up and walked to Tang Yimo, saying, Zhao, brother Zhao, I just thought that the figure above my head is red, and the one above your head is green. Could it be that the 3 players in this corridor have different colors of the figures above their heads? For example, they are purple, Tang Yimo said. The little boy nodded vigorously. I think they are purple too. It seems that you have been to that bedroom too? Tang Yimo did not deny it. The little boy thought, so from the beginning, some things in this castle are hinting at what kind of people we will meet next. After entering the Queen of Hearts Gemstone Castle, the first side quest Tang Yimo received was, enter the glass greenhouse. In order to find the glass greenhouse, he, the baby-faced man, and the white-collar woman went through many rooms and corridors. There was a bedroom, and in that bedroom Tang Yimo saw a vase on the dressing table with 3 feathers in it. One was red, one was green, and one was purple. Because few feathers were dyed in such strange colors, Tang Yimo looked at them a few more times and took note. Now, he looked at the red pattern on the little boy's head, and then looked at the green pattern on the baby-faced head. He said, it seems that after entering this castle, there are clues and hints hidden in many places. 3 feathers of different colors hinted to the players that there were 3 teams in the gem castle. We can think more about the clues we saw before, which may be useful for completing the main task. Have you seen any other clues? Tang Yimo looked at the little boy. The little boy thought for a while. I saw a very strange sculpture fountain in a palace. It was a huge snake, very, very big. The palace was very big, but its sculpture occupied 2/3 of the space. Because it was so big, its body folded over in the palace, just enough for it to bite its tail. Water gushed out from its mouth and teeth, flowing out of the palace along the secret passage, and no one knew where it went. Tang Yimo frowned. A giant snake biting its own tail. Jormungandr? The baby-faced man's voice sounded, and Tang Yimo and the boy looked at him. He was standing against the wall, and when they both looked at him, he smiled and said, Norse mythology, haven't you heard of it? Loki's second child, a giant snake that symbolizes evil, is called Jormungandr. It finally died with Thor in the Ragnarok. Do you know Thor? He is the one who... Come on, hammer, you can't lift my hammer. Ha ha ha. The baby-faced man's sense of humor is extremely strange. The jokes he told were not funny at all. The whole gym corridor was filled with only his exaggerated and artificial laughter. He laughed for a long time, and found that Tang Yamo and the little boy were staring at him expressionlessly. He shrugged in boredom, and leaned against the wall to hum a self-made ugly little song. Tang Yamo roughly imagined the appearance of the giant snake fountain in his mind. This fountain could not provide any useful clues for the time being. Perhaps the fountain was hinting at the guard's means of attack, or was it hinting at the correct way out of the corridor? Compared to a giant Ouroboros, Tang Yamo believed that the strange lines and patterns he saw on those braziers were more likely to be the correct map out of the gym corridor. The three checked the corridor again, and after confirming that there were no clues, they decided to set off and officially leave here. There are 3 corridors on the 3 sides of the triangular room, belonging to the red, green, and purple teams respectively. Tang Yamo knew that his luck had always been bad. He would always choose the most difficult path when given 2 options. If he were to make the choice and decide which corridor everyone would leave from, there would be 9 out of 10 problems. Forget about the baby face, but if you can avoid giving him a chance to speak, don't give him a chance to speak. Tang Yamo looked at the little boy, try to choose a path. The little boy was stunned. Me? Tang Yamo said calmly. There are 3 corridors and 3 doors behind. You can choose any one. The baby-faced man looked at the scene with a smile. The little boy thought for a moment and said, there is no one in the purple team. Now we just happen to be 3 players, so we have formed a new team. Let's leave from the corridor of the purple team. No one raised any objections, and the 3 of them walked to the end of the corridor of the purple team. Tang Yamo turned to look at the baby-faced man. Mr. Bruce, your favorite door kicking. As he said that, he pointed the direction of the door handle with his eyes. The smile on the baby-faced face froze for a moment, and after a while, he smiled more brightly. He looked at Tang Yamo deeply, walked to the door, and kicked it open. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open. The 3 of them held their weapons tightly in caution. After finding that there was no danger, Tang Yamo walked out of the door first, and the baby-faced face and the little boy followed in. When they saw the scene behind the door, even the usually careless baby-faced face stopped smiling and showed a moment of surprise. Behind this dazzling moonlight corridor, there is an even more magnificent world. The whole world seems to be carved out of gemstones. The ceiling is azure blue podo stone, the walls are bright red crystal, and the ground is orange-yellow amber stone. The sapphire is like a vast ocean, suspended above the player's head, rippling blue waves, clear blue, the red walls and yellow ground are smooth and clean, reflecting the faces of Tang Yamo and the other 2. The ground made of yellow amber looks too smooth, as if you will slip if you stand on it. But Tang Yamo stepped on the ground twice, and the friction was still very strong, which did not affect walking at all. It seems that the friction here has nothing to do with the gym itself. This is the real gym corridor. Tang Yamo said decisively, and he turned around quickly. The door did not close automatically. It seems that we can try the other 2 sides. The 3 of them walked to the other 2 corridors, and opened the door at the end of the corridor. Just like the magnificent and beautiful gym world just now, behind the doors of these 2 corridors are also narrow gym corridors. After witnessing this kind of beauty that humans cannot achieve twice, Tang Yamo was no longer shocked. He analyzed. When we entered this corridor just now, we opened the door from a room. But now, that room is gone, and it has become a gym corridor. It seems that we can only choose to enter any of the 3 gym corridors. The 3 of them returned to the corridor at the beginning, stepped over the wooden door, and walked out. Walking among such gems, there is no need for lighting at all. These gems seemed to glow, and the glowing light emanated from the inside of the gems. The light was not dazzling, but when thousands of gems gathered together, the entire corridor was illuminated as bright as day. Walking in the gem corridor, Tang Yamo felt for the first time that he was playing a game. This place was as beautiful as a fairy tale. The 3 walked for half a minute, and came to a fork in the road. Babyface deliberately said huh and laughed. There are 999 forks in the gym corridor. You met one so soon? Tang Yamo looked at him calmly and concluded. Babyface's game rules also mentioned that there are 999 forks in the gym corridor. Tang Yamo said, which road do you choose? At this moment, 2 forked roads appeared in front of Tang Yamo and the other 2. The 2 roads looked exactly the same, without any difference. One pointed to the left, and the other pointed to the right. Tang Yamo threw the multiple-choice question to the little boy again. This time, facing the choice, beads of sweat gradually seeped out of the little boy's forehead. He didn't say anything, his eyes moving back and forth between the roads on both sides. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Tang Yamo. I'm going to make the choice this time. Tang Mo looked calm. I have very bad luck. If I choose, there is an 80% chance that something will go wrong. The baby-faced man interrupted. If you have bad luck, then we go in the opposite direction of your choice. Whichever direction you choose, we go the other way. Tang Mo glanced at him. Even if you choose the opposite direction, there might be problems, because this opposite direction is also related to my choice. Tang Mo never had any hope for his bad luck. He even sometimes wondered what sin he had committed in his previous life. Not only did he have such a mean book about supernatural powers that aimed to scold him, but he also had such bad luck that people could not complain about it. After hearing Tang Mo's words, the baby-faced boy smiled. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something again, but muttered, "You can't pick up my jokes anyway," and then closed his mouth again. The right to choose returned to the little boy. Tang Mo and the baby-faced boy both looked at him. The little boy was silent for a long time and pointed to the left. I choose this side. Anyway, there are only two choices, either the left or the right. Tang Mo said calmly, then go this way. As he said that, he strode into the corridor on the left with the little boy. Baby-faced boy shouted, "Hey, you didn't even ask for my opinion. What if I don't want to go to the left?" Tang Mo said without turning his head, "Then you can go to the right side." Baby-faced boy, This very unpleasant guy still followed. The three of them walked in the corridor on the left. Tang Mo seemed to completely trust the boy's choice and walked into the corridor on the left without hesitation, but his hand was always holding the handle of the small parasol. The third rule of the game: in every dead end, there are two guards of the Queen of Hearts patrolling. If this is a dead end, then they will meet the guards of the Queen of Hearts. In this tower attack game, Tang Mo only knows two important game characters. One is the Queen of Hearts and the other is the guard. Needless to say, the former is definitely the big boss of this game. The latter should not be underestimated either. It can appear in the game rules and be used by the Black Tower to warn players to choose the right fork in the road. It must be very powerful. However, I don't know whether it was because the little boy was too lucky or the accuracy rate of choosing one of two was relatively high. The three of them walked for half a minute and met another fork in the road. Seeing this fork in the road, the three of them first breathed a sigh of relief. This means that they did not choose the wrong road just now, and the road on the left is not a dead end. But soon the three of them became nervous again. Tang Mo looked at the little boy silently. Little boy, This kind of important choice related to life. Every decision is like consuming life. Fu Wensheng has begun to doubt whether he should go with these two adults. Otherwise, if he really chooses the wrong way, these two people may turn against each other. But under the pressure of Tang Mo's direct gaze, he had to make a choice. Little boy left. Tang Mo and the boy walked into the corridor on the left together, and the baby-faced boy followed slowly. This time, the little boy made the right choice again. At 5 forks in the road, the boys seemed to be possessed by the goddess of luck and chose the right road every time. Every time the three of them entered a fork in the road, they kept careful of possible sneak attacks and moved forward at the fastest speed. Because the Black Tower said that every human who stayed in the gym corridor for more than 3 hours would hardly be able to walk out of this corridor again. This is not a regular game rule. The Black Tower also used the word "it is said" when he said this. This adjective. But Tang Mo did not dare to take it lightly. There must be a meaning to saying the exact number of 3 hours. It is very likely that after 3 hours, Tang Mo and his 3 friends will never be able to leave this corridor again. When the 3 of them successfully passed through 7 forks and came to the 8th fork, Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in surprise, and the little boy and the baby-faced man were also a little surprised. In front of the 3 of them were 3 identical corridors. Tang Mo was the first to react. He walked forward and touched the entrances of the 3 corridors. He turned his head. This time there are really 3 corridors. Choose one from 3 now. Which one should we choose? He looked at the little boy. The little boy, Rule 2 of the game: at every fork in the road, there must be at least 1 fork in the wrong direction, leading to a dead end. Tang Mo only now understood what this rule of the game meant. Who said that there must be 2 forks at a fork in the road, not 3 or 4? Just like what they encountered now, there are 3 forks in a total, at least one of which is a dead end, leading to 2 guards. It is also possible that 2 roads are dead ends, and only 1 road is correct. Feeling stressed, the little boy took a deep breath to calm himself down. He first chose a road. It's still the left one. Tang Mo looked at him steadily. He could see that the child had something else to say. As expected, the little boy continued, I don't know if the road I chose is right. Suppose there are 2 roads that are dead ends, and 1 road is the correct road. If I choose the right one, then we will continue to move forward, and it will definitely be right. I'm afraid there's only one dead-end road here, and both roads are correct roads, leading to a new fork in the road. Brother Zhao, do you understand what I mean? Tang Mo looked at him quietly for a long time, and then he said, since you chose the road on the far left, let's go. The little boy was a little anxious. Brother Zhao. Tang Mo didn't answer him, and walked into the road on the left. The baby-faced boy watched with interest. Seeing Tang Mo leave, he walked up to the anxious kid, lowered his voice, and said very softly, why are you so anxious? He ignored you, and it was obvious that he had thought of the problem. He is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? It is good enough to be alive anyway. Hearing this, the little boy's face changed. He looked up at the baby-faced man, who gave him a malicious smile. Then he put his hands in his pockets, and quickly caught up with Tang Mo. The little boy followed him. Along the way, the little boy thought Tang Mo would make some special marks to record the road everyone had walked. However, Tang Mo just walked forward as usual. He did not make any marks, and his expression was calm, as if he really did not realize what the multiple forks in the road meant, and how much danger was hidden behind them. The little boy looked at Tang Mo's back, hesitated for a long time, and still didn't speak. But soon, he didn't want to think about it anymore. When the three of them walked to the end of the corridor, the baby-faced man just took a step forward, and suddenly he stepped on the ground with his toes, and quickly stepped back. Tang Mo also reacted in an instant. A sharp spear pierced straight from in front of him. He dodged sideways, and pulled out his small parasol. A dark spear slowly appeared from the air. At the same time, a humanoid poker guard holding a spear in both hands also stepped on the ground and walked out of the air. This is AJ Card. When the guard in the poker card saw Tang Mo dodge the spear, he turned his head and glared at him. Another spear pierced through the air and stabbed over. Tang Mo quickly chanted a spell, opened his small parasol, and blocked the attack. He was knocked away by the attack and fell back 3 steps before he stabilized his body. On the other side, the baby-faced guard took out a dagger and confronted another poker card guard. These poker cards were tall and powerful. When they wielded their spears, they had no moves at all, just stabbing, thrusting, and picking. However, because the spears were too hard and sharp, and their strength was too great, they also posed a threat to Tang Mo and the baby-faced guard. Seizing the opportunity to stab the air with his spear, Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, put away his small parasol, and stabbed the tip of the umbrella hard into the center of the poker card. There was a crisp sound of metal collision. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide, stepped on the gym wall, turned in the air, and shouted, "Be careful!" The baby-faced man also teleported behind another poker guard at a speed that the naked eye could not reach. He held the dagger in his left hand and looked at the card with a smile. "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed the guard's neck with a dagger in the card. Who knew that his dagger stabbed the poker card, and it actually splashed dazzling metal sparks. The poker cards were not damaged at all. The baby-faced man's face suddenly changed, and he jumped away in 2 or 3 steps, avoiding the guard's spear. He turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. They said in unison, "Run!" Tang Mo and the baby-faced man turned around at the same time and ran back quickly. While running, Tang Mo picked up the little boy with one hand, threw him on his back, and ran away without looking back. The guards were very fast. After discovering that Tang Mo and the other 2 had actually escaped, they quickly chased after them, but the 3 had already completely run out of the corridor. The moment the 3 people left the corridor, the 2 guards suddenly stopped moving. They stood in the corridor, turned their heads mechanically, and returned to the depths of the corridor. They stepped on the ground step by step, making a rumbling sound, shaking the entire corridor. Seeing that the 2 guards stopped chasing, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and put the little boy on the ground. He looked at the baby-faced man. These 2 guards don't have much fighting skills. Their moves and speed are not very fast, but they are too tough. I can't inflict any wounds on their playing cards, can you? Baby-faced, no. Tang Mo took a breath. It turns out that the guards of the Queen of Hearts are playing card guards. Maybe she herself is also a playing card. Now no matter what, we are definitely not able to beat those 2 guards. And they are hidden in the air, and they will only appear suddenly when we reach the end of the corridor. So their attack can be said to be a sneak attack, which is impossible to defend against. We were lucky this time. They didn't block our way back when they attacked us. After a pause, Tang Mo looked at the little boy. "Choose another way." "Little boy, you still want me to choose a way?" Tang Mo nodded. "You choose. There are 2 ways left." The little boy clenched his fingers and pointed to the middle road. This one. Okay. Tang Mo and the other two entered the middle road again. The three didn't have time to analyze the guards they had just met because they had a 3-hour time limit. In these 3 hours, they must leave this gym corridor, otherwise they will never be able to leave, and will be made into a sculpture of the Queen of Hearts. This time, the middle road is the right one, and the three of them came to a fork in the road again. This time there are only 2 forks in the road, the little boy chose the left one, and the three of them walked in. Along the way, Tang Mo didn't say a word, he lowered his head, and looked at the ground, wondering what he was thinking. Time passed by minute, and the three of them didn't know how many corridors they had walked through, and how many forks in the road they had encountered. They went the wrong way 36 times. Once they found that they were on the wrong road, Tang Mo and Babyface would retreat immediately. The little boy was very alert. He was not prepared when he first met the guards. Since then, he has been following Tang Mo and Babyface. First, he would not be a burden to them, and second, he could be the first to turn around and run away when he encountered danger. However, they finally encountered 2 guards who would ambush. One guard appeared in front of Tang Mo and Babyface, and the other guard appeared behind the little boy, surrounding the three of them from front and back. Tang Mo had no choice but to use Chi Tun Wanli Ru Hu, and the powerful hurricane blew the 2 playing cards away. A road appeared in front of the 3 people, and they quickly took the opportunity to run out and leave the trap set by the 2 smart playing card guards. After escaping, Babyface looked at Tang Mo. So, it's a prop again? Or, is it a supernatural power this time? Tang Mo looked up at him, and Babyface still had a smiling face. Tang Mo said calmly, props? The Babyface boy said oh meaningfully, and looked at the little boy, choose another way. Just now, the guard attacked from behind. Tang Mo and the Babyface boy could not rescue him immediately. The little boy pulled out a gun from somewhere, and resisted the attack of the poker guard. Players who can enter the tower attack game are not ordinary people. This little boy seems to be powerless, but his gun just shot out terrifying flaming bullets, and every shot hit the same part of the poker guard's forehead. Although he failed to penetrate the poker card, he made it move back several steps, buying time for Tang Mo and Babyface. The little boy calmly made a choice, the one on the far right. Tang Mo nodded gently, okay, then go this way. I won't go. Babyface's voice rang out, and Tang Mo and the little boy looked at him. The tall and thin young man leaned against the red gemstone wall, still with that disgusting smile on his face. He pointed with his chin to the corridor where the 3 people had just walked into the wrong place, and said, you saw those 2 guards. Stronger than all the guards before. Guards have different strengths. If we choose the wrong road again, the strength of the guards we meet will probably become stronger and stronger. So, I don't believe him, I won't take that road. After a pause, the Babyface man smiled and said, I seem to have said before, everyone calls me Lucky Bruce? Xiao Zhao, will you come with me? Tang Mo stared at the Babyface man's face strangely. He just looked at him quietly, and the Babyface man couldn't keep his smile. At this time, Tang Mo said, why choose the middle one? I like it. The Babyface man smiled and said, how about we go? Tang Mo retracted his gaze, he and I will go the right one. The Babyface man spread his hands, and did not dissuade him. The 3 of them split into 2 teams. The Babyface man walked to the entrance of the middle corridor alone, and Tang Mo and the little boy walked to the entrance of the right corridor. The little boy looked at the Babyface man hesitantly. The Babyface man waved at him, and the little boy immediately retracted his gaze, and decided to follow Tang Mo. The Babyface man said with great regret, so we really have to say goodbye here? Tang Mo looked at him coldly without saying anything. The Babyface man saw his appearance, and the smile on his lips became brighter. He sighed, you are quite interesting. I hope to see you again in the future. As he said this, he was about to walk into the middle corridor. At this time, Tang Mo suddenly said, do you have to walk in the middle corridor? The Babyface man paused, turned his head, and looked at Tang Mo looking at him. He smiled, why, you decided to go with me again? Tang Mo, the 2 of us will go to the right corridor, and you will go to the middle alone. If you make the right choice, forget it. If you make the wrong choice, and encounter 2 guards, who are as strong and smart as the ones in the left corridor, Mr. Bruce, your chance of escaping is less than 50%. If you stay with us, you will have someone to look after you. Even if the right corridor is wrong, it will be easier for 3 people to escape from the guards, and your chance of survival will be greater. As if he didn't hear what Tang Mo said, the Babyface man said indifferently, so goodbye. The Babyface man stepped into the middle corridor. He hummed a little tune, put his hands in his pockets, and walked easily. At this moment, he heard footsteps behind him. He paused in his out-of-tune singing and turned to look. In the dazzling and gorgeous gemstone corridor, a handsome young man and a little boy walked in from the entrance of the corridor. The baby-faced man laughed softly. "Zhao Zhao, do you want to go with me again?" Tang Mo stared at the smiling baby-faced boy for a long time, and the boy stared at him deliberately, as if he wanted to stare back. Just when the little boy felt something was wrong and wanted to break the silence, Tang Mo smiled. He raised his lips and said, "We meet again, Mr. Bruce. I thought about it. 3 people are better than 2. Even if you make the wrong choice, at least the 3 of us have a greater chance of survival. So let's go together." The baby-faced man laughed from his nose. He didn't say anything, but continued to hum his off-tune little song and walked forward. This time, the middle corridor was right. After walking for half a minute, the 3 of them came to a fork in the road. This time there were 4 forks in the road, and the little boy looked at Tang Mo in embarrassment. Who knew that this time Tang Mo didn't look at him, but looked at the baby-faced man. "I didn't expect you to guess right this time, Mr. Bruce." Baby-faced man, "I said I'm always lucky." "Tang Mo, why don't we let you decide which way to go this time?" Hearing this, the little boy breathed a sigh of relief. The baby-faced boy narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. "You said I should decide? If you don't want to, let the kid continue to choose the road." Tang Mo casually said, "You 2 are quite lucky compared to me. It doesn't matter which one of you chooses the road." "Fu." After a pause, Tang Mo said, "Kid, which road do you choose?" "I didn't expect that I would have to choose the road myself in the end." "Little boy, the right one." Babyface smiled and said, "I choose the right side too." "Tang Mo, it just so happens that you both chose the same thing, so let's choose the right side." Walking in the corridor on the right, Tang Mo and the little boy walked together, while Babyface walked alone on the side. He seemed to be used to being guarded by his teammates. He walked forward calmly, only looking at Tang Mo from time to time. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He carefully observed Tang Mo, scanned him from head to toe, and then retracted his gaze. There was really nothing unusual at most. Just a slightly better attitude towards him. But soon, the baby-faced boy was ignored by Tang Mo again. Tang Mo basically just asked the little boy where he wanted to go, and ignored him at all. Only when there were many forks in the road would he condescend to consult the baby-faced boy's opinion. Every time Tang Mo asked him which way he wanted to go, the baby-faced boy would smile brighter, as if he had seen something interesting. The 3 of them walked like this for more than 2 hours. When they came to a fork in the road with 7 forks, the 3 of them stopped and remained silent. In fact, since the first time we encountered a fork in the road with 3 forks, we all knew that this game would not let us go on so easily. Tang Mo suddenly spoke, and the baby-faced man and the little boy looked at him. He looked at the 7 identical corridors with a calm look. The total time limit is 3 hours, and there are 999 forks in the gem corridor. On average, it takes us 30 seconds to walk from one fork to another, so 3 hours is 10,800 seconds. We don't waste a second, and we can go through 360 intersections at most. Little boy, yes, I knew this from the beginning, but the more important thing is the problem of multiple forks in the road. More than 2 hours ago, the little boy wanted to remind Tang Mo of this. He said, "The rules of the game in the Black Tower say that at every fork in the road, there must be at least one dead end. You also know this rule, right? If it is a fork in the road where you have to choose between 2 options, then it goes without saying that it is either 1 or 2. Even if we go the wrong way, as long as we go back and start over, it will definitely be the right way. But what if it is a fork in the road with multiple forks? Let's say it is a 3-way fork. There will be no guards on either road, but there will be guards at the end of only one road. Then we can easily make the wrong choice. Because if we follow one road, we may be right at the beginning, but in the end, we may encounter a situation where all the forks are dead ends." He raised his head. The Black Tower didn't say that there must be a correct road at the fork in the road. Tang Mo looked at the calm and rational little boy and said, "Yes. Maybe one time, we will encounter a fork in the road where all the forks are dead ends. Because we have been taking the wrong road since a long time ago. At a fork in the road where there are multiple choices, we chose a road that seems to be right, but is actually wrong. If we take this road, we will sooner or later encounter a dead end. It's like a maze. A short-term smooth section of the road does not mean that it is the road that connects to the end. It is very likely that we will find out that it leads to a dead end after a long time." Babyface raised his hand. "So what's the point of saying this now?" Tang Mo glanced at him. Of course, it is useful. First of all, from the perspective of time, it is impossible for us to walk through all 999 intersections. Secondly, the probability of us going to the wrong intersection is infinitely close to 1, and as long as we go to the wrong intersection, we will encounter guards. If the guards can gradually become stronger, we will be killed by them sooner or later. In this case, I can't see how to leave this corridor. No one should be able to walk out. Babyface Man added insult to injury, but someone walked out. Didn't the two crows say that a little girl walked out of the magical gym corridor? During the first side quest, Tangmo, Babyface, and the white-collar girl heard two crows chatting. They said that a little girl left the Queen of Hearts gym corridor, and she was the only one who left this corridor. Tangmo said calmly, "Yes, I know, so there must be a way to leave this corridor." Babyface restrained his smile. The little boy also realized something. He looked at Tangmo. "Have you found the right route?" Tangmo looked down at him. "Do you remember the sculpture fountain? It is not Jormungandr, nor is it any other mythological figure. It is the Ouroboros. It is infinite." The baby-faced man paused, and he seemed to understand something. The little boy slowly opened his eyes, and after a while, he said in surprise, "Infinity, the Mobius strip, there is only one curved surface forever?" Tangmo, "Yes. You saw the sculpture fountain in the previous side quest, and what I saw were some very strange curves. I always felt that these curves were a little familiar, but I couldn't remember how they were familiar, and what they had in common. Until just now, I slowly understood that your giant snake sculpture means the symbol of infinity, means the connection between the head and the tail, and means a Mobius strip. In the 19th century, mathematician Mobius discovered that by turning a piece of paper 180 degrees and sticking the head and the tail together, a magical ring was obtained. This ring has only one curved surface. If you use a pen to draw a line on the ring, no matter what, the line will return to the origin and form a closed circle. This is the Mobius strip. Most of the lines on the brazier are a closed figure, and even in some twisted curves, some infinity symbols are directly hidden. I just didn't notice these," Tangmo said. Perhaps the three players in the purple team also saw other clues, but unfortunately they didn't survive and share the clues with Tangmo and the others. So it was not until now that Tangmo realized that the first two seemingly simple side quests in the Black Tower were actually giving players hints on how to leave the gym corridor. The gym corridor is a Mobius strip. Even if you walk through all 999 forks in the road, even if you walk through every intersection, you will never get out, because it is connected from beginning to end. After understanding this, the little boy said, "But what can we do after knowing it? How can we get out?" Tangmo looked at him, and saw the baby-faced boy looking at him with interest in his peripheral vision. He said calmly, "Have you read Alice in Wonderland? This is a very famous children's book, which has been adapted into many film and television works. Of course, the little boy has seen it." He nodded. Tangmo said, "There is also a Queen of Hearts and a little girl named Alice. In that novel, the Queen of Hearts said something to Alice, which later gave rise to a very famous theory of knowledge. The little boy was only a little over 10 years old, and had never heard of any theory of knowledge related to Alice in Wonderland." The baby-faced boy suddenly said, "The Queen of Hearts theory." Tangmo looked at him. "Yes, the Queen of Hearts theory. The Queen of Hearts said to Alice that in her kingdom, you may not move forward even if you run hard, but will only stay where you are. Alice said that in her world, as long as you run in one direction for a period of time, you will definitely move forward. However, the Queen of Hearts told her that in Wonderland, you can only move forward if you run at twice the speed. The Queen of Hearts said that hard work does not necessarily lead to progress. Only when the effort reaches a certain level and makes a thorough and earth-shaking innovation can the status quo be changed. Running at a certain speed can only stay where you are, and you can't leave." The little boy thought for a moment, and after he figured it out, he realized, what is considered double speed? What is considered an earth-shaking innovation, an earth-shaking change? Tangmo picked up the small parasol and pointed the tip of it at the bright ruby wall. He smiled slightly, smashed the wall. Bang! A minute later, accompanied by a deafening sound, a fist-sized hole was smashed into the ruby wall. Immediately afterwards, Tangmo, Babyface, and the little boy sped up and made the hole bigger and bigger, finally allowing one person to pass through smoothly. The three people crawled out of the hole one by one. At this time, they didn't care whether their crawling posture was a bit like dog crawling. After leaving the hole, the three people immediately stood up and looked around. The little boy exclaimed, "Why is it still here?" Yes, this is the corridor they left at the beginning, the corridor belonging to the purple team. The three walked forward and found a pool of black blood on the ground. The little boy, this is really the corridor we left at the beginning, so have we left the gym? The voice stopped abruptly, and the little boy turned around and saw that he was surprised to find that the hole they had just drilled out had disappeared. Not only the hole, but also the jewel corridor they had just passed through turned into a black wall. The three of them checked and found that the hole and the jewel corridor were indeed gone. They turned their heads and looked forward. Behind the high platform where the moonflower was placed, the wall that had once risen high also disappeared, and in its place was a tall and majestic door. The door was locked there quietly, as if waiting for someone to push it open. The little boy understood. That is the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts. Tang Mo smiled and said, "Well, that's the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts." They walked out. The Queen of Hearts gem castle is a place of disordered space. The gem corridor is a trap from beginning to end. The 999 forks in the road are meaningless, and the guards guarding the end of the dead end are also meaningless. If you want to leave the gem corridor, you don't need to choose the right road or defeat the guards, but to break this Mobius ring, realize the Queen of Hearts theory, and make earth-shaking changes. Tang Mo and his two companions smashed the wall of the gem corridor, and now they have successfully walked out. When smashing the wall, Tang Mo returned a moonflower to the little boy. Because the fourth rule of the game, only those who hold the moonflower can walk out of the gem corridor. Tang Mo was not sure if the little boy could get out of the hole just now without the moonflower, so just in case, he returned the flower to him. Now, each of the three people holds a moonflower in his hand. Tang Mo said, "Let's go to her bedroom." The little boy nodded and followed Tang Mo's footsteps. The voice of the baby-faced man sounded behind the two of them. "So now, as long as we put the moonflower in the vase, the gem corridor will be closed forever?" As he spoke, he walked up and followed the two people's steps. "Ah, then this game will end soon. This is so boring, I want to play for a while longer. How about we go back to the gem corridor to play for a while? It's not 3 hours anyway." Tang Mo glanced at him coldly. "If you want to continue playing, you didn't have to come through the hole with us just now." The baby-faced boy spread his hands, still smiling. The three of them walked towards the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts, and the little boy said, "Be careful, there may be a trap in that bedroom, or the Queen of Hearts." Swoosh! A sharp dagger flew past Tang Mo's eyes, almost brushing his eyelashes, and nailed to the wall with a clang. Tang Mo reacted very quickly and dodged, but another silver knife brushed past his eyes. The attack came too suddenly, and the little boy didn't even scream. Tang Mo barely avoided it twice, and his body was unstable, and he fell backwards. The baby-faced man laughed, and his fingers deftly turned a silver butterfly knife. The sharp blade brushed his fingers and attacked Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo kept falling backwards, and finally he supported himself with one hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the baby-faced man reached out and grabbed the moonflower in Tang Mo's other hand. Everything happened too fast. The little boy only saw the general idea, and the baby-faced man's right hand had already grasped the rhizome of Tang Mo's moonflower. However, at this moment, Tang Mo was prepared. He supported himself with one hand and stood up again. At the same time, his other hand firmly pressed the wrist of the baby-faced man to prevent him from snatching the flower. The baby-faced young man's smile disappeared, and he looked up at Tang Mo in astonishment. Tang Mo turned his palm, and a huge match appeared in his palm. He aimed the red match head of the big match at the baby-faced man's right arm, and hit it hard. At the same time, a hot flame burned from Tang Mo's palm. The flame of 1535 degrees Celsius ignited the match, and the right arm of the baby-faced man. Tang Mo waved the giant match, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The burning match head rubbed against the ground, and the flame dissipated, but the match head was black. On the other side, the baby-faced man took 3 steps back. He looked up at Tang Mo, and just shouted, "You!" Suddenly, his feet were empty. The baby-faced man quickly reached out, and grabbed Tang Mo's trouser leg. A dark bottomless pit suddenly appeared in the middle of the corridor. This bottomless pit was exactly the same as the one Tang Mo had encountered before, and it was even in the same position. 3 hours ago, the white-collar woman fell into the same bottomless pit. 3 hours later, the baby-faced man was pulling Tang Mo's trouser legs, and was also sucked down by the suction force in the pit. But the baby-faced man was much stronger than the white-collar woman after all. He pulled Tang Mo's trouser legs with one hand, and a blazing flame burned on his other arm. He seemed to feel no pain. He pulled Tang Mo's trouser legs, and wanted to come up without Tang Mo's help. At this time, Tang Mo hammered the giant match hard on the ground. He looked at the baby-faced young man, who was about to climb up, and smiled. Thanks to you, I know the real purpose of this match. Only a high-temperature flame above 1,500 degrees Celsius can ignite this match, and the flame will never go out unless the object ignited by this match is completely burned. The baby-faced man paused and pulling Tang Mo's trouser legs, raised his head, and stared at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, if I cut off your arm now, you can still live. Otherwise, Bai Ruoyao, you will be burned to death by it. Bai Ruoyao's eyes opened as wide as possible at this moment, and he stared at Tang Mo intently. The flames were crackling, and he just looked at Tang Mo, as if he wanted to remember this person firmly in his heart. Then the next moment, he suddenly laughed. He did not hesitate to let go of the hand holding Tang Mo's trouser leg, swung the silver butterfly knife, and cut off his burning right arm. The baby-faced man fell into the bottomless pit. His voice mixed with laughter came out of the bottomless pit and echoed in the corridor. Mr. Zhao, I am looking forward to seeing you next time. You must not meet me again. At the same time, a clear child's voice rang out in the corridor. Ding! Huaxia District 7 player Bai Ruoyao and Huaxia District 6 player Fu Wensheng successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, completed the main task of the Gem Corridor's desperate survival game, successfully survived for 3 hours, and passed a total of 112 forks. Player Bai Ruoyao obtained 0 moon flowers and 0 rewards. Player Fu Wensheng obtained 1 moon flower and 1 reward.